Long Live Summons Chapter 145 to Chapter 184. Yu Yang walked for a long time in the ant hole, but he still hadn't reached the place marked with the volcano. Of course, he could have gone faster, but the ant hole was even more confusing than a maze. Yu Yang felt dizzy and confused. The thing that made Yu Yang sweat the most was that the markings left behind by the mercenaries along the way were all repeated and wrong. They had taken many wrong detours. Yu Yang didn't care about the time, but he was afraid that Yu Bing would be worried if he waited too long outside. She better not take the risk to come in and look for him, or else she would be in danger. He didn't know how long he walked in the underground world. Finally, after hearing the sound of flowing water, a dark underground river appeared in front of Yu Yang. Following the markings on the map, Yu Yang went upstream on the shallow riverbed. After walking for another half an hour, he finally found the markings left by the mercenaries. He left the riverbed and entered a small cave. After walking for a few hundred meters, he realized that the temperature had increased significantly, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Yu Yang sped up and walked out of the small cave. In front of him was a huge underground world. In the distance, there was a low lava volcano, still emitting heat. At the bottom of the small mountain, there was a hot spring lake that was slightly steaming. There were many small islets on the surface of the lake, and there were all kinds of strange plants growing on them. Yu Yang was quite surprised when he saw this. In this kind of underground world, there was actually such a thriving life? Yu Yang had read before. The hard-shelled dragon fruit was completely different from the normal dragon fruits in the desert. Its leaves were thinner and harder, and were dark green in color, as hard as steel. They penetrated deep into the bottom of the hot spring and absorbed the energy of the earth to store the fruit. It would take 1,000 years for them to float to the surface. At that time, the hard-shelled dragon fruit would gradually break off and start to reproduce. Usually, it was impossible to pick the hard-shelled dragon fruit. The only time was to wait for it to ripen and use special medicinal scissors to cut it off. Twin dragon scissors was a type of medicinal scissors, and it was the signature of the blacksmith grandmaster, the Jiang family. There were many plants in the world that could not be cut by swords, such as obsidian bamboo, iron bone star grass, hard-shelled dragon fruit, etc. However, a small pair of double dragon scissors could easily cut them apart. Of course, the forging grandmaster Jiang clan would never deny that although this was designed by their ancestor Jiang Qiao'er, the first twin dragon scissors was made by the Yu clan's ghost genius Yu Gong. This pair of twin dragon scissors was the engagement gift that the ghost genius Yu Gong gave to Jiang Qiao'er. Its original purpose was not to pick herbs, but to make a pair of female scissors. Yu Gong and Jiang Qiao'er were extremely intelligent, but because they were both weak and sickly, they didn't even have time to get married before they passed away. However, their touching love story had been passed down for hundreds of years. The forging grandmaster Zhang's family would engrave the words ingenious workmanship on every pair of double dragon scissors they made to commemorate their ancestors. No wonder it's so small and exquisite. It's a pair of scissors that's convenient for girls to use. Yu Yang picked it up and felt that the twin dragon scissors was very small. After thinking for a while, he realized that the ghost genius Yu Gong had specially designed it for Jiang Qiao'er's small hands. He just didn't know why the forging grandmaster Jiang clan didn't make it bigger. After searching the entire hot spring lake, Yu Yang found 2 more hard-shelled dragon fruits at the bottom of the lake. However, they weren't ripe yet. Yu Yang frowned slightly. He found 2 different cuts. Could it be that someone had already taken them before him? These cuts were completely different from the cuts made by animals using their teeth to swallow and chew. They were also different from the cuts made by the twin dragon scissors. This proved that someone had been here, and the mercenaries didn't know anything about it. Yu Yang found an even more suspicious point. The mercenaries had heard the dragon's roar, but they had already searched the entire hot spring lake and the crater of the volcano, but they couldn't find any traces of the dragon. The only suspicious point was that the gold-seeking mice found some kind of energy in the water, but it was dissipating. Could it be that there was a huge battle in the water? Who was it that knew that there was a hard-shelled dragon fruit at the bottom of the ant hole, and knew that it had just ripened, so they rushed here to pick it? Where did the dragon that was originally guarding the hard-shelled dragon fruit go? For a moment, Yu Yang's heart was filled with doubts. He was sure that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of what it was. Just as Yu Yang was sorting out the clues and thinking carefully, suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind Yu Yang without a sound. It used a unique magnetic voice to ask, "Are you looking for me?" Huh? Yu Yang was shocked. He had never tried to let an enemy get less than 5 meters behind him, but his heart still couldn't sense it. Who was this person? When he suppressed the shock in his heart and turned around, he found that there was nothing behind him. There was no sign of anyone's existence. It was as if that sentence just now was just an illusion. Yu Yang's body froze. He didn't use his eyes, but he could feel that the enemy was behind him. Moreover, he could feel that the enemy was stretching out a hand, close to the back of his head. If he moved even the slightest bit, that hand might suddenly attack and shatter the back of his head. A drop of cold sweat slid down from Yu Yang's forehead. This person was really the strongest enemy he had ever met in his life. "Are you afraid?" That person seemed to be teasing a small bug, his voice full of contempt. "You, who are you?" Yu Yang turned around quickly, and found that there was a tall, imposing, and mighty middle-aged man in front of him. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his expression carried a unique kind of arrogance. He used a gaze as sharp as a spear to stare at Yu Yang, and Yu Yang's heart was once again shaken. This unfamiliar middle-aged man, no matter in which aspect, was definitely not below Jun Wuyu. Moreover, his killing intent was hidden even deeper. When the middle-aged man heard Yu Yang's question, he frowned slightly. "You actually don't dare to recognize me?" Yu Yang sweated profusely. Could it be that this guy was the pitiful guy's rumored deceased father, Yu Qiu? No, other people said that the pitiful guy looked like his father, so Yu Qiu shouldn't look like this. Was this guy the pitiful guy's uncle? Or was it another relative? Or was it the pitiful guy's murderer? Yu Yang's mind flashed like lightning. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, but none of them could be verified. However, Yu Yang was sure that this man had hidden his killing intent very deeply. No matter what his identity was, he was definitely an enemy and not a friend. "Everyone calls me the Marquis of Zijin." The middle-aged man called himself the Marquis of Zijin. What? When Yu Yang heard this, he turned pale with fright. In the 3 kingdoms of Dixia, Tianluo, and Zijin, there were countless rankers. Whether it was the Dixia Emperor Jun Wuyu, the Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri, or the Zijin Emperor Chu Tianshao, they were all rankers above level 7, Overlord. Their personal strength was extremely terrifying, and they could completely intimidate everyone. In the royal family, the 3 emperors' martial strength was almost unrivaled. However, the only exception was the Marquis of Zijin in front of Yu Yang. He was a ranker whose strength was publicly acknowledged to be above the 3 emperors. 30 years ago, he had once challenged his brother, the Zijin Emperor Chu Tianshao, to fight for the Zijin Emperor's position. The whole soaring dragon continent was shaken by this. Countless warriors in the world watched, and the Zijin Emperor also agreed to this challenge. However, 1 month before the challenge, the arrogant Marquis of Zijin, because he spoke disrespectfully to the Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri when he was on a diplomatic mission to the Tianluo Empire, he was severely injured by one of the 3 heavenly imperial guardians of the Tianluo Empire, Night Empress. After that, the Marquis of Zijin challenged his brother, and after 3 days and 3 nights, he was defeated in the end. If it wasn't for the fact that he had yet to recover from his injuries, it would be hard to say who would have won this battle. Because of this, the Marquis of Zijin became famous after this battle, becoming the strongest king in the eyes of the people. Even the Zijin Emperor, Chu Tianshao, had specially set up a seat for his younger brother 9 steps below the dragon throne to show his respect to the Marquis of Zijin. Everyone felt that in terms of becoming the emperor, perhaps his brother Chu Tianshao was more suitable. However, in terms of strength, the Marquis of Zijin's strength was still a notch higher. The Marquis of Zijin was originally the 6th prince of the Zijin kingdom. However, after the battle for the Zijin emperor's position, the 3 emperors jointly conferred him the title of the one and only Marquis of Zijin. Yu Yang did not think that it was a good thing for such an awesome person to appear in front of him. Especially when he was still at the hot spring lake where the hard-shelled dragon fruit grew. Yu Yang's vigilance had reached its limit. He was a little unsure if this fellow had followed him here, or if he had been lying in ambush. If the Marquis of Zijin had come to snatch the hard-shelled dragon fruit, he should have left after he had succeeded. Why would he still stay here? If he had followed him here, when did it happen? In the ant hole, or not long ago? You've heard my name, shouldn't you pay your respects to me? Let's not talk about the fact that I'm a marquis. Even if I'm a senior, a strong warrior, you should still show the respect that you deserve, right? The Marquis of Zijin looked at Yu Yang with a unique arrogant expression. His gaze was as sharp as a spear. You're thinking of smashing my head when I lower my head to pay my respects, right? Yu Yang tried his best to maintain a natural expression. At this time, he must not let his enemy see through his full strength, or else he would be in danger. Oh, that's indeed what I'm thinking. I'm not willing to see a young man whose strength I can't see through slowly grow up. The Marquis of Zijin actually nodded his head in acknowledgement. With his hands behind his back, he casually promised to Yu Yang, before I kill you, I can give you 3 choices. You can choose 3 different ways to die. You can resist, and then die tragically after I smash all your bones and internal organs into pieces. You can also choose not to resist, and let me kill you instantly with 1 finger, dying without even the slightest bit of pain. Lastly, you can use all your strength to escape, and let me catch up to you. I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and soak you in this hot spring, dying from the pain. Think about it carefully. Once you've made your choice, I'll make my move. Yu Yang had never seen such an arrogant person in his entire life. He thought that he was very arrogant, but compared to the Marquis of Zijin, he seemed to be lacking by quite a bit. He was arrogant, but he had never thought about reasoning with him. But this guy, on the other hand, treated his arrogance as a matter of course. Hearing this, Yu Yang revealed a smile. Can I choose to commit suicide? The Marquis of Zijin coldly and heartlessly shook his head in rejection. Without my permission, it's impossible for you to commit suicide. I don't care if you are the Marquis of Zijin or the Monkey of Zijin. These are all idiotic bullshit. Do you think that just because you've lived for 2 more years, you can dictate the life and death of others? In front of the Marquis of Zijin, Yu Yang raised his middle finger. You can act cool, but don't act like an idiot. Looks like you've already made your choice. The Marquis of Zijin was actually not angry. Instead, he calmly asked, now, are you prepared to die? What about you? Are you prepared to die? Yu Yang asked back. At the same time, the Huijin magic blade in his hand slashed out like lightning, aiming at the Marquis of Zijin's face. Fireworks exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire underground world trembled because of Yu Yang's slash. A deep fissure appeared on the surface of the hot spring lake due to the chi of the blade, setting off a huge wave that was 2 meters high, spreading to both sides. However, after a second, Yu Yang's gaze froze. Because he saw that the slash that he had prepared for a long time with all his might was actually caught by the Marquis of Zijin's 2 fingers. The Huijin magic blade, which had the power of a thunderbolt that could completely split gold and stone, was caught between the Marquis of Zijin's index and middle fingers, unable to move an inch forward. Abnormal. Yu Yang could not help but think of this word. However, Yu Yang, who had been specially trained by the big loli in his dream world, was definitely not the kind of fool who would just wait helplessly for death when he saw the enemy's strength. When the Marquis of Zijin's other hand smashed towards him, Yu Yang summoned the skill that he had learned from Little Winley the instant he succeeded. A silver grimoire appeared, and a protective shield rose up at an unstoppable speed, sending the Marquis of Zijin flying. Yu Yang saw that the protective shield trembled slightly from the force of the palm. He was overwhelmed with shock, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Marquis of Zijin was not as abnormal as the demon King Xianxia, and had no way to break the protective shield. If it was the demon King Xianxia who attacked with a palm or a finger, the protective shield might not be able to withstand it. Then, Yu Yang would have a headache. At that time, even the protective shield of Little Wen Li's diamond grimoire could not withstand the demon King Xianxia's angry finger. Now, it seemed that although the Marquis of Zijin was powerful, he was not completely unbeatable. Yu Yang immediately used the giant shadow on his body. 100 times his strength exploded in an instant, allowing Yu Yang to completely regain his confidence in fighting the opponent. He did not use a teleportation scroll to leave, but instead adjusted his breathing and circulated his innate chi, preparing to have a big fight with the Marquis of Zijin. On the other hand, the Marquis of Zijin, who was slowly descending from the sky, had a look of surprise on his face for a second. He did not think that Yu Yang could actually summon a grimoire at such a young age. He felt that if the protective shield of the grimoire had not blocked his palm, this brat would have broken all his bones and broken all his internal organs. What surprised him the most was that this brat did not take the opportunity to escape, but summoned his beast instead, as if he wanted to fight with him. Could it be that he was really that confident? Playing summoning? I'll play with you then. The Marquis of Zijin summoned a platinum grimoire and casually flipped through a few pages, as if choosing a beast. In the end, he casually chose one and summoned it. This monster had the head of a jackal, the body of a human, the legs of a cow, and the wings of a bat. However, it seemed to have some intelligence. It knew how to use a greatsword as a weapon, and its body was also covered in blue armor. Its scarlet eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. When it was summoned, it immediately knelt in front of the Marquis of Zijin, as if it was offering its most respectful loyalty to its master. Yu Yang took a look and discovered that this monster was silver-ranked level 6. He was slightly happy in his heart. It seemed that the Marquis of Zijin had not seen through his true strength. Under the protection of the counterfeit, inherent skill, the enemy would always misevaluate and greatly underestimate his strength. This was because they didn't believe that a young man like him could be an innate ranker. Their thinking was easily limited by reality. They would never have thought that he was a man from another world, an exception. Come, what is a purple gold monkey? Other than Great Sage Sun that monkey, the other monkeys are all fleeting clouds. Yu Yang kept his silver grimoire and walked out with his Huijin magic blade. Eh? The Marquis of Zijin's expression really changed this time. Not only did this brat not run away, he even kept his grimoire. Was he really not afraid of death? Without a shield, I can kill him at any time. What is he thinking? This is too strange. Yu Yang's actions made the Marquis of Zijin puzzled. He frowned slightly and kept his platinum grimoire as well. With his hands behind his back, he stood in front of Yu Yang from afar. However, he did not immediately attack Yu Yang. He only gave the ugly monster a look, hinting it to go and kill Yu Yang. He was not in a hurry to kill Yu Yang, but he wanted to test Yu Yang's strength. The ugly monster received its master's order and leaped into the air. With a flap of its wings, it flew towards Yu Yang like lightning. The giant sword slashed down from the sky. Yu Yang dodged and avoided the sword light. Just as he was about to counterattack, he suddenly saw the ugly monster spin at a high speed in the sky. The sword light spun like a top. This was the human's battle technique whirlwind blade. The difference was that humans stood on the ground and spun, while this monster spun in the sky. Yu Yang leaped backwards, retreating out of the attack range of the sword light. The ugly monster flapped its wings rapidly and chased after him. In the end, it forced Yu Yang to retreat into the lake. This ugly monster was indeed intelligent. Seeing that Yu Yang was forced into the lake, the bloodthirsty light in its red eyes became even more intense. It spun and chased after him at an even faster speed. The Marquis of Zijin was a little flabbergasted. He did not think that this masked brat would fall into a disadvantageous position so easily. Retreating into the lake was most likely a trick. However, he did not control or warn his summoned beast at all. Instead, he watched quietly, watching Yu Yang's counterattack. He also hoped to find some clues to determine Yu Yang's identity. The Marquis of Zijin was sure that this brat in front of him was a young ranker that was secretly nurtured by one of the 4 major sects. This was because he did not know him at all. There was also no such young ranker in this world. How could a person like him not even be selected as one of the 3 great killing stars? Even if he was not selected, how could he be unknown? And most importantly, with this brat's skills and courage, he was definitely not from a normal family. He was definitely a young ranker that was secretly nurtured by one of the 4 major sects. Counterattack! Yu Yang shouted loudly, raising his magic blade and feigning an attack. That ugly monster could obviously understand human language. Upon hearing it, it immediately became defensive and vigilant, and its spinning speed also slowed down by a lot. Yu Yang gave it a try, and it was indeed as he had expected. He raised his magic blade repeatedly and shouted a counterattack. In the end, that ugly monster was completely confused by him. Its attacks were thwarted again and again, and in the end, its spiral attack completely disintegrated into nothingness. What an idiot! Yu Yang mocked loudly. When the ugly monster heard him and flew towards him, flustered and exasperated, Yu Yang was treading on the surface of the lake, using his magic blade to slowly spin the water surface. The Marquis of Zijin noticed the abnormality. The true power did not lie in the purple flames on the magic blade, but in the turbulent water whirlpool under this brat's feet. Unknowingly, there was already a huge whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, but the surface of the lake was still as calm as before. What made the Marquis of Zijin's heart skip a beat was that this masked brat's magic blade was used extremely cleverly. He compared it carefully, but found that he was unable to do this. In the instant that the ugly monster slashed at Yu Yang's face, Yu Yang's Huijin magic blade arrived first despite being launched later, hitting the tip of that huge sword. Then, he took advantage of the momentum and the ugly monster suddenly lost control, falling heavily towards the surface of the lake. It raised its wings and flapped wildly, trying to fly up. Yu Yang slashed at the bat wings on its back with his magic blade and laughed coldly, "Go down and become a water ghost." The ugly monster fell onto the surface of the lake with a loud bang. Originally, with its strength, even if it was injured, it could still fly up into the sky within 2 seconds. However, the strange whirlpool at the bottom of the lake did not even give it the chance to struggle before it was swallowed up. In the sky, a palm print was placed on Yu Yang's head. "You go down and become a water ghost too." It was the Marquis of Zijin. Even though Yu Yang had already placed the highest amount of attention on him, he still had no way of capturing the Marquis of Zijin's movements. Yu Yang completely did not understand how this fellow could move to the top of his head in an instant. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, and then appeared out of thin air again. There was no trace of movement in between, not even a hint of movement. If there was, Yu Yang would definitely be able to sense it. However, the strange truth was that the enemy seemed to have control over the entire space. He could disappear and appear anywhere he wanted, including the top of Yu Yang's head. Looking at the palm that was just inches away from him, Yu Yang fell down at an extremely fast speed, his entire back falling onto the surface of the lake. A cold killing intent flashed across the Marquis of Zijin's eyes. No one could escape from his hands. Never, as long as he wanted to kill, no one could escape. When the palm was about to hit Yu Yang's face, the Marquis of Zijin snorted coldly, "Brat, you're still too inexperienced." However, in the thousandth of a second, in the instant when the palm force exploded, he discovered that the masked brat under his palm had disappeared. At the same time, in the sky, there was a terrifying force that could almost overturn rivers and seas, accompanied by an unstoppable fist that ruthlessly struck the Marquis of Zijin's life gate acupuncture point on his back. It was Yu Yang. Unknowingly, he and the Marquis of Zijin had exchanged positions and roles. From being attacked, he had become the one attacking. "You're practically looking for death." The Marquis of Zijin flew into a rage. He turned his body, and at the same time that he had dissipated most of the force from his fist, his other left palm slapped towards Yu Yang's chest 10 times faster and stronger than his previous right palm. He no longer had the mood or patience to tease his prey. His first move was a fatal blow. 2 idiots. Yu Yang did not dodge at all. He only stretched out his hand and pointed at them. The silver grimoire was summoned in an instant, and a protective shield spread out from Yu Yang's body. The Marquis of Zijin's thunder-heavy palm smashed onto the protective shield with unparalleled power, causing the entire protective shield to slightly deform. However, the protective shield that was close to an absolute defense immediately bounced the Marquis of Zijin's entire body back into the lake. With a rumble, the Marquis of Zijin's palm force bounced back, smashing into the lake at high speed. Although in less than a second, he had split the surface of the lake and soared into the sky with splashes of water, his half-wet clothes couldn't hide the sorry state he was in after Yu Yang's scheme succeeded. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Moreover, it was the first time that he had been humiliated by a younger generation. "Damn it, masked brat, you're definitely dead meat. I'll let you see that in front of a truly strong person. Your so-called intelligence is simply the performance of a weakling. It's not even worth mentioning." The Marquis of Zijin was really angry in his heart. There had never been a younger generation that could make him so miserable. What made him feel the most uncomfortable was that he had actually been tricked by this brat. He hated the feeling of being tricked by others the most. That ugly monster struggled to get up from the lake. It opened up a pair of wet bat wings, preparing to fly up. Yu Yang suddenly put away his grimoire and landed on the ground without a sound. He stomped the ugly monster back into the water with one foot. His Huijin magic blade once again spun on the surface of the lake. The struggling ugly monster in the water was once again sucked into the whirlpool, deeper into the lake. The Marquis of Zijin disappeared. Yu Yang had been using his level 3, divine vision, to stare at him, but the Marquis of Zijin still easily disappeared in midair, not letting Yu Yang's divine vision discover any flaws. Die. When an angry voice came from behind Yu Yang, the Marquis of Zijin's fist had already landed on the fulcrum between Yu Yang's neck and his head. As long as his fist landed, Yu Yang would definitely die. With the terrifying strength of this fist, let alone a human, even a giant mammoth or a kodo beast would be smashed into a pile of mud. The Marquis of Zijin had absolute confidence in his own strength. No non-innate ranker's body would be able to withstand his destructive attack. Under this fist, there would only be one result for this brat, and that was to be smashed into pieces of flesh and blood, flying hundreds of meters away. The one who will die is you. Yu Yang roared. He completely ignored the Marquis of Zijin's fist, his 10 fingers clasped together, and the innate, invisible sword chi instantly exploded with the strongest sword strike he had ever used. He had planned this counterattack and waited for this opportunity for a long time. Wanting to kill the Marquis of Zijin with a normal weapon or fist? That would be the most ridiculous move. The best way to kill a level 6, elder, or above was to use the innate, invisible sword chi. Only this invincible and destructive sword chi could cause fatal damage to them. The Marquis of Zijin saw countless golden sword chi extending from Yu Yang's 10 fingers, and then converging into an incomparably sharp sword chi. He secretly cursed. He instinctively wanted to summon his grimoire to protect himself. However, he realized that he could not move his entire body. There was an invisible force that had bound his entire body. He had used all his strength in his fist and was currently pushing his body forward. At this moment, his protective shield had not been raised, and his strongest summoned beast had not been summoned yet. In addition, his entire body was bound to the point that he could not move at all. His opponent was a hidden, innate, and that innate sword chi was aimed at his forehead, about to deliver a fatal attack. In an instant, the shadow of death flashed across the Marquis of Zijin's heart. If he could regret, he would definitely not have fallen into the enemy's trap like this. He would have summoned his strongest summoned beast to protect himself. He would even rather let this brat go back and never meet him again. He would not have the intention to kill him, just because of a single mistake. He had actually fallen into the danger of death. The Marquis of Zijin almost went crazy. Who would have thought that this brat was an innate ranker who had hidden himself so deeply? Who would have thought that he also had an inherent skill that could bind a person's entire body? If he had known earlier, the Marquis of Zijin would definitely not have attacked so recklessly. However, there were no ifs in this world. He also understood this point, which was that he was too careless, too confident, and too stupid. Yu Yang pointed his strongest sword at the Marquis of Zijin's forehead, and his innate sword chi exploded. In an instant, a bloody hole was pierced through the Marquis of Zijin's forehead. At the moment when the binding technique was over, Yu Yang used his fastest speed and greatest strength to grab the Marquis of Zijin's head with both hands and twist it in the opposite direction, breaking the Marquis of Zijin's neck. When the binding technique was over, the Marquis of Zijin's fist still carried a destructive power as it struck forward. However, this punch could no longer cause any harm to Yu Yang, because Yu Yang had already soared into the sky after his successful surprise attack. Phew, that was close. Yu Yang's nervous heartbeat, which he had been suppressing until now, suddenly started to beat violently. The Marquis of Zijin was definitely the first strong enemy he had ever met in his life. Fortunately, the Marquis of Zijin did not see through his strength, allowing him to kill him instantly under the double surprise attack of his binding technique and innate invisible sword chi. If not for this, Yu Yang really did not dare to say who would have won this battle. Using his strongest attack to ambush the enemy's weakest point. In the end, his risky move had succeeded. Although Yu Yang had killed the Marquis of Zijin, his heartbeat still quickened. He felt lucky for his sneak attack just now. If the Marquis of Zijin had summoned his strongest beast right from the start, or if he had not unleashed his full strength, his body would not have been completely exposed to Yu Yang's sword fingers. Then this sneak attack might not have succeeded. The Marquis of Zijin was definitely not a careless person, but his perception was limited by reality. He had never thought that Yu Yang would be an innate ranker, and thought that he could kill Yu Yang easily. This was the root of his failure. Yu Yang finished adjusting his breathing in midair and prepared to land back on the ground. Unintentionally, he discovered that the Marquis of Zijin, who should have fallen into the lake and died, had strangely stood still on the surface of the lake. His neck had already been broken by Yu Yang's heavy hand. Fresh blood was also flowing out of his forehead. However, a scene that made Yu Yang's scalp go numb and his hair stand on end happened. This fellow, the Marquis of Zijin, had actually not died even after receiving such an attack. He could even tread on the surface of the lake without sinking. How was this possible? The Marquis of Zijin, whose neck had been broken and the space between his eyebrows pierced through, did not wait for the shocked Yu Yang to react and immediately summoned his platinum grimoire. After the protective shield was raised, he first summoned a flaming strengthening type beast and fused it with his body. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand and twisted Yu Yang's broken neck back, reconnecting the skull with the cervical vertebrae. He then took out a golden headband and tied up the bloody hole on his forehead tightly. Yu Yang was dumbstruck. He was completely stunned. Was this guy really a human? How could he not die from such a blow? Ever since I was young, I have experienced 1,328 battles. No one has ever been able to injure my face. Never. You are the first. The Marquis of Zijin slowly took off his shirt, revealing a body that was full of scars. There were hundreds of scars on his body, crisscrossing each other. However, in comparison, there was not a single scar on his face. The Marquis of Zijin pointed at the 5 finger-shaped scars on his chest that had already healed and said, "These were left by the Night Empress that year. She almost killed me. Luckily, I escaped quickly. However, even then, it was not as dangerous as today. You are the first human who has seriously threatened my life. I have never thought that I would die in your hands. Just a little bit more. If you were just a little bit stronger, I would have been in danger today. You are not human?" Yu Yang was 90% sure that this fellow was not human at all. He had used the same techniques that he used to deal with humans to deal with him, so it was useless. "I admit that I underestimated you, so you almost killed me. But luckily, you also underestimated me." The Marquis of Zijin was like a friend. His voice was gentle, without a trace of anger. Yu Yang's heart trembled. He hurriedly summoned his silver grimoire and raised his protective shield. This Marquis of Zijin was really too abnormal. At this moment, he must not be careless. Just as he raised his protective shield, Yu Yang discovered that in the second the protective shield was raised, a blood-red scythe burning with raging flames fiercely slashed at his back. However, at the critical moment, it was blocked by the protective shield. If he was a tenth of a second slower, his head would have been separated from his body by now. Yu Yang turned around and discovered a blood scythe demon whose body was more than 5 meters tall. It was currently raising a burning blood scythe and glaring at him fiercely. This Marquis of Zijin, when did he summon the blood scythe demon? Yu Yang looked carefully with his divine vision, and his heart rate soared to 300. Gold ranked level 7, this blood scythe demon, whose entire body was burning with raging flames, was gold ranked level 7. This was already the limit of creatures that could exist in the Soaring Dragon continent. Before this, Yu Yang had heard of many versions of beasts' levels. Mercenaries usually thought that normal ranked beasts could not level up to level 8 and above, and that only elite ranked beasts could. This included Yi Kong and the others from the past. This was because the normal ranked level 9 and normal ranked beasts were invisible. The 10,000-year ancient tree looked like a forest on the surface, but it was a huge old tree. The ocean king whale only appeared in the sea, and no one could see it. As for the level 10 island tortoise, its shell was completely the size of an island. It was said that it would not be crowded even if a city was built on it. These creatures were usually not discovered by mercenaries. Even if they saw them, they would ignore them. Mercenaries would not even think that they were beasts. However, Grandma Wu Ting's correct teachings had caused Yu Yang's understanding of beasts to change completely. She clearly pointed out that under normal circumstances, beasts above level 10 would not appear in the soaring dragon continent. Grandma Wu Ting did not say it, but Yu Yang knew that there was a hidden meaning in her words. She was referring to a law of nature. In the soaring dragon continent, the law of nature did not allow beasts above level 10 to exist. If beasts wanted to surpass level 10, they only needed to fulfill one requirement, and that was to transform into a human. Through transforming into a human, beasts could learn and improve like humans, breaking through to a new realm. Only then could they surpass level 10. Otherwise, level 10 was the peak limit of beasts. All beasts that did not fulfill the requirement of transforming into a human would be limited to level 10. They would become gigantic existences, invincible existences in a certain region of the soaring dragon continent. Beasts transforming into humans had always been a secret among secrets. Only true rankers were allowed to know these secrets that normal people could not know. Yu Yang suspected that the Marquis of Zijin in front of him was actually a super strong beast that had transformed into a human through transforming into a human. Otherwise, a normal human's body would not be able to survive with their brains destroyed and necks broken. The most important point was that the Marquis of Zijin's own words had also unconsciously admitted this point. This Marquis of Zijin was definitely not a human. Could it be that he was the giant dragon that the mercenaries had heard before? Yu Yang did not think too much. He immediately took out a teleportation scroll and inserted his spiritual chi into it, preparing to teleport away. Fighting against a giant dragon that could evolve into a human? Fighting against a ranker that would not die even if his head was pierced through and his neck broken? Yu Yang was not that bothered. That kind of meaningless battle was not what Yu Yang pursued. Moreover, the Marquis of Zijin had a gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon as his beast. Who would want to fight against him? What was strange was that the Marquis of Zijin should have hated Yu Yang to the bone. However, when he saw Yu Yang teleporting away, he did not have any reaction at all. When Yu Yang entered the teleportation door, he immediately felt that something was amiss. To his horror, he discovered that the place he had teleported to was not the camp at the bottom of the valley, but in front of the Marquis of Zijin. In the sky, the blood scythe demon seemed to have long known that Yu Yang's teleportation point would land in front of the Marquis of Zijin. The blood scythe slashed downwards, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Yu Yang was greatly shocked. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but found that his body was moving in the opposite direction, as if he was going to meet the blood scythe head-on and die. The movement and control of his body had the opposite result. This was definitely the Marquis of Zijin's doing. He could control space. Yu Yang secretly thought that it was over. In less than a tenth of a second, he would not be able to summon his silver grimoire or raise his protective shield. Would Little Winley be able to receive the gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon's head-on slash? Moreover, there was still the Marquis of Zijin's heavy palm that could attack at any time. In the moment of life and death, Yu Yang raised his arm and used the golden beast's wrist guard to receive the terrifying blood scythe. His right hand faced the Marquis of Zijin who was attacking him, and used binding chains. For the second time, however, the ugly monster at the bottom of the water suddenly exploded, slashing upwards with its giant sword, intending to cut Yu Yang into two halves. Above was the blood scythe, below was the giant sword, and behind was the most terrifying heavy palm. Yu Yang realized that he had fallen into a dangerous situation that he had never been in before. His life was on the line. Just as the Marquis of Zijin's eyes revealed a cruel killing intent, as the blood scythe demon unleashed his greatest strength to slash downwards, and as the ugly monster was about to succeed in its sneak attack, a protective shield suddenly spread out from Yu Yang's body, blocking everything outside. It was Little Winley who had summoned her diamond grimoire in time. What a treasure! Yu Yang was extremely excited as he hugged the shadow in front of him. However, as soon as he held it in his hands, he realized that something was wrong. Little Winley was a little lowly. There shouldn't be any bulges on her chest. Why were there two lumps? Yu Yang was puzzled as he used his hands to pinch them. He realized that the elasticity was astonishing. How was this a little lowly? This was obviously an older sister with a hot and sexy body. Could it be that city mistress Fallen Flowers had rushed over to save him, or was it that older sister, Princess Sisai? This feeling was too wonderful, It felt much bigger than an apple. The only thing he could be sure of was that this was not that girl, Anan. Just as Yu Yang was letting his imagination run wild, the shadow in front of him who had instantly summoned her grimoire to save his life turned around. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yu Yang like frost, practically wanting to freeze Yu Yang into an ice sculpture. Let go. The owner of the beautiful eyes was furious. Her anger was different from normal. The angrier she was, the colder she was. I'm sorry, it's just a natural reaction. Yu Yang was so scared that his heart was about to fly out. This beauty was not City Mistress Fallen Flowers, nor was it Princess Sisai, nor was it Anan. Instead, it was the female thief that Yu Yang had met on the road who liked to read books. At this moment, Yu Yang's wolf-like claws were still on the other party's chest. This posture, even Yu Yang himself despised himself a little. He was really too savage and too wretched. This is also a natural reaction. The female thief raised the ancient book in her hands and slapped Yu Yang to the ground with a paw sound. Not only was Yu Yang thick-skinned, he was even more thick-skinned. He jumped up and immediately pretended to be refined and courteous. Beauty, I'm sorry, I grabbed you by mistake just now. Actually, I'm an upright gentleman. Once you hear my name, Xue Tanlang, you'll know how upright I am. Xue Tanlang's hair is silvery white. The female thief immediately exposed Yu Yang's impersonation. Actually I'm Yan Pajun. I was just joking with you just now. Yu Yang was secretly sweating. It seemed that this beauty not only liked to read books, but also paid attention to handsome guys. Yan Pajun has a lion dog. The female thief rolled her eyes. If he wanted to impersonate someone, he should have found someone who wasn't too famous. Who didn't know the 3 great killing stars? If he wanted to impersonate the 3 great killing stars, unless he was blind, anyone would be able to see through him. I also have a dog called Lion Dog. It's just that I didn't bring it with me today. First of all, thank you Beauty for saving my life. I've decided to pay you 1 million gold coins as a reward. Coincidentally, I didn't bring such a small amount of change with me today, but it's okay. You can go to my Yan clan to ask for it. I'll give you an IOU later. I, Yan Pajun, always do what I say. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. May I ask for your name, Beauty? Even if Yu Yang's identity was exposed, he still forcefully impersonated Yan Pajun's name. In any case, he wouldn't be so stupid as to say that he was actually the Yu clan's 3rd young master in front of the Marquis of Zijin. That wouldn't be heroic, that would be courting death. There were benefits in impersonating Yan Pajun. The one who molested the beauty was him, and the one who took the blame was him. Moreover, if the Marquis of Zijin wanted to settle the score, he wouldn't be able to find him. He didn't know what the Marquis of Zijin was up to, but he kept silent. On the other hand, the mysterious female thief who liked to read stared at the guy from another world with her cold eyes and snorted. Why don't you say you're Fatty Hai De Fu? Yu Yang was dumbfounded. This beauty actually knew Fatty Hai. In that case, she should also know him. Who exactly was she? How did she know him and stalk him? Did she want to push him down? I'm not interested in knowing who you are. I only want to know what other ultimate moves you have. Quickly take them out and defeat the Marquis of Zijin. The mysterious beauty brought the topic back to the main point. Hearing this, Yu Yang's mood immediately turned sour. Defeat the Marquis of Zijin? What a joke. Even if his head exploded and his neck was broken, he still wouldn't die. What else could he do to defeat him? I'm out of ideas. What about you? Yu Yang shrugged and asked. I estimate that in another 50 years, I will have a way to defeat him. The mysterious beauty replied. What about now? Yu Yang almost fainted when he heard this. What I can do now is to kick you out to attract his attention and then take the opportunity to escape. What do you think? The mysterious beauty asked seriously. Nothing much. Yu Yang immediately objected. Think carefully. I'm a man. At most, I'll be killed by the Marquis of Zijin. Once my head is chopped off, the pain will pass and I'll be free. But you're different. You're a woman, and a beauty at that. If he catches up to you, he might do those evil things that I want to do but don't dare to do. At that time, you'll probably die a tragic death. Maybe you don't know, but I heard that the Marquis of Zijin likes handsome guys, especially handsome guys like you who are 99,999 times more handsome than the three great killing stars. When the mysterious beauty said this, Yu Yang's scalp went numb. When did this beauty eavesdrop on his conversation? It turned out that he had said this to the royal swordswoman, Princess Sisai. Now this mysterious beauty also knew about it. Yu Yang didn't think that the Princess Sisai, Tigress, was a talkative person. His other cousin, Yu Yu, was even less likely to boast that her brother was a handsome guy. If this mysterious beauty didn't eavesdrop on him when he was joking with Princess Sisai, then how did she know all these? Could it be that she was Princess Sisai's bosom friend? But why had he never heard Princess Sisai mention her before? What made Yu Yang sweat profusely was that the Marquis of Zijin, who was standing opposite him, actually agreed with the mysterious beauty's words. He nodded and said, "That's right, I do like handsome guys." This sentence made Yu Yang's heart beat wildly. He was quite frightened. It's over. His chrysanthemum is in danger. In order to protect his sacred chrysanthemum, Yu Yang decided to throw caution to the wind and fight the Marquis of Zijin, this pervert. He first patted his wildly beating heart and calmed himself down. Then, he asked the mysterious beauty, "Let's join hands to fight the enemy. Do you have a way to break his teleportation?" "What teleportation?" The mysterious beauty was curious and asked back. "Didn't you see it just now? The Marquis of Zijin, this pervert, knows how to move at a terrifying speed. He disappears from one place and reappears from another. It's very hard to fathom. If we can think of a way to counter this move of his, then we can fight. Otherwise, we will definitely lose." What Yu Yang said was the truth. Fighting against a ranker who knew how to teleport was just asking for abuse. Moreover, this fellow was a super perverted ranker who couldn't be killed. That's his inherent skill, space teleportation. The mysterious beauty was rendered speechless by Yu Yang's basic knowledge. Damn, how can his inherent skill be so good? This is too unfair. I want to lodge a complaint against the god of heaven gaming company. This is definitely a bug. Yu Yang was extremely jealous. Space teleportation, inherent skill, how could people live like this? What god of heaven gaming company? What's a bug? The mysterious beauty was confused by this brat's new terminology. Even the Marquis of Zijin, who was standing opposite her, had a strange expression on his face. The mysterious beauty scanned Yu Yang from head to toe, then asked curiously, "All demon kings have the same inherent skill, which is space manipulation. Don't tell me you don't know about this?" He's a demon king?" Yu Yang was shocked. This Marquis of Zijin was a demon king who came from the demon abyss. No wonder he had a gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon as his beast. He was actually a demon king, but thinking about it carefully, something was not right. The Marquis of Zijin was a demon king? This was not possible. Previously, Demon King Xianxia was so powerful. He could beat her fallen flowers to the ground with just one hand. No matter how powerful this Marquis of Zijin was, he probably couldn't even compare to a tenth of Demon King Xianxia. Was he also a demon king? Wasn't this kind of demon king a little too weak? If he was a demon king, then who was the one who made the dragon roar that the mercenaries had heard underground? Yu Yang was confused as he asked, how can he be a demon king? Isn't he a human that transformed from a red dragon or black dragon underground? The mysterious beauty sweated profusely. There are no red dragons or black dragons in the soaring dragon continent. They are the products of the demon abyss. Even if they came to the soaring dragon continent to settle down, they wouldn't hide in this kind of underground cave. Other than ants, there's nothing else here. What would they eat? As for transforming into a human, that's not something that any living creature can do. They must have extremely high intelligence, and there are many other conditions. The Marquis of Zijin is not a demon king yet. He should be the prince of the demon abyss, a future demon king. There's a rule in the demon abyss. All demon kings must go to the soaring dragon continent to learn human knowledge and experience. Only then can they return to become demon kings. That's right, it's like that. The Marquis of Zijin nodded his head in acknowledgement. All demon kings must learn humans' innate combat skills. If they can't learn it, they won't be recognized. Even if they become demon kings, they would still allow others to easily seize their throne. Innate combat skills are so powerful? Isn't summoning the strongest skill in the Soaring Dragon continent? Yu Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. His mouth was so big that 3 big steamed buns could be stuffed in. The mysterious beauty and the Marquis of Zijin looked at him as if he was an idiot. Summoning is the strongest, but that's only for normal people. Innate is another realm, and you can't look at it from a secular point of view. Moreover, don't you think that innate combat skills combined with summoning would be even stronger? It's said that when one reaches the peak of the realm, these 2 skills complement each other, and neither can be dispensed with. The mysterious beauty rarely explained to Yu Yang, but he didn't know what kind of mentality she had. Write down the combat skill that you know, and I'll let you live. I can swear to the demon god. The Marquis of Zijin said this very sincerely. There was no trace of hatred or revenge on his face, only restraint and sincerity. All right, look over here. Yu Yang raised his middle finger, and it was 2 fingers at that. You 2 are dead for sure. Struggling is useless. The Marquis of Zijin didn't mind waiting for a few more minutes. As long as the time limit of the protective shield was up, it would be the time of their deaths. Who taught you your combat skills? The mysterious beauty was also very curious about the sword strike that Yu Yang had used to kill the Marquis of Zijin in an instant. Wasn't it you who taught me? Master Xiaolong knew, all of Guaer's martial arts were taught by you. Ah, that's not right, I should call you Long Air. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, the mysterious beauty slapped him to the ground with her book. What nonsense are you talking about? Moreover, stalling for time is useless against the Marquis of Zijin. He can only control the space for at least 3 hours, and the range is at least 1 kilometer. We can't wait for that time, and we can't escape that far. Is there any other way? If there isn't, then we'll just start fighting. Every minute that passes, my combat power will weaken a little. Tell me quickly, is there any other way? Speaking of which, I do have a way. Yu Yang stood up very seriously. When the mysterious beauty and the Marquis of Zijin both pricked up their ears to listen, Yu Yang suddenly flew in front of the Marquis of Zijin like lightning, his Huijin magic blade tearing the sky and splitting the earth as it slashed down. His method was a sneak attack. The Marquis of Zijin snorted slightly. His figure disappeared and appeared on the surface of the lake 100 meters away. The blood scythe demon in the sky did not wait for Yu Yang, whose sneak attack had failed, to escape back into the protective shield. It had already flown in front of him, blocking his way. The blood scythe and the Huijin magic blade in Yu Yang's hands were raised at the same time. Each of them fiercely slashed towards the other's body. Just as that flaming blood scythe was about to slash Yu Yang's face, it was completely frozen by the binding chains, inherent skill. Yu Yang's Huijin magic blade fiercely slashed the demon's heart on its chest. At the same time, the mysterious beauty appeared in a flash. As if she had practiced it thousands of times, she cooperated and attacked the blood scythe demon's heart from the back. Her lily-white hand scattered a strange cold light. The ugly monster pounced down from the sky, preparing to sneak an attack on Yu Yang. However, it was kicked in the face by Yu Yang's thigh like a whirlwind, sending it flying. That blood scythe demon was completely unafraid after being hit twice. It waved the burning blood scythe horizontally, spinning and slashing. It first slashed at the afterimage of Yu Yang's body at an extremely fast speed, and then went to behead the mysterious beauty behind him. When Yu Yang saw this, he jumped in fright and hurriedly flew over to help. However, before his wolf claws could hug the mysterious beauty's fragrant body, he had already been sent flying by her elbow. The blood scythe quickly slashed at the mysterious beauty's neck, but it did not hit the real body. The mysterious beauty disappeared just like the Marquis of Zijin, and appeared soundlessly behind Yu Yang again. She instantly summoned her gold grimoire, using a protective shield to block the Marquis of Zijin's demon whip that was swinging down from afar. This thunderous attack shook the protective shield. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, Yu Yang would probably be in trouble. In terms of battle experience, she was much richer than Yu Yang. She could easily coordinate with Yu Yang's attacks, but Yu Yang, who was used to fighting alone, had no way to coordinate with her. The sneak attack failed, but fortunately he was unharmed. Seeing that the danger had passed and the battle had become a stalemate again, Yu Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, he asked the mysterious beauty quietly, "Are you also a demon king? Are you the princess of the demon abyss? Have you gone crazy thinking about the princess? This is not my inherent skill, it's my beast, gentle wind fairy. Don't come too close to me, I'm afraid that your foolishness will be contagious." The mysterious beauty seemed to be very familiar with Yu Yang's words and actions. Even though Yu Yang was sure that he had never seen her before, from her mouth, she would say that Yu Yang had teased a certain beauty before. "Who exactly are you?" Yu Yang's curiosity exploded. Who exactly was this girl? Don't worry about who I am. I'll tell you now, I'll give you at most 1 minute to kill that gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon. Otherwise, we'll all die here. The mysterious beauty said this very calmly, as if it was a natural thing to do. Beauty, you also know that it's a gold-ranked level 7 beast. I'm not a deity, how can I defeat it in 1 minute? Yu Yang expressed his helplessness. Why don't we swap and let you deal with the Marquis of Zijin? The mysterious beauty was very democratic, letting Yu Yang choose. Then I'll go deal with that damned blood scythe demon. Yu Yang knew that the Marquis of Zijin was even harder to deal with than the blood scythe demon. What was more terrifying was that he could teleport. Once he was on guard, it would be very difficult to kill him. If Yu Yang fought with him, the Marquis of Zijin would probably either chase Yu Yang away with his heavy palm, or Yu Yang would chase him away with his innate sword chi. He would definitely not be able to defeat him. I'll give you 1 minute. Finish off the blood scythe demon, then come and help me. The mysterious beauty gave this impossible task to Yu Yang. Alright, where's that ugly monster? Yu Yang pointed at another silver-ranked level 6 monster with a jackal's head and bat wings. Finish it off while you're at it. The mysterious beauty gave this wonderful task to Yu Yang. That's easy, but if you're willing to give me a kiss, then I believe the process will become even simpler. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, the mysterious beauty had already kicked his butt, sending him flying towards the Marquis of Zijin. Yu Yang's hands glowed with a golden light, as if there was sword chi breaking out of his body. The Marquis of Zijin's face darkened, but he did not fight it head-on. With a flick of his whip, his figure disappeared and reappeared tens of meters away. Although the mysterious beauty and Yu Yang's sneak attack was very sudden, it was not a threat at all to the Marquis of Zijin who could control space. Of course, Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty who knew this was just a feint. Their goal was to force the Marquis of Zijin to retreat. Their real target was the blood scythe demon. At the same time, the mysterious beauty flashed above the blood scythe demon's head. With a light press of her lily-white hands, she summoned a frost storm that was even colder than the tornado that Shui Tanlang had summoned. What was even more miraculous was that the area where she had struck the blood scythe demon's heart previously, was now displaying its full power under the call of the frost storm. In an instant, it turned into a continuously growing and condensing frost. It was incomparably powerful, and even the flames on the blood scythe demon's body were frozen. Yu Yang discovered that the mysterious beauty's freezing ability was much more powerful than Lich Suaji's demon crystal ice soul sphere. The gold-ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis was not of the fire element, but this gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon was of the fire element. She could also use ice to freeze things. From this, it could be seen how terrifying her ability was. Yu Yang realized that her power had far exceeded his imagination. Compared to the other Ice Cube guy, Snow Island Wolf, this mysterious beauty's ice power was stronger and she was better at hiding. Yu Yang did not expect her to have such a miraculous effect. However, being amazed was just being amazed. Yu Yang's reaction was not slow at all. Now that it was a matter of life and death, Yu Yang could no longer care about hiding his strength. He summoned the gold-ranked level 5 Bloody Queen in an instant. With a scream, the ugly monster was shaken until it became dizzy. At the same time, the dragon-slaying dagger pierced deeply into the back of the ugly monster's head. The barbaric cow shadow pulled the blood scythe demon's legs and ruthlessly smashed it onto the rock island. Amidst the flying ice shards, Yu Yang danced down like a dragon. He gave up on his Huijin magic blade which was burning with purple flames, and switched to using the gold-armored puppet's giant club. He used all his strength and smashed it down heavily on the spot between the two horns of the blood-scythe demon's head. Without a sound, the Marquis of Zijin appeared behind Yu Yang, his heavy palm imprinted on his back. He had also been waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The mysterious beauty crashed into Yu Yang's embrace. Her body made an extremely ingenious exchange as she used her back to forcefully block the Marquis of Zijin's fatal heavy palm. A delicate shout was heard. The one who was sent flying into the air was actually the Marquis of Zijin, whose palm strength could shatter mountains and split rocks. On the mysterious beauty's back, the clothes at the spot where the palm was struck instantly turned into powder, dispersing with the wind, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Yu Yang knew that this was her trying to buy time for him. With a loud shout, he exploded with all his strength. His innate chi shot out like a sword, several times stronger than usual. The golden sword light that was almost half a foot long pierced deeply into the blood-scythe demon's slightly dented forehead after it received a heavy blow. Then, following Yu Yang's spiral finger energy, it twisted the inside of the blood-scythe demon into a complete mess. While Yu Yang was using all his strength to kill the blood-scythe demon, the Marquis of Zijin was also using all his strength to kill the mysterious beauty. He could tell that although the masked brat was good at both offense and defense, he was best at attacking. On the other hand, the mysterious beauty was good at both offense and defense, but she was better at defense. If it was one-on-one, neither of them would be his opponent. However, once the two of them cooperated, their combined battle power would increase by 10 times, becoming an extremely difficult enemy to deal with. Hence, he had to kill one of them first. This masked brat was hard to kill. He had a binding, inherent skill. If he forcefully killed him, it would be easy for him to counterattack instead. The mysterious beauty was even harder to kill, but she had a fatal flaw. She had to use her body to protect the masked brat, covering him to kill his blood-scythe demon. Right now, he didn't need to think about anything else. The most important thing was to kill this mysterious female thief. Without her extremely strong battle awareness and almost unbreakable defense, the victory of this battle would belong to him. The Marquis of Zijin made his move. His whip was like a poisonous python, biting towards the mysterious beauty's head. The sound of the whip whistled through the air, especially after it was brandished. The speed was so fast that the whip's shadow could not be seen. The mysterious beauty used her body to cover Yu Yang, who was attacking crazily, not retreating a single step. She let out another shout, her body slightly emitting a wave of ripples, dispersing the whip's vibrating force and sending it back with 10 times the force. This was her element-type beast reverse current. Together with gentle wind and 2 other beasts, it was one of her 4 great beasts. The Marquis of Zijin immediately abandoned his whip. Just now, he had lured the enemy to attack. His goal was to let the enemy's beast's skill take effect in advance. Next, it would be his heavy thunder palm's fatal blow. As long as this palm hit, without the assistance of reverse current skill that could dispel and reflect the force, the mysterious beauty would immediately perish. Ayaya! The bloody queen in the sky pounced down, her banshee scream exploding above the Marquis of Zijin's head. However, the banshee scream that could even make the demon commander Ma Liang faint did not have much of an effect on the Marquis of Zijin. The Marquis of Zijin swung his arm and punched backwards, creating an incomparably cold fist wind that sent the bloody queen flying. His heavy right palm continued to strike towards the mysterious beauty's head without changing direction. What he wanted was to kill her in one hit. Yu Yang originally wanted to turn around and save her, but the mysterious beauty elbowed him, warning him not to be distracted. She raised both her hands up high, her 10 fingers releasing numerous white lightning bolts. With a boom, the lightning struck the Marquis of Zijin's body. The Marquis of Zijin disappeared. He escaped 100 meters away, his chest heaving up and down uncontrollably. His sneak attack had failed, and he had been struck by lightning instead. This time, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. The Marquis of Zijin's hair was slightly disheveled. His left hand that had blocked the attack just now was black and smoking. It was obvious that after being struck by lightning, even someone as strong as him did not feel good. Again. Shock him so hard that even his grandmother won't be able to recognize him. Yu Yang was overjoyed. Don't bother about me. The mysterious beauty was furious. Her figure swayed slightly. The spiritual energy in her body had been severely depleted. After continuous fierce battles, she had almost reached her limit. Yu Yang brandished his dragon-slaying dagger and randomly stabbed the blood-scythe demon's heart and head. However, this blood-scythe demon's body had reached an abnormal level. Even if it was frozen and its head exploded, its magic crystal shattered by innate sword chi and its heart pierced by the dragon-slaying dagger, it still did not die. Moreover, its condition was rapidly improving. If it was allowed to recover its battle power, coupled with the Marquis of Zijin's sneak attack, this battle would be dangerous. Yu Yang realized that the Marquis of Zijin did not care about the blood-scythe demon's life or death at all. Unfortunately, this was not a guardian beast either. A bad premonition suddenly flashed through his heart. There's a trap. This blood-scythe demon might not be able to be killed using normal methods. He carried the mysterious beauty on his back and quickly wrapped a long ribbon around her, tightly tying her fragrant and delicate body to his back. Originally, Yu Yang had used this move to protect Yu Bing. He did not think that he would use it on this strange mysterious beauty. Seeing that he was unable to kill the blood-scythe demon who had an abnormal recovery ability, Yu Yang immediately broke into a run. If it was a normal day, the 36 stratagems, escape is the best stratagem, would have worked for Yu Yang, who was used to running away. Unfortunately, he had encountered the Marquis of Zijin, who could control space. Yu Yang flew more than 10 meters in an instant. Not only did he not succeed in escaping, he had instead landed at the edge of the volcano. The Marquis of Zijin looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, completely ignoring Yu Yang's attempt to escape. The heavily injured blood-scythe demon crawled up painfully. Its wounds were recovering rapidly. Seeing that something was wrong, Yu Yang hurriedly recalled the barbarian cow shadow and the bloody queen back into his grimoire. Although the continuous attacks had greatly weakened the blood-scythe demon's battle power, Yu Yang realized that he was unable to kill this blood-scythe demon who had an extremely strong recovery ability. Unless he could shoot out a long sword chi and destroy its body that could not be pierced by any sword other than the dragon-slaying dagger. Normal methods would not be able to kill this strange blood-scythe demon at all. You must use a plant-type beast to restrain the blood-scythe demon. Do you have any strong plant-type beasts? The mysterious beauty asked tiredly. Yes, but you might be disappointed if I tell you. The only plant-type beast that I can summon is a thorny flower, and it's only a level 1/1. When Yu Yang said this, the mysterious beauty was speechless. What use could a level 1 thorny flower have? Although Yu Yang tried to downplay it as much as possible, the Marquis of Zijin felt a sense of danger in his heart. His rancorous intuition told him that he could not let this masked brat summon a thorny flower, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The warriors of the soaring dragon continent might have already forgotten the great lesson in the history of the demon abyss, but in the demon abyss, any intelligent creature would never forget that there were 2 blood-prisoned demon kings and more than 5,000 demon legion's most elite soldiers who were mercilessly annihilated by a thorny flower that everyone looked down on. When the Marquis of Zijin heard that this brat's summoned beast was a thorny flower, and felt that he still had some strength left, he immediately teleported over anxiously, his demon whip fiercely lashing down. When Yu Yang swung out his spherical beheader, the Marquis of Zijin exploded. He no longer hid his strength, but instead brought out his greatest battle power. At the same time, he also used his strongest weapon to unleash his most powerful attack. The Demon King trident appeared in his hands. This trident that was flickering with the black flames of hell carried a terrifying demonic aura as it pierced towards Yu Yang. The mysterious beauty behind Yu Yang used light wind to teleport out, wanting to use her body to protect him and block this attack. However, how could Yu Yang let a girl like her die for him? He raised his leg and kicked her perky little butt, sending her flying. Using his left arm to block the Demon King trident, he risked the danger of being pierced through and rushed towards it. The innate sword chi in his right hand condensed into a sword, shining with a golden light. This was a move that put his life on the line. Yu Yang was prepared to exchange one move for another, exchange one life for another. Whoever survived in the end would be the final victor. The Marquis of Zijin's heart was greatly shaken. He felt that this masked brat was indeed ruthless. Among the humans, there were really not many people as ruthless as him. When Yu Yang pounced forward to fight, the Marquis of Zijin also shouted, not giving way a single step. He raised the Demon King trident and aimed it at Yu Yang's chest, thrusting it fiercely. Fight. He decided to fight till the end. If humans could fight with their lives on the line, how could the rankers from the demon abyss show weakness? Who would emerge victorious in this fight? That would depend on whose attack was stronger, whose life was more tenacious. The Demon King's trident easily pierced through Yu Yang's left arm. The moment it pierced through his chest, Yu Yang twisted his arm and moved the Demon King's trident outwards. At the same time, he turned his body sideways, dodging the fatal blow that was about to pierce through his heart. His body brushed past the edge of the Demon King's trident, coldly advancing forward. Innate sword chi exploded from his right hand, targeting the Marquis of Zijin's eyes. Roar! The Marquis of Zijin blocked it with his right hand. The innate chi pierced through his palm, blood splattering everywhere. However, his forceful attack had blocked Yu Yang's counterattack. One move for another. One hand for another. The result of both sides' battle of wits, strength, and ruthlessness was still a draw. Yu Yang and the Marquis of Zijin's arms were both injured. The Marquis of Zijin suddenly opened his mouth and unexpectedly spat out a raging flame, burning Yu Yang, who was just inches away. He was not a human, so he had more attacking methods. Spitting out demon fire was something that Yu Yang did not expect. It was also a strange move that he had used to scheme against Yu Yang. Yu Yang, who had instantly turned into a man of fire, did not retreat an inch. In terms of ruthlessness and cunning, humans were never worse than demons. How could Yu Yang's attacking methods be so simple? He raised his leg and heavily kicked the Marquis of Zijin's chest. His boots shattered, and a golden sword chi shot out, piercing through the Marquis's demon heart. When the innate, invisible sword chi entered the second level, he could shoot out sword chi from all the acupuncture points in his body. Now that Yu Yang was already at the third level of Xianxia realm, he could use both his hands and feet with ease. The Marquis of Zijin's heart was pierced. He roared in pain, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yu Yang's body flying. Behind him, a mysterious beauty with ice in one hand and lightning in the other appeared. Her hand struck the Marquis of Zijin's ears. A loud rumbling sound rang out. After the Marquis of Zijin's heart was injured, half of his body was burnt black and the other half was covered in ice. This was Yu Yang purposely fighting against the Marquis of Zijin. After he had diverted his attention, the mysterious beauty had coordinated with him in the most tacit manner. This was also her most powerful attack. However, the heavily injured Marquis of Zijin still stood tall and firm. He waved his Demon King trident crazily, sending the mysterious beauty flying again. "I'll kill you all." The heavily injured Marquis of Zijin had gone completely crazy. After being heavily injured and losing his mind, he actually lost the ability to control space. When he chased after Yu Yang, he could no longer use teleportation. The Marquis of Zijin, whose speed had been affected by the lightning and frost, was instead hit in the face by Yu Yang's Huijin magic blades, spherical beheader. The Marquis of Zijin flew into a rage, and the demonic fire on his body soared to the sky. Seeing that his chance had come, Yu Yang raised his Huijin magic blade and slashed at the Marquis of Zijin, who was roaring madly. "Aren't you arrogant? I'm going to slash you." The special type demonic fire that the Marquis of Zijin had summoned was originally going to form a demonic armor for defense. However, he did not expect that it would be shattered by Yu Yang's swift attacks before it could completely transform into an armor. Instead, it gave him the opportunity to attack wantonly. The furious Marquis of Zijin immediately retaliated with heavy punches. He punched back at Yu Yang's chest, while Yu Yang also waved his blade and slashed at the Marquis of Zijin's body without retreating an inch. Using a blade to exchange fists. Who's afraid of this? Yu Yang also became ruthless. Previously, he could not hurt the Marquis of Zijin with his Huijin magic blade, but now that the heavily injured Marquis of Zijin received every slash, a deep bloody scar would appear on his body. Similarly, this fellow's terrifying punches also made Yu Yang dizzy, seeing stars. Both of them were suffering, hoping to persevere to the end and obtain victory. At this time, battle power was no longer important. The most important thing was willpower and tenacity. Whoever could persevere to the end would be the one to emerge victorious. The blade's aura and the fist's strength intertwined with each other, creating a rumbling sound. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. It was impossible to tell whose blood it was. In the chaos, the two of them tangled with each other like lunatics, attacking each other without any regard for their lives. They did not have any defense or evasion at all. As long as their willpower relaxed even a little, they would collapse and be killed by their opponent, becoming the loser. They had to grit their teeth and persevere until their opponent collapsed. The mysterious beauty crawled up, her trembling little hands holding onto her ancient book. She walked over unsteadily, preparing to lend Yu Yang a helping hand for the last time. The blood scythe demon, who was also riddled with scars, had also recovered at this time. It ran over with large strides, waving its scythe and fiercely attacking the mysterious beauty who had already exhausted her spiritual energy multiple times. She was extremely exhausted. There were a few times when she was almost cut in half at the waist. Yu Yang was extremely anxious. He abandoned the Marquis of Zijin, who was in the middle of fighting, and rushed over at top speed to save her. The blood scythe was raised high up in the air and slashed down heavily. The mysterious beauty raised the ancient book, her jade-like hands trembling as she flipped open a page of the ancient book. A ghost-like woman rushed out from the book, opening her mouth and spitting out a cloud of cold air onto the blood scythe demon's body. Immediately after, it disappeared without a trace. The blood scythe demon's entire body stiffened for a few seconds. However, the demon fire on its body quickly ignited again, and the blood scythe continued to slash downwards. The spiritual energy in the mysterious beauty's body had already been exhausted to the limit. She was unable to continue fighting. She slowly closed her eyes that were as clear as spring water, waiting for death. In the instant that the blood scythe slashed downwards, Yu Yang managed to rush over in time. He hugged her with one hand and waved his blade with the other to deflect the force. There was a hissing sound. The blood scythe that had not been completely deflected had slashed a deep wound on Yu Yang's shoulder and back. His skin and flesh were flipped over and fresh blood spurted out. The mysterious beauty and Yu Yang fell heavily onto the ground. Their fresh blood flowed together, forming an extremely strange bright red color. However, the two of them did not notice this. They were both panting in exhaustion. The continuous bitter battle had made the two of them exhausted. Let alone them, even the Marquis of Zijin, who was so powerful that it made people despair, urgently needed to recover his strength now. The blood scythe demon walked over with large strides. It waved its terrifying blood scythe, attacking Yu Yang relentlessly. However, its body was also heavily injured. Affected by its injuries, it had not even taken 2 steps before it staggered and slipped. It slid down the slope for more than 10 meters, and only managed to stop its body when it hooked onto a rock with its blood scythe. The blood scythe demon struggled to get up. Its sharp claws scratched randomly on the crushed rocks on the ground. It struggled a few times, but in the end, it still could not get up successfully. The Marquis of Zijin picked up the Demon King trident that had fallen on the ground just now, preparing to give Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty the final blow. Without plant-type beasts, we can't beat him. I can still use my gentle wind one last time. I'll send you off. You can't beat him now, but after a few years, you'll definitely be able to defeat him. At that time, you can take revenge for me. The mysterious beauty's mouth was bleeding non-stop under her veil. She pulled down Yu Yang's veil and looked at Yu Yang's face. Suddenly, her eyes revealed a peaceful and tranquil smile. Your looks are not bad, and your tongue is also slippery. No wonder you can charm so many girls, beautiful sister, you can tease me, but remember to take responsibility. Yu Yang was extremely tired. He only had one mouth left. If his naughty hands could move, he would definitely stretch out his wolfish claws and molest the mysterious beauty. However, he did not have the strength now. Want to leave? Only death awaits you guys. The Marquis of Zijin had already recovered a portion of his strength. He leapt down from the sky, raising the Demon King trident high up with both his hands. He fiercely stabbed it down, preparing to stab through Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty. It's not easy for me to have some alone time. Yu Yang cursed the Marquis of Zijin, who had disturbed his blissful sexual life at this time. He struggled to hug the mysterious beauty and rolled away, dodging the stab. He did not expect that the damned blood scythe demon would actually throw the blood scythe at him. The mysterious beauty shouted and rolled away, pressing Yu Yang under her body. The blood scythe easily pierced through her fragrant shoulder and stabbed into Yu Yang's chest. What I owed you just now, I've returned it to you now. The mysterious beauty was already on the verge of death, but her eyes revealed a smile. Let me send you guys on your way. The Marquis of Zijin laughed sinisterly, thrusting the Demon King trident towards Yu Yang. Although Yu Yang rolled away with all his might, the Demon King trident still pierced through his thigh and even the mysterious beauty's calf. Their blood mixed together again, turning into an incomparably strange bright red. Yu Yang smiled at the dying mysterious beauty. Now, you owe me again. The mysterious beauty's eyes started to slacken. She raised her voice with all her might, but it was still as weak as an ant's voice. Are you, really willing, to die together with me? Before she could finish her sentence, she had already fainted. Yu Yang was scared half to death. In the end, he stretched out his bloody hand and checked her breathing. He discovered that she was still breathing, and then touched her bulging chest. Although her heartbeat was weak, it was still beating. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Yu Yang gently let go of the mysterious beauty. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises. He struggled to stand up and shook his head at the Marquis of Zijin, who was grinning sinisterly. If it was just me fighting alone, with such heavy injuries, I might have died long ago. However, I have a beast that shares my life. If you want to kill me, you can only dream about it. The Marquis of Zijin was stunned when he heard this. A ray of rainbow light floated out from Yu Yang's body. A pale-faced, trembling little Wenli appeared in front of Yu Yang. The moment she appeared, she immediately waved her dual icicle blades and attacked the Marquis of Zijin. The Marquis of Zijin's Demon King trident had just been raised when it was locked in place by her binding chains, inherent skill. The dual icicle blades pierced deeply into the Marquis of Zijin's demon heart. Little Wenli poured an endless amount of white light into the Marquis of Zijin's demon heart. In the sky, Yu Yang descended like a blood-soaked dragon. His 10 fingers formed a sword, and he stabbed it into the bloody hole on the Marquis of Zijin's forehead. Overlapping the previous sword wound, he gave the Marquis of Zijin's brain an even more ruthless spiral sword chi. Boom, the Marquis of Zijin's chest exploded. A bloody hole the size of a fist also appeared on his head. Fresh blood and white fluid flowed out. You want to kill me? At most, you're just a lunchbox guy. Yu Yang wanted to pick up the Huijin magic blade and behead the Marquis of Zijin, but little Wenli stopped him, as if she was worried that he would be devoured by the Huijin magic blade due to his heavy injuries. Furthermore, she was especially vigilant of the Marquis of Zijin's fallen corpse, as if she was worried that he was not completely dead yet. Yu Yang was shocked. She couldn't be this abnormal, right? How could he not die even after this? The Marquis of Zijin's corpse could be seen slowly changing shape. Countless demonic flames started to burn fiercely, and his body rapidly grew bigger. Bone spikes and scales continuously appeared, huge wings, curved horns and sharp claws extended out. In less than a minute, the Marquis of Zijin had turned into a demon prince whose entire body was burning with the black flames of hell. His appearance was much shorter than the Demon King Xian, but he was 2 meters taller than the Blood Scythe Demon King, with a body that was 7 meters tall. All the wounds on the Marquis of Zijin's body had recovered to its original state. Other than the terrifying hole in his chest that could not be closed, the bloody hole on his forehead had also shrunk to the size of an infant's fist and stopped healing. Looks like the wounds caused by innate sword chi could not be easily healed even for a demon's body that was as strong as a demon's. This is the first time I've been beaten by a human to the point where I need to recover my original body. The Marquis of Zijin clutched his head and groaned in pain. Even if I kill you, it will be hard for my human body to recover. This battle is too much of a loss. I hate this kind of battle. Hateful human, tell me, how should I kill you to relieve the hatred in my heart? I think you can reflect on your life while you're making fertilizer for the flowers. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and started to summon the thorny flower. As for little Wenli, she summoned her diamond grimoire first, summoning the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid. Once the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid appeared, the blood scythe demon immediately revealed a terrified expression. Its footsteps kept on quietly retreating backwards. The Marquis of Zijin's expression also tensed up. He never thought that even after fighting to this point, Yu Yang still had such strength. He wanted to capture the mysterious beauty as a hostage, but before he could even think of this, the storm mermaid had already summoned a water dragon, easily bringing the mysterious beauty into her embrace, and then gently placed her in little Wenli's diamond barrier. I've heard that the thorny flower is the demon's greatest nemesis. What a coincidence, I also have one. Yu Yang spent a long time before he could finally condense a bit of spiritual qi and summon the thorny flower demoness. A ray of dark golden light seeped out from the gaps of his fingers, brilliantly illuminating the entire volcano, plating the surroundings with a layer of dark gold. More than 10 stalks that were thicker than bowls drilled out from the ground one after another. Among them, there were level 1 spitting thorny flowers, level 2 carnivorous thorny flowers, and even more level 3 giant thorny flowers and level 4 thorny flower overlord that had a flower face as big as a round table. And these were just the stalks. Following that, there were secondary stalks that were as thick as water buckets. Among the 6 secondary stalks, 2 of them had turned into humanoid thorny flower demons. Their heads, faces and bodies were all similar to women, but their bodies were huge, at least 5 to 6 meters tall, like green giants. Their hands and lower bodies were all long thorny tree stems. The only difference between them and humans was that these 2 thorny flower demons did not open their eyes, and their expressions were stiff, as if they did not have a soul or consciousness. Following that, the main stalk broke out of their bodies with a rumble. Different from before, the main stalk now looked more like a flower bed, or a huge flower ball. Huge green leaves and blood-red thorny flowers bloomed, the flower bed blossoming. A dark golden light shone in all directions. A petite little girl lay quietly in the middle of the flower bed. When she opened her eyes, there was immediately a bitingly cold aura similar to that of a demon king. The gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon actually made her, a bronze-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness, tremble in fear. Yu Yang noticed that this little thorny flower demoness, who was completely naked, was no different from a human girl. The only difference was that there was an extremely thin green stalk on her buttocks that was connected to the flower bed. She flipped over and opened her eyes. She looked at Yu Yang with her green eyes, as if she was extremely curious about him. She then looked at little Wenli, tilted her head, and finally looked at the stone element Medusa, storm mermaid and the unconscious mysterious beauty. She pointed her small hand at the mysterious beauty. All the secondary stalks and stalks moved without any wind, as if they were preparing to devour the unconscious mysterious beauty. Idiot, the enemy is over there. Yu Yang was furious. He had painstakingly nurtured a thorny flower demoness, but she was a silly little worm. Why couldn't he have a hot, mature lady instead? Yu Yang suspected that he had been cursed by the mature ladies. Why were all the mature ladies making life difficult for him, and all the little Lolas were fighting to be the first to pester this strange uncle of his? Eh? The thorny flower demoness seemed to be much weaker than little Wenli. She was very muddle-headed, she couldn't even tell who the enemy was. She looked in the direction that Yu Yang was pointing at, and looked over in a daze. When she saw the blood scythe demon and the Marquis of Zijin, her first reaction was to drool. Then, she sucked her little finger like a good-for-nothing. Her excited look was like a child who had seen candy. Yu Yang had been observing the Marquis of Zijin and the blood scythe demon's expressions. There was no fear in the Marquis of Zijin's expression, but it was a little gloomy. It was obvious that the appearance of the little thorny flower demoness was a big blow to him. On the other hand, the blood scythe demon revealed an inexplicable fear. Even Yu Yang felt ashamed for it. It, who was gold-ranked level 7, was actually afraid of a bronze-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness? Although this little witch had a lot of thugs, and they were all trained from Demon King Ha Xian's arm, she shouldn't be this scared, right? Little Wenli gently tugged at the corner of Yu Yang's clothes. Yu Yang understood what she meant. She was going to launch a surprise attack. The Marquis of Zijin seemed to be a little hesitant. Should he summon his beast to continue fighting, or should he leave? He couldn't make a decision. If he left now, no one would be able to stop him. However, it would be a pity to let go of that innate thief who was already covered in cuts and bruises. He was so close to killing him. If this little innate thief was allowed to grow up, the outcome of today's battle wouldn't be the same anymore. Human warriors grew rapidly, especially innate rankers. Such a young innate ranker would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If she did not kill him now, the consequences would be unimaginable if she met him again in the future. However, would he be able to defeat this little innate thief if he summoned his beasts again? It was hard to say. With the help of the little Lamia Loli, he was afraid that he would fall into another round of bitter battle. The one that the Marquis of Zijin was most afraid of was not the little thorny flower demoness, but the little Wenli who had always kept a low profile. He felt that this little lowly serpent demon was the scariest enemy. She was even scarier than that cunning innate thief. Not only was she a guardian beast, she also possessed a grimoire, and she also had the binding inherent skill. Unless they killed the innate thief, it would be impossible to kill her. Just the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, these two summoned beasts, were already hard enough to deal with. With the intuition of a rancor, the Marquis of Zijin felt that this little Lamia Loli still had some strength left. She was definitely still hiding her true strength, waiting to give him a ruthless blow. Therefore, he was caught in a dilemma. To go or not to go. Just as the Marquis of Zijin was pondering seriously, the thorny flower demoness had already ignored the difference in levels and initiated an attack on the gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon. Her original body was still on the flower bed, and she pointed with her tender little hand. Dozens of clusters of plants extended over at lightning speed, extending 10 to 20 meters in length as they shot towards the blood scythe demon. Numerous secondary stems were like giant green pythons, twisting and spinning in midair as they swept towards the blood scythe demon. The two thorny flower demons that didn't have any intelligence were the craziest. They shot high up into the sky, then hung upside down, transforming into a green giant that could swallow everything, fiercely pouncing down. That blood scythe demon's reaction made Yu Yang's jaw drop to the ground, because it had actually betrayed him right in front of the Marquis of Zijin. A gold-ranked level 7 demon was actually afraid of a bronze-ranked level 1 thorny flower. Out of 10,000 people, 10,001 wouldn't believe it. The clusters of plants that were as thick as the mouth of a bull actually didn't have much destructive power towards the blood scythe demon. However, their purpose was not to kill, nor to swallow, but to entangle. Even though the blood scythe demon was heavily injured, its battle power was still impressive, especially when it was focused on escaping. With a wave of its blood scythe, the clusters of thorny flowers were cut off like grass, falling all over the ground. Even those 4 secondary stems that were as thick as a water bucket couldn't resist. Although it was slightly more difficult for the blood scythe to cut them, they were still cut into 2. Only the 2 thorny flower demons could barely resist. Their bodies had been cut by the scythe twice, but they were still able to pounce forward, using the thorny stems on their arms to entangle the blood scythe demon's body. Unknowingly, countless white spores had floated down from the sky. All the bloodstains, armor fragments, or the ground that had been bombarded by energy would grow spitting carnivorous flowers or carnivorous thorny flowers the moment they came into contact with the spores. As for the thorny flower stems that had been cut off, they could take root and grow back, forming new thorny flowers. The more the blood scythe demon cut, the more thorny flowers there were on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a small sea of flowers had grown. Countless thorny flowers extended their flower stems, entangling the blood scythe demon's body. Many of the thorny flowers that had entangled the demon's body opened all kinds of mouths. No matter if it was the demon's skin, armor, or even the demon fire's energy, they swallowed everything. That kind of barbaric way of eating made even Yu Yang, who was braver than the heavens, shudder involuntarily. The blood scythe demon continuously waved the blood scythe in its hands, trying its best to get rid of the entanglement as it cut the thorny flower's long stems that were everywhere on its body. As a gold-ranked level 7, if it had met other beasts, it would probably be finished off with a few blood scythes. Unfortunately, it had met a thorny flower demoness who was not afraid of being cut at all and had a terrifying growth rate. It was really a tragedy. If there was no one else to help, the thorny flower demoness might not be able to kill it alone. After all, the difference in levels was too great. However, the real tragedy started when the stone element Medusa's golden arrow hit it. The golden arrow whizzed and hit the blood scythe demon's right leg. In an instant, its entire right leg slowly petrified. The thorny flower secondary stem took the opportunity to take root and directly grew on the blood scythe demon's right leg, starting to grow a new thorny flower. Hundreds and thousands of thorny flower stems intertwined together, tightly binding the blood scythe demon to the ground. The blood scythe demon held in pain and raised its blood scythe crazily, wanting to chop off its own right leg. Yu Yang was probably the most shameless guy in the world who was good at adding insult to injury. Seeing that the blood scythe demon was in a tragic state, he immediately rushed over to beat it up. First, he used his giant rod to knock the blood scythe away, then smashed it on its head. In the 2 seconds of dizziness, the thorny flower stems, secondary stem and the 2 thorny flower demons had already bound the blood scythe demon to the point that only its head was left. Yu Yang despicably snatched the blood scythe away, then threw this demon weapon into the lake. The blood scythe demon had lost its most useful weapon, and its entire body was also bound by the flower stems. It couldn't help but let out a deafening roar, even though it had lost its weapon, was heavily injured, and its entire body was bound by the thorny flower stems. The blood scythe demon was still a gold-ranked level 7 demon. Its strength was still terrifying, and it forcefully broke the thorny flower stems one by one. Yu Yang was no longer courteous at this time. Seeing that this fellow was about to break free, he hurriedly took out his dragon-slaying dagger and randomly stabbed it. The fresh blood that splattered made the thorny flower grow even stronger. Every piece of flesh that Yu Yang cut off, or even a piece of magic armor, was swallowed by the thorny flower. Some thorny flowers even dug into the wound to bite it. The demon fire's energy had no effect on them at all. Countless big mouths were waiting. Every time the demon fire was ignited, countless mouths would come forward to suck it. The Marquis of Zijin felt a chill in his heart as he watched. Now, he understood a little why a small thorny flower could kill 2 blood prison demon kings and 5,000 elite soldiers from the demon legion. The reason was very simple: this was a battle between its natural enemy and its prey. The prey wanted to defeat its natural enemy? This was not something that could be achieved by just relying on battle power, because there were too many things that countered it. Protective demon fire, tough demon body, powerful strength, and terrifying killing power were all useless against the thorny flower. They could swallow the demon fire's energy, and could swallow and digest the tough demon body. The powerful strength that the demon clan was proud of was completely useless against the soft thorny flower. As for the killing power of weapons, they could quickly regrow, and could even breed into the enemy's body. There were too many thorny flowers. Once their numbers reached a terrifying level, they could overwhelm their levels and everything else. Although the Marquis of Zijin could no longer control space, he could still teleport with his original body after accumulating it for a long time. His hand drew a circle, forming a whirlpool in space. He prepared to pass through space and appear at another ripple exit. This was a special teleportation skill that he had trained hard for more than 50 years to master. Even if he could not control space, he could still teleport away smoothly. When he was halfway through teleportation, his body had just entered, and his back was still visible. Little Winley made her move. She had long planned to launch a surprise attack, and had waited for too long. Once the opportunity appeared, she immediately attacked. Her accuracy in seizing the opportunity was 10 times faster than Yu Yang, who had been using his divine vision to observe the Marquis of Zijin's movements. Her binding, inherent skill appeared immediately. At the same time, her dual icicle blades slashed at the Marquis of Zijin's demon wings. The Storm Mermaid's gold sea god trident pierced through the Marquis of Zijin's back at the same time, while the stone element Medusa's second golden arrow had already pierced the Marquis of Zijin's demon tail. The space that the Marquis of Zijin used to teleport shattered in an instant. The backlash from the failed teleportation and the 3 heavy blows on his back caused the Marquis of Zijin to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. In front of him was Yu Yang, behind him was little Winley, and on one side was the little thorny flower Demonis. At this moment, the Marquis of Zijin could not care about his pride as a demon abyss ranker anymore. He immediately ran towards the direction of the volcano where there was no one to stop him. Yu Yang and little Winley chased after him closely. As for the Storm Mermaid and the Stone Element Medusa, they could not catch up. Instead, they turned to attack the blood scythe demon that was still stubbornly resisting. The Marquis of Zijin could not fly, nor did he have the time to teleport away. He could only run. Behind him, Yu Yang took out his crescent blade and chased after him crazily. Compared to his barbaric attacks, little Winley's attacks were much more efficient. Every time she attacked, she could freeze the Marquis of Zijin for 1 or 2 seconds. However, the Marquis of Zijin's protective demon fire defrosted very quickly. Moreover, he risked his life to escape. In addition to the fact that he was going up the mountain, his huge body gave him a huge advantage. That was why he could always escape from the two's attacks. He had also suffered many heavy slashes from Yu Yang on his back. The Marquis of Zijin had never been in such a sorry state in his entire life. However, in order to survive, he could only run away now. That little Lamia Loli still had some strength left, still preparing to unleash some kind of terrifying attack. As a super ranker, the Marquis of Zijin had a premonition of danger in his heart. That was why he did not care how Yu Yang scolded and mocked him, nor did he care how he attacked. A crescent blade alone was not enough to cause fatal damage. Right now, this brat did not have much strength left. Moreover, he did not dare to use the magic blade because he was afraid of the backlash. Normal slashes would at most cause external wounds that would split open his flesh. The Marquis of Zijin suppressed his anger and fled for his life to the top of the mountain. Seeing that the lava in the cave was boiling and tumbling non-stop, blocking his way, he immediately became happy. With a leap, he jumped towards the mouth of the volcano. In midair, he spread out his injured demon wings, preparing to flap them with all his might to fly out of the mouth of the volcano and escape from this place of death. Your time of death has come. Yu Yang and Little Winli had been waiting for this moment. Both of them jumped onto the Marquis of Zijin's back at the same time. Yu Yang had been holding back his last, innate sword chi, all this while. Only now did he unleash it. A bloody hole immediately appeared on the Marquis of Zijin's back. Little Winli stabbed her, dual icicle blades, into the hole, widening the wound on the Marquis of Zijin's back. At the same time, she condensed a ball of pure white light that was even more dazzling than an aurora and poured it into the Marquis of Zijin's wound once again. When Yu Yang and Little Winli jumped up, the Marquis of Zijin suddenly turned his body angrily. A pair of demonic claws tore the sky and earth apart as they clawed towards the two of them, as if he wanted to drag the two of them down to accompany him in death. However, he had forgotten about Little Winli's unique, binding, inherent skill. Little Winli's eyes widened as she glared at the Marquis of Zijin. The demonic claws stopped moving in midair, just a hair's breadth away from wrapping around the two of them. However, as the Marquis of Zijin's body fell, the claws slid down helplessly. The Marquis of Zijin fell into the lava with a loud rumble. Yu Yang and Little Winli, who were standing at the edge of the volcano, were exhausted to the extreme. They were so tired that they almost collapsed onto the ground. However, because they were concerned about the final outcome of the battle, they persevered in looking down at the Marquis of Zijin, who was in the lava. If even such a scheme could not kill the Marquis of Zijin, then there was no other way. Yu Yang could only use a teleportation scroll to escape. The Marquis of Zijin, who had fallen into the scorching lava, struggled to get up. However, the white light that Little Winli had infused into his back clashed with his demonic chi, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Yu Yang and Little Winli both saw the Marquis of Zijin's gigantic body fall heavily onto the blood-red lava. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the lava, leaving only a wisp of green smoke that rose in spirals. Little Winli was so tired that she could not speak. She directly turned into a rainbow light and floated into Yu Yang's body to sleep. If not for her in this battle, Yu Yang would probably have been beaten into a pulp by the Marquis of Zijin, who had transformed into a demon. After killing the Marquis of Zijin, Yu Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart and staggered down the hill. In the end, he threw himself onto the soft and fragrant body of the mysterious beauty. He hurriedly took out a healing stone from his lich ring and crushed it with all his might, healing both of them at the same time. If he did not heal them, both of them would have died. While Yu Yang was using all his strength to beat the Marquis of Zijin into the volcano, the little thorny flower demoness had mysteriously leveled up and mutated. From a bronze-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness, she had leveled up and mutated into a silver-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness. Furthermore, this change was quite big. Yu Yang discovered that this little loli was originally only 7 or 8 years old. After not seeing her for a while, she had turned into the size of a 10-year-old. Her body had also grown a lot taller. What kind of growth potion did she eat? The blood scythe demon was obviously still struggling and had not been devoured. What exactly was going on here? Yu Yang was stunned when he suddenly discovered that the little thorny flower demoness had stuck out her little tongue and was continuously licking the blood stains on his and the mysterious beauty's body. She looked like a greedy little cat that had stolen fish to eat. He immediately became furious. You little leech, scram, otherwise I will beat you up. The little thorny flower demoness seemed to be extremely afraid of Yu Yang. Seeing that he was angry, she immediately ran away in fright. Naked, her little buttocks swayed as she turned around and ran back to the flower terrace. After her disturbance, Yu Yang realized that something was wrong. Why were the thorny flowers that were growing spores around him different from normal thorny flowers? The thorny flowers around him were all blood red in color, and they even had a golden pattern on them. What was going on? Was it because his own blood had this kind of magical effect, or was it because the mysterious beauty's blood was especially precious? If the mysterious beauty wasn't seriously injured and on the verge of death, Yu Yang really wanted to strip her naked and turn her into a little white sheep to study her body properly. Just as Yu Yang was about to reach out his wolf-like hands towards the mysterious beauty, the sky suddenly rumbled. Following that, a dragon's roar resounded through the entire space. On the tranquil surface of the hot spring lake, countless waves started to boil, forming a huge whirlpool. Yu Yang stared at the sky dumbfoundedly. Unknowingly, a silver-white dragon-shaped creature had appeared in the sky. Its graceful body moved up and down, its long tail swaying in the air. Its movements were extremely graceful. After a dozen seconds, the silver-white dragon-shaped creature lowered its head and dove into the whirlpool on the surface of the lake, not making a single sound. Oh my God, is there really a dragon in this world? Yu Yang was dumbfounded, not knowing how to react for a long time. Human boy, I'm not a dragon, I'm a Jiao dragon. It's more or less the same, but there's a slight difference. A masked woman wearing a white robe and a silver ring on her head appeared in front of Yu Yang. Her face was covered with a silver silk veil, and her face was covered with a silver veil, giving him a huge shock. This woman's face was as smooth as jade, but her hair was neatly combed silver. She seemed to be very old, but she didn't look old. Her temperament was hidden, with a unique classical elegance, giving people a very pleasing feeling. Yu Yang hurriedly retracted his wolf-like hands towards the mysterious beauty. He pretended to be a good boy and asked, "You are?" The silver-haired masked woman who didn't look old made an elegant gesture. Yu Yang couldn't understand what it meant at all, but he felt that it was useful, so he remembered it firmly in his heart. The masked woman said softly, "Human boy, you can call me Grandma Qi. I was originally the owner of this lake, but because the Marquis of Zijin came to my door to ask for my medicine encyclopedia, we started to fight. In the end, he even used a treasure to imprison me in a dimensional space. If it wasn't because he left the soaring dragon continent and the treasure lost its effect, I wouldn't be able to come out now. Young human innate, thank you for saving me. I don't have anything to show my gratitude. Why don't I treat you to a cup of dragon fruit juice?" The masked woman who called herself Grandma Qi summoned her platinum grimoire. Then, he summoned a ball of holy light and enveloped Yu Yang and the mysterious woman. Yu Yang only felt a warm current flowing from the top of his head into his Baihui acupuncture points, flowing through his meridians. He also felt that his whole body was bathed in a brilliant light. His skin and his bones were so uncomfortable that it made him want to moan. A kind of reborn vitality quickly gathered in his body. The wounds on his skin healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bruises on his body and the burns from the demonic fire were also recovering. The swelling was gone, and the rotten skin fell off. The new skin was as smooth and tender as a baby's. Aside from the exhaustion he felt after the battle, he had also recovered a lot of his spiritual energy. Yu Yang jumped up from the ground. Until now, he still couldn't believe that his severe injuries could recover so quickly. The heavily injured and unconscious mysterious beauty also slowly opened her eyes, but because her body was still in a state of weakness, she was still unable to move. "Looks like your thorny flower still needs a long time to finish its battle. Maybe you can bring your companions to my place to rest for a while. It won't be too late to leave after you've completely recovered," the masked woman said and slowly turned around, walking towards the lake. Yu Yang's eyes turned as he hurriedly carried the mysterious beauty and followed closely behind her. His wolfish hands pretended not to notice and secretly touched the mysterious beauty's fragrant jade snowy peaks that were still bulging after being bound. On the surface, he had an "I'm a good boy who didn't do anything" look. While hugging the mysterious beauty and bending down to pick up her ancient book, Yu Yang took the opportunity to bend down and smell her body's fragrance. He discovered that it was really a sweet fragrance that penetrated his nostrils and seeped into his lungs. His heart almost melted. The mysterious beauty rolled her eyes in rebuke. She had never seen such a person before. He was obviously a wolf, but he still wanted to pretend to be a good boy. She couldn't stand him. If she could move her hands and feet, she would have already sent him flying with her ancient book. The masked woman who called herself Grandma Chi slowly walked in front. The lake water automatically split open, but what was revealed was not the bottom of the lake, but the walls of the lake. At the very front, there was a blue water door. As Yu Yang carried the mysterious beauty's fragrant body, he curiously reached out his hand to touch the water wall. When he touched it with his finger, it created ripples like the surface of the lake. After passing through the water door, Yu Yang realized that he had entered a strange world. It wasn't very big, probably about the same size as the bottom of the lake. However, it was completely different from the bottom of the lake. There was no water here, but looking at the walls of the lake, he could see fish swimming around. There were all kinds of plants here, and also many gentle little animals, such as a turtle that crawled slowly, or a crab that slithered quickly. This was a different world from the bottom of the lake, but he could see everything at the bottom of the lake and on the surface of the lake. He could even see the little thorny flower Demonis sleeping soundly on the flower bed, and the other thorny flowers continuously sucking the blood-scythe demon's blood and energy. Inside, the decorations were very similar to a human's house. The masked Grandma Chi invited Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty to sit down. There was a cute little monster that Yu Yang couldn't recognize. It held a silver plate with its little claws and brought 2 cups over. Yu Yang looked at it. It was very timid, and turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Grandma Chi pointed her finger, and a small white jade pot appeared. She gracefully poured a cup of fragrant white milk for Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty. At this time, the mysterious beauty had recovered a little. She pushed away Yu Yang's bad hands that were trying to take advantage of her, and sat up strenuously. She nodded her head to express her thanks to Grandma Chi. However, maybe it was because Yu Yang was beside her, the mysterious beauty still didn't say her name and family. Instead, she made an exquisite hand gesture with her 10 white fingers, as if to represent some kind of identity. With regards to this, Yu Yang still didn't understand it at all. He first memorized the hand gesture in his heart. As long as he could find someone who understood, he didn't believe that he couldn't find out the mysterious beauty's identity. Yu Yang felt that City Mistress Fallen Flowers might know what these hand gestures represented. Yu Yang's speed was similar to Zhu Beiji's speed in eating ginseng fruits. He gulped down a small cup of white creamy liquid into his stomach. He felt a kind of cool and refreshing air coming out from his stomach, dispersing into spiritual energy and filling his entire body. There was also some kind of ripples that cleansed his body and stimulated his potential. The feeling was extremely wonderful, just like drinking a cold drink to quench one's thirst in the middle of summer. He couldn't help but shout out refreshing. Since you like it, then drink another cup. The masked Grandma Chi refilled Yu Yang's cup, and immediately refilled the mysterious beauty's cup. Thank you, Grandma Chi. The mysterious beauty was very polite, and quickly bowed to express her thanks. However, Yu Yang wasn't the same. He knew that this dragon fruit juice was good stuff, so he didn't stand on ceremony and said, "If I can have another cup, that would be even more refreshing." The mysterious beauty who was sitting at the side, seeing his insatiable look, was extremely annoyed. She almost picked up the ancient book and smashed it on his head. Luckily she didn't have much strength right now, so Yu Yang was able to escape this calamity. However, the silver-masked Grandma Chi didn't mind. Instead, she admired Yu Yang's honesty and straightforwardness. With a smile on her face, she said, "If 3 cups of dragon fruit juice can express my gratitude, I would be extremely happy." As for the 3rd cup, Yu Yang couldn't bear to drink it. He was prepared to bring it back and give it to Yu Bing or Yu Shuang. Yu Yang reckoned that this was the essence of the hard-shelled dragon fruit. Even an innate like himself would have such great potential if he drank it, not to mention Yu Bing and Yu Shuang. Hence, he was determined to bring this dragon fruit juice back for his 2 sisters. Taking advantage of Grandma Qi and the mysterious beauty's conversation, Yu Yang moved the cup under the table and secretly took out a small bottle from his latrine. Then, he filled it up again. Even that cup was washed twice with clear water from another bottle before he filled it up again. This brat's sneaky actions made the mysterious beauty who was sitting at the side feel dizzy. It was fine if he wanted to drink 2 cups, but he still wanted to put it back. She reckoned that the legendary shameless person who ate and took at the same time was referring to this brat. She had actually underestimated Yu Yang's shamelessness. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't much juice left in the jade pot, Yu Yang would have stolen the entire jade pot back. Putting a cup in it was child's play. You guys are very impressive, to be able to defeat the Marquis of Zijin at such a young age. Grandma Qi smiled and shook her head towards Yu Yang's story about the Marquis of Zijin falling into the volcano's lava. The Marquis of Zijin is very cunning, he probably didn't die. He only used the lava to deceive you. Because the Demon King clan all have the Hellfire bloodline, the blazing fire and high temperature are actually beneficial to them, not harmful. He didn't die, but he was heavily injured and temporarily escaped back to the demon abyss. In time, he will definitely return to the Soaring Dragon continent. You guys have to be especially careful of his revenge in the future. Ah. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't die after falling into lava? This Marquis of Zijin was even more stubborn than a cockroach. I finally understand why the Marquis of Zijin couldn't even defeat us. Furthermore, he only summoned a gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon and didn't summon any guardian beasts. It turns out that he had fought with Grandma Qi before, and his battle power had been greatly reduced. The mysterious beauty came to a sudden realization. It can't be? Yu Yang sweated profusely. But thinking about it, the mysterious beauty's explanation made sense. If it wasn't for Grandma Qi having a great battle with the Marquis of Zijin before this and reducing his battle power, this battle would really be hard to predict. Firstly, the Marquis of Zijin had not summoned his guardian beasts all this while. Furthermore, he was a dignified prince of the demon abyss, there was no reason for him to only have a gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon and a silver-ranked level 6 ugly monster. He definitely had other strong beasts. Even when the Marquis of Zijin was in danger, he did not summon them. This proved that his strength had already been exhausted to the limit during the battle with Grandma Qi. Even Yu Yang himself could kill him now. That was why he had to escape in such a sorry state. However, thinking about it from the other side, Yu Yang broke out in cold sweat. If the Marquis of Zijin had not fought with Grandma Qi and had used his full strength instead, he reckoned that he and the mysterious beauty would have suffered a terrible defeat under this guy's terrifying attacks. After defeating and imprisoning Grandma Qi, he still had the strength to fight with Yu Yang to such a tragic degree. This Marquis of Zijin was really abnormal. Actually, it was mainly because of you guys. My beasts are more special type, so I didn't fight with the Marquis of Zijin for too long. Grandma Qi was more modest, but Yu Yang was not an idiot. A fled dragon that could transform into a human, this Grandma Qi that he could not see through with his level 3, divine vision, it would be strange if her damage to the Marquis of Zijin did not exceed his own. The Marquis of Zijin's human body has been destroyed. I reckon that it will take a long time for him to recover. We still have time to train and level up. The mysterious beauty's words were actually meant for Yu Yang to hear, as a form of encouragement. 1 year. Maybe it will only take 8 or 9 months for the Marquis of Zijin to recover his body and return to the Soaring Dragon continent. As for completely recovering his peak strength, it should take around 1.5 years. Within this 1 year, he should not take revenge on you guys, but hide and recover his battle strength. Grandma Qi set a time limit. 1 year. After hearing this, Yu Yang felt a headache coming on. 1 year's time was not long, but it was not short either. No matter how fast the innate invisible sword Qi was, there was still a limit to it. Unless he could consume many treasures like the dragon fruit juice frequently and increase his strength limitlessly, only then would he have a chance to defeat the abnormal Marquis of Zijin. Grandma Qi suddenly took out a book with an ancient cover and a simple luster and passed it to Yu Yang. She smiled and said, "The Marquis of Zijin might come back again. I don't like to fight, so the best way to deal with him is to avoid him. Traveling outside might be a good idea, or I could go to Tongtian Tower and meet up with some old friends." This medicine encyclopedia is useless in my hands, why don't you take care of it? Yu Yang saw that on the cover of the ancient book, there were two flamboyant dark golden runes. He guessed that they were the words medicine encyclopedia. Reaching out his hand to flip through the book, he discovered that it was filled with medicine recipes and medicine refining methods. Most of the medicine refining methods were not ordinary refining methods, but were specially marked as innate refining. He immediately understood why Grandma Qi wanted to give it to him. No matter what, he was still an innate, so this medicine encyclopedia could only be used by him. However, since he was soft-hearted from taking someone else's things, Yu Yang was a little hesitant in his heart. If this Grandma Qi wanted to give him some strict conditions, it would be hard for him to reject her. Perhaps seeing through Yu Yang's thoughts, Grandma Qi smiled and nodded her head lightly. Grandma is old now. If you can obtain the lustrous life branch, the undying Styx's water, the spring of life, the wishing Dutchman's pipe and the dream fruit to refine the immortal pill, how about giving one to Grandma? Sure. Yu Yang heard this. Wasn't it easy to give an empty promise? He immediately agreed and quickly kept the medicine encyclopedia in his bosom. His hands were as fast as a thief's. When the mysterious beauty saw this, she rolled her eyes coquettishly. This trick was useless against Yu Yang. Yu Yang thought that she was flirting with him. After bidding farewell to the hospitable Grandma Qi, Yu Yang and the mysterious beauty walked out of the water gate and returned to the shore. The mysterious beauty took out a teleportation scroll and was about to leave when Yu Yang hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute, beauty. Not only did you molest me, you even kicked my butt. Are you not going to take responsibility? The mysterious beauty sweated profusely. Wasn't that because I needed to confuse the enemy in battle? Furthermore, you also kicked me, so doesn't that make both parties even? Alright, so you kicked me afterwards was to take revenge. When Yu Yang heard this, he hurriedly waved his hands. It wasn't revenge, I was protecting you. I didn't want you to get hurt. I put in a lot of effort, it's different from you purposely kicking me. My parents said that whoever kicked my butt would have to compensate me with a wife. Since you kicked my butt, you have to compensate me with one too. This rule can't be broken. When he said these shameless words, the mysterious beauty almost fell to the ground. She said with a headache, then why didn't you think about where you kicked me? Do you think only you have parents? Wasn't her body precious? You're being unreasonable. No, you're being shameless. No, I'm very reasonable. I've decided that I'll compensate you with a husband if you need one. Yu Yang smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and as proud of his success. Of course, it was also a wolfish smile. Don't be so smug. Who wants that? The mysterious beauty raised the ancient book in her hands and sent him flying. Yu Yang really wanted to ask this mysterious beauty what her name was and why she followed him. Why did she save him? Even if she had to risk her life, she still wanted to help him fight against the Marquis of Zijin. Who exactly was she? This girl was too mysterious. It made people's hearts itch with curiosity. They really wanted to strip her naked and study her thoroughly. This mysterious beauty was different from Anan. Although Anan's identity was also a little mysterious, Yu Yang could still vaguely guess it. However, this mysterious beauty in front of him, Yu Yang couldn't guess it at all. As for why she wanted to help him, Yu Yang couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Normally, a guy like the pitiful guy, who was not loved by his uncle or grandmother and was only cared for by fourth mother, shouldn't have such luck with women. As for Yu Yang, it had only been a few days since he came to this world. Other than causing a ruckus in the Yu clan castle, he hadn't done anything out of line. Why would she notice him? Even his usual words and actions, as well as his every move, were clear and familiar to her. This was really too strange. I'm leaving, you should find your brother Anan to comfort you. The mysterious beauty actually knew about Anan, causing Yu Yang to sweat profusely. Brother Anan is a guy, he can't comfort me. Yu Yang obviously wouldn't admit that he was a playboy who had one foot in many boats. Who are you trying to fool? The mysterious beauty gave Yu Yang an extremely cute supercilious look. That kind of girlish pout that assaulted his senses made Yu Yang's heart palpitate. In a thousandth of a second, he realized that he seemed to have fallen in love with this mysterious beauty that he had never even seen before. Furthermore, this kind of liking wasn't a normal liking. Although it wasn't much, it was definitely not less than liking Yinan. Yu Yang really wanted to reach out and take off her veil to take a look. He wanted to hug her even more and fiercely kiss her cherry lips. His desire to conquer her was extremely high. Yu Yang really wanted to face the sky and howl like a wolf, directly pushing her down here. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. First of all, let's not talk about whether the mysterious beauty would resist or not. This was still Grandma Qi's doorstep. If Yu Yang wanted to push down the mysterious beauty, Grandma Qi would probably pass by and watch excitedly. "I'm really leaving," the mysterious beauty said, but her feet didn't move. "I'll send you off." Yu Yang tried to please Yu Yang. "I'll give you your head. Your flowery words are useless against me." The mysterious beauty suddenly smiled. Her smile was very unique. If Castellan Fallen Flower's smile was very unique, bold and unrestrained, and her shoulders were shaking and her body was very exaggerated, then Anand's smile was cute and reserved, and she covered her little mouth to hide her happiness. This mysterious beauty's smile was even more unique. Her eyes were smiling, and there was a unique charm between her eyebrows. On the surface, it couldn't be seen that she was laughing, but it gave people a happy smile, as if she was laughing from the bottom of her heart, and it was especially pleasing to the eye. After opening the teleportation scroll, Yu Yang suddenly had an urge to shout at her, "Stay, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life." The mysterious beauty's lily-white hand that was holding the ancient book swayed lightly twice, as a sign of farewell. Yu Yang was a little reluctant as he watched her leave. He really wanted to rush up and hug her tightly, not letting her leave him. However, he also understood that if he wanted to win her heart, he couldn't be too impatient, and he couldn't be too wolfish, or else he would scare her. To pick up girls, he needed to be patient. He needed to take it slow. This was a protracted battle with the goal of pushing her down forever. It would be impossible to not waste some time. Furthermore, it didn't matter now. As long as she continued to follow him in the future, then there would be more opportunities in the future. He believed that after this battle, she would have a good impression of him. Yu Yang changed the hand that he was about to grab her to wave his hand, saying goodbye to her in a carefree manner. The mysterious beauty glanced back at Yu Yang with her especially clear and bright big eyes, then walked into the teleportation gate and left. This glance had shocked Yu Yang quite a bit. Oh my god, beauties are indeed creatures that can release electricity. Yu Yang discovered that there was a feeling of electricity flowing through his entire body. He felt uncomfortable, yet extremely comfortable at the same time. There was an indescribable restlessness in his heart, and he couldn't help but howl like a wolf. The blood-scythe demon was still struggling. Although it couldn't escape, the little thorny flower demoness couldn't devour it either. Yu Yang originally wanted to raise his Huijin magic blade and slash wildly, chopping this blood-scythe demon into 18 pieces. However, he changed his mind and thought that maybe he could use some special methods. For example, the fragrant sleeping flower. As expected, when Yu Yang poured the entire bottle of sleeping fragrance flower dew on the blood-scythe demon's face, the already exhausted blood-scythe demon immediately had a strange reaction. It lost control of its body. Because it was feeling sleepy, the blood-scythe demon's struggles became slower and slower. Even though it resisted with all its might, the sleeping fragrance flower dew was still effective. As its resistance became weaker and weaker, countless thorny flower demons took the opportunity to devour and absorb the energy in its body. 2 thorny flower demons used their bodies to wrap the entire blood-scythe demon, slowly digesting it in its sleep. At this moment, the blood-scythe demon, a gold-ranked level 7 super-strong monster, had finally reached the tragic end of its life. The little thorny flower demoness had woken up unknowingly. She had been staring at her master, Yu Yang, as if she was very curious about him. Yu Yang ignored her and scooped up the blood-scythe from the bottom of the lake. Then, he searched every corner of the battlefield, reflecting on his own battle. He even imitated the Marquis of Zijin's space teleportation technique. He envied the space teleportation ability. When the Marquis of Zijin had used it, he had especially used his level 3, divine vision, to see it clearly. He wanted to secretly learn this shameless space teleportation technique and use it as his ultimate technique for surprise attacks in the future. Actually, when he had comprehended nature's heart, Yu Yang had already gained an indescribable understanding of nature, space, and so on. Usually, when he used teleportation scrolls, he also had a special feeling. When he entered the dimension of Duel and the Demon Abyss, Yu Yang already had the intention to unravel the secrets of space. Previously, when he was schemed against by the old fox in the academy and entered the testing space that the old fox had created, Yu Yang became even more interested in the secrets of space. When he entered Grandma Chi's underwater space just now, he felt that space was actually not impossible to control, as long as he found the right method. Hence, Yu Yang combined all of his senses and understanding together, and combined it with the space teleportation technique that he had secretly learned from the Marquis of Zijin. He started to try to control space himself, and tried to teleport. Compared to the spherical beheader that he used to control the yin-yang twin fish, he was even more careful and exquisite. He used his innate qi to draw a circle in the space, turning the space into a substance, forming a whirlpool and forming a passage. Yu Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart. He failed again and again, tried again, and improved again and again. Every time he failed, he would have a new understanding of space, and a new feeling. After countless failures, Yu Yang finally drew a space whirlpool before he used up the last of his spiritual qi. The space whirlpool was not as big as the one created by the Marquis of Zijin. Its speed was also faster, and the time it could last was very short. However, Yu Yang succeeded. He hurriedly went into the whirlpool and tried to teleport. In the end, when he passed through the space passage and teleported out, he discovered that his head and feet were less than a fist's distance away from the water surface. The teleportation had failed. The target that was originally teleported 10 meters away had deviated by tens of meters, until he was teleported to the surface of the lake. Boom, Yu Yang fell into the lake, his whole body drenched. When he swam up to the shore in a rather sorry state, the little thorny flower demoness was watching his actions with interest. However, her expression was one of confusion, as if she did not understand why her master would purposely fall into the lake. This, space teleportation, is really hard to master. Yu Yang sighed. If the Marquis of Zijin heard his words, he would probably vomit blood in anger. The Marquis of Zijin, who thought that he was an unparalleled genius, was born with the innate skill of space manipulation. He had even spent a few years before he could truly learn space teleportation. It took him a whole 50 years of training to master the space teleportation technique that he had today. Yu Yang had only fought with him once, and he had already secretly learned it. Fortunately, the Marquis of Zijin did not know about this. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood and die. When Yu Yang was practicing space teleportation, the little thorny flower demoness had been watching with great interest. Of course, this did not stop her from eating snacks as she watched. The silver-ranked level 6 ugly monster was like a snack to her. She swallowed it whole with her secondary stem that was as thick as a water bucket. She even swallowed the giant sword whole. What are you looking at? Little kids should sleep early and wake up early. When Yu Yang realized that the little thorny flower demoness was staring at him without blinking, he sweated profusely in his heart. She had already seen his embarrassing moment, so he hurriedly acted like a master. When the little thorny flower demoness heard this, she was indeed afraid that he would get angry. She immediately retracted the flower bed and wrapped it around herself, sleeping comfortably inside. When she woke up, the thorny flower demoness might have already digested the gold-ranked level 7 blood scythe demon. At that time, she should be able to evolve into a gold-ranked level 1 thorny flower demoness. Yu Yang reckoned that she might even grow a little longer and become a big loli. Could it be that the future golden crown thorny flower queen would be a mature older sister? Yu Yang started to fantasize. Other than the hard-shelled dragon fruit that the mercenaries had picked, the other two were not ripe yet, so there was no point in picking them. After Yu Yang set up a teleportation point here with a teleportation scroll, he decided to return to the camp and meet up with Yu Bing. He would come back to pick them when he had the chance. With the medicine encyclopedia, Yu Yang decided that his short-term goal was to learn alchemy. At the same time, he would learn about teleportation from the old fox. He realized that he could still learn a lot of things in the academy. After correcting his learning attitude, Yu Yang had a new direction to work towards. He had a new goal. After winning the battle, he was full of confidence and joy. He recalled the little thorny flower demoness and activated a teleportation scroll, returning to the camp. Before he could even stabilize himself, he suddenly felt a blade slashing towards his head. There was also an axe slashing towards his back, giving him a huge fright. With a sweep of his crescent blade, the two deadly weapons were sent flying. He then spun rapidly and kicked out twice, sending the ambushers flying. Just as he was about to ask the other party why they ambushed him, Yu Yang suddenly realized that the whole camp had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Corpses were everywhere. There were severed limbs and heads of mercenaries everywhere. Weapons stained with blood were everywhere. There was a raging fire in the camp. Countless mercenaries were like crazy beasts, killing anyone they saw. Yu Yang was shocked. A bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Could it be that the mercenary who brought back the golden ant eggs had attracted the other mercenaries to rob and kill? Now it seemed that the whole camp's mercenaries had been involved in this crazy robbery and massacre. No one could control themselves anymore. Here, if you didn't want to kill, you would be killed. No one could be spared. Yu Yang thought that Yu Bing, who was in front of the ant hole, might also be involved. He immediately became anxious. With a roar, he flew towards the direction of the ant hole like a bolt of lightning. If something happened to Yu Bing, how was he going to explain it to Fourth Mother? No, she definitely couldn't be harmed in the slightest. She was his most obedient sister. Those who block my way shall die. As Yu Yang thought of this, he became even more anxious. He held the crescent blade in his left hand and Hui Jin in his right. His body was surrounded by a storm of purple flames. Wherever he passed, any mercenaries who raised their blades to attack or block his way were instantly killed by him. Yu Yang's guess was right. At the entrance of the ant hole, a massacre had also broken out. Countless mercenaries were waving their swords in the chaotic battle. Some were slaughtering, some were protecting themselves, and their beasts were also tearing each other apart. Everyone had gone crazy. They all wanted to kill the enemies in front of them and live on. However, there were even more people who were killed by others. They were heavily injured and fell to the ground. Broken hands, limbs, and heads were all over the ground. Corpses of beasts were scattered all over the mountain, filling the air with a nauseating smell of blood. Screams could be heard from time to time from the killing crowd. Corpses fell one after another in the pool of blood. Beasts roared, swords clashed, and the sounds of killing resounded through the mountains. You are all crazy. The golden ant eggs are not on us at all. You have all gone crazy. Some mercenaries were innocently dragged into the battle. Facing the crazy slaughter, they had no choice but to pick up their weapons and kill to protect themselves. Yu Bing, Yi Kong, and Fatty Hai were the same. A few hours ago, the five of them were resting outside the ant hole, quietly waiting for Yu Yang to come out. Who would have thought that after a while, the mercenaries at the entrance of the ant hole would suddenly become chaotic? First, the mercenaries were cursing each other. Then, someone spread a piece of crazy news. It was said that there were 3 mercenaries who were carrying bags with golden ant eggs. Hence, all the mercenaries who carried bags became the targets of the greedy mercenaries. A chaotic battle immediately broke out, and the flames of war spread to every mercenary. No one was spared. Yu Bing, Yi Kong, and the others started to retreat to a tall rock, unwilling to participate in the mercenaries' battle to the death. However, in less than 10 minutes, they were discovered by the people below. Many fierce-looking, malevolent-looking mercenaries rushed up. They had already killed until their eyes were red, killing anyone they saw. In order to create more chaos, some mercenaries who had ulterior motives even pointed at Yu Bing and shouted, "The golden ant eggs are on that little girl." Hence, the crazy mercenaries all fought to be the first to kill, and their beasts climbed everywhere. It was already impossible to escape from the battle. Yu Bing and Yi Kong originally wanted to teleport back to Hope Town, but when they opened their teleportation scrolls, they realized that the teleportation scrolls had lost their effect. There were spatial disturbances in the camp and Hope Town, so they were unable to teleport to their destination. In the sky, hundreds of mercenaries riding on flying beasts descended from the sky. Obviously, the mercenaries of Hope Town had also started to come after hearing the news. Even if they could teleport back now, it would no longer be safe. Previously, he had never thought that such a thing would happen. The teleportation scrolls that Yu Bing and Yi Kong and the others had on them were all recorded in Hope Town or the settlement camp. Only Yu Yang had a teleportation scroll that could directly teleport him back to Shangjing. Moreover, Yu Bing was also unwilling to abandon her brother and leave right now. As long as her brother, who was deep inside the ant hole, did not come out, she would not leave this place for another day. No matter what, she had to wait until her brother came out. Don't force me to kill. Yu Bing had a kind heart. In the beginning, she had only summoned 200-year-old Treant defenders to intimidate the enemies, and sent those mercenaries who were climbing up flying. She did not use too much strength. However, gradually, the strong leaders of the mercenaries realized that this little girl's strength was shocking and extremely troublesome. They were even more convinced that there was a golden ant egg in her backpack. Hence, driven by their wrong judgment and greed, the attacks of the mercenaries became even more frenzied. On the ground, in the sky, countless attacks rained down on them. Arrows, wood, stones, poisonous sand, smoke, flames, ice, lightning, and many other kinds of attacks. There were mercenaries who pulled their bows and shot at them, there were crossbows that shot at them, there were also those who threw stones at them with brute force, there were sinister people who used poisonous sand and smoke, there were also beasts who spat fire, ice, and lightning. Under the rain-like attacks, the bronze-ranked level 500-year-old Treant defenders were covered with cuts and bruises. However, they did not stop fighting. With their protection in front of Yu Bing, no one would be able to take another step forward. Yu Bing could no longer be merciful. She released all the thorns, and entanglements that she controlled, killing all the beasts that attacked her. Within 30 minutes, dozens of greedy mercenaries and close to 100 beasts were knocked down from the mountain by the 100-year-old Treant defenders, dying a violent death. The mercenaries' human wave tactic was useless against a summoner like Yu Bing, who had a protective shield and 2 bronze-ranked level 5 beasts. However, they retreated and reorganized themselves. When Yu Bing's protective shield's duration ended, they once again rushed up crazily. Fatty Hai summoned his protective shield and held on for 10 minutes. Yu Bing really hoped that her brother would come back at this time. With her brother here, the mercenaries would definitely retreat. However, Yu Yang was still looking for the volcano hot spring lake underground. Fatty Hai's protective shield disappeared very quickly. It had reached its limit and disappeared. Driven by temptation and benefits, the mercenaries climbed up countless times. Their killing intent soared as they swore to capture Yu Bing. In the sky, there were also flying beasts circling around, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Some mercenaries who were riding on beasts shot down treacherously with their crossbows. In order to protect Yu Bing, whose spiritual energy and spirit had been severely depleted, Yi Kong exploded. He first summoned a strengthening-type King Kong demon ape to strengthen himself, then he summoned the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, using its almost invincible defense to protect Yu Bing. Yi Kong used the golden monkey rod technique that had been taught by Yu Yang and had its power increased by several times. With the help of the strengthening-type King Kong demon ape, all the mercenaries who climbed up were beaten into fallen flowers. After an hour, Yi Kong was exhausted and fainted due to his heavy injuries. The Li brothers were weaker. Although they had also received guidance from Yu Yang and had improved a lot, in a group battle, the power they could display was limited. After all, their beasts were too weak, and could not strengthen their bodies much. After losing the protection of the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, the Li brothers could only persevere for 15 minutes against the mercenaries' human wave tactic. Soon after, they were pushed down the cliff by the mercenaries who were rushing up like a tidal wave. Although they were saved by Yu Bing, they were heavily injured and coughed up blood, dying. Seeing this scene, Yu Bing, who had a stubborn personality, was not scared. Instead, she went berserk. Yu Bing summoned her grimoire again and summoned the 100-years-old Treant defender for the second time. It swept around crazily, pushing all the mercenaries and beasts down the cliff. One side of the cliff had actually collapsed because of the 100-years-old Treant defenders' repeated attacks and sharp spikes. After the collapse, a pitch-black bottomless cliff was revealed. There were mercenaries in front, and a cliff behind. Yu Bing had fallen into a desperate situation. When the mercenaries realized this, they became even crazier and clamored, wanting to attack. Her body was exhausted, her spirit was exhausted, and in addition to this desperate situation, Yu Bing's young heart could not bear this kind of despair. After clenching her teeth and fighting for 10 minutes, Yu Bing could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Before she fell to the ground and fainted, she screamed, "Brother!" Her screams reverberated throughout the mountains. At this time, Yu Yang was fighting a bloody battle with the Marquis of Zijin on top of the volcano. He did not think that his sister was in a desperate situation, waiting for him to rescue her. Fortunately, Hui Tai Lang, who had been sent by Yu Bing to look for Yu Yang, had finally returned. It had already fought countless battles with tens of thousands of fire-red ants in the ant hole. It had gone down many layers of the ant hole, but it still could not find its master. In the end, it returned without any results. Facing the team that only Fatty Hai was left standing, Hui Tai Lang completely exploded. The black hell flame on its body exploded and soared to the sky. Like a demon king descending, it swept away the hundreds of beasts and mercenaries that were climbing up, killing them all. An hour later, there were no less than 300 people and 500 beasts that had fallen under its sharp claws and fangs. When it returned to the cliff and stood guard in front of Yu Bing, there was not a single part of its body that was not injured. The fresh blood that flowed from its body was dripping onto the cliff like raindrops. As a silver-ranked level 4 beast, it had killed countless level 5 beasts and even level 6 beasts. The mercenaries that rushed over from Hope Town and the strong warriors that were hiding in the crowd had used all methods: hypnosis, contract, temptation, freezing and lightning. But they were still unable to stop it. In the end, it was Hui Tai Lang who was massacred by the cliff. When it returned to Yu Bing's side, Hui Tai Lang's battle power had already been exhausted to its limit. It did not lose to any of the beasts, but the beasts that were continuously attacking it had overwhelmed it with their numbers. Hui Tai Lang had lost to their numbers. Although it had killed all the beasts on the cliff for the last time and stood guard in front of Yu Bing again, it had already reached its limit. It could not even stand up. That two-headed dog is finished, let's go. Kill. Whoever obtains the golden ant egg will be rewarded with 1,000 gold. Kill them and take revenge for our brothers. Whoever is the first to charge up the cliff, I will give that girl to him. Charge. Facing the mercenaries that were swarming up like ants, Hui Tai Lang roared angrily, "Awoo!" Just as Hui Tai Lang was struggling to stand up and was about to fight for the last time, a fat hand suddenly patted on its head. "What are you so anxious for? Not everyone has died yet. When will it be your turn to show your loyalty? Watch carefully, there's still me, Master Hai. If I, Master Hai, can't do it anymore, you can carry Yu Bing and jump off the cliff. You must not let her fall into the hands of the mercenaries. And Yi Kong and the others, you have to help them escape. There are only men who fight to the death, not men who kneel and get captured." Fatty Hai tore his shirt apart and shouted with a distorted face, "You idiots, don't you just want the golden ant egg? I'll let you have your fill." He threw his and Yi Kong's bags onto the cliff below, causing the mercenaries to fight and kill each other. Flesh and blood flew everywhere as countless people died under their swords. In the chaos, the bags were torn into pieces. Other than clothes and rations, there were no golden ant eggs at all. The mercenary leaders all suspected that the golden ant eggs were hidden by this fatty. Even more mercenaries hated Yu Bing, Yi Kong, the Li brothers and Hui Tai Lang's team for killing too many people. They had almost killed all their brothers. They had already gone crazy. No matter what, they had to exterminate this team. In the hearts of the mercenary leaders, of course, they were willing to kill until the end. They felt that other than themselves, they must not let anyone else live. Only those who were alive could obtain the golden ant eggs. Hence, other than themselves, they must not let anyone else live. Inciting, motivating, commanding, rewarding, promising and so on, these were all said out of their mouths. Their goal was to let the mercenaries take down Feng Yan, who had fought for hours without losing. Their goal was to send these cannon fodder to their deaths, so that they could obtain the final benefits. Charge. The mercenaries climbed up desperately, their eyes were already red from killing. At this time, Fatty Hai did not summon his grimoire. Instead, he took out a black crystal and chanted a long summoning incantation. Black light filled the air, as if the dark night had enveloped the earth. Aoo, aoo, aoo. A terrifying roar resounded in the darkness like a clap of thunder. The valley rumbled unceasingly. In the center of the black light, a monster that was so ugly that it could make people vomit appeared in front of the mercenaries. It was so terrifying that it could make people tremble. It had a huge head and shoulders, a humongous body, a pair of tree-like legs and steel-like arms. It had jet-black claws that were even longer than daggers. On that ugly monster's face, there were sharp fangs that extended out of its lips. What kind of monster was this? No one had seen it before. However, this terrifying monster could speak human language. A mutated human voice sounded from its bloody mouth. Have you never seen a handsome guy before? You all deserve to die, go and die. Is it a human or a demon? It seems like a behemoth, but I have never heard of a human being that could turn into a behemoth. This doesn't seem to be a strengthening type beast. What the hell is this? Quick, kill it. The mercenaries panicked. Even though they had a lot of people, and there was an endless stream of flying beasts coming from Hopetown's mercenaries, the number of people was increasing, but panic still quickly spread among the crowd. The monster that the mercenaries thought to be a behemoth raised both of its claws. Yu Gaoyan jumped down and with a single claw, the level 3 wild bull king's head was sent flying. Countless flying axes and boulders smashed onto its body. The terrifying behemoth monster only felt pain but was not injured. It roared loudly and became even crazier. It waved its claws towards the densest part of the crowd and started a bloody massacre. 2 hours later, that terrifying behemoth monster was exhausted. After killing hundreds of beasts and hundreds of mercenaries, it finally fell under the mercenaries' attacks. Just as dozens of mercenaries were about to surround it and chop off its head, suddenly, this ugly behemoth monster sat up and spoke human language. I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm tired, I want to go back and rest for a while. It charged left and right in the midst of the mercenaries' encirclement, creating a bloody wound as it tried to climb back to the cliff. Arrows rained down, piercing through the behemoth monster's back. Among them, the ones who shot the arrows to kill the behemoth monster were all strong warriors who were hidden among the crowd. The behemoth monster was like a hedgehog, its back full of arrows. It was already exhausted and could no longer climb the cliff. In the end, it used all its strength to dig its claws deeply into the rock and hung upside down, hanging on the cliff wall 5 meters away from Yu Bing's body, not moving at all. No matter if the mercenaries shot it with arrows or threw stones at it, its body only swayed slightly and did not have any other reaction. Perhaps the behemoth monster had already lost all its blood, or perhaps it had already died long ago. Hui Tai Lang stood up and held sadly towards the sky. Ah woo! Ah woo! Its mournful voice caused the mountains to echo. The golden ant egg belongs to us now. Brothers, let's go and snatch the golden ant egg. Whoever climbs up that cliff the fastest, I'll reward them with 100 gold coins. Whoever finds the golden ant egg first, I'll reward them with 1,000 gold coins. Almost all of the mercenary leaders issued the same reward. Thus, chaos broke out once again. The mercenaries that were like ants climbed up the cliff wall. Many of them, because of fighting each other, or because of arrows, fell from the sky. The small number of people who climbed up also did not care about searching for the golden ant egg, and first attacked the mercenaries that were closest to them. Hui Tai Lang did not care about those mercenaries that climbed up and fought each other. It dragged Ji Kong and the Li clan brothers to Yu Bing's side and lined them up side by side. It howled sadly, tears of blood dripping onto the rocks. One of its wolf heads dragged Yu Bing onto its back, while the other head probed towards Ji Kong's throat. Before it carried its mistress and jumped into the abyss, it wanted to get rid of its companions first, so that they would not be captured. Just as it opened its fangs, preparing to bite Ji Kong's throat, a purple meteor appeared in the distant canyon, piercing through the sky and shooting towards them. When Yu Yang arrived, he discovered that there were hundreds of mercenaries at the entrance of the ant cave, surrounding a mountain rock. On the ground, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. At a glance, he estimated that there were at least 1,000 corpses lying on the ground. As for those summoned beasts, their corpses piled up like a mountain. The dark red blood accumulated into small ponds, and even more blood formed a bloodstream, flowing slowly. The scene was extremely tragic. This didn't look like they were fighting over a few golden ant eggs, it looked more like a war had broken out. just like the casualties in a siege battle. Yu Yang couldn't understand at all. How did things become like this? Was there really a need to fight to such an extent just for a few golden ant eggs? Yu Yang felt that he understood the mercenaries quite well. Other than the new mercenaries who had just joined, the old mercenaries who were able to survive were mostly old foxes. They usually bullied the weak and feared the strong, and they cherished their lives very much. Death was the thing they wanted to avoid the most. On the other hand, carpe diem was the greatest hobby of the mercenaries. How could there be more than 1,000 mercenaries with this kind of mentality? They were like well-trained soldiers who didn't fear death and started a war without holding anything back, just to snatch 3 golden ant eggs. Although the golden ant eggs were good, could they be more important than their own lives? Could it be that they were collectively brain-damaged? Yu Yang couldn't understand why, but of course, when he saw Hui Tai Lang, whose body was covered with wounds, carrying the unconscious Yu Bing on his back and whining at him, his anger exploded like a barrel of dynamite. Yu Yang felt as if there was a hot current flowing from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Inside his body, in that instant, something exploded. His entire body entered into an uncontrollable, berserk and bloodthirsty state. His strength increased by almost 100 times, and his muscles and skin became extremely excited under this berserk power. His entire body had a special kind of sensitivity, and he could even feel his blood flowing in his blood vessels. His heartbeat, the sound of thunder. At this moment, other than destruction, there was no other thought in Yu Yang's mind. Surprisingly, Yu Yang found that his consciousness was completely awake. This kind of anger was difficult to suppress, but at the same time, it was as contradictory as a raging flame burning on ice. He knew that killing would cause countless people to die, but at the same time, an impulse surged in his heart, giving him a thirst to slaughter all the creatures in front of him. In Yu Yang's eyes, these people in front of him were no longer human. In his berserk state, Yu Yang felt that they were as insignificant as ants, as lowly as ants. As for their actions of offending his family, Yu Yang subconsciously thought that these people were unforgivable. Since the ants had bitten people, they should be trampled to death. This was Yu Yang's mentality when he was on a rampage. All of you, die for me. Yu Yang held Hui Jin in one hand and the crescent blade in the other, roaring in extreme anger. Purple flames soared into the sky, and Yu Yang's aura exploded. Rumble, the shockwave spread rapidly. After going berserk, he was completely different from his usual appearance. Golden lightning flashed in his eyes, and his clothes and hair moved without any wind. A faint layer of golden light appeared around his body. A mystical halo appeared beneath his feet. Yu Yang didn't have the time to pay attention to the strange phenomenon after he went berserk. Right now, he only craved for blood and slaughter. Only these could let him vent the hatred in his heart. The mercenaries didn't have any time to react. Even the experts hidden among them only saw a golden figure pouncing on them like a demon god. It was even more exaggerated than a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, a crazy massacre began. Only when countless heads and limbs were thrown up high, until countless necks were spurting blood into the sky, did they hear Yu Yang's bellow. The speed at which Yu Yang flew was faster than the sound of his bellow. As his thunder-like bellow shook the mountains, Yu Yang had already killed at least 100 people. All the mercenaries who surrounded the cliff, regardless of their level, regardless of the size of their beasts, had all become Yu Yang's targets. The mercenaries were like wheat being cut by a knife, falling to the ground one after another. When Yu Yang rushed over like a whirlwind, the parts of their bodies that had been cut off were blown up by the strong wind and scattered everywhere. They didn't even have time to react or escape. They didn't even have time to scream before they were killed on the spot by the berserk Yu Yang. Ding! When Yu Yang rushed back and forth among the mercenaries like a hurricane, he suddenly realized that this person could actually use his weapon to block his thunderous slash when he swung his blade at an ordinary-looking mercenary. This person had a very strange feeling, and Yu Yang couldn't help but notice that he was different from the others. If Yu Yang had completely lost his mind, he might have just rushed over and not thought about these things. Furthermore, this person immediately hid into the crowd, as if he was unwilling to reveal his true strength. He was only forced to defend against Yu Yang's fatal slash just now. Yu Yang shouted loudly, and his aura exploded outwards, blowing away the surrounding mercenaries like a hurricane. He then used his level 3, divine vision, to look at this strange man who was the only one who wouldn't be blown away by his aura. With one look, Yu Yang immediately had a feeling of realization. So there was really something wrong with this matter. It turned out that there were actually 2 level 6 elders and 8 level 5 grandmasters hidden among this group of ordinary mercenaries. It wasn't that there weren't any rankers in the soaring dragon continent, but there definitely weren't any level 6 elders, mercenaries. A level 6 elder would normally be appointed as a city master by the country. Even if they didn't like being a city master, they would still be the country's general. Even if there was a ranker who was willing to be a lowly mercenary, a ranker who had reached the level of a level 6 elder would also go to Tong Tian Tower to form a team and train. It was impossible for them to stay in the soaring dragon continent to be a normal mercenary. If there was, then there must be something strange going on. There must be some unspeakable conspiracy, just like what was happening now. Kill. Yu Yang didn't care who these 2 elders were, and didn't care what conspiracy they had. As long as they dared to hurt his sister, even if they were princes, he would still kill them without hesitation. Almost at the moment when he saw the opponent's strength, Yu Yang had already attacked. He leapt above that person's head, and slashed down with his Hui Jin magic blade. That person's speed was extremely fast, but he didn't receive the attack head-on. His body was like a loach that slithered among the mercenaries, moving unpredictably. What made Yu Yang the most furious was that this guy had even tried to change his appearance while escaping, turning into another mercenary to confuse the berserk Yu Yang. If Yu Yang had lost his mind, then his act of changing his appearance might have succeeded. However, right now, he had become a laughing stock. Yu Yang waved his crescent blade, and suddenly, he slowly drew a perfect, spherical beheader. That person turned his head to look, and his face immediately revealed a shocked expression. He screamed, "Not good, this brat still has his mind, and his strength is very high. He knows powerful combat skills." He thought that Yu Yang would attack him, and so he quickly slithered through the crowd like a leopard cat. Yu Yang didn't chase after him. Suddenly, Yu Yang disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, disappearing without a trace. Then, he magically teleported behind an ordinary mercenary who was quietly climbing up the cliff. His killing intent skyrocketed as he stretched out his crescent blade, and placed it on that person's neck. He shouted, "Disgusting idiot, turn around. Let me tell you, what will happen to the idiot who kidnapped my family?" That mercenary's whole body trembled. He never would have thought that, from 100 meters away, this terrifying killer would appear behind him without a sound. When he heard Yu Yang shout and turned around, Yu Yang's hands threw away his twin blades, and directly twisted his neck. Bit by bit, extremely slowly, Yu Yang broke the mercenary's neck. Before that mercenary died, he let out an incomparably miserable howl that echoed in the valley for a long time, causing the other mercenaries to feel their hair stand on end. Yu Yang forcefully twisted the head off his neck, raised it up high, and smashed it onto the rock surface, smashing it into a rotten watermelon. He then kicked it flying angrily towards the side of the mountain wall, forming a pile of flesh and bones that no one could see clearly. "Hui Tai Lang, you stupid dog, you're completely useless. You can't even protect a person." Yu Yang first picked up Yu Bing, then angrily raised his leg and kicked Hui Tai Lang violently. Although it was beaten, Yu Yang also transferred a large amount of innate qi into its body at the same time. Hui Tai Lang's injuries healed quickly, and his demonic energy exploded once again. He held towards the sky, and the black flames on his body reignited. He jumped up and roared majestically at the beasts below the cliff, announcing his resurrection and new life. As long as its master was here, it would forever be the unkillable Hui Tai Lang. Yu Yang hurriedly treated his sister, and placed her on a clean rock. He then crushed the healing stone, allowing the white light to heal her body. However, when he saw Yu Bing's pale face, and the many bleeding wounds on her body, Yu Yang's anger once again exploded. "You damned ants, all of you, die for me. All of you, perish for me." Yu Yang, who had gone berserk for the second time, could increase his strength and aura by a few times. This time, he didn't pick up his crescent blade or Hui Jin magic blade. Instead, he took out the burning blood scythe left behind by the blood scythe demon, and jumped down from the cliff, facing the group of mercenaries below, and slashed down from high above. A level 5 Grandmaster had summoned a bronze-ranked level 4 steel-armored armadillo, and his body was invulnerable. However, under Yu Yang's furious slash, his body was slashed into two halves. The strengthening effect was completely useless in front of Yu Yang, who had gone berserk. His other comrade was also a level 5 Grandmaster. He wanted to escape, but before he could even run 5 meters, a magic whip that was burning with black flames lashed down on his head, smashing his entire body into the ground. The tip of the whip was like a snake, crackling loudly. A human head was sent flying into the air. The level 6 elder, who was the first to receive Yu Yang's slash and continuously changed his attire while running away, secretly summoned a smoke-like beast and made his body invisible. He was a level 6 elder who looked like an ordinary mercenary and liked to hide in the crowd. While Yu Yang was waving his blood scythe and slaughtering crazily, this fellow was even more cunning than a mouse. He hid his body and quickly escaped through the gaps between the rock walls. Even if it was a level 6 elder, he would not fight him. When he escaped 50 meters away, he went into the gap between the rocks. Looking back, he realized that the massacre outside was still ongoing. No one had noticed his existence. He couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a teleportation scroll and prepared to escape. Suddenly, a demon king's trident pierced deep into his buttocks and came out from between his legs. His body was strengthened by the strengthening type beast Golden Bull, but that kind of strong defense was useless. His body, which was originally impenetrable by swords, was pierced through like a thin piece of paper by the demon king's trident. Without waiting for that person to struggle, Yu Yang had already pulled out his trident and lifted him up into the air along with his trident, ruthlessly smashing him onto the ground. That level 6 elder supported his body with his hands in pain. Before he could even groan, Yu Yang's foot had already arrived and landed heavily on his face. Broken teeth and fresh blood flew everywhere. At the same time that fellow's body was sent flying, the demon king's trident in Yu Yang's hand shot out like lightning, piercing his body deeply into the mountain wall. He sneered angrily, hiding your head but showing your tail. Since you want to pretend to be a tortoise so much, I'll let you pretend to your heart's content. At the critical moment of life and death, that level 6 elder immediately changed. He silently chanted a summon in his heart, and his whole body emitted a blood-red light. He smashed his fist heavily onto the stone wall. The stone wall exploded into pieces. His whole body twisted like a snake. His body that was pierced deep into the trident actually loosened, and he quickly escaped from Yu Yang's demon king's trident. Although he was heavily injured, he was still a level 6 elder, after all. Even now, he still had the ability to escape. If you guys don't make a move now, we'll all die here. That elder summoned a forest boa that was thicker than a water bucket in midair, ordering it to stop Yu Yang. On the other hand, he used both his hands to climb up the stone wall and quickly ran towards his companions, shouting anxiously, "Quickly summon a meteor and use it to smash him to death. This brat's brute strength is astonishing, using beasts won't work. We must use a meteor. Don't hide anymore, quickly come and help me. Quickly kill this brat." The two nearest level 5 Grandmaster quickly came to the rescue. They summoned a bronze-skinned lion and an iron-boned cheetah to help the heavily injured level 6 elder. However, in front of the berserk Yu Yang, these two bronze-ranked level 4 beasts were simply like paper. The demon king's tridents. Terrifying killing power was something that even a level 6 elder, who was buffed by a bronze-ranked level 6 strengthening type Golden Bull, couldn't withstand, not to mention these bronze-ranked level 4 beasts. The forest boa let Yu Yang cut off the snake's head with his trident. The iron-boned lion let Yu Yang's trident pierce through its mouth and out from the back of its head. As for the iron-boned cheetah, it had already turned around and ran away in fear. In the end, Yu Yang's trident pierced through its anus and out from its abdomen. "Stop him, I need at least a minute to completely summon them." The other level 6 elder, who was hiding in the crowd, was an elemental type ranker. His expression was extremely ugly. Yu Yang's unexpected appearance and his incomparably strong strength had caused his entire plan to fail. He was even in danger of losing his life. These were not the most important things. If this plan was leaked, the consequences would be unthinkable. Not only him, many people would be executed by the higher-ups, hence, he had to silence them. No matter what, he had to kill this brat and his companions. Only by killing everyone here as soon as possible would his plan be a success. However, would Yu Yang give him that kind of time? Yu Yang, whose entire body was covered in the blood of the mercenaries and beasts, looked like a demon god. Wielding the Demon King's trident, he casually cut the beasts that were blocking his way into pieces of meat as he walked forward step by step. Other than the remaining 6 level 5 Grandmaster S and 2 level 6 Elder S, the rest of the mercenaries, even those who were not injured, were so scared that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. Everyone was trembling as they looked at Yu Yang, whose killing intent was soaring to the heavens. Every step he took was like stepping on their souls. It was as if the mountains around them were shaking. He was like a demon god descending to the world. Every step he took was like a thunderbolt, every step he took was like a thunderclap. Die. Yu Yang said it very simply. He only said one word, but when he said this word, everyone's heart was shrouded by the shadow of death. The heavily injured level 6 Elder supported himself on the rock with one hand and took out a summoning crystal with the other, summoning his last beast. A bronze-ranked level 5 giant mammoth appeared in front of Yu Yang. It had long tusks and a body the size of a small mountain. This kind of beast was definitely an invincible existence that could sweep the battlefield. However, such a huge giant mammoth felt a deep sense of fear when it stood in front of the rampaging Yu Yang. When everyone looked at it, they realized that the giant mammoth's mountain-like body was actually trembling slightly. Its small eyes revealed a terrified expression. When Yu Yang took a step forward, the giant mammoth couldn't help but take a step back. The level 6 Elder realized that the situation was not good, so he quickly focused his mind and ordered it to charge towards Yu Yang, using its 4 pillar-like legs to crush the enemy. Its master's order and the fear in its heart were fighting against each other. The giant mammoth's feet were struggling. It raised its feet from time to time, as if it wanted to charge forward and crush all its enemies. It also seemed like it wanted to retreat and escape from the battlefield. Its feet were raised high, but it was hesitant. Sometimes it wanted to move forward, sometimes it wanted to move back. Helplessly, it stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. The element-type level 6 Elder at the back hurriedly summoned Meteor. A fiery red light flashed. A creature that looked like a fire crow was summoned. It then flew straight to the sky and spread out soundlessly, forming a ball of fire. After the fire, the whole sky was dyed blood red. Even the clouds looked like they were about to bleed. There were waves of ripples in the sky, like a breeze blowing across a lake. The blood-red ripples in the air became bigger and bigger. It rotated from inside to outside, faster and faster. In the end, a few burning meteors appeared and smashed down with a rumbling sound. The 2 biggest meteors shot towards the top of the cliff, 2 towards the top of Yu Yang's head, and the last one fell on the mercenaries' heads. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. All the mercenaries secretly thought that they were done for. Under the attack of the meteors, how could they survive? Surprisingly, Yu Yang didn't stop it at all. It seemed like he had purposely allowed the element-type beast, level 6 Elder, to summon Meteor. The ordinary mercenaries were currently afraid of death, so no one could guess what he was thinking. However, the 6 masters and 2 sect masters were extremely baffled. Why didn't this raging fellow make a move to stop them? Just as they were about to retreat to a cave in the stone wall and wait for Yu Yang to be smashed into meat paste by the meteorite in time, the giant mammoth suddenly betrayed them. Its seemingly cumbersome body was actually very agile. It turned around and rushed into the stone pit immediately, leaving only its big butt exposed outside. What made them even more dumbfounded was that when the giant mammoths moved aside, there was a gold-ranked bloody queen right in front of them. She flapped her wings and flew towards them. Her speed was even faster than lightning. No one was able to stop her in time. Just as the few grandmasters raised their weapons, they heard an extremely shrill banshee scream exploding in their ears. The 6 masters were all stunned. The sect master, who had been severely injured by Yu Yang, was so shocked that his eardrums exploded. Unable to support his body with his hands, he tumbled down from the rock. However, the person who was injured the most by the bloody queen's banshee scream was definitely not him. Instead, it was the other element-type beast, Elder, who was controlling the meteorite with his mind. If Yu Yang had not attended school before, and had not listened to Grandma Wu Ting's lessons, he would not have been able to do so. If that was the case, he would have pounced forward earlier and used brute force to solve the problem, preventing the other party from casting an elemental meteor. Right now, he had learned the simplest method from Grandma Wu-Tang, and that was interrupt. When an enemy summons an element-type beast, it must be controlled with one's mind. The stronger the element-type beast, the higher the requirement for one's mind to control it. If one lost control of one's mind, one would suffer from the element-type beast's backlash. This was the same as when a strengthening-type beast left its body, or when a beast-type beast ran away. It was all because the owner had lost control of the beast. Furthermore, the backlash of an element-type beast was the scariest among all the beasts. Elemental-type beasts usually had destructive powers. Once they started to bite back, the one who would be destroyed would be its owner. Yu Yang could kill the fire crow before it could fly up to the sky and summon a meteor. That way, it would be considered as an initial interrupt. Its death would cause its owner to have a splitting headache. When the meteor was successfully summoned and controlled by the owner's mind, it would fall. At this time, if he were to interrupt again, the result would be, the 5 meteors suddenly changed their direction, drawing an arc in the air as they fell towards the direction of the element-type beast, the level 6, Elder. Ah, no. When the Elder woke up from his dizziness, he realized that the meteors had already fallen on top of his head. He couldn't help but let out a sorrowful cry. Yu Yang threw the ugly behemoth monster onto Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers' bodies, covering them. He then stood on top of the behemoth monster, carrying Yu Bing in his arms as he raised his shield. The bloody queen flew in like an arrow and hugged Yu Yang tightly. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze in anymore, Hui Tai Lang lowered his head and hid under the behemoth monster's stomach. Before its tail could even be seen, an earth-shattering explosion had already occurred. 5 meteors that were burning with raging flames crashed heavily into the canyon almost at the same time. The mountains shook and the flames raged. The shockwave and flames had completely destroyed all the living things in the ant hole. The huge explosion and shaking was like an earthquake. The walls of the mountain cracked one after another and collapsed. Broken rocks as big as millstones flew everywhere. The giant mammoth that was hiding in the cave was also sent flying into the sky and was thrown high up into the sky by the mushroom-shaped flames. A pillar-shaped mountain peak was broken. Half of the mountain collapsed and countless broken rocks appeared. More than half of the rocky mountain slowly fell down. In the end, it became faster and faster, rumbling as it went straight into the canyon. The mountain peak was less than 20 meters away from Yu Yang as it turned towards the bottom of the canyon. The earth shook again. Yu Yang was speechless. If Lu Xing's fall was within his calculations, then this pillar-shaped mountain peak being broken was outside of his calculations. Luckily it did not smash onto the cliff. Otherwise, he would have to kick Yi Kong and the others into the abyss on the other side. Then, he would have to ask the Bloody Queen to save them before they were smashed into meat patties. The difficulty of this was not low at all. Forget about the number of people, Fatty Hai had also turned into a monster. His weight, the mercenaries in the canyon were definitely done for. Forget about them, even the 2 elders, and the 6 grandmasters, would definitely die. First it was the meteor that smashed down, and now it was a mountain peak. Even if they were the ancestors of cockroaches, they wouldn't be able to survive. After the 2 huge tremors, the cliff became slightly slanted. Luckily it was sturdy enough and didn't collapse. Hui Tai Lang dizzily crawled out and crawled to the edge of the cliff to take a look. He discovered that there was no meat underneath, it had all been buried by the broken rocks. After the shock, Yi Kong, who was exhausted, crawled out from under the behemoth's stomach with great difficulty. Shaking his buzzing head, he used his muddy hands to wipe the bloodstains from his mouth and nose. He asked Yu Yang weakly, "What's going on?" "I seem to have dreamt that someone was burning firecrackers." "That's about it." Yu Yang's berserk state gradually subsided. He also felt a little tired. "Then who's the monster that's pressing down on my back?" Yi Kong asked as he discovered that there was an extremely ugly monster that was snoring like thunder. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. "Didn't you hear that his snoring is very familiar?" Yu Yang felt that anyone who had heard Fatty Hai's snoring would definitely not mistake it for someone else. "He's a damn fatty?" Yi Kong was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Do you think that other than him, there's another person in this world who can still sleep so soundly after suffering such a serious injury? Yu Yang felt that Fatty Hai's ability to sleep was a kind of inherent skill, a great inherent skill. No matter what time it was, he could sleep. One couldn't help but admire him for this point. Yi Kong stared blankly for a while before nodding his head stupidly. He was sure that this ugly monster was Fatty Hai's transformation. However, he was very curious. This was not a strengthening-type beast, nor was it an element-type beast. It was definitely not a beast-type beast. What kind of beast did Fatty Hai summon? How did he become a monster as well? In Fatty Hai's bronze grimoire, there was no such beast. Regarding this, Yi Kong was puzzled. Yu Yang had long known that Fatty Hai had extraordinary potential, but Fatty Hai had never told him about it. He also respected Fatty Hai's privacy, so he did not mention it at all. After healing with the medical stone for a long time, Fatty Hai's monstrous body gradually returned to his original appearance. However, before his monstrous appearance disappeared, he let out an extremely smelly fart. A yellow fog came out and lingered for a long time, scaring the Bloody Queen and Hui Tai Lang into running away. As for Yu Yang, he had already teleported 100 meters away with Yu Bing in his arms. Surprisingly, Yu Yang, who was in a berserk state, was able to teleport very accurately. Although he had recovered, his teleportation destination was very far from his original destination. He crashed into the mountain wall in the opposite direction. If it wasn't for his fast reflexes, he would have fallen into the valley. Yi Kong had originally wanted to help Fatty Hai up out of goodwill, but he didn't expect to be hit by the huge fart. He suffocated and fell to the ground in the middle of the yellow fog-like fart, foaming at the mouth. His legs twitched like a bug that had been sprayed with insecticide. Fortunately, the mountain winds and the despair abyss were strong. In a short while, the sticky yellow fog was blown away. Fatty Hai, who was covered in red light, suddenly woke up from his sleep. He muttered to himself, "I think I smell barbecued meat, get down immediately, or else I'll kill you." Yi Kong, who was sitting on Fatty Hai's butt, gritted his teeth and grabbed at his weapon on the ground. "Eh? You monkey is still alive? Aren't you already dead? Then I was sad for nothing." Fatty Hai looked at Yi Kong innocently, not realizing that his big butt was the culprit that was taking Yi Kong's life. "I'm not dead, but I'm about to be squashed to death by you." Yi Kong's spine was groaning. He, who was exhausted, couldn't break free from Fatty Hai's seat no matter how hard he tried. "Brother." The weak Yu Bing woke up and saw Yu Yang the moment she opened her eyes. She hugged Yu Yang excitedly. She, who was stubborn, finally shed tears of joy. "I knew that you would definitely return safely," Yu Yang comforted her softly. He lovingly caressed the black hair on her head and wiped away her tears of excitement. In the sky far away, there were also many large flying beasts carrying a few men dressed as mercenaries, watching everything that happened in the valley. Finally, under the command of a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader, those flying beasts silently obeyed his order and quickly left, as if they had never appeared before. Before he left, the middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader especially glanced at Yu Yang. His expression was extremely complicated. It seemed to be hatred, surprise, and fear. He looked at the gold-ranked level 5 Bloody Queen and hurriedly urged his flying mount to catch up with the group. Very quickly, they left the valley. This matter is definitely not simple. Yu Yang also used his divine vision and deeply remembered the middle-aged man's appearance. He was prepared to wait for Luohua city mistress to come and ask her. If this matter was related to him, then he would definitely investigate it to the end. No matter who was behind this, he would definitely investigate it to the end. He would follow the clues to find the main culprit. "Brother, there are a lot of fire red ants crawling out from there." Yu Bing was currently lying weakly in Yu Yang's embrace. Suddenly, she realized that there was some movement below the valley. Could it be that the golden ant eggs are still there? Yu Yang looked and immediately thought of something. Half of the ant hole had collapsed, and the fire-red ants gushed out endlessly. They did not care about the human flesh that they usually loved. They just kept moving a pile of rubble. Many giant soldier ants came out and patrolled around. A few of them even crawled towards Yu Yang. Without waiting for Yu Yang to make a move, Grey Wolf, who hated the fire-red ants a lot, immediately sent them down the mountain. Blazing black flames of hell sprayed onto their antennae, and a few soldier ants immediately rolled down in pain. In the ant nest where tens of thousands of ants were in a commotion, no matter how strong Grey Wolf was, it would not be able to gain an advantage. However, in the face of just a few soldier ants, it could easily beat these big guys that were more than a few meters long. The anger that had accumulated when he was surrounded by the ants in the ant hole could finally be released. Grey Wolf was very pleased. As long as a fire-red ant left the group, he would go up and beat it up. The crushed rocks were all moved away, and a few packages hidden in the cracks of the rocks were found by the fire-red ants. Yu Yang and the others looked down at everything and realized that there really were golden ant eggs. The 3 golden eggs were carefully carried by the fire-red ants, preparing to be transported back to their nest. Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Although it was useless to him, these golden beast eggs were not bad either. Yi Kong and the others might be able to use them. Yu Yang threatened to ask Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others who were on the opposite cliff, who wants it. 2 gold-ranked ant soldier beasts, one of which is a golden female ant, which is the future ant queen. I don't want that. Yi Kong hurriedly waved his hands. Previously, he had already contracted the Herculean rhinoceros beetle. This time, he should give this opportunity to his companions, give it to Fatty Hai and the others. What? I don't want it either. The naked Fatty Hai covered his lower body and shouted, I only want to contract summon beasts with beautiful women. I don't care about ants. Cut 2 for Li Qiali, I don't care at all. Although he appeared to be carefree on the surface, in reality, his heart was aching terribly, and the fat on his face was trembling. If it was any other time, he might have gladly agreed. However, ever since Yu Yang stood up for him last time, he had made up his mind to turn over a new leaf. After Yu Yang came up with a special training plan for him, Fatty Hai knew his future direction of development. That was his iron rhinoceros. The iron rhinoceros was a guardian beast. Although it was still a little weak right now, after it was upgraded to silver-ranked or gold-ranked, the value of nurturing it would be much higher than nurturing a golden ant soldier that was not a guardian beast. At the very least, the iron rhinoceros would never die, and it would never defect. It was the most trustworthy companion for life. Although the golden ant soldiers were good, once they died, they would lose everything. Besides, soldier ants had no intelligence and only had instincts. They were not very useful in battle. Fortunately, this was a strengthening type beast. If it was a war beast type gold-ranked ant soldier, it might not even be as useful as a silver-ranked demon wolf. Leave the female golden ant to the ant colony. It is the future ant queen. We only need those 2 golden ant soldiers. Li Chia and Li Ge felt that if they did not increase their strength as soon as possible, it would not do. With the golden ant soldiers, their strength would increase by at least 10 times. In that case, they believed that they would not be a burden to everyone anymore. They were very self-aware. Being able to contract a gold-ranked beast like the golden ant soldier was already a great fortune that they could only dream of. Furthermore, these golden ant soldiers were still eggs and larvae. They could be nurtured slowly. If not for Yu Yang, even if they saw these golden ant eggs, they would not be able to obtain them. They could only look at the treasures and swallow their saliva. Under Yu Yang's signal, the bloody queen flew down from the sky. She made her move and snatched the 2 golden ant eggs. The ant colony was immediately thrown into chaos. However, they had a natural fear towards the gold-ranked bloody queen. At the same time, they could not fly, so they could not chase after her. They could only strengthen their protection of the female golden ant egg. Dozens of fire-red ants climbed onto their companions' bodies, forming a densely packed ant wall. As for the female golden ant egg, it was quickly transported back into the ant hole. The large group of ant soldiers stayed behind until the female golden ant egg disappeared into the depths of the ant hole. Only then did they pick up the stone and seal the ant hole tightly, as if they were afraid that the bloody queen would chase after them. They had a natural instinct to protect their ant queen. Compared to the ant soldiers, the ant queen was their everything. Although that was only an unhatched female golden ant egg, since this egg was born from the previous generation's ant queen, it was destined to become the next ant queen. This ant egg is really sturdy. Yu Yang realized that after experiencing two earth-shattering tremors, the two golden ant eggs were not damaged at all. If it was me, I would be like the monkey and make a chaos egg. Although the King Kong demon ape after the monkey's fusion is trash, it is still much stronger than before. Fatty Hai didn't have any clothes on. Seeing that the Bloody Queen and Yu Bing had come, he quickly hid behind a rock. Although he didn't dare to come out, his voice was unwilling to be left out, and he ferociously gave the Li brothers a rotten idea. No, we don't want to fuse with a chaos egg. Li Chia and Li Gu both rejected at the same time. The success rate was 1 in 10,000, this was simply despairing. Furthermore, this was already a gold-ranked beast, why take the risk? Yu Yang also felt that using a gold-ranked beast egg to fuse with a bastard beast was really a pain in the ass. The higher the level of the beast, the harder it was to find a suitable chaos egg. Yu Yang's idea was really a little like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Although it was an ant soldier, it was still a gold-ranked beast. This was already very good, it was better not to be too greedy. After a big battle, although there were many dangers, the rewards were still quite big. Not mentioning Yu Yang, Yu Bing and Fatty Hai's summoning grimoires had both leveled up. Yu Bing's high-ranked bronze grimoire had officially turned into a silver grimoire. At the same time that her grimoire had obtained a blank page, her intense poison, inherent skill had also leveled up. Yu Yang discovered that her 100-years-old Treant defender was faintly showing signs of leveling up. He reckoned that with the help of an external force, it would be able to smoothly level up to silver ranked. Fatty Hai's bronze grimoire had leveled up from beginner ranked to middle ranked. The ancient code had bestowed him a young female hippopotamus beast. Although this young hippopotamus looked stupid, it was bestowed by the ancient code. Fatty Hai didn't dare to abandon it. Once a beast bestowed by the ancient code was abandoned, it would never be bestowed by another beast ever again. In the future, when the summoning grimoire leveled up, it would at most obtain a blank page. Looking at Fatty Hai's depressed expression, Yi Kong laughed until tears flowed down his cheeks. No matter what, this is still a bronze-ranked beast. If you nurture it properly, you might even be able to nurture a little hippopotamus beauty after the rhinoceros beauty. Yi Kong laughed so hard that he rolled on the floor. I am open-minded, calm, and kind-hearted. I won't lower myself to your level, you monkey. Fatty Hai tried his best to act like a refined and courteous gentleman in front of the Bloody Queen. However, his boasting was a waste of effort, because the Bloody Queen didn't even look at him. Seeing that Fatty Hai's fawning had failed, Yi Kong pretended to be sympathetic and patted his shoulders. When Fatty Hai thought that he would comfort him, Yi Kong put him down with one sentence, Fatty, you don't have the right to be kind, but you can be generous and fat. Look at your fat body, it's exactly the same as your little hippopotamus. I dare to say that you, the iron rhinoceros and little hippopotamus, this family of three, are a perfect match. Hee hee. Even Yu Bing was amused by these words. Ah. After the Li brothers contracted the golden ant soldier, they roared at the same time. On their bodies, a layer of light golden bones appeared. It was like an armor, covering almost half of their bodies. Yi Kong raised his fist and punched with all his might. Li Chia's chest was punched, but his body only shook slightly. He didn't move an inch. If it was in the past, he would have been blasted more than 10 meters away by Yi Kong's full-force punch. He might even have broken his ribs. Now, he was completely fine after receiving Yi Kong's full-force punch. This was only the defensive power of the newly hatched golden ant soldier. If it was nurtured into a mature golden ant soldier, its defensive power would probably increase by a few times. Moreover, the area of its body would also increase until it completely covered its entire body. So strong, as expected of a gold-ranked beast. Yi Kong exclaimed. Actually, it's a little painful. If you summon the King Kong demon ape and give me another punch, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it. Li Qian nodded his head in surprise. Your golden ant soldier is still a hatchling, there's still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Moreover, after I contracted the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, my strength has increased by at least 10 times. Even if I don't summon the King Kong demon ape, I can still send Fatty flying with one punch. Yi Kong affirmed the value of the golden ant soldier, but Fatty Hai objected loudly, Hey, don't use me as an example, I'm not a punching bag. Its defensive power is not bad, and it's alright in other areas too. Its only weakness is that it doesn't have intelligence. Looks like it'll be very difficult to break through to gold ranked in the future. Yu Yang sighed lightly. Although the golden ant soldier was a gold-ranked beast, its potential was still limited. It was not the most ideal beast. To be able to have a gold-ranked beast is already the greatest honor of our lives. We will cherish it. Li Ge nodded his head towards Yu Yang solemnly. He and Li Chia were the kind of people who didn't speak much. They knew that they were not talented enough, and needed to work 1,000 times harder in order to make any progress. Although the golden ant soldier was not the best gold-ranked beast. But in this world, how many warriors had gold-ranked beasts? They did not have any outstanding talent, nor did they have the support of a huge family. These two ordinary youngsters had beasts that others could only dream of. What else could they not be satisfied with? In comparison, even the most promising Yi Kong and the grimoire owner Fatty Hai did not have gold-ranked beasts. How could they not know how to be satisfied? If they hadn't met Yu Yang, they might have already starved to death in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. Even if they hadn't, they would still be two bodyguards who were just messing around. Who knew when they would die in the mouth of a beast? If it wasn't for Yu Yang, would they be where they are today? Hence, the two brothers Li Chia and Li Gu especially cherished and appreciated everything that Yu Yang had given them. They didn't say a word of thanks, because they couldn't thank him with words. They had already decided in their hearts that they would use the rest of their lives to repay this extraordinary man who had completely changed their lives. Oh no, if Sister Anan. Brother Anan has already come to Hope Town and encountered the mercenaries' battle, she might be in danger. Yu Bing immediately cried out in fear as she remembered something. When Yi Kong and the others thought about it, they all broke out in cold sweat. If Anan coincidentally came to Hope Town at this time, her situation would be very bad. Yi Kong and the others all looked towards Yu Yang, hoping that he would come up with an idea. Anan has the grimoire, she should be fine. Yu Yang comforted Yu Bing. He felt that it would be better to go back and take a look, so he nodded his head. Let's go back to Hope Town and see what exactly is going on. I keep feeling that the mercenaries' madness and killing each other is very strange. There must be someone behind it. Then let's go back quickly. To Yu Bing, Sister Anan was her future sister-in-law. She didn't want to see anything happen to Anan. By the time they returned to Hope Town, it was already midnight. Before he even got close, Yu Yang could already smell a thick stench of blood assaulting his nose. In the darkness, a large group of low-level scavengers came after hearing the smell. Their eyes shone with a faint green light under the light of the fire. From time to time, they could hear quarrels and conflicts breaking out. There was also the unique eat-eat laughter of hyenas, echoing each other. It was terrifying and creepy, making people's hair stand on end. The town was ablaze. Other than some burning houses, there were also countless patrolling soldiers holding torches in their hands. All the surviving mercenaries and civilians were sitting on the ground, surrounded by the soldiers in circles. Are you survivors? A tall and sturdy captain of the patrol team walked out from the crowd and asked vigilantly, are there any survivors at the bottom of the valley? What's the situation down there? We are all students from the Ivy Academy, here to train. Yu Yang handed over the application form and the school badge approved by the academy. Students from Xia Empire? The team leader frowned for a moment. These were students from the Great Xia Kingdom, and if he didn't handle this well, it would escalate into a serious diplomatic incident. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he quickly nodded and inquired, are there any casualties? No, right? That's great, you guys are very lucky. Come, please rest here. Don't worry, after resting, we will send you back to your country as soon as possible. Before that, we hope to get your help. Can you tell us about the situation at the bottom of the valley? Are there any survivors down there? I don't know, I think they're all dead. We managed to avoid a disaster in the ant hole. When we came out, everyone was already dead. There were even meteors falling from the sky. The whole valley was a mess, we were almost buried. Yu Yang said lightly. It seems like this incident was caused by the golden ant egg. Yi Kong added. Those mercenaries have all gone crazy. Fatty Hai pretended to be frightened. We're back to look for our companion. Her name is Anan. We'll set off 2 days later. Please help us check if she's already here. Yu Bing was most worried about her sister Anan's safety. Very good. Thank you for the information you provided. We will record it in your training and give you extra points. As for your companions, we will follow up. If your companions are still in Hope Town, we will bring them to you as soon as possible. The squad leader led Yu Yang and the others to a well-preserved hut and sent someone to deliver hot water and steamed buns. After registering Yu Yang and the others' names, the squad leader hurriedly left. About half an hour later, a man dressed like a general pushed open the door and entered. The squad leader respectfully followed behind him. Seeing Yu Yang and the others' wary expressions, the squad leader hurriedly waved his hands. Students, it's all right. Our general just wants to understand the situation in the valley. This matter might not be simple. We need the help of the Xia Empire students. It's all right, everyone sit down and talk. The general, who was originally solemn and frowning, also tried his best to smile. Students, I'm Ma Xingkong. You can call me Old Ma. Old General Ma. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai cooperated with each other and called out in unison. There's no record of your companion. He should be as lucky as you and escaped from this disaster. Or maybe he hasn't come yet. Students, can you tell us what happened? That old General Ma stretched out his hand and patted Fatty Hai's shoulder. Then, he pretended to be easygoing and sat in front of Yu Yang. With one look, he could tell that this low-key masked young man was the backbone of this team. A man who had a silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf as a pet, old General Ma did not doubt his ability to survive. With him around, it was normal for this group to return safe and sound. Even if this young man was unusually low-key, the crescent blade on his back had unknowingly exposed the fact that he was a ranker. This was the weapon of a demon general. There was not a single weapon shop in the Soaring Dragon continent that sold this kind of demon weapon. Old General Ma knew that if he wanted to understand the ins and outs of the entire incident, this young man in front of him might be able to give him the best answer. Yi Kong drank a mouthful of hot tea and pretended to be extremely cooperative. He enthusiastically described the incident. We were originally training and leveling up in the ant hole, but we suddenly heard a cry for help coming from the depths of the ant hole. We wanted to go and save them, but the ant hole was in chaos. There were countless fire-red ants, so we were trapped instead. I know it the best. I'm their boss. It was very dangerous at that time, so I decided to leave the ant hole and return to the surface. Fatty Hai acted as if he was the boss. When we came out, we found that the mercenaries had all gone crazy. They were slashing and killing anyone they saw. Li Chia recounted the tragic scene at that time. Afterwards, we were also involved in the battle. But luckily, we found a square rock to hide in. Li Ge nodded. What happened after that? It wasn't that old General Ma didn't believe their words, but he felt that what they said was only one-sided. The one who truly knew the truth was the masked brat in front of him, who had not spoken a single word. He believed that he was the team leader and the true boss of this small team. I didn't leave the ant hole, so I wasn't clear about the situation of the battle outside. Yu Yang felt that if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to hide it from this old General Ma who looked rough but was actually very meticulous. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't tell him about the battle with the Marquis of Zijin, but he told him about what happened in the ant hole. When I entered the ant nest, I found that there were thousands of ants in chaos. In the second layer of the ant nest, countless mercenaries were fighting against the fire-red ants. There were also some who were killing each other. Those mercenaries who had the golden ant eggs were trapped on a platform. The situation was extremely dangerous. Out of humanitarianism, I went to rescue them and gave them teleportation scrolls. Furthermore, I opened up a path and sent those mercenaries into the ant path. Their leader was called Zhong Hao. If you can find him, then you can prove that what I said is true. Yu Yang made a probe to see if that Zhong Hao from the mercenary group was still alive. He was 90% sure that Zhong Hao had not survived. Because if that Zhong Hao was still alive, then old General Ma would know that he had obtained the hard-shelled dragon fruit. He wouldn't ask about the golden ant eggs anymore, and he wouldn't even know how crazy the mercenaries were. When old General Ma heard this, he paused for a moment and said with certainty, there was indeed a Zhong Hao. He had escaped back to Hope Town and asked for help from our guards. However, they were attacked by bandits and the guards were all killed in battle. Zhong Hao and his companions were also captured by the enemy. After that, a chaotic battle broke out. The mercenaries seemed to know about the golden ant eggs and started killing everyone they saw. However, I suspect that the enemy had used some kind of poison to make them go crazy. Otherwise, the mercenaries wouldn't have gone crazy to the point of losing their rationality for the golden ant eggs. What made me even more suspicious was that someone had used some kind of treasure to disrupt the space between Hope Town and the camp. Hence, teleportation was not possible and there were very few people who escaped. Little student, can you tell me more about the meteor bombardment? He felt that Yu Yang's team was definitely related to the meteor bombardment. Maybe the enemy had discovered that there were still survivors, and that they were strong, so they summoned the meteors. In order to cover up the matter regarding the hard-shelled dragon fruit, the Marquis of Zijin, Grandma Qi, and the medicine encyclopedia, Yu Yang decided to throw out the later part of the battle to divert old General Ma's attention. He narrated in a calm voice, "When I killed my way out of the ant nest filled with thousands of ants, I discovered that my companions were being surrounded and attacked by enemies. Among them were 2 level 5 grandmasters and a level 6 elder. They hid in the crowd and encouraged the mercenaries to surround and attack my companions. When they discovered that I had returned, they summoned a forest boa, a bronze-skinned lion and an iron-boned leopard. They even summoned a giant mammoth to attack me. I fell into a bitter battle. The opponent's level 6 elder, who was hiding in the crowd, had even summoned 5 meteors. I took a risk and interrupted his summoning. In the end, the meteors backfired and crashed towards them. In the end, the mountain peak also collapsed. When we woke up from the shock, they had already been picked up by their companions in the sky. There were many flying beasts in the sky and there were at least 200 people. They had all left after the meteors crashed into the valley. Can you describe the appearance of the elder who summoned the meteors?" Old General Ma furrowed his brows. He could tell that although this young man's description was simple, it didn't seem like he was lying. If there was really a level 6 elder who had participated in this matter and even summoned meteors to silence them, then things would become complicated. This matter would be 10 times more serious than he had imagined. Yu Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that old General Ma would temporarily not suspect or pay attention to his experience in the ant hole. Instead, he would place all his attention on that level 6 elder. This was the small detour that Yu Yang had given old General Ma to divert his attention. Looks like this matter wasn't about an enemy who was chasing after him. Since it had nothing to do with him, Yu Yang decided to stay out of this matter. He couldn't be bothered to care about the country's affairs and conspiracies. It would be better for him to concentrate on his personal affairs. Old General Ma wanted to describe the appearance of the level 6 elder. Yu Yang generously described the appearance of the person who summoned the meteors, the appearance of the other level 6 elder, and the appearance of the 2 masters. Yu Yang even pretended not to know that there were 2 level 6 elders. He only said that the person who summoned the meteors was a level 6 beginner, elder. And all the mercenaries called that person Sir. When he said this, old General Ma's expression immediately changed. It was obvious that old General Ma knew the 2 elders, and he was very familiar with them. "Thank you very much. You have helped our Tianluo kingdom to uncover a terrifying conspiracy. After we have investigated this thoroughly, we will definitely report this to the Emperor and ask him to give you a special reward. Right now, we suspect that the enemy is still trying to cover up and erase this matter. Please don't leave for the time being. We will gather more experts here, and we will also inform your academy's teachers to come over and bring you home. Of course, don't worry, we will definitely protect your lives. We are an army, and we have the strength to do so." Before old General Ma could finish speaking, a sudden roar came from outside. A huge shockwave shook the wooden door open with a paw sound. The entire floor trembled non-stop, and the mud and dust on the beams continuously fell. The sound of an incomparably sharp alarm rang out. The anger in old General Ma's eyes was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He calmly stood up. Before he left, he didn't forget to comfort Yu Yang and the others. "Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, we have the ability to protect you. Stay in the house for the time being, I will go out and take a look." Yu Yang felt that this result was a little inconceivable. Tianluo Kingdom had already mobilized their army, but those evildoers still dared to brazenly launch an attack. Who exactly were these fugitives? What kind of earth-shattering secret was hidden in the despair abyss that made them do this at all costs? For a moment, Yu Yang's heart was filled with great curiosity. Could it be that there was something more important than the golden ant eggs and the hard-shelled dragon fruit here? A screech rang out in the sky. The sound was sharp, like an awl piercing through the night sky. Yu Yang felt that this sound was a little familiar. It sounded like the Bloody Queen's banshee scream, but it wasn't as clear and shrill as the Bloody Queen's banshee scream. It also didn't have a soul-shaking feeling, but instead had a kind of annoying noise. This kind of sound wasn't as lethal as the banshee scream, but it was unpleasant to listen to. It made people feel disgusted and annoyed. It's the harpies. Oh my god, it's those demons from the falling Kang Mountain. The team leader rushed to the door and trembled. At this time, there were countless flying beasts flying past in the sky. A small number of them could be seen clearly in the light of the fire, but most of them were hidden in the darkness high up in the sky. Yu Yang could only judge that there were groups of flying beasts flying overhead from the movement of the air and the sound of flapping wings. Yu Yang's eyes shared Queen Vivian Li's night vision ability. He could see clearly in a dark hole without any light, let alone now. Within Yu Yang's field of vision, there were at least tens of thousands of different kinds of flying beasts circling in the sky. At the highest point, there were giant eagles and flying dragons circling in the sky. In the middle, there were harpies with black bodies. These harpies were different from the harpies in Tong Tian Tower Space Pavilion. These harpies looked extremely ugly and evil. They were covered in wrinkles and looked very disgusting. At the bottom, there were some carrion crows, drummed wing lizards, skin membrane rats, flat snakes and a large number of giant bats. They made all kinds of noises as they searched for their targets, swooping down from different parts of the town to attack the people. The screeches that Yu Yang heard earlier were the screeches of those ugly harpies when they swooped down to attack the soldiers on the ground. Falling Kang Mountain? He had never heard of this place before. Falling Kang Mountain? On the contrary, Fatty Hai was so scared that his whole body trembled as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? Master Hai, quickly tell everyone about it. Yu Bing had never heard of this place before. Falling Kang Mountain, was there such a place in the Soaring Dragon continent? Just as Yu Yang was paying attention to Fatty Hai's reaction, he suddenly heard the sound of another animal. This sound was extremely soft. However, in Yu Yang's ears, it was extremely clear. It made one's blood run cold. That was the sound of one of the three great killers of the Abyss of Despair, the giant spider, crawling. The low-level scavengers that had been loitering outside the town fled in fright, but other than the jackals and hyenas that were the fastest, most of them could not escape the giant spider's hunt. Yu Yang went out and leaped onto the roof. He looked down at the slope at the bottom of the mountain and his heart skipped a beat. He did not know how many giant spiders there were, maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands. They crawled all over the mountain and surrounded Hope Town. These giant spiders that had never left the Despair Abyss had strangely come out of their nests and attacked Hope Town. Yu Yang frowned. If there was no special lure, it would be impossible for so many giant spiders to leave the Despair Abyss, and even more impossible for all of them to hunt for food in Hope Town. Below the house, Fatty Hai's face was pale. He wiped his cold sweat and said with a trembling voice, "The Falling Kang Mountain is a terrifying place. It is located somewhere in the ocean, on a huge island. It is very far away from our Soaring Dragon continent, and there are many terrifying monsters there. That place is also known as the abandoned land of the gods, which means that even the gods have abandoned it. In the Soaring Dragon continent, there are some warriors who have committed the most heinous crimes and are not tolerated by the world. They have escaped there and formed a demonic palace that specializes in destroying the peace of the Soaring Dragon continent. It is said that the Falling Kang Mountain is a place that is even more terrifying than the Demon Abyss. All living creatures are corrupted creatures. Anyone who enters the Falling Kang Mountain will be assimilated by those evil creatures and become an indulgent and crazy corrupted person." Demonic palace? Yi Kong was stunned. He was very surprised that Fatty Hai's knowledge was not even half of his, but he knew a secret that he had never heard of. Is there really such a place? Why haven't I heard of it before? Yu Bing was still skeptical. There should be. Li Chia and Li Ge said in unison. When they thought of the mercenaries' craziness, they felt that Fatty Hai's words made sense. Those mercenaries who fought crazily, didn't they look like corrupted people who had been assimilated by the evil creatures? For the sake of the golden ant eggs, they were crazy to the extent that they did not care about their family, friends, brothers, and sisters, and killed anyone they saw. If it wasn't for the influence of this corrupted person from the falling Kang Mountain, the mercenaries would not be so abnormal. With regards to the existence of the falling Kang Mountain's demonic palace, Yu Yang was not surprised. For thousands of years, there were countless kingdoms in the soaring dragon continent that were defeated in the struggle for power. The winners were the kings, and the losers were the villains. Countless old and young who survived escaped overseas. It was not strange for them to form such an organization to fight against the soaring dragon continent. However, they had such great power that it made Yu Yang a little suspicious. If it wasn't for the support of an innate rancor, how could a group of defeated fugitives have such power to threaten the Tianluo kingdom? One must know that the combined power of the Tianluo kingdom was above that of Dexia and Zijin. They were publicly acknowledged as the strongest kingdom. Even compared to the battle-hungry Zijin kingdom, Tianluo kingdom was still slightly better. Yu Yang thought about the real and fake elder Tian Sua in the Dexia kingdom's medical center and the mercenary frenzy today. He felt that there was a turbulent undercurrent in the soaring dragon continent. First, they attacked the poisoned soldiers of Dexia kingdom, sowing discord between Dexia kingdom and the floating mist sect. This time, they created the golden ant eggs incident, causing the mercenary frenzy, and even the 1,000 beasts encirclement tonight. It seemed that there was indeed a powerful mastermind behind the scenes manipulating all these things. If there wasn't the support of an innate rancor, or the support of a powerful sect, it would be impossible to fight against a kingdom like Dexia and Tianluo. Thinking further, the pitiful guy's father, Yu Qiu, the Yu clan's greatest hope as a genius warrior, was he killed by the demonic palace? The pitiful guy's annulment of the engagement and suicide, were they also related to the demonic palace? Also, Inan seemed to have bad blood with the demonic palace. Looking at it now, Wu Yi, Xiahua and the others were definitely people from the demonic palace. Especially Xiahua, who was able to summon the demon king Ha Xian through a blood sacrifice. If he wasn't a degenerate from the demonic palace, how could he have such great power? In short, many things were still a mystery. There was no truth and no answer. Unless he went to look for it and expose it. General, the teleportation circle is being disrupted. A cry of surprise came from the teleportation circle. It turned out that the figures that were continuously being teleported were suddenly interrupted. A black pillar of light strangely floated above the teleportation circle, causing the teleportation circle to be unable to operate normally. What's going on? The people who had just teleported out were in a mess. Hurricane Scout Team, return to the capital and request for reinforcements. Old General Ma's thick eyebrows furrowed even more as he hurriedly waved his hand and gave the order. The personal guards behind him immediately scattered in all directions. Everyone ran 100 meters away and opened their teleportation scrolls one by one. When the flying beasts in the sky saw the white light appearing below, they all swooped down. On the other hand, some degenerate warriors who were riding on flying beasts and hiding in the darkness used their crossbows or strong bows to shoot down these soldiers who were returning to ask for reinforcements. Old General Ma waved his hand and countless soldiers raised their shields in a well-trained manner, blocking the arrows for their companions. There were also archers who raised their bows and shot arrows towards the sky. The Hurricane Scout Team's scattered teleportation had greatly dispersed the enemy's firepower. At the same time, 20 teleportation doors appeared in Hope Town. Even so, there were still many soldiers who tried to escape back to help but were shot down by the warriors in the sky. Only a small number of soldiers managed to escape through the teleportation door in time. The teleportation failed. The space has been distorted by someone. The officer in charge of the teleportation circle was very experienced. With one look, he could tell that the teleportation was not completely successful. Even though the teleportation was successful, the space had been distorted by the enemy's treasure. The teleportation distance was probably 1,000 miles away from the real destination. It was impossible for them to ask for help. When old General Ma heard this, his expression changed slightly. However, he was still calm and composed. He waved his hand and gave the order, "Everyone, defend. Hurricane Scout Team, follow me and advance." Yes. Hundreds of elite soldiers responded loudly and gathered behind old General Ma. "You guys quickly retreat back into the house. A huge battle is about to break out. Don't worry, I will protect your safety." Even though the squad leader was so scared that his lips were trembling, he still forced himself to calm down and let Yu Yang and the others enter the house. He then used his tall and sturdy body to block the entrance. Even the hand that was holding onto the blade could not stop trembling. When Yu Yang saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. How dare he say that he would protect me with his mediocre skills? "Yu Yang, Yu Bing. Yi Kong, Master Hai, are you guys there?" Suddenly, a shout came from afar in the noisy environment. "It's Sister Anan." "Ah, no, it's Brother Anan." Fatty Hai reacted the fastest to a beauty's voice. When he heard it, he immediately jumped up. His speed was extremely fast as he knocked the squad leader away. He stepped on the squad leader's body and rushed out of the door, shouting everywhere, "We're here, we're here. Anan, where are you?" "Over there." Yu Bing's eyes were sharp. She immediately discovered Anan, who was dressed as a thief, standing at the edge of the teleportation circle in the middle of the town. She hurriedly waved her hand, "I'm here. It's dangerous over there, come quickly." In the sky, a flying dragon flapped its huge wings and spiraled downwards. It stretched out its huge sharp claws, preparing to grab Anan, who was anxiously calling for her companions. Fatty Hai was so anxious that he wished he could grow 8 legs and rush over. However, compared to the flying dragon, his speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. Yi Kong's speed was slightly faster than him, but he couldn't rush over to save her in time. What's worse was that Anan had just teleported here not long ago. She hadn't understood the situation yet. When she discovered that her surroundings were in a mess, she only hurriedly called for her companions. She didn't notice that there were thousands of flying beasts circling in the sky. She didn't even notice that a flying dragon was attacking her from above. "Quickly dodge, dodge." Yu Bing's shouts were affected by the noisy surroundings and couldn't reach Anan's ears clearly. Just as the flying dragon's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light and its claws reached for Anan's body, a purple flame soared into the sky. Anan turned around and was shocked to find that Yu Yang was like a demon god as he brandished his demon blade that was covered in purple flames and chopped down towards his head. His eyes were immediately stunned. He had not seen him for a long time. Why did he want to kill him the moment they met? The light of the blade flashed past. Just when Anan thought that she was going to die, she suddenly found that the light of the blade had slashed past her head, strangely hitting nothing. Boom, a loud sound rang out. He only saw a burst of blood splatter, sprinkling down like raindrops. Immediately after, there was the mournful cry of a magical beast. Then, he heard a huge shadow flash, and then it fell straight in front of him. Its long tail swept wildly, and its huge wings flapped wildly. Above it, Anan realized that Yu Yang was like a majestic god of war, waving his 2 blades left and right, slashing wildly. His power was like a thunderbolt, and every strike caused the monster's blood to splatter as it wailed unceasingly. That beast was heavily injured. It flapped its wings as if it wanted to escape back to the sky. Anan found that Yu Yang, whom she couldn't forget even in her dreams, had actually abandoned his 2 blades. Instead, he pulled the flying dragon's huge tail and ruthlessly smashed it onto the ground. That domineering aura was simply hating the heavens and earth for not having a handle. Boom, the ground shook. The flying dragon heavily smashed onto the ground. Its wings were broken, its limbs were broken, its neck was broken, and its head exploded. Blood flowed freely. After struggling for a few moments, it fell dead in front of him. In the flames, his back view was as mighty as a god of war, outstanding and unparalleled. This was the man who had barged into her heart. Anan's heart was filled with excitement. She couldn't help but rush forward and hug him tightly from the back. Although she liked him very much, tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes. These were not tears of sadness, but tears of joy. There was the excitement of reuniting after a long time, the surprise of his unexpected appearance, the excitement of him saving the damsel in distress, and the indescribable longing in her heart for him. arrows rained down from the sky. With a spherical beheader, Yu Yang deflected all the arrows towards the sky, causing all the attackers to tremble in fear. It was a pity that Yu Yang had yet to fully master the combination of yin and yang and space teleportation. Otherwise, these guys who liked to shoot arrows in the dark would be in big trouble. The combination of spherical slash and teleportation ripple was Yu Yang's new attempt. After the slash, Yu Yang had a new realization in his heart. He felt that he had experienced many big battles, especially the battle with the Marquis of Zijin. He felt that he was able to reach a higher level and breakthrough was not far away. He just lacked a little bit of opportunity to do so. The arrow attack just now was a chance for him to break through. It was a pity that he was not fully prepared. Otherwise, he would have successfully leaped past his current realm and reached a new realm. Although the arrows that were deflected by Yu Yang's slash were not very high and were all deflected in a parabolic trajectory, they did not pose a threat to most of the flying beasts. However, some of the predatory crows, drumming lizards, and giant bats that were greedy and rushed forward to attack the soldiers were unlucky. They crashed into the rain of arrows and fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies were full of arrows. Even if they did not die on the spot, they would not be able to get up. The soldiers rushed forward and chopped them into meat paste. Pay attention, keep circling. The leader, who had been paying attention to Yu Yang for a long time in the canyon, ordered his subordinates not to cause a commotion and not to take the initiative to attack Yu Yang. He realized that the arrows were useless against Yu Yang. Ordinary attacks were nothing but a joke to such an expert. They had to use the tactic of fighting soldiers against soldiers and strong warriors against strong warriors to eliminate the biggest threat. Otherwise, their plan to surround the town tonight would be difficult to achieve. Old General Ma saw everything that happened with his own eyes. Although he did not say anything on the surface, he was secretly happy. Before this, he already knew that this masked brat had extraordinary strength. However, due to his identity as a student of the Dixia kingdom, he could not use him to serve the Tianluo kingdom. Now that he had taken the initiative to attack the enemy and save his companions, greatly sharing his worries and effectively deterring the enemies in the sky, it was the best news in this dangerous situation. At this moment in Hope Town, every additional bit of combat strength was an additional helping hand. This was especially so for the soldiers, mercenaries, and civilians of Hope Town. The masked kid's strength was not inferior to his, and it was a blessing from the heavens. He might not go all out to help Hope Town, but he would protect his comrades. To the enemies who were plotting to besiege Hope Town, it was a great threat and an unexpected blow. Those enemies would never have thought that such a powerful opponent would appear unexpectedly in Hope Town. For the entire plan, such an oversight might be the beginning of failure and collapse. Therefore, old General Ma was secretly delighted that Yu Yang had taken action to defeat the enemy. The situation was critical. He didn't have time to express his gratitude to Yu Yang. He hurriedly led the elite soldiers to fight back against the giant spiders that had invaded the town. Use fire, spiders are afraid of fire. Old General Ma had a lot of battle experience. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him shot out fire arrows one after another. Following that, many soldiers threw out burning oil and torches, burning the giant spiders that had just climbed into the town's walls. Are you all right? Yu Yang really enjoyed the wonderful feeling of Anan's fragrant and soft body hugging him. It was too comfortable. He couldn't help but reach out his evil wolfish hands and caress her back. No, I'm all right. Anan discovered that when his burning hot hands caressed her back, the skin on her entire body started to tremble. In the end, she discovered that this big bad guy's hands were a little lower, almost reaching her butt. She hurriedly pulled his hands back and placed them on the back of her waist. She couldn't bear to let go of him just like that. Furthermore, she felt that the feeling of him hugging her back was very comfortable. She felt a sense of security in her heart, and at the same time, there was a kind of blissful feeling as if their bodies and minds were one. When he turned his head and asked in a low voice, Anan was afraid that he would see the tears on her face. She hurriedly lowered her head and secretly wiped them away. Sister Anan. Brother Anan. Yu Bing was still young and didn't really understand the concept of love. She didn't realize that her brother and future sister-in-law were currently enjoying a warm moment. Seeing that Yu Bing had escaped from danger, she excitedly ran over, opened her arms and hugged Yu Yang and Yunnan tightly, hugging them in her embrace. "Brother Anan, it's great that you're all right." Fatty Hai also wanted to pretend that he didn't know anything. He opened his hands, but Yi Kong kicked him until he fell flat on his face. When everyone surrounded her, Anan immediately felt embarrassed. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were fine, but Anan already knew that they had already found out that she was a girl. However, in front of Yu Yang, she still wanted to maintain her identity as Brother Anan. This way, he would tell her more from the bottom of his heart, and say things that she would never be able to hear as a girl. In order to prevent Yu Yang from getting suspicious and misunderstanding, Anan explained vaguely, "There's a custom in my hometown. When people meet again after a long time, they would usually hug to express their affection and wish each other well. Just like this," Anan said as she gave Yu Bing a hug. Yu Yang secretly laughed in his heart, but pretended to be confused on the surface. He deliberately sighed, "This custom isn't that good. If it's hugging a beauty, it's fine. But hugging a man doesn't feel good at all." Yu Yang even pretended to have goosebumps all over his body, indicating that he felt uncomfortable after hugging Anan. Anan almost wanted to kick him. She had never seen such an idiot before. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately pretended to be excited. "I like the custom in Anan's hometown. Come, let's hug too." Yi Kong and the Li brothers simultaneously beat him to the ground. Yi Kong pounced on him and gave him a good beating. "My hometown's custom is to beat up any annoying fellow we see, just like now." The Li brothers took advantage of the chaos and kicked Fatty Hai's fleshy buttocks, nodding seriously. "Coincidentally, our hometown also has this custom." Anan secretly laughed when she saw this. Thinking that this mess was caused by her, she felt embarrassed. She hurriedly pulled Yu Yang and Yu Bing away, so that Fatty Hai wouldn't say anything wrong and suffer even more. She first said a few words to Yu Bing, then asked Yu Yang, "How was it? How many days did you study in the academy? Did you see any beauties or anything like that?" Yu Bing was afraid that her future sister-in-law would be jealous, so she hurriedly gave Yu Yang a look, telling him not to talk nonsense. However, Yu Yang pretended not to see it. He put one hand on Anan's shoulder and said, "I didn't see any beauties, I mainly went to school. However, on the first day, I picked up an extremely hot drunken cat downstairs. TSK, that body was really good. If there's a chance next time, I'll tell you in detail. I guarantee that you'll salivate." Yu Bing covered her forehead. She had a headache, thinking that her future sister-in-law would definitely eat 3 bowls of vinegar. Really? What happened to that drunken cat? It would be a lie if Anan said that she wasn't jealous at all. However, she believed that Yu Yang wouldn't bring drunken cat back to push her down the moment he picked her up. At most, he would be a hero saving the damsel in distress and wake up drunken cat. Next, I brought her back to the dormitory. If she didn't have a gold-ranked beast, little panda Nyonyo, to protect her, hee. Yu Yang laughed evilly as he patted Anan's shoulder, meaning to say, "We're both men, you know this." Yu Yang's perverted expression made Anan extremely depressed. There was a beauty standing in front of him, yet he didn't recognize her, and he even told her to push down drunken cat. He was really an idiot that made people both angry and ridiculous. Brother was actually very obedient. He immediately went to read after we brought her back. When drunken cat woke up, she immediately beat Yi Kong, Master Hai, and the others up. Because brother was very obedient, he followed me outside to read and research beasts, so he didn't get beaten up. Yu Bing hurriedly put in good words for her brother. Not at all. She even left me a note to prove that she couldn't forget me. Yu Yang was immensely proud of himself, expressing that he was extremely handsome. A beauty had left a love letter. What note? Anan was indeed very nervous when she heard it. Look, isn't this? Yu Yang took out a note from his bosom. Anan hurriedly snatched it over. When she saw that it was a cute little paw print, she couldn't understand. What did this mean? An agreed secret code? A secret love letter? Anan. Brother Anan, this was left for him by little panda Nyonyo. She likes to eat sweets. Yu Bing giggled. So it's like this. Congratulations, Yu Yang. You've successfully captured a little girl's heart. When Anan saw Yu Bing's secret hand gesture, she realized that little panda girl Nyonya was actually a child. She immediately laughed in her heart and felt ashamed of her nervousness. Why did she get jealous of a little girl? Although this brat was handsome, he was actually a big idiot. Because he had stayed at home for too long, he didn't know how to please girls. Moreover, he covered his face all day, so it would be a wonder if any girls would like him. They were fated. Although he acted like a wolf, he still belonged to her. No one else could snatch him away. Anan was happy when she thought about it. She didn't care about Yu Yang's big hands hugging her shoulders. Instead, she leaned closer to him. She also didn't care that Yu Bing was beside her. Since she already saw herself as her future sister-in-law, she didn't need to hide from her. She asked shyly in a low voice, "It's easy to see beautiful girls. I'll introduce my sister to you next time. I guarantee that you'll drool when you see her. If you want to see her, I'll arrange it for you. Do you want to see her? We'll talk about this later." Yu Yang pretended that it wasn't convenient for him to express his thoughts with Yu Bing by his side. However, he acted as if he couldn't wait to see her. This made Yu Bing secretly laugh, while Anan felt very happy. After the small gathering, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai came over. Everyone became nervous about the situation again. The flying beasts in the sky temporarily did not move. They all landed on the rocks on top of the mountain, looking down at Hope Town. On the walls of the town, countless giant spiders were climbing in. Venom and spider webs flew everywhere. From time to time, soldiers would be caught by the spider webs. Fortunately, there were many soldiers defending the town. Furthermore, there were elite soldiers standing guard at every distance. The moment they saw the spider webs, they would immediately burn them. The spider webs, which were immune to swords, were extremely afraid of fire. They would melt as soon as they were burned. There weren't many casualties among the soldiers at the moment. Those who were poisoned were bitten by the smaller spiders. With the help of the antidote, as long as the soldiers weren't bitten in vital parts and were treated in time, their lives wouldn't be in danger. However, this was only the beginning of the attack. The number of giant spiders that the soldiers had killed was not even 1,000th of the total number. Furthermore, there were still countless spiders crawling out from the despair abyss. They were densely packed, covering the entire hillside. It was a ghastly sight. Old General Ma frowned. He could see that the soldiers had used up a lot of energy. Their beasts were also starting to get injured. Now that there was no one to rescue them, these spiders wouldn't be able to be completely killed even after a day and a night. On the hilltop, there were still thousands of flying beasts and hundreds of corrupted warriors eyeing them like tigers watching their prey, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. In this battle, the initiative was completely in the hands of the enemy. It was a battle of life and death. If that masked brat was willing to lend them a hand, they might be able to hold on until dawn. Otherwise, with just the 2,000 soldiers under them, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive the night. Old General Ma looked towards Yu Yang's direction and suddenly realized that there was a warrior riding on a black steel-feathered griffin in the sky. Ignoring the soldiers' attacks, he proudly stopped in midair and spoke to Yu Yang, stating his conditions: "You are not soldiers, nor are you our targets. We have decided to let you live. Go, leave this place immediately." Everyone's gaze fell on Yu Yang. Some were worried that he would accept the conditions, some were envious that he had the chance to leave, some were resentful of his good luck, some hoped that he would stay and fight alongside them, some shook their heads in despair, and some begged with their eyes. There was only one message in Yi Kong and the rest's gazes, and that was to firmly listen to Yu Yang's decision. They weren't willing to fight against a strong enemy, but they couldn't bear to abandon so many soldiers and leave alone. Hence, they chose to listen to him. As for Anan and Yu Bing, they definitely supported Yu Yang's decision. "When I was 3 years old, my father taught me not to believe the enemy's words. Do you think that everyone is as stupid as you? Put away your tricks and save your saliva. No one will fall for your trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain." When Yu Yang said this, the surrounding soldiers immediately heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. Even old General Ma, who was far away, nodded his head heavily. He had indeed not misjudged Yu Yang. Yu Yang did not fall for the trap, nor did he abandon his soldiers and leave alone. A good man should be like this. Old General Ma looked at Yu Yang. Suddenly, a sense of heroism and confidence rose in his heart. With this person here, the situation might not be hopeless. The expression of the warrior riding on the back of the black steel-feathered griffin changed greatly. With regards to Yu Yang's reply, he seemed to feel extremely humiliated. In the end, he actually did a somersault and jumped down from the griffin's back. He pointed at Yu Yang and snorted coldly, "Since you want to die, I will send you on your way. Don't think that you can be cocky just because you have some mediocre skills. We are just appreciating your talent. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless. Arrogant Junior, die." Yu Yang's level 3, divine vision, could see through the enemy's hidden strength. This masked warrior was even stronger than the two junior elders that he met in front of the ant hole. He should be a middle-level elder that possessed strengthening type beasts and was proficient in combat skills. His strength was probably not below old General Ma's. This fellow was also the strongest among all the corrupted warriors that Yu Yang had met before. There was only a difference of 1 rank, but he was 2 times stronger than the 2 junior elders that he met in front of the ant hole. Yu Yang, who had fought against the Marquis of Zijin, was naturally not afraid of him. However, under the situation where it was inconvenient for little Wenli and the others to fight in front of everyone, Yu Yang reckoned that it would not be easy for him to kill him in one go. What made Yu Yang vigilant the most was that in the darkness, there was another warrior that was a few times stronger than this fellow, hiding somewhere and watching the battle. That person was the real leader of these attackers. Facing the enemy's arrogant challenge, Yu Yang's response was to yawn lazily, "If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Your long-winded speech is making me sleepy." Roar. Once he said this, the soldiers became excited as they raised their arms and shouted. Roar, roar, roar. They shouted in unison to boost Yu Yang's prestige. Their momentum was earth-shattering, their morale soaring. "Blackwing Tan Wufang, your opponent is me." Old General Ma took the steel blade from his personal guard and strode towards him. In his heart, Yu Yang was a young man that could not be harmed. No matter if he needed help in times of crisis or diplomatic relations, it would be hard to explain. Only by protecting a young expert better would they be the greatest deterrence and harm to the enemy. Old General Ma knew what kind of person the Blackwing Tan Wufang was. He was the black-winged human demon of the sky, earth and human demons of the demonic palace. He was ranked 108th in the demonic palace of the Falling Kang Mountain. On the surface, he was not ranked within the top 100, but it was not because he was not strong enough. If one were to look at the speed at which he rose from being ranked outside the top 3,000 in the past 10 years to continuously challenging and defeating hundreds of experts to obtain the 108th rank, one could see how powerful he was. Old General Ma estimated that the Blackwing Tan Wufang was at least ranked within the top 100 in the demonic palace. He might even be ranked within the top 50. Old General Ma was very familiar with the Blackwing Tan Wufang. He was a trader of the Tian Luo kingdom 10 years ago. Before he escaped to the Falling Kang Mountain, he dared to disguise himself as a bandit and kidnap the princess of the Dixia kingdom. After the robbery failed, the Blackwing Tan Wufang was pursued by the rankers of the Dixia kingdom and the Tian Luo kingdom. He was heavily injured several times and almost died, but he was still able to escape. It was only until one of the 5 elders of the Tian Luo kingdom, Sandstorm Wanli Sha, that he was arrested. However, on the day of his execution, he was rescued by the Sky Demon rankers of the demonic palace, Sky Execution, Sky Law and Sky Wrath. The Blackwing Tan Wufang was also the only criminal that the demonic palace had sent out 3 sky demons to rescue. This showed how much importance the demonic palace placed on him. After his fatal injuries were healed, the originally crippled Tan Wufang regained his previous strength and even improved. Within a few years, his ranking had been outside the top 3,000. Through challenges, he had defeated hundreds of demons and continued to rise until he was ranked 108. Finally, he had been promoted to become a human devil, one of the 3 types of demons, heavenly, earthly, and human. This speed of improvement was almost close to the highest record of the Falling Kang Mountain's ranking increase. It was only slightly lower than the record of the heavenly devil level powerhouse Calamity, who had squeezed into the top 10 from outside the top 5,000 within 2 years. Although old General Ma had never fought with the Blackwing Tan Wufang before, he knew that this Tianluo traitor who had committed heinous crimes and killed people like Scything Flax was not any weaker than himself. He was worried that Yu Yang was too young and inexperienced, and would be defeated by the Blackwing Tanwu's tricks. Hence, he decided to step forward bravely and face the traitor, the Blackwing Tanwu Feng. Ma Xingkong, I don't want to fight you. You're old. However, the Blackwing Tanwu Feng did not put old General Ma in his eyes at all. Actually, old General Ma was not old at all, it was just that he had a serious expression on his face, and his thick eyebrows were often knitted into knots. He was experienced and prudent when he did things. Coupled with the fact that he loved his soldiers like they were his own children, he was called Old General Ma by his subordinates. There's no use in angering me. Old General Ma was not affected at all. As he strode forward, he summoned a strengthening-type giant explosive bear to strengthen his body, transforming his arms into a bear. You're still as stupid as before, the Blackwing Tanwu Feng suddenly took out a crystal and summoned a ball of strange colorless fog. As the mountain wind blew, the colorless fog dispersed in all directions. Everyone could smell a kind of rich and extremely fragrant smell, but no one felt uncomfortable. Instead, their mouths started to water, and they started to salivate. Especially Fatty Hai, his saliva had already turned into a waterfall. Old General Ma, whose steps were as heavy as a mountain, suddenly waved his steel blade in agony, and struck it heavily on the ground. He first supported himself with his blade, but the iron-forged blade's hilt was bent by his immense strength. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, old General Ma stabbed his bear-like arms deeply into the rock. Although his expression did not seem to have changed much, and only his thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, the attentive soldiers could see that old General Ma's back was already drenched in sweat. His arms and legs that had been stabbed into the rock were also trembling slightly. It was very obvious that he had been ambushed by the Blackwing Tanwu Feng, and his body was in extreme pain. However, old General Ma's will was as strong as steel, and he continued to persevere with all his might. The Blackwing Tanwu Feng appeared in front of old General Ma. He raised his leg and kicked old General Ma, causing his body to sway unsteadily. He then stepped on old General Ma, whose face was covered in blood, and sneered disdainfully, Ma Xingkong, one of the 10 great generals of Tianluo, aren't you very strong? Get up, why don't you hit me? I'm stepping on you, aren't you angry? Come on, be angry, go crazy, raise your bare paws and slap me to death. I'm definitely not angry, don't ever think of angering me. Old General Ma's face was kicked swollen, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife, and as calm as ice. Traitor, how dare you defile the general, hand over your life. Seeing old General Ma being humiliatingly stepped on by the Blackwing Tanwu Feng, the 2 Grandmaster-level deputy generals did not care about their own strength and bravely charged forward. Annoying trash, scram! The Blackwing Tanwu Feng waved his hand, creating a strong gust of wind. The 2 deputy generals were sent flying more than 10 meters away, vomiting blood non-stop. Everyone, retreat. I can defeat this traitor. Old General Ma suddenly growled. His eyes turned red, and his whole body gradually transformed into a bear. However, he quickly suppressed his anger and returned to his original state. He then ordered his soldiers to retreat. So he's using the berserk honey to provoke him? It's just a child's play. Yu Yang used his level 3, divine vision, to see through this Blackwing Tanwu Feng's tricks. This fellow had just summoned an extremely rare special-type beast, Berserk Bee Mist. That smoke was its honey powder. Any other beast would be fine if they smelled it, but only bear-type beasts would lose control and go berserk if they smelled it. This Blackwing Tanwu Feng was specifically targeted at old General Ma's beast, the giant explosion bear. He hoped that old General Ma would become berserk and lose control and become a homicidal maniac. He wanted old General Ma to slaughter the surrounding people like the mercenaries, achieving his goal of destroying Hope Town. As for old General Ma, he would rather be beaten up than get angry. He clenched his teeth and endured until the smell of the Berserk Bee Mist had completely dissipated. His strengthening-type beast was the giant explosion bear. Its defense and strength were incomparably terrifying, so he wasn't afraid of the Blackwing Tanwu Feng's kicks and beatings. It was only the verbal humiliation that made him feel a sense of crisis. Ma Xingkong, look at yourself. Do you still look like one of the 10 great generals? Why don't you change your name to Pitiful Worm? The black-winged Tan Wufang raised his big foot and stomped on old General Ma's face, humiliating him as much as he wanted. His words were extremely sharp and unkind as he continuously provoked him, hoping that old General Ma would be enraged and lose control, turning into a berserk giant bear that would go berserk and kill people. I think that the name Pitiful Worm suits you quite well. Yu Yang had unknowingly appeared behind him. What? The black-winged Tan Wufang was shocked. Someone had actually sneaked up behind him without him knowing? Let me show you how a person should stomp a pitiful worm to death. Yu Yang was very shameless. Normally, people would speak before they would attack. However, he wasn't like that. He would attack first before he spoke. He kicked the black-winged Tan Wufang's butt, sending him flying away. Only then did he speak in a leisurely manner. The black-winged Tan Wufang became even more furious. He turned his body in midair, preparing to fly downwards and attack Yu Yang. Suddenly, Yu Yang appeared behind him. He hugged his fists together and heavily punched the black-winged Tan Wufang's back. When his opponent crashed onto the ground like a meteor, Yu Yang even had the time to turn around and kick the black-winged Tan Wufang. He ruthlessly kicked the same spot on the black-winged Tan Wufang's back. Damn it! The black-winged Tan Wufang fell onto the ground. Even though he used his hands to support himself, he was still forced deep into the ground by the huge force. Without waiting for him to struggle out, Yu Yang slowly floated down in front of him. The black-winged Tan Wufang's eyes were immediately stunned. Wasn't this chasing speed a little too fast? I had fallen down, yet he still had the time to float down. What kind of beast did this brat summon? Why is his speed even faster than mine? The most despicable thing is yet to come. The corner of Yu Yang's mouth curled up into a smile that would make even demons tremble. He callously lifted his leg and heavily kicked the black-winged Tan Wufang's chin, sending him flying away like a rubber ball. The black-winged Tan Wufang flew more than 10 meters away. However, he immediately bounced back and roared like thunder. His speed was even faster than a gust of wind, and he attacked Yu Yang. Boom! As his fist landed on empty air, Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared. Unknowingly, Yu Yang had soundlessly appeared behind the black-winged Tan Wufang's back. Just as the black-winged Tan Wufang's eyes revealed a look of disbelief, Yu Yang's right hand pressed onto the back of his head, and smashed the black-winged Tan Wufang's entire body onto the ground. Then, he forcefully pushed the black-winged Tan Wufang's head forward. Using the black-winged Tan Wufang's head, Yu Yang created a long mud pit on the hard ground, and smashed him onto the wall. While he was struggling, Yu Yang's hand suddenly changed to grab his left leg, and lifted the black-winged Tan Wufang's entire body up from the ground, and smashed him onto the wall. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The wall exploded and collapsed, burying the black-winged Tan Wufang inside. The extremely arrogant black-winged Tan Wufang was practically beaten up by Yu Yang to the point where he didn't know which way was north, causing the soldiers to burst into cheers. The morale of the soldiers, which had dropped, once again rose by 100-fold. That's great. Beat that son of a b*****. Fatty Hai was so excited that his face turned red. When he saw Anan and Yubing looking at him, he immediately corrected himself. Actually, I'm a gentleman. That sentence just now was just for that uncultured monkey, Yi Kong. I pay great attention to my demeanor. You can see how polite I usually speak. I speak elegantly, kind-hearted, and enthusiastic about public welfare. A low-key person like me would never tell you that I once donated my pocket money to the people in the disaster area for charity. I was only 6 years old that year. Who hit me? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Kong and Ali clan brothers used their fists and legs to teach him a lesson. In the darkness, a sharp, needle-like voice suddenly rang out coldly, "Fool, he has already seen through your weakness. I have already said, do not summon the frenzied fog bee in front of an expert, that will greatly reduce your combat strength. Give me some time, I will personally kill him." The battered and exhausted black-winged Tan Wufang stood up from the rubble. He suppressed his anger and stared at Yu Yang. Don't make me wait too long. That sharp, needle-like voice harumphed and disappeared. You scared me to death. Mysterious expert, don't be too pretentious, you will be struck by lightning if you act too pretentious. Yu Yang sneered. At the same time, he took out his crescent blade and rushed towards the black-winged Tan Wufang with Hui Tai laying on his left and right. His expression was that of "I am going to get serious." The black-winged Tan Wufang was shocked. He hurriedly summoned the black steel-winged griffin from the sky and combined them into one. His body became sturdier and his muscles bulged. A pair of griffin wings grew out from his back, and his fingernails turned into terrifying sharp claws that could split gold and stone. In an instant, his combat strength increased by more than 10 times. Right now, he was in his strongest state, the black-winged human demon, Tan Wufang. Just as the black-winged Tan Wufang was full of confidence and was about to tear Yu Yang into pieces, suddenly, the sharp, needle-like voice shouted anxiously, "Quickly remove the summon, remove the strengthening. Idiot, you have fallen into his trap. That brat has placed a few spores." Yu Yang added with a bright smile. Just as everyone was confused, the black-winged Tan Wufang, who was flapping his wings in the sky, suddenly fell to the ground like a wooden man. Seeing that there was an opportunity, Hui Tai Lang immediately pounced forward and started to bite. The black-winged Tan Wufang had only lost some control over his body, but he had not completely lost his ability to fight. He struggled with all his might and raised his hands to counterattack. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. When Hui Tai Lang started to bite his shoulders, the black-winged Tan Wufang rolled and kicked in the air. When Hui Tai Lang jumped to one side and bit his legs, the black-winged Tan Wufang raised his hands and waved them around. He seemed to have lost control of his arms and legs. However, the power was still there. With a casual sweep of his claws, a deep crack would appear on the hard stone surface. The black-winged Tan Wufang flapped his wings and flew up into the sky. However, he had no sense of direction at all. He was like a blind fly, randomly bumping around. Sometimes he would fly up, sometimes he would crash into the wall, sometimes he would dive towards the ground. The more the black-winged Tan Wufang tried to control his body, the weirder his actions became. Everyone's gaze turned towards Yu Yang. Everyone knew that this was his masterpiece. They just didn't know what he meant by releasing some spores. What a stupid fellow. In the darkness, a mysterious man wearing a cloak slowly appeared. His eyes were as green as a firefly's. The face that was hidden under the cloak was painted with a strange and unique pattern. With a wave of his huge sleeves, he swept the black-winged Tan Wufang onto the ground and pressed his right hand on the top of Tan Wufang's head. Tan Wufang, who was originally strong and powerful, was like a little worm in his hands, unable to struggle at all. A raging flame burst out from the mysterious man's palm. All of a sudden, everyone felt a wave of heat assaulting their faces, followed by the smell of burnt flesh. Then, they heard Tan Wufang let out a series of extremely painful screams. Tan Wufang fell to the ground, his whole body charred. Seeing this fellow's attack, the soldiers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Forget about them, even Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were shocked to the point that their hearts trembled. He had killed the black-winged Tan Wufang in one move? Just now, when Yu Yang had beaten Tan Wufang until fallen flowers were running out of water, Tan Wufang did not suffer any serious injuries and still had a strong fighting ability. Now, this cloaked man had killed Tan Wufang with just one move. In that case, wouldn't the cloaked man's strength be much higher than Yu Yang's? Yi Kong and the rest's hearts were beating like drums, beating rapidly. When Yu Yang saw the mysterious cloaked man, he frowned slightly. He discovered that this mysterious cloaked man had used a very special type of fire energy to burn the black-winged Tan Wufang's entire body from inside out. He had even burnt the spores that he had planted in the Tan Wufang's body. Originally, the spores that were planted had fused with the strengthened beasts and merged into Tan Wufang's body. Unless the beasts were removed, it would be impossible to remove the effects. However, this mysterious cloaked man was able to use his flame force to burn the spores. Furthermore, his control over his flame force was just right. Not only did it not burn the black-winged Tan Wufang to death, it was also just enough to burn the spores. This kind of control was really ingenious. This mysterious cloaked man was definitely an expert who was proficient in using fire. No matter if it was his beasts, combat skills, or the nature of his body, they were all the perfect combination of fire energy. This guy was definitely the second strong enemy that he had met after the Marquis of Zijin. If he was not careful, he would easily suffer a loss in his hands. Facing a strong enemy, Yu Yang did not feel any fear. Instead, he felt a thirst for battle. His blood was boiling faintly. An enemy like this just happened to be the target of his battle. Every time he defeated an enemy like this, he believed that his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Be careful, he is the phosphorescent demon Ding Zong. He is a demon that is extremely proficient in controlling fire. His strength is ranked 38th in the demonic palace, and he is the demon that has the highest chance of becoming a sky demon. Old General Ma's body swayed as he stood up from the ground. Although the smell of honey had not completely disappeared, because the black-winged Tan Wufang had fainted, the frenzied bee's mist had also disappeared. It no longer affected old General Ma's bear transformation. It's 36. I had just killed 36's ghost face not long ago. The mysterious cloaked man added with a needle-like voice. It seems like he is the leader of the fallen raiders. Let's fight a strong enemy together. Old General Ma knew that he was very good at commanding troops to fight, but his strength was still far from the luminous demon Ding Zhang's. He had to face the enemy together with Yu Yang, otherwise this battle would be dangerous. You are not my opponent. Only he might be able to take 2 of my moves. The luminous demon Ding Zong did not even put old General Ma in his eyes. The old General Ma who had transformed into a bear roared like thunder as he charged forward. A pair of gigantic palms covered the sky and the earth as they smashed downwards. The luminous demon Ding Zong waved his huge sleeves, sweeping out raging flames that soared to the sky. Old General Ma hurriedly used both of his arms to block his eyes, but his entire body was forcefully pushed back by the flame force that was rushing towards him. He tried his best to stand firm, but the terrifying flame force pushed him away unstoppably. On the ground, a deep pit was left. Rocks and mud were sent flying, reaching a distance of a few meters. When everyone saw this, their expressions were all aghast. With just a wave of flame force, he was able to push old General Ma, who had boundless strength, back. Just how strong was this fellow? An even more terrifying scene happened. Old General Ma slowly put down his bear-like arms. The soldiers realized that the face that his arms were protecting was still burnt black. Under the gaze of thousands of people, old General Ma fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was still one move. Without even touching his body, he was defeated by the luminous demon Ding Zong. The 2 deputy generals hastily leapt forward and were about to lend their hands to save old General Ma. Suddenly, they cried out in fear. It turned out that when their hands grabbed onto old General Ma's shoulder armor, they realized that the steel shoulder armor had actually turned red from the heat. Terrifying, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others all swallowed their saliva simultaneously. On the other hand, Yu Bing and Anan looked at Yu Yang anxiously. They were all worried for Yu Yang. With regards to the luminous demon Ding Zhang's flames, although Yu Yang had a slight headache, he was not afraid. No matter how powerful this fellow was, compared to the Marquis of Zijin, there was still a gap. The Marquis of Zijin had fought with Grandma Qi after expending a large amount of his energy. He still had enough energy to kill Yu Yang instantly. In the end, he was defeated by Yu Yang. Why would he need to be afraid of the luminous demon Ding Zong? The only problem was that after the bitter battle with the Marquis of Zijin, he had also gone berserk twice. The innate qi in his body had been depleted too much. This was what gave Yu Yang a headache. However, it was precisely because of this kind of extreme challenge in dangerous situations that he could train and improve himself and break through himself. The corner of Yu Yang's lips curled up into a smile. He waved his hands towards Yu Bing and Yinan, telling them not to worry. At the same time, he took out his Hui Jin magic blade and walked towards the luminous demon Ding Zong in big strides. This is my hellfire. You guys will definitely not be able to defend against it. Ding Zong was very confident. His element-type beast was the hellfire. Unless it was a beast that countered it, anyone who fought against it would be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, this element-type hellfire was a guardian beast. It would never die and would never defect. Furthermore, it belonged to the hellfire attribute, so it was one of the best beasts in the world. With the gold-ranked level 6 hellfire, Ding Zong did not think that anyone below the level of a level 6 advanced elder would be able to defend against his attacks. Even if it was a level 6 advanced elder, if he did not have a beast that countered his element, he believed that he would also be defeated. Ghostface Mask, who was ranked 36th, was actually slightly stronger than him. However, in the end, he also died under his own hellfire. The hellfire was almost an invincible existence. Ding Zong was very confident. He did not think that the brat in front of him would be able to take one of his attacks. No matter if it was a strengthening type beast or a beast type beast, against his element type hellfire, there would only be one result, being burned to death. Yu Yang walked forward step by step. He also had the confidence to obtain the final victory. The method was the one that he wanted to break through. The luminous demon Ding Zong waved his huge sleeves and shot out a raging flame that soared to the sky. Those raging flames seemed to have a life of their own as they brought along a hot wind and fiercely pounced towards Yu Yang. Many of the soldiers could not bear to watch anymore. Under this raging flame, the result would probably be the same as old General Ma, which was to be defeated by the enemy in one move. God bless us. Yu Bing and Anan both closed their eyes and prayed for Yu Yang. Fatty Hai let out a scream. Oh my God. Yi Kong and the Li brothers also cried out involuntarily. This scared Yu Bing and Anan to the point that they almost collapsed to the ground. When they opened their teary eyes, they saw that Yu Yang had been pushed back 10 meters by the hellfire, just like how old General Ma was pushed back. They could not help but cry out in fear. They were afraid that Yu Yang would be like old General Ma, falling to the ground the moment he let go. However, a miracle happened. Yu Yang put down the blade that was protecting his face. He did not fall to the ground like old General Ma. He continued to walk towards Ding Zong. Ding Zong could not believe his own eyes. This brat had obviously been hit by his attack. Why did he not fall? The anger in his heart exploded. A raging flame that was several times bigger than the previous one came crashing towards him. It formed a huge ball of raging flames that looked like a sun in his hand. Then, he angrily threw it towards Yu Yang. Boom, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Yang welcomed it without dodging. He used his Hui Jin magic blade to meet the attack. A huge explosion sounded in the air. Everyone fell to the ground from the shock. Some of the roofs of the houses were blown away by the hot wind, and some of the walls had also collapsed. Yi Kong and the others who were bitterly persevering in the heat wave finally managed to withstand the suffocating heat wave. They then hurriedly raised their eyes to look for Yu Yang's figure. Yu Bing and Anan were already in a complete mess of tears. They did not know Yu Yang's true strength, and were extremely worried about his safety. 30 meters away from Ding Zong, there was a lonely figure standing there. It was Yu Yang. He was still standing, holding his blade with both hands, not moving at all. Just when everyone was worried that he would fall like old General Ma, suddenly, Yu Yang's body moved, and he walked towards the luminous demon Ding Zong. This is impossible. Ding Zong was stunned. This brat's strength was obviously similar to Ma Xingkong's. How could he withstand his fivefold hellfire? Are you all right? Yi Kong could not help but shout. However, before he blurted it out, he left out Yu Yang's name. He definitely could not let the enemy know Yu Yang's name. Let's not talk about the outcome of this battle. The demonic palace's strength was so terrifying. It would not be a good thing for them to come knocking. This is child's play. I am also an expert in playing with fire. Yu Yang suddenly revealed a bright smile, and waved his hands towards Yu Bing and Anan, telling them not to worry. Tenfold hellfire. The luminous demon Ding Zong was extremely furious. His entire body was ignited in flames, and his cloak turned into ashes. His entire body was like a man on fire. A black-red pillar of fire soared into the sky, reaching a height of tens of meters. Then, it slowly condensed, forming a huge flame that looked like a fire dragon. It had a head, a body, wings, and a tail. The whole fire dragon carried a terrifying firestorm, tearing the sky and splitting the earth as it swallowed Yu Yang. At this time, Fatty Hai and Yu Bing had already summoned their grimoires, and raised their shields. Only they, who were protected by their shields, were safe and sound. All the soldiers were blown away by the firestorm. The houses collapsed one after another, and the wood was set ablaze. The whole of Hope Town was covered in sand and stones, and the sky was dark. Only in the middle, they could see a fire dragon crazily swallowing a black dot. Yi Kong and the others cried out in their hearts. It's over. At this time, they no longer hoped that Yu Yang would be able to withstand it. They only hoped that he would summon his grimoire and raise his shield to defend himself, or use his movement skills to escape. Never take it head-on. That was not the hellfire that a human could resist. However, Yu Yang's movements were still as stubborn as before. He raised the Hui Jin magic blade in his hand, and very deftly and smoothly drew out a ray of light. It was like a rainbow, like silk, and was as gentle as flowing water. The fire dragon swallowed the heavens and earth, and met with Yu Yang's blade that was as gentle as water. Ding Zong felt that this brat was definitely finished. In the next second, he would be burnt to ashes by the fire dragon. That kind of weak blade light, and he wanted to destroy his tenfold hellfire. A cold smile appeared on Ding Zhang's lips. An ignorant brat seeking his own death. In the next second, under the nervous gazes of Yu Bing and Anan, Yu Yang did not let the fire dragon swallow him. Instead, he slowly rotated the fire dragon that was 100 times bigger than him. Every time he rotated, the fire dragon would shrink a little, and a mysterious ring of fire would appear in the sky. After Yu Yang rotated 9 times, there were 9 more rings of fire in the sky, revolving around Yu Yang's body mysteriously. Under his control, they became incomparably docile, without the slightest bit of explosive temper. Wah! Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were so excited that they jumped a few meters when they saw this. This is impossible. Ding Zong looked at everything in front of him in fear. He couldn't believe his own eyes at all. Although the soft blade was unable to extinguish the hellfire, Yu Yang was able to easily disperse the fire dragon into a stable ring of fire. Under the comprehension of the yin and yang polarity, Yu Yang had failed to control it twice before. On his third attempt, he had finally grasped the true control of the yang polarity. The control of the yin and yang abilities had always been the focus of Yu Yang's breakthrough. Now, Yu Yang could finally control the fire ability of the yang ability. In the instant that he had complete control of the fire ability, Yu Yang's heart felt incomparably expanded, as if the whole world, the whole sky, could be grasped in the palm of his hand. In that instant, he had already glimpsed the doorstep of the innate realm level 4. He believed that with another breakthrough, he would be able to ascend to the innate realm level 4. As long as he broke through to the innate realm level 4, not to mention the luminous demon Ding Zong, he would even be able to fight the Marquis of Zijin again. The feeling of being able to truly control the fire ability made Yu Yang extremely excited. From the start of Spherical Beheader, to the time when he had complete control of the fire ability, he had only spent less than a month's time. Yu Yang sighed in his heart. He had only just started on the path of becoming a strong warrior. In front of him, he didn't know how many more mysteries were waiting for him. It wasn't impossible for the Heavenly Sword Goddess's power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was just that he had only trained for a short period of time, and his skills were still shallow. One day, he would also be able to climb to that level, as long as he continued to improve and comprehend. The luminous demon Ding Zong looked at Yu Yang with a complicated gaze. Suddenly, he took out a teleportation scroll, disregarding the fact that he couldn't teleport accurately due to the distorted space, and immediately escaped. Eh? It was the first time that Yu Yang had seen a fellow who treasured his life so much. In the middle of the battle, he actually abandoned his comrade and escaped. The fallen warriors on the mountain peak were in an uproar, but very few of them were suppressed by the other leader. They still held their ground and refused to leave. It was obvious that the encirclement would continue. Old General Ma, who was heavily injured previously, suddenly struggled and stood up. He rushed towards Yu Yang and nodded his head heavily, saying, "Seems like Ding Zong has escaped back to the demonic palace to report to them. Can you help me break out of the encirclement and head towards the Tianluo kingdom to ask for reinforcements? I hope that His Majesty can at least send a heavenly imperial guardian over. Only then can we be safe and sound. Otherwise, when the rankers from the demonic palace rush over to support us, all of us will be in grave danger." Yu Yang frowned slightly. "I'm only a student from the Dixia kingdom. Will your majesty believe what I say? The general's tiger emblem in my hands can prove it." Old General Ma passed a tiger emblem to Yu Yang and warned him, "You must ensure that you can teleport to the capital. We can only hold on for an hour at most. I hope that you can use your fastest speed to rush to the imperial city and seek an audience with the emperor." Ask the Emperor to send out the elders or the heavenly imperial guardians. Otherwise, we will be completely annihilated. We only have 3 teleportation scrolls left. It's not enough for all of you to leave. If you have teleportation scrolls with you, then quickly leave and return to Xianxia. Old General Ma was implying that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others were temporarily unable to help. Staying here would only put their lives in danger. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Yu Yang nodded his head and took the tiger emblem. The 2 deputy generals had already retracted the soldiers. The injured were in the middle while the elite soldiers surrounded them. The surrounding houses were lit up as much as possible. Flames rose to the sky. The giant spiders that were afraid of fire did not dare to approach them. The soldiers' lives were temporarily saved. As for the flying beasts in the sky, they were still observing. It was not the best time to attack yet. The soldiers had not dispersed yet and still had the strength to fight. Old General Ma's Hurricane elite soldiers had very few injured. Every one of them was filled with killing intent and their morale was high. The commander of the corrupted warriors was as calm and cautious as old General Ma. He would not attack easily, nor would he retreat. Although the luminous demon Ding Zong had been defeated by Yu Yang and escaped alone, and the black-winged Tan Wufang had already been captured, this person was completely unmoved. There's no need to come back after an hour. Old General Ma's meaning was very clear. If the reinforcements did not arrive within an hour, then they would all be dead. It would be useless even if they came to rescue them. They might even fall into the enemy's trap. Yu Bing, let's go. Yu Yang grabbed the unconscious Tan Wufang and shouted towards Yu Bing and Anan. We're going back to Xianxia. Yi Kong patted the shoulder of the squad leader who was in charge of receiving them. Looking at the guy who was trembling all over, he suddenly advised, why don't you come with us? We will return to Great Xia, but Yu Yang will be teleported to the capital of Heavenly State. He is not familiar with the place and needs a guide. You should come with us. I'll stay with the general. Long live the Holy Emperor, long live the Tian Luo. The captain's ash-black face was expressionless, but his body was trembling. He forced himself to stand and shouted hoarsely. It could be seen that he was really scared, but he was not a coward. Yu Yang reckoned that this fellow was usually a young master soldier, or perhaps a descendant of a large family. It was already rare for him to be able to persevere like this in the face of danger for the first time on the battlefield. If it was someone else, they might fight for it even if their head was smashed open. However, he refused and chose to stay. In the face of a hopeless situation, even if they were afraid, they wouldn't choose the path of survival. Instead, they chose to stay and fight together with their companions. This old General Ma was indeed skilled in leading troops. Old General Ma patted the captain's shoulder. He did not say anything, but his eyes were filled with praise. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back. Yu Yang made a promise to these soldiers who had placed all their hopes on him. Perhaps they might not be able to find reinforcements in an hour, but Yu Yang decided to come back and fight with these soldiers until the very last moment. Hui Tai Lang led the way in front, while Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers followed closely behind. Yu Yang grabbed the unconscious black-winged Tan Wufang who was tied up by the 2 deputy generals with one hand and pulled Anan with the other. Yu Bing had already been tied onto his back. Behind them was old General Ma who was determined to escort the troops out. Although he was heavily injured, he still had his battle power. The strength of his bear transformation was extremely shocking. He lifted up a huge flaming pillar and swept away the giant spiders that were rushing towards them. Once they rushed out of the town, Yu Yang told Anan to summon her grimoire and leave it at the same place. He waved his Hui Jin magic blade and used his newly comprehended ability to control fire ability to split the purple flames into rings of flames that revolved crazily and flew out. Wherever the rings of flames passed, the giant spiders would shriek in pain as they were cut into 2 halves by the rings of flames. In the sky, the leader rode on a giant eagle and brought along a few wyverns and a dozen corrupted warriors. He kept circling in the sky, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He was intimidated by Yu Yang's strength and didn't dare to dive down. Instead, he ordered the corrupted warriors to shoot with their crossbows or bows. Yi Kong and the others continued to throw burning oil, forcing the densely packed giant spiders in front of them to retreat. At the same time, they formed a small team that could attack and defend as they slowly advanced forward. Go, go. Old General Ma knew that the longer they delayed, the more dangerous the situation would be. If they didn't leave now, these students might not even be able to leave. On the other hand, Yi Kong and the others groaned inwardly. They had already killed their way out of the town by 2 kilometers, but they were still within the range of the interference. If they didn't do it soon, they would reach the despair abyss. Old General Ma waved the flaming giant beam and shouted at Fatty Hai, who was the slowest, "Go, teleport out. Normally, as long as you don't land on a cliff, you won't fall to your death. Use the teleportation scroll again and return to your place. Quickly find the strongest teacher to protect you. Don't wander around, and don't go to the Warriors Guild to announce the attack. The rankers from the demonic palace will be here soon, go quickly." Fatty Hai and the others were extremely nervous. However, without Yu Yang's approval, they didn't dare to take out their teleportation scrolls and leave. Yu Yang's idea was that the team had to stay together. Otherwise, even if the enemy managed to catch one of them, it would be a big problem. No matter what, they had to bring the whole team back. Old General Ma suddenly roared towards the sky. His entire body turned into a bear, almost turning into a giant steel bear. He lost control and charged into the group of giant spiders, crazily slaughtering them. Repeatedly charging and killing, he opened up a path for Yu Yang and the others. When Yu Yang got close, his eyes were bloodshot and he actually struck his palm towards Yu Yang's chest. When Yu Yang dodged it skillfully, the red light in old General Ma's eyes gradually weakened. He growled, "Go quickly, I can't hold on for much longer. You guys are different from us. You guys are students, don't sacrifice yourself so easily. You guys are the future of the Soaring Dragon continent. We are soldiers, dying on the battlefield is the highest honor. Go, go, I'm about to lose control, you guys leave quickly." Old General Ma, who had transformed into a bear, charged towards the group of giant spiders with a rumble, causing another wave of chaos. He turned halfway and led the countless spiders back towards Hope Town. Yi Kong's hands were full of sweat. The teleportation scroll in his hands was so tight that water could almost come out. Seeing that there was no more black gas on the teleportation scroll, he hurriedly opened the teleportation scroll and shouted, "It's done, we're already out of the interference range. Everyone, hurry up." In the sky, the corrupted warriors riding on the giant eagles swooped down with a few wyverns, preparing to interfere with Yu Yang and the others' teleportation. As long as the interference was successful, this last team of reinforcements would also die in this Hope Town. Yu Yang raised his Hui Jin magic blade and leapt up high, killing the giant eagle that swooped down the fastest. Fresh blood splattered and feathers fluttered in the air in satisfaction. Immediately, the giant eagles and wyverns who saw that the situation was not good immediately fled in all directions. The corrupted warrior commander's expression changed. He had taken out the gold-ranked crossbow from his bosom and kept it. A fallen warrior who couldn't escape in time caused Yu Yang, who had appeared behind him, to be scared witless. His attempts to escape and struggle were all futile. Yu Yang swung his blade and landed on the ground. At this time, they had already successfully teleported away. In the sky, the corrupted warrior and the giant eagle that had lost their heads spiraled downwards and fell into a group of giant spiders. They were instantly drowned by the bloodthirsty spiders. On the ground, only Anan and Yu Yang were left. Under Hui Tai Lang's protection, Anan opened the teleportation gate without any threat. However, she was waiting for Yu Yang to leave with her. Yu Yang quickly opened the teleportation scroll and kicked Hui Tai Lang into the teleportation gate. Then, he and Anan both entered their own teleportation gate and teleported away. Their destination was originally the Ivy Academy's plaza. The old cunning fox was lying at the entrance to study the teleportation circle when he suddenly felt a ripple in the air. When he raised his head, he saw Fatty Hai screaming and falling down. He quickly dodged to the side. He looked at Fatty Hai, who had crashed onto the ground with a loud bang, and asked in astonishment, "What happened? Fatty, you didn't die, right?" Before he could finish, Yi Kong and the Li brothers teleported down from the sky, scaring the old cunning fox so much that he quickly dodged. Just as he was puzzled, a pair of feet suddenly stepped on him. Then, he heard Yu Yang's voice asking from above his head, "Is everyone all right?" "They are all right. However, as the vice principal, I really want to ask you out of curiosity. Student, where did you set the teleportation point? Why did you set it to be above my head? The old cunning fox realized that Yu Yang was especially heavy. When he raised his head, he saw that Yu Yang was carrying Yu Bing on his back, a female thief in his arms and a blackened roasted person in his other hand. He immediately understood why this brat's weight was comparable to Fatty High's. It turned out that he was carrying 3 people and a captive. There were still some disturbances in the teleportation, but at least we returned safely. Vice Principal, I don't have time to talk to you right now. I'll leave these people to your protection. Before I return, if they lose even a single strand of hair, I'll hold you accountable. Yu Yang did not have the time to get down from the old cunning fox's back. He hurriedly put down an and untied Yu Bing. Finally, he hurriedly opened the scroll that old General Ma gave him and carried Tan Wu Fang, teleporting directly to Tianluo Kingdom to look for reinforcements. What's going on? Who is that burnt person that brat is carrying? The old cunning fox was confused and couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Nothing much. It's just that some people from the demonic palace came to attack us in Hope Town. The burnt person that Yu Yang was carrying was said to be the black-winged Tan Wu Fang. Yi Kong purposely played down the situation. What kind of joke is this? Why would the demonic palace attack you kids? The old cunning fox jumped up. I don't understand either. Yi Kong spread his hands helplessly. Is that person really the black-winged Tan Wu Fang? The old cunning fox felt that this matter was not simple. Of course he knew the black-winged Tan Wu Fang, the traitor of Tianluo. He's not that powerful. Yu Yang could beat him up with just one hand. The powerful one was a fellow called the luminous demon Ding Zong. He almost burned us into roast ducks. I thought that old General Ma, one of the 10 great generals of Tianluo, was already very powerful. Who knew that he would be killed in one move? Luckily, old Ma's life was quite tough and he didn't die. Fatty High started to narrate the story with a radiant smile. If the old cunning fox was willing to listen, he was even prepared to narrate the entire process from the start. The luminous demon Ding Zong could even fight him? The old cunning fox cried out in surprise. Was it Yu Yang, that brat, who won? That's impossible. I would have to expend a lot of effort to take down the luminous demon Ding Zong. If I don't use a beast that counters that fellow's hellfire, it would be very troublesome to fight him. How long did that brat Yu Yang fight for? 3 moves. Yu Bing nodded her head proudly. That's impossible. I might not even be able to take down the luminous demon Ding Zong in 3 moves. The old cunning fox was completely shocked. He didn't win. He only used his magic blade to take down the hellfire that was 10 times stronger than the luminous demon Ding Zong, scaring him away. Anan added. That's still impossible. 10 times stronger than the hellfire. It would be more likely if I was the one who took it. Is Yu Yang that powerful? The old cunning fox felt that he urgently needed to update his assessment of Yu Yang's battle strength. Vice Principal, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Aren't you the worst teacher in the Ivy Academy? I didn't think that your bragging skills are even better than mine. Fatty High hugged the old cunning fox's shoulders and shook his head sympathetically. I say, Vice Principal, it's normal to fantasize and brag. Everyone has them. But fantasizing and bragging are 2 different things. You can't exaggerate too much. With your strength as a level 5 Grandmaster, you're not even a match for Ding Zhang's finger. It's fine if you say this to us, but don't ever say it to others. Otherwise, people will laugh their teeth off. As students of the Ivy Academy, we would also feel ashamed. After being lectured by Fatty High, the old cunning fox felt very gloomy. He almost wanted to use his full strength to scare this Fatty High to death. However, after thinking about it, it wasn't easy for him to disguise himself to this extent. If he let this Fatty High know his true strength, it would be strange if he didn't pester him every day. In the end, the old cunning fox lowered his head and said gloomily, All right, Fatty, you're right. I admit that what I said just now was wrong. The demonic palace isn't a place to be offended. It's very possible that they would come to take revenge. However, don't be afraid, I'll protect you guys. I'll find some experts to protect you guys. Yu Yang didn't know that the old cunning fox, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were making a ruckus behind his back. The moment he entered the teleportation gate, he realized that something was wrong. It was probably because he was carrying the black-winged Tan Wufang in his hands that the teleportation was a little off. He didn't teleport to the teleportation gate in front of the Imperial City. The moment he teleported out, he realized that he was facing a roof. He hurriedly used his chi to lighten his body and used the tip of his foot to touch the glazed roof tiles. Who knew that he wouldn't be able to exert any force at all? His whole body slid soundlessly into the glazed roof tiles, but he didn't feel anything at all. It was very strange. The black-winged Tan Wufang that he was holding in his hands suddenly collapsed on the roof. Furthermore, Yu Yang heard the black-winged Tan Wufang let out an extremely painful scream as he fainted. The black-winged Tan Wufang was sent flying more than 10 meters away, falling to an unknown place. As for Yu Yang himself, he went through the roof, unable to grab onto any beams or pillars. In the end, he fell straight down to the ground. When Yu Yang saw that it was still alright, it was the ground. If it was a bottomless abyss or a dimensional space, he would be finished. He then used his chi and tried his best to lighten his feet. Yu Yang hoped that he would float down to the ground like a feather without triggering any mechanisms. He hoped that there wouldn't be a mechanism that would trigger thousands of arrows piercing through his heart. Then, something even stranger happened. When Yu Yang's feet touched the ground, he once again missed. The ground was fake, and there was nothing there. Yu Yang's whole body strangely fell into the ground. Following that, he saw the illusion on the ground shatter, revealing a pool of clear water. Yu Yang's whole body fell into the water with a loud bang. Only now did he realize that the house, the pillars, and the ground were all illusions. The real thing was water, a very big lake. Yu Yang felt very dizzy. He had clearly teleported to the Imperial City's teleportation circle. How did he end up here? Furthermore, why was he able to fall into the lake, but the black-winged Tan Wufang couldn't? How did he get bounced out? Just when Yu Yang was scratching his head in confusion, he suddenly heard two extremely soft voices talking about him. However, when he looked around, he couldn't see anyone. How did this foolish brat fall into our Fata Morgana? A naturally dignified voice sounded out, as if it was speaking right beside Yu Yang's ear. Capture him and interrogate him properly. The other voice was very mischievous, and it seemed to be quite young. It was especially delicate and gentle. Yu Yang started sweating profusely. Fata Morgana, who were these two people? What kind of place was this Fata Morgana? If he did not have a mission to request for help, Yu Yang would definitely pretend that he did not hear anything and listen to what was going on first. Right now, even a minute's delay could cause old General Ma and the others to be completely annihilated. Yu Yang hurriedly shouted, "You too, I accidentally barged into this Fata Morgana. My original destination was the Imperial City's teleportation circle, but because I was carrying a person, there was a deviation. Please let me out first. I have a mission that concerns a person's life. I must enter the Imperial Palace to seek an audience with the Emperor of Tianluo, Huasuri. If you too want to punish me, wait for me to seek an audience with the Emperor of Tianluo, then I can receive my punishment." Although he did not know if the Fata Morgana was a beast or a dimensional space, Yu Yang felt that the two people who could possess this thing were definitely extraordinary people. Maybe they even had some relationship with the Emperor Huasuri. Seeing that he had asked for help, they might not make things difficult for him. As expected, when Yu Yang said this, the two people who were whispering became silent. After a while, the feminine voice asked, "Brat, who are you? How can you hear our conversation even though you're in the Fata Morgana?" Yu Yang was speechless. His level 3, divine vision, was useless here, but his ears could hear everything clearly. This Fata Morgana was really strange. Although he was thinking this, he hurriedly replied, "I am a student from the Ivy Academy in Xianxia. My name is Tai Tan. A few days ago, I went to the Despair Abyss to train, but I did not expect to be surrounded by the demonic palace's corrupted warriors in Hope Town. Hope Town is in a state of emergency. There are countless giant spiders surrounding us, and there are thousands of flying beasts eyeing us from the sky. Old General Ma personally escorted me out and sent me to seek help from the Emperor of Tianluo, Huasuri, asking him to send at least one heavenly imperial guardian. The military situation is extremely urgent, please let me out quickly." I must seek an audience with the Emperor of Tianluo, Huasu Ri, as soon as possible. Brat, aren't you afraid that we are from the demonic palace by telling us this? The feminine voice asked mischievously. If the two of you were from the demonic palace, you would definitely recognize the traitor of the Tianluo Empire, the Blackwing Tan Wufang, who I was holding in my hands just now. You wouldn't even ask me the reason for my actions now. Instead, you would immediately kill me. Yu Yang was certain that the two of them were not from the demonic palace. How could there be people from the demonic palace in the vicinity of the imperial city, under the feet of the emperor? Moreover, if they were from the demonic palace, why would they waste their breath on him? They could just kill him directly. You can't be too confident with your words. Maybe the people of the demonic palace just like a silly brat like you. They feel that you have potential and are reluctant to kill you. What does the Blackwing Tan Wufang count for? He's just a chess piece that the three great sky demons had purposely put on. The three great sky demons had joined hands to save him, which was equivalent to a kind of propaganda for the demonic palace. Do you really think that a puny Blackwing Tan Wufang is worth the three great sky demons coming to save him? Do you really think that he can be of great use? You are different from him. You, this silly brat, still have a lot of potential. If I was from the demonic palace, I would definitely choose you and not him. The extremely delicate female voice refuted Yu Yang's words. However, her words had proven that she was not from the demonic palace. The military situation is extremely urgent, please let me out quickly. I will come back to receive my punishment after I meet the Tianluo Emperor, Huasu Ri. Yu Yang hurriedly begged the other party to let him out. He felt that this place was a dimensional world, as if there was no end to it. There was only an endless lake. Teleportation scrolls were useless here. Yu Yang knew that no matter if this was a beast's ability or someone else's dimensional space, without the owner's permission, he would not be able to leave this place. If he were to leave now and meet the Tianluo Emperor, Huasu Ri, he would immediately leave. Only an idiot would come back to receive his punishment. Yu Yang even had a strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps this place was the Tianluo Imperial City. These two people were most likely relatives of the Tianluo Emperor. Otherwise, they would not be surprised or have any strange reactions when he mentioned Huasu Ri again and again. The extremely delicate female voice laughed. You think you can meet the Tianluo Emperor, Huasu Ri, whenever you want? You even said that you would come back to receive your punishment. If I let you out, it would be strange if you did not run away immediately. I won't let you go. I will punish you to sit in this water prison for the rest of your life. Yu Yang sweated profusely. Meeting such a person, he was really speechless. The two heavenly imperial guardians and three elders of Tianluo have already been sent out by the Tianluo Emperor, Huasu Ri. Before you came, there were already members of the Hurricane Scout team who had escaped back to the imperial city to ask for help. The naturally dignified voice said slowly, My sister is mischievous, you don't have to worry about it. It's just that intruders from the Mirage have to stay for an hour before they can leave. This has nothing to do with our control. After an hour, you will naturally leave this place. When Yu Yang heard this, he sweated profusely again. He really suspected that this person was the Tianluo Emperor, Huasu Ri. However, he had painstakingly come here to report the news. Not only did he not reward him, he did not even thank him. Wasn't this too impolite? Haha, this brat's expression is really funny. He actually doesn't even know what a mirage is. What an idiot, ha ha ha. The delicate female voice laughed continuously. Stay here by yourself. That dignified voice did not wait for Yu Yang to say anything else. After leaving behind this sentence, there was no more sound. Yu Yang did not think that he would encounter such a situation when he came here to ask for help. Fortunately, the Tianluo Empire's heavenly imperial guardians had already been sent out. He floated in the water for half a day, feeling even more puzzled. He was clearly teleported to the imperial city. How did he fall into this mirage? Why was there only water in here? Yu Yang dove into the water. He felt that there might be something strange at the bottom of the water. After searching for half a day, this mirage simply made Yu Yang extremely puzzled. Other than water, there was nothing else. Not even a single fish. Finally, Yu Yang floated to the surface of the water, feeling very bored. A delicate female voice sounded beside his ear. Her voice seemed to be right beside his ear as she asked mischievously, "How is it? What did you find?" "I didn't find anything." When Yu Yang said this, the girl kept laughing secretly. "When you come out of the mirage, will you ask the Tianluo Emperor, Huasu Ri, for your reward, or will you immediately use a teleportation scroll to leave?" Although this girl was mischievous, she was extremely good at seeing through people's hearts. She had also guessed that Yu Yang was prepared to escape at the first moment. "I don't have a teleportation scroll on me, I can't leave even if I wanted to." Of course, Yu Yang would not admit it on the surface. He was afraid that this girl would come up with some wicked ideas to tease him. "Ha ha ha, stupid little liar. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? If you didn't have a teleportation scroll on your lich ring, would you be able to talk to me so calmly? I can still recognize the lich ring, including the little thing on your wrist. I also know what it is. It's funny that it's an attack-type beast, but you actually turned it into a wrist guard. Who is your master? How did I teach you, little idiot?" When the delicate female voice said this, Yu Yang's heart immediately trembled. This mysterious golden beast, he couldn't see through it even with his divine vision. He didn't think that she would know what it was. Was this mysterious golden beast an attack-type beast? Yu Yang thought about it. This little thing was indeed very powerful when it saw a dragon crystal. However, in terms of defense, he had never seen it protect him before. As for changing into a wrist guard, he didn't make it change at all. It had changed on its own. "I don't have a master." Yu Yang quickly pretended to be pitiful. Actually, he did have a master. It was the heavenly sword goddess. However, this secret must definitely not be told to anyone. If you don't have a master, how could you have such abilities at such a young age? You can't lie to me, you definitely have a master. You really don't have one? You really don't have a master? That's impossible, there must be someone secretly teaching you. The delicate female voice seemed to be interested in teaching others. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Looks like your master has only secretly taught you combat skills, and didn't teach you the correct way to use beasts. How about this, I'll be your real master. As long as you sincerely call me master, and obediently listen to me in the future, I'll teach you, and let you become my first disciple. I can have a master, but it must be a beauty." Yu Yang had his own principles. "Don't worry, I'm even more beautiful than you think. You're really lucky to have a master like me." The delicate female voice was very confident in her appearance. "If it's my master, it must be both beautiful and intelligent. I won't acknowledge a pretty flower vase as my master. Tell me, what abilities do you have?" Yu Yang actually came to choose Miss World. "My abilities? I know more than 200 different languages, and I can write more than 100 different languages. I can read all kinds of secret books, including summoning runes. I can differentiate more than 100,000 types of beasts, including the Tong Tian beast on your wrist, which is the only one in the world, and in Tong Tian Tower. I can break all kinds of seals, and even if it's an ancient equipment that has been sealed for a long time, I can restore it to its original state." The delicate female voice talked non-stop for around 10 minutes, almost making Yu Yang's jaw drop to the ground. Who was this girl? Wasn't she a little too awesome? Yu Yang's heart was moved. She had a lot of knowledge that he urgently needed to learn. For example, how to differentiate between the mysterious golden beast, the one and only Tong Tian beast in this world, how to summon runes, how to break through barriers and seals, as well as ancient equipment. If he entered God's ruins in the future, he must master all of these, otherwise he would just be empty-handed. The shameless guy from another world immediately revealed a sincere smile when he saw that he could take advantage of the situation. His smile was as bright as the sun, and his lips were red and his teeth white. "Master is really amazing. I wonder who you are, and what's your name?" In order to learn the knowledge that he wanted, Yu Yang shamelessly called her his master. "It's too late, I already regret it. Now I feel that I can eat whatever I want, but I can't accept any disciple. So, you should find someone else to be your disciple." The delicate female voice laughed mischievously. When Yu Yang was about to faint, she gave him another condition. When you reach the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and obtain the life force and dream jadeite, I'll consider whether or not to accept you as my disciple. Nonsense, if I can reach the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, why would I want to be your disciple? Yu Yang almost fell out. She actually dared to say such a condition. Even if you can reach the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, in front of me, you're still a child. You might be very confident in yourself, but I can tell you a secret. It's a small blow to your self-confidence. With your current level, I can beat you to a pulp with just one finger. When the delicate female voice said this, Yu Yang was shocked. At first, he thought that she was a naughty princess or a princess. He didn't expect her to be so strong. Luckily he had the disguise inherent skill, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hide his innate realm from her. Who was this girl? Who are you? Yu Yang felt that this girl wasn't simple. His heartbeat quickened. He must not let her see that he was a little innate who had just reached the innate realm not long ago. I won't tell you my name, because you're not my disciple. If you want to show some respect to me, you can call me by my title, Night Empress, just like normal warriors. When the delicate female voice said this, Yu Yang felt as if he was struck by lightning on a clear day. He immediately cried out involuntarily, "You're the Night Empress, one of the 3 great heavenly imperial guardians of Tianluo? The Night Empress who heavily injured the Marquis of Zijin in 1 move. 2 moves. I actually used 2 moves to defeat the Marquis of Zijin." The delicate female voice corrected him. Oh my god. Yu Yang was scared out of his wits. The Marquis of Zijin was so powerful, yet she defeated him in 2 moves. Wasn't this girl too terrifying? When you reach the Tongtian Tower 6th floor, if no one is willing to be your guide, you can come and find me. Oh right, who is your Tongtian Tower guide? The Night Empress's sweet voice rang out. Suddenly, she asked a question that Yu Yang couldn't understand for a long time. I don't know. When Yu Yang entered Tongtian Tower, his guide was a big-breasted beauty that he hadn't seen until now. He only saw her once at Xianxia camp. From then on, there was no trace of her. It was said that Xianxia camp was usually managed by Elder Lu. It was not that lazy but extremely enchanting big-breasted beauty. Yu Yang couldn't understand why there was such a coincidence. It just had to be her turn to receive him when he went to Tongtian Tower to look for Yu Bing. What was even weirder was that when Yu Yang returned to Xianxia camp and secretly asked about her, no one knew who the big-breasted beauty was. No one even dared to mention her. It was as if the big-breasted beauty was a terrifying monster. Yu Yang remembered that there was a middle-aged man at the entrance of Tongtian Tower who asked about her. When he heard that it was her, his face immediately changed. Normally, a warrior who had the ability to guard the entrance of Tongtian Tower wouldn't be so timid. Could it be that the big-breasted beauty was an existence even more terrifying than the Demon King? The Night Empress didn't believe Yu Yang's words. Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He described the big-breasted beauty's appearance and pretended to be nonchalant. I really don't know the guide who entered Tongtian Tower. I heard from Fatty that it was usually Elder Lu who received people at Xianxia camp. However, I was an exception that day. When the Night Empress heard this, she was silent for a long time. Just when Yu Yang was wondering if he had said something wrong, he suddenly heard the Night Empress snort with a slightly jealous tone. I knew it was her. She has that kind of inherent skill, of course it's easier for her to find people. Humph, I hate her the most. She always snatches everything before me. What card did she give you? Crystal card? Humph, she's so generous. What conditions did she give? 1 wisdom fruit every year? This was too simple, wasn't it? This was clearly stealing disciples. It wasn't fair. It didn't conform to the agreement between experts at all. You idiot, how could you agree to let her be your introducer? You won't get anything out of it. You've suffered a great loss. Don't worry. Old people always say that suffering a loss is a blessing. Yu Yang took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Bless your head. The Night Empress was very angry and did not speak for a long time. After a while, she suddenly said, I'll also give you a mission. If you complete it, then I'll consider giving you some pointers. It's a very simple task. In the center of the Despair Abyss, thousands of meters underground, there's a black tortoise realm. There's an injured dragon turtle there. Heal it, obtain the black tortoise bead from it, and then come find me here. Yu Yang heard that she said it was easier than eating beans, but after thinking about it, it was probably 10 times more difficult than giving a fruit of wisdom to the big-breasted beauty whose whereabouts were still unknown every year. Who had ever been to the center of the abyss of despair? No one. Even if someone had been there, it would be someone at the level of the Night Empress. They were all the heavenly imperial guardians of the country, a realm that normal warriors could never imagine. Run to the center of the despair abyss and heal the dragon turtle first before obtaining the black tortoise bead. Seems like it would be difficult. Go to the ant hole to look for the hard-shell dragon fruit, meet the Marquis of Zijin, and he almost lost his life. If he went to the center of the despair abyss again and met someone more powerful than the Marquis of Zijin, then he would be finished. He was not a cat with 9 lives. If he said he would die, then he would really die. Furthermore, he still had the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass quest from Grandma Wu Ting. If he had the ability to complete the quest to obtain the black tortoise bead, he believed that Grandma Wu Ting would not take out the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass quest. If she did not give it to him, it would prove that he could not do it now. Yu Yang thought of this and hurriedly asked, what level was that dragon turtle? Platinum ranked level 6, so it was platinum ranked level 10, but it was injured by someone. The Night Empress words almost made Yu Yang cramp and drown in the lake. It could even be injured by a platinum ranked level 10? Yu Yang could not imagine what kind of ranker would be able to do that. You can do it in the future too. The Night Empress giggled. What is that black tortoise bead? Yu Yang had heard of the white dragon bead before. When all the soldiers were poisoned, Jun Wuyu gave the floating mist sect their national treasure, the white dragon bead. Only then did the floating mist sect send Elder Tian Sua to cure them. In the end, they even created a case of the real and fake Elder Tian Sua. I'll tell you about the black tortoise bead later, but it is a necessity. As long as you gather the azure dragon bead, white tiger bead, vermilion bird bead and black tortoise bead, you can truly be recognized as a ranker. Little fellow, you don't know, but the highest level of Tong Tian Tower is very, very wide, hard to describe. Any small island is bigger than the soaring dragon continent, even bigger than the demon abyss. We come from the soaring dragon continent, but there are also various kinds of rankers from other places. Everyone is competing with each other, striving to climb to the higher levels. That kind of competition is something you can't imagine now. In comparison, our soaring dragon continent is like a small village. With the soaring dragon continent as our starting point, we cultivate higher and higher. When you reach an extremely high realm and look back, you will realize that the lives of ordinary people are actually very laughable. It's just like how you see ants busying themselves right now. Our soaring dragon continent's rankers are few in number, but they are also more united. Our standard is to have the ability to gather all 4 jewels. Only then can we be recognized by everyone and become one of the rankers. Because the dragon turtle is injured, the black tortoise bead is the easiest to get, so I suggest that you complete it first. Don't let others complete it first. Because once the dragon turtle is successfully healed by others, it will regain its original battle power, leave the despair abyss and re-enter Tong Tian Tower. It won't stay in the despair abyss forever. Night Empress words made people nervous. This dragon turtle could also be healed by others, it wasn't the only task. However, even if Yu Yang accepted it, he didn't know how to heal beasts at all. He reckoned that this matter would be very difficult. God knows how to heal the dragon turtle. Night Empress didn't say anything. She didn't give any hints. It seemed that this secret couldn't be told. She had to let Yu Yang explore it himself. Yu Yang's eyes flashed and he asked again, what is the relationship between the white dragon pearl and the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise beads? Are they of the same level or higher? The white dragon pearl is a type of dragon pearl. It is a necessary item for a level 7 overlord to level up to level 8 emperor. It is different from the 4 jewels. The white dragon pearl is not bad, but we don't acknowledge that the level 8 emperor that the soaring dragon continent set down is a true ranker. Night Empress words completely shocked Yu Yang. A level 8 emperor wasn't a ranker, then wouldn't level 7 overlord and level 6 elder be normal people? No wonder Anates viewed all warriors below level 5 as ants. Yu Yang swallowed his saliva and asked, then what level are the real rankers? Night Empress smiled gently. After a while, she said, it's okay to tell you earlier, because you have potential. In the Soaring Dragon continent, the real rankers are called innates. Level 7, Overlord, starts to come into contact with innates, and Level 8, Emperor, starts to train, but we don't acknowledge them as real innates. Only Level 9, Saint, and above are called innates. Moreover, innates are divided into 9 levels. The Soaring Dragon continent's beginner, Saint, is at most innate, Level 1, intermediate, Saint, is innate, Level 2, advanced, innate, Level 3. I'm going to faint. Yu Yang realized that he had just started. Yu Yang knew that although he was an innate, his skills were far from enough. He had only trained for half a year. In terms of skills and knowledge, he couldn't be compared to the innate rankers who had trained for hundreds of years. Compared to a Level 7 Overlord and a Level 8 Emperor, there was still a huge gap. If he used all his strength now, he could probably fight against a Level 6 Elder. If he used all his strength and intelligence, he could easily defeat a Level 6 Intermediate Elder. As for the beginner, Level 6 Elder, after the battle at the entrance of the ant hole, Yu Yang realized that he could easily defeat them. Those who were Level 5 and below were all ants. He could easily kill them. Winning against the Marquis of Zijin, other than his luck, was also because the Marquis of Zijin had underestimated him. Moreover, he had fought with Grandma Qi and used up more than half of his strength. If the Marquis of Zijin had known his true strength from the start and used all his strength, it would have been a headache for him. If the Marquis of Zijin was at his peak condition, the final victor might not have been him. Yu Yang felt that if he could comprehend the power of his Yin ability, control water and ice abilities, and climb to the 4th level of the innate, invisible sword Qi, he might be able to fight against the Marquis of Zijin. The Marquis of Zijin needed a year's time to return to the Soaring Dragon continent. Yu Yang, who had already comprehended and controlled fire ability, was now full of confidence. When this guy returned from the demon abyss, it would probably be the time when he defeated him. This was because breaking through the 4th level of the innate, invisible sword Qi was only a matter of time. Yu Yang estimated that he would be able to break through in less than 3 months. After breaking through, would he be able to open the divine grimoire? Yu Yang still had this expectation in his heart. If he could, then the Marquis of Zijin could pitifully receive his bento as fertilizer. I also found you quite pleasing to the eye. Originally, I wanted to give you some pointers, but you were snatched away by her. According to the agreement between rankers, it is not convenient for me to interfere in your matters. If you want to learn from me, I must give you a mission. When you get the black tortoise orb, come and find me again. The Night Empress suddenly thought of something and asked, why did you go to the Despair Abyss? To pluck the starlight serene indigo grass. This was the mission that Grandma Wu Ting gave me. Yu Yang wanted to probe the Night Empress' attitude towards Grandma Wu Ting. Is Big Sister Wu Ting your teacher? She's not bad, but it's a pity that after she was heavily injured by someone, she was unable to recover. The Night Empress' attitude made Yu Yang feel deep veneration towards Grandma Wu Ting. Even someone as strong as the Tian Luo Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardians, the Night Empress, used a respectful tone to address Grandma Wu Ting. It was very obvious that she was also one of the strongest rankers, or at least she used to be. In the end, the Night Empress enthusiastically introduced to Yu Yang, you can't pluck the starlight serene indigo grass. That's not something a man can touch. Only pure virgins can pluck it. I'll introduce a little girl to you, she's very good in this area. However, I can't guarantee if she will agree to help you. Her name is Fallen Flowers. She usually lives in the Sky Garden in the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Fallen Flowers City. You can go to the Warriors Guild in Tong Tian Tower and leave a message for her. Say that I introduced you to her. Maybe she will agree to help you. I know City Mistress Fallen Flowers. We've even fought against the Demon General and plucked the demonic fragrance flower together. This time, I'm preparing to pluck the starlight serene indigo grass with her. Yu Yang was overjoyed and hurriedly tried to establish a relationship. You know Fallen Flowers? Ha ha ha. When the Night Empress heard this, she suddenly laughed happily, even a little complacent. This caused Yu Yang to scratch his head in confusion. Was there anything wrong with him knowing City Mistress Fallen Flowers? Yu Yang's thoughts raced. Could it be that City Mistress Fallen Flowers wasn't a citizen of Xianxia, but a citizen of Tianluo Kingdom? How was she related to the Night Empress? You and Fallen Flowers should first pluck the Starlight Serene Indigo Grass and complete Elder Sister Wu Ting's mission. Elder Sister Wu Ting is very knowledgeable. You can learn some medical knowledge from her and then go to the Despair Abyss with Fallen Flowers to get the Black Tortoise Pearl. She will be a good helper. How about this? I'll give you a year, no, half a year. When you get the Black Tortoise Pearl, I'll tell you more secrets. It's almost time. Before I send you out, I'll give you a little something. The Night Empress's delicate voice sounded. In an instant, two things appeared in Yu Yang's hands. One was a map. It seemed to be a map that led to the center of the Despair Abyss. The other was a bottle. It was made of mutton fat jade. It felt warm to the touch and was incomparably exquisite. The purple-red wooden stopper had a faint fragrance that seeped into one's lungs. There should be some kind of liquid inside. When Yu Yang shook it lightly, he could feel the liquid shaking inside. However, he didn't know what was inside. What's inside? Yu Yang's curiosity could kill a cat. The Fountain of Youth. If a normal person drinks a mouthful, they would be able to rejuvenate their youth by more than 10 years. If a warrior drinks a mouthful, the spiritual energy in their body would increase greatly. If you want to refine a martial god pill in the future, you must use the Fountain of Youth as a guide. Haven't you heard of the martial god pill before? The martial god pill is even better than the martial spirit pill. The martial spirit pill stimulates the potential in a person's body. The martial god pill is the opposite. It increases the potential of a person's body. Forget it, I'll tell you in the future. Before the Night Empress could finish her words, Yu Yang felt the world spinning around him. He was suddenly thrown out by an irresistible force. When he regained his consciousness, he was already standing in front of a huge imperial city. Under his feet was the imperial city's teleportation circle. Yu Yang didn't wait for the soldiers in the formation to come forward and interrogate him. He immediately opened a teleportation scroll and left, returning to the Ivy Academy. Of course, the first thing he did was to keep the Fountain of Youth and the map of the Despair Abyss into his ring. At the entrance of the Ivy Academy, the old cunning fox was waiting with Yu Bing, Inan, Fatty Hai, Li Brothers, and the others. Brother! Yu Bing was the first to rush over and jump into Yu Yang's embrace. It's good that you're all right. Inan also wanted to jump into Yu Yang's embrace. However, she felt a little embarrassed in front of everyone, so she stopped in her tracks. Bing don't cry. Tianluo Kingdom had already sent out 2 heavenly imperial guardians. Old General Ma and the others will be fine. I promised old General Ma, so I need to go back and greet him. Yu Yang caressed Yu Bing's soft hair and smiled at Inan. Then, he nodded towards Yi Kong and the others. Don't worry, I will look after them. They will be fine. The old cunning fox nodded when he saw Yu Yang looking at him. Vice Principal, I realized that we all have the same inherent skill. Fatty Hai felt that the old cunning fox was as thick-skinned as him. He even dared to boast that he would protect everyone when he was a level 5 Grandmaster. Not only Fatty Hai, even Yi Kong and the others felt the same way. If the old cunning fox was really as strong as he had boasted, then why did he bring everyone to seek protection from the eagle-eyed Xia Hui Lai? Fatty, you must be itching for a beating. The old cunning fox was going crazy. Fortunately, there was still Yu Yang who knew his true strength. If not, he would have been depressed to death. Yu Yang smiled at the old cunning fox and opened the scroll. Together with Hui Tai Lang, they teleported to the wilderness a few kilometers away from Hope Town. What was the situation in Hope Town? With 2 heavenly imperial guardians, no matter how arrogant the demonic palace was, they would have to restrain themselves, right? In this teleportation, Yu Yang actually did not hope that the demonic palace would avoid the battle. Instead, he hoped that a huge battle would break out between the 2 sides. In the end, he would see if he could be the fisherman who benefited from the battle. Even if he could obtain a few corpses of the demonic palace's rankers who were killed by the heavenly imperial guardians, they would all be the best fertilizer for his flowers. Fertilizer, I'm coming. Yu Yang rushed out of the teleportation gate impatiently. What appeared in front of Yu Yang was a mountain of corpses. The giant spider's corpses were piled up like a small mountain. The raging flames scorched the ground. Hope Town had already been razed to the ground by the terrifying power. Even part of the mountain peak above had collapsed. After the landslide, the broken rock walls were exposed. A huge meteorite had sunk deep into the ground. It was not far away from Yu Yang, emitting the last remnants of its heat, and white smoke curled up. Obviously, a battle that Yu Yang could not imagine had erupted here. It was definitely a battle between two experts. Yu Yang secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he was trapped in the mirage and could not come out. Otherwise, if he really encountered such a battle when he returned, he might not be able to benefit from it and might even lose his life. It was good to be able to obtain experts as fertilizer, but it was best not to meet with enemies that were too strong. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Yu Yang discovered that other than the giant spiders, there were also many flying beasts that had died here. Their corpses were everywhere. In an area surrounded by torches, someone had set up a small tent. Outside the tent, old General Ma, who was covered in blood, sat on a huge rock. "You're here, sit." Old General Ma looked extremely tired, but when he saw Yu Yang coming, his expression revealed a hint of relief. I came back late." Yu Yang wanted to explain that he had mistakenly entered the mirage and was trapped for more than an hour, so he came back late. But when the words reached his lips, he stopped and decided not to explain. "It was actually my idea to let the Imperial Guards capture you. The teleportation scroll I gave you was meant to teleport you to the back garden of the Imperial Palace and not to the Imperial City's teleportation circle. I know what kind of battle is going to happen next. For a young man like you, I cannot let you return to the battlefield and put you in danger." Old General Ma stretched out his hand and patted Yu Yang's shoulder. "I am already very happy that you can come back. Thank you for risking your life to ask for help. If not for you, my soldiers would have been completely annihilated. I also thank you for not abandoning us in the end. You are my most trustworthy battle partner. In the future, if you need Old Ma's help, just say the word and Old Ma will definitely come over without any hesitation." Only now did Yu Yang know that this old General Ma was also an old fox. He had sent her out to seek help in order to protect her. Furthermore, he had purposely allowed her to barge into the back garden of the Imperial Palace, allowing the Imperial Guards to capture her. The only surprise was that he did not expect that he had barged into the mirage and had only come out now. He thought that he had been captured by the palace guards and released only now. Yu Yang didn't want to falsely claim credit for asking for help. He hurriedly waved his hand. It was the Hurricane Scout team that reported this. "I'm already late. I'll return this tiger tally to you." Old General Ma suddenly laughed. "Do you think that the members of the Hurricane Scout team can invite the Heavenly Imperial Guardians to take action?" Furthermore, the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians came over immediately. "This isn't something my soldiers can do. Actually, the teleportation scroll that I gave you was given to me by His Majesty. It can only be used during the most dangerous times. It's not for an old man like me to use it to save my life, but to protect the younger generation like you. Normally, this scroll is only used before the entire army is annihilated. It's only at the last moment. Although I don't know what you told His Majesty, it's definitely because of your request for help that His Majesty invited the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians to come out. The Heavenly Imperial Guardians won't easily take action, even if we die in battle. They have an agreement among the rankers that they won't interfere in the war between countries. They will only take action when the country's safety or the country's future hopes are threatened. This time, the Heavenly Imperial Guardians took action because your life was threatened by the demonic palace. They won't care about the lives of ordinary soldiers." When Yu Yang heard this, he felt both angry and amused by the Soaring Dragon Continent's rankers' protective actions. They could disregard the lives of thousands of soldiers, but for a junior with potential, even if he wasn't a young warrior from their own country, they would still protect him. Yu Yang felt that this was too funny. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was very reasonable. To innate rankers, ordinary people were as insignificant as ants. If they had to take care of everything, they would be annoyed to death. Would a person squat beside an ant's nest every day to help them catch bugs or chase away enemies? That was obviously impossible. However, if there was a weak baby whose life was in danger and needed his help to take care of it, he probably wouldn't just stand by and watch. To the innate rankers who competed with the demon abyss rankers in the 8th and 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower, the Soaring Dragon continent was just a small village. The neighbors all had some relationship with each other. Although the neighbor's child wasn't their own, they would still help them out when they saw them. After thinking through all these, Yu Yang felt that it was very normal. If it was him, he might also do the same. There were people dying in the mercenary group every day, he couldn't possibly be compassionate and stay by their side every day to protect them from being bitten to death by beasts. Even if he was bored out of his mind, he wouldn't do that. However, if he met a mercenary who got along well with him and was attacked by beasts, it was still possible for him to save them. Those rankers probably had the same mentality as him. Yu Yang nodded his head. Now he realized that maybe Fata Morgana didn't have a time limit of 1 hour. Maybe the Night Empress said that on purpose to make him stay. As for the other authoritative voice, could it be the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Su Ri? But why did it sound a little, not like a man's voice? Could it be that the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Su Ri, was a woman? Yu Yang quickly abandoned this thought. In the Soaring Dragon continent, men were superior to women. If Hua Su Ri was a woman, she definitely wouldn't be able to become the emperor. Furthermore, Hua Su Ri's sister wasn't the Night Empress. Hua Su Ri had 2 sisters. One was his biological sister, Jun Wuyu's beloved concubine, the other was his adopted sister, who was married to the Zijin Emperor. Maybe the other authoritative voice belonged to one of the 3 heavenly imperial guardians. He didn't appear again after that, so he might have been dispatched to Hope Town. In the future, you have to be especially careful of the people from the demonic palace. They might treat you as their next target. Old General Ma patted Yu Yang's shoulder. I can't help you with anything. I can only say one thing. If you need anything, Old Ma and the 3,000 Hurricane elites owe you their lives. You can move anytime. Old General Ma jumped down from the rock, waved his hand and left without looking back. From afar, he could see it. A few meters away, the 3,000 Hurricane elites all saluted Yu Yang in unison. Then, they carried their injured comrades and walked into the teleportation circle, leaving this place of death. 1 day later. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were captured by the eagle-eyed Xia Hawei Lai to do some kind of mission. Yu Bing and Anan were brought to see the principal by the old cunning fox. It was said that they were going to be scribes, but they never came back. Yu Yang was bored, so he learned the basics of teleportation from the old cunning fox. At this time, the old cunning fox became cocky. He kept saying, "What? You can't even do such a simple thing? A genius like you can't even do such a simple thing?" Yu Yang was choked speechless by him. It was precisely because he didn't know how to do it that he wanted to learn from him. If he knew how to do it, he would have kicked him into the clouds long ago. After the old cunning fox attacked Yu Yang for a long time, he felt very satisfied. He gave Yu Yang a book on space theory and asked Yu Yang to memorize it. Then, he whistled as he went to attend the banquet in the palace. I've never seen such a bastard teacher in my life. I curse this old fellow to die on the street. Yu Yang didn't know how to use undead curses. Otherwise, he would have thrown a few curses at the old cunning fox's head. Yu Yang's mood was very bad. Fortunately, it turned for the better very quickly. This was because the Thief Guild had sent a messenger to deliver a message from City Mistress Fallen Flowers. She said that she was already waiting for him at the ruins of Hope Town and asked him to come over as soon as possible. When Yu Yang saw this, he was in a very good mood. His blissful sexual life had arrived. If he didn't have the time to push down Anan, he could push down the City Mistress Fallen Flowers. As the thought of wolves came to his mind, he recalled the wonderful feeling he had when he carried City Mistress Fallen Flowers on his back. That feeling. Yu Yang's body suddenly surged with waves of heat, as if his body was on fire. It was as if there was an electric current flowing through his skin, bringing with it a kind of restlessness. It seemed that if he didn't push down City Mistress Fallen Flowers, sooner or later he would be suffocated to death. Yu Yang immediately opened the teleportation scroll that set the target at the ruins of Hope Town. Bringing along Hui Tai Lang, he rushed out like a wisp of smoke and shouted, "Girl, I'm here, quickly smile for me." What appeared in front of Yu Yang was not only the smiling city mistress Fallen Flowers, but also the mysterious beauty who always carried a book. Yu Yang was instantly petrified. Seeing her again was supposed to be very exciting. But now, there were two of them. It was too exciting. Yu Yang felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. The difficulty of pushing down one girl was already very high. Pushing down two girls at the same time, that difficulty, was definitely 100 times, or even 1,000 times more difficult than pushing down one girl. If he wanted to push down City Mistress Fallen Flowers, he just had to find a suitable time and place to do it with a bit of romance, a bit of surprise, a bit of violent stripping and flirting. Maybe he could succeed. But if all these were to be done under the gaze of the mysterious beauty, even a fool would know that it was impossible. Push down two girls at the same time. Do you want to have a threesome? Yu Yang felt that the success rate of this was even lower than him killing two Marquis of Zijin in one move. You guys know each other? Yu Yang had a feeling that these two girls knew each other and purposely came to find him together so that he wouldn't be able to succeed. Luckily he didn't bring Yu Bing and Anan along. Otherwise, it would be even more lively. I don't know her. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty denied together. Who are you trying to fool? Yu Yang was going crazy. If they didn't know each other, why would they coincidentally wait for him here? I really don't know her. Student Yu Yang, who is she? Introduce her to me. City Mistress Fallen Flowers smiled. There was a hint of killing intent in her smile. Her gaze was like a knife, ready to cut Yu Yang's flesh. I don't know who she is either. Yu Yang couldn't introduce her, because he had never seen the mysterious beauty's face before. He also didn't know her name. Then what you mean is that she's a passerby? City Mistress Fallen Flowers had heard Yu Yang say that she was a passerby, but she had forgotten. She's just a passerby. The mysterious beauty's memory was very good. She remembered it very clearly. She even knows that she's a passerby. Do you dare to say that you don't know her? City Mistress Fallen Flowers grabbed Yu Yang's collar. This action was similar to Princess Sisai's Rouge Tiger Eyes. However, other than grabbing Yu Yang's collar, that royal swordswoman also liked to stare at Yu Yang's eyes with her Rouge Tiger Eyes. She always tried to see through his inner world. It was a pity that when Yu Yang's counterfeit inherent skill leveled up, Princess Sisai's 6 records inherent skill became a tragedy. Yu Yang felt that if he couldn't answer her properly now, his blissful sexual life would be finished. For his blissful sexual life in the future, Yu Yang clenched his teeth. I've decided, I'll tell a lie. Actually, she's my wife. She already has my baby in her stomach. I never dared to tell you. Yu Yang pretended to be a heartless person. The mysterious beauty was stunned. Ha 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 ha. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was dumbfounded for a few seconds before bursting into a burst of laughter. She laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled. In the end, she laughed so hard that tears came out. She patted Yu Yang's shoulder with her small hands and said while suppressing her laughter, "She's still a virgin, how could she have a baby? Can your joke be any funnier?" City Mistress, how do you know that she's a virgin? Yu Yang asked, pretending to be ignorant. Didn't you notice that she and I both have a very nice virgin body fragrance? I say, Yu Yang, if you want to lie, you have to look at who you're talking to. City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed. There's really a virgin body fragrance, let me smell it. Yu Yang moved closer to the mysterious beauty. Smell your head. The mysterious beauty hit Yu Yang to the ground. I found out, your skin is thicker than the city walls. City Mistress Fallen Flowers bent down and used her little finger to lift Yu Yang's chin with a smile. Her lips were a few centimeters away from Yu Yang's lips. Her breath smelled like orchids, and her movements were very ambiguous. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. It doesn't matter what kind of relationship you have with her. I'm just a little concerned about my future guard captain's lifelong happiness. Don't misunderstand. I've already misunderstood. No, I mean I want to misunderstand. No, I mean the misunderstanding has already been resolved. I'm not nervous. Yu Yang spoke incoherently. Your heartbeat seems to be a little fast? City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to have a mischievous smile in her eyes. This proves that my life force is strong. In this position, Yu Yang could see the snow-white skin under the collar of City Mistress Fallen Flowers' brocade robe. His soul had almost drowned in that wonderful and unfathomable cleavage. In this situation, if his heart didn't beat faster, only Dongfang Booby wouldn't. Your face is also a little red? City Lord Fallen Flowers asked again. This proves that my body is healthy and my complexion is very good. Yu Yang answered fluently. Why is the tip of your nose sweating? City Mistress Fallen Flowers blew a breath of fragrance on Yu Yang's face, almost melting Yu Yang's bones. Flirting in this kind of ambiguous position, if Yu Yang's heart didn't palpitate, face didn't blush, ears didn't heat up, and nose didn't sweat, then he would have to change his name to Lu Xiahui. The most terrible thing was that there was a mysterious beauty watching from the side. The double stimulation made him feel very uncomfortable. There were a few times when Yu Yang was prepared to just push down one of them. In any case, it didn't matter which girl he pushed down. However, his heart was greedy enough. He felt that they were all good girls, and he couldn't let them go cheaply to others. He had to take all of them. Of course, it would be even more difficult to take all of them, so Yu Yang couldn't act like a wolf. He had to pretend to be a gentleman and lower their vigilance. Yu Yang said with certainty, the tip of my nose sweats because the weather is too hot. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew snow all over the sky. It floated down. The mysterious beauty suddenly turned around and sneezed so hard that even a mosquito wouldn't be scared away. She muttered to herself, the weather is really too hot. Don't be afraid, my clothes are warm. When Yu Yang saw that there was a chance to curry favor, he hurriedly jumped up and took off his outer leather coat, wrapping it around the mysterious beauty's body. Your movements are so practiced. City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked Yu Yang up and down, giggling as she asked, can you take off another piece? If I take it off again, I'll be naked. But if you want it, then of course I'll give it to you. My pants haven't been washed for half a month, is that okay? Yu Yang prepared to take off his pants. Who wants it? City Mistress Fallen Flowers reached out her hand and touched the leather coat draped over the mysterious beauty's body. She said this out of the blue, making Yu Yang's heart almost jump out of his chest. City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to have no intention of doing so as she said in surprise, this is wyvern skin? Is it the wyvern that I fought with you in the pavilion in the sky? The leather is not bad, I didn't expect it to be made so quickly. Did you fight a wyvern with her in the pavilion in the sky? This time, it was the mysterious beauty's turn to stare at Yu Yang with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Definitely not. The wyvern that I fought with City Mistress Fallen Flowers last time wasn't made yet because the two old men were too particular about it. I fought a venom wyvern with that silly girl, Princess Sisai, at the Eagle's Cry Valley in Guijianchou. Yu Yang hurriedly tried to explain himself. When the two girls heard this, they immediately revealed a look of realization. Ah, so you fought it with Princess Sisai. Yu Yang immediately sweated profusely. Oh no, why did he drag Princess Sisai into this? This time, he really couldn't wash his name clean. Seeing that the two girls' gazes had turned into knives, Yu Yang immediately raised his hands in surrender. Beauties, please don't misunderstand. I actually don't have any relationship with Princess Sisai at all. Although I fought monsters with her in the Eagle's Cry Valley, I didn't take liberties with her on the way, nor did I touch her chest. I didn't even know that her chest was bigger than both of yours, nor did I know her waist. In short, I was very obedient, I didn't do anything, so I don't know anything. Continue. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' hands began to accumulate aurora light. I think I can believe you. The mysterious beauty also prepared to summon an ice storm. Heavens, I'm really innocent. Who can prove it for me? Hui Tai Lang, say. That I'm innocent. Yu Yang was about to cry to death. Why was it that the more he tried to explain, the worse it got? When Hui Tai Lang heard its master's words, it immediately used its newly learned foreign language and meowed. It then nodded its head proudly, proving that its master was innocent. Yu Yang fell to the ground. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty clapped their hands and laughed coldly as they praised him. Not bad, even your pet has been trained to help you lie. Yu Yang almost fainted. He explained while sweating, I really didn't do anything to Princess Sisai. That silly girl glares at people with her tigress eyes, she's very scary. She also uses a sword to slash people. She's so fierce, not as gentle as you guys, how could I dare to take liberties with her? It's more likely that she took liberties with me. There's really nothing between us, the heavens can testify for me. I can also testify for him. Behind Yu Yang, a clear voice rang out, very sincerely confirming, he really didn't do anything to me, other than riding on my body and tearing my clothes to shreds. Yu Yang turned around and suddenly discovered that the royal swordswoman, Princess Sisai, was standing behind him. He thought that he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes. When he finally realized that it wasn't an illusion, he immediately sweated profusely. City Mistress Fallen Flowers asked curiously, "What happened after you tore your clothes to shreds?" He stretched out his wolf claws. Princess Sisai, who was wearing a suit of silver armor, nodded very frankly, admitting the fact that she was attacked by Yu Yang's wolf claws. "No, I was only tricking a carrion crow at that time. I promise I didn't touch it." Yu Yang hurriedly defended himself. Yes, he didn't touch it. Princess Sisai confirmed Yu Yang's defense and nodded. He stretched out his wolf claws to grab. What happened after he grabbed it? At this time, the mysterious beauty suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Nothing happened after he grabbed it. No, he didn't grab it. Nothing happened after that either. No, the enemy appeared. We were busy fighting the enemy, we didn't have time to do anything else. Yu Yang recalled that day when he was pressing down on Princess Sisai. Did he really grab it with his wolf claws? At that time, he was too nervous. It felt like he really did touch it, but his memory wasn't very clear. Did he grab it or not? Yu Yang couldn't be sure. He felt that the whole process was muddled. Yes, the enemy did come, about 2 hours later. Princess Sisai's words were too easy to misunderstand. If the enemy only came after 2 hours, then what should be done should have been done. What shouldn't have been done should have been done too. What did you do in these 2 hours? City Mistress Fallen Flowers asked. Nothing. Yu Yang felt that even he wouldn't believe his words, let alone them. Do you feel uncomfortable? The mysterious beauty asked. It seemed that she suspected that Princess Sisai was pregnant with Yu Yang's baby. My body is fine. It's just that after that, it hurt for a few days. Princess Sisai's words made Yu Yang fall head first onto the ground. If Junwuyu heard this, he would probably chop off his own head. Damn, these words were too ambiguous. She was obviously hinting that he had forced himself on her, so she hurt for a few days. Yu Yang felt that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Moreover, there was no Yellow River in the Soaring Dragon continent to jump into. Alright, I admit it. I wanted to do it, but I didn't dare to do it. Yu Yang felt that if he didn't tell the truth, he would have to prepare his will and epitaph. I feel that this prisoner's confession isn't very trustworthy. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was like a strict judge. What's the reason why you didn't dare to do it? The mysterious beauty asked, sounding like a lawyer. Cowardly. Yu Yang replied. Yeah, I can prove that his courage is very small, just a little bit bigger than the sky. Princess Sisai, this royal swordswoman, made things worse the more she tried to help. She was a troublemaker. You can pronounce the sentence. City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked like she was ready to sentence Yu Yang to death. Wait a minute, I want to say my last words. Yu Yang coughed lightly and cleared his throat. I regret it very much. When 3 beauties laid in front of me, I had the chance to push them down easily, but I missed it. Now, it's too late for regrets. If the heavens give me 3 more chances, I will sincerely tell those 3 beauties that I want to push them down, and I want to push each of them down 10,000 times. The world quietened down. Yu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He should be fine now. Although he wanted to push them down, it hadn't happened yet. This crime shouldn't be punishable by death. After a few seconds, the mysterious beauty suddenly opened her mouth, giving Yu Yang the urge to commit suicide. Only now did he realize that City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai weren't his natural enemies. The real troublesome girl was this mysterious beauty whose name he didn't even know. She was the only one who could be his true nemesis. Other than me and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was the other girl who fainted in front of you? The mysterious beauty asked a very important question. I'll chop you to death, you evil Siscon. Princess Sisai suddenly understood. It was obvious that she wasn't one of the three girls. She had never fainted in front of him before. Although she was pushed down before, she was conscious at that time. Then the third girl who fainted in his arms could be Yu Bing. When Princess Sisai thought of this, she became furious. She raised her greatsword and prepared to chop him. Wait, I remember there was another female thief. She was shorter than you by a head, but her figure was very slender. City Mistress Fallen Flowers pointed at the mysterious beauty and recalled. Ah, you're talking about Brother Anan. It seemed like the mysterious beauty's understanding of Yu Yang was even more than Luo Hua City Mistress and Princess Xianxia combined. Yu Yang fell to the ground when he heard this. She even knew about this. Was this girl stalking him every day? Seeing that the three girls' gazes were like knives cutting his flesh, Yu Yang hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't know that Brother Anan was a girl at all. My friendship with Anan is pure. The mysterious beauty suddenly took out a jade pendant and passed it to Yu Yang. I picked this up after we fought the Marquis of Zijin. Please use this engagement jade pendant from the 100 Flowers Valley to explain your great and pure friendship with Brother Anan. Yu Yang almost vomited blood. How did this jade pendant end up in her hands? No wonder he couldn't pick up girls smoothly these 2 days. It turned out that he had lost this lucky jade pendant. The three girls looked at Yu Yang curiously. They wanted to see what else he could say at this moment. There's nothing to explain. Brother Anan saw that I'm pitiful that no girls like me, so he decided to introduce his sister to me. Yu Yang quickly put the jade pendant back on his neck. With the lucky jade pendant back, Yu Yang's courage grew. At least he still had Anan in his hands, so he wasn't afraid of not having a wife. As for the three girls in front of him, he had no choice but to fall for them. When he became stronger in the future, if he still couldn't get them, he would just force himself on them. As long as he could push them down, he wouldn't be afraid of them flying out of his palm. It wouldn't be too late to coax them after he made them his women. Picking up girls was a process of controlling both body and mind. It was best to control his heart first. Then control his body. If that didn't work, he could do the opposite. Control his body first, then slowly control his heart. Of course, the latter method had to be built on a strong foundation. Otherwise, if he was too weak and tried to force himself on them, it would be a tragedy. It was very likely that the other party would cut off his little dick. Yu Yang felt that they had joined forces to deal with him. On the surface, this alliance seemed unbreakable, but no matter how strong it was, it couldn't compare to his own internal division. As long as he continued to sow dissension, their sisterly alliance would collapse sooner or later. As long as they were alone, it would be easy for him to take advantage of them. So Yu Yang already has an engagement. Congratulations. City Mistress Fallen Flower smiled as she reached out her hand and touched Yu Yang's hair. On the surface, it looked like a city mistress caring for her subordinate, but her jealousy could be carried by the wind for 5 kilometers. Maybe she hadn't fallen in love with this silly and daring little thief, but any woman who saw an outstanding man she was familiar with being booked by another woman would inevitably feel a little jealous. This explanation is very good. It perfectly explains the great and pure friendship between you and Brother Anan. I think I can believe that you guys are pure. The mysterious beauty closed the book in her hand and disappeared with the wind in front of Yu Yang. I was just passing by. Princess Sisai didn't know how to teleport, but she had a teleportation scroll. Hey, actually. Yu Yang hurriedly called out to her. Actually, what you want to say is that I'm a silly girl who likes to stare at people with rouge tiger eyes, right? You don't have to repeat it. I heard it just now. Princess Sisai raised her leg and kicked Yu Yang's butt, sending him flying. Then, she angrily entered the portal and left. It's fine. Princess Sisai is an impatient person. Her temper flares up quickly, but it subsides even faster. Luo Hua City Mistress giggled as she pulled Yu Yang up. She reached out her hands and patted his clothes. Her face was full of smiles as she said, moreover, you won't lose out. Whoever kicked you will compensate you with a wife. Princess Sisai kicked you just now, so she probably won't be able to escape. Congratulations, Yu Yang, you'll get a tigress later. Ah, it's Princess Sisai. I'm gonna faint. Yu Yang realized that the three women who said they didn't know each other on the surface were sharing information. No matter what he said, the three women knew. What was their relationship? Or maybe they formed a sisterly alliance to deal with him, sharing information. He had never heard them mention each other before. From the Night Empress words, he could deduce that Luohua city mistress was someone from the Tianluo kingdom, while Princess Xianxia was the princess of the Dixia kingdom. As for the remaining mysterious masked beauty who liked to read while stalking him, who was she? Could she be the princess of Zijin? Impossible. Zijin kingdom was famous for its strong men. Beauties were almost extinct in Zijin kingdom. Yu Yang actually suspected that this mysterious beauty was Xue Tanlang's sister, the Miss Xue from the pitiful guy's marriage. But thinking about it, Miss Xue from the Xue family must have hated the pitiful guy to the bone. Towards an imposter like him, she should have beaten him up. Why would she risk her life to save him? Especially the Marquis of Zijin, who was so strong that it made people feel despair. Before she died, she even planned to use her last breath to teleport him away. Could this kind of girl who risked her life for him really be the Miss Xue who hated him to the bone? Of course, Yu Yang couldn't be sure, but he was even more curious. Hey, although they have left, I'm still here. If you think you should chase after them, then hurry up and do it. City Lord Fallen Flower smiled amiably on the surface, as if she didn't care at all. However, Yu Yang was sure that if he really chased after them, he would probably never see her again. Only an idiot would abandon the girl in front of him to chase after another one. Yu Yang jumped up and held City Lord Fallen Flowers' small hands tightly, pretending to be extremely loyal, reporting to City Lord, I have agreed to your employment. I will be your personal guard captain and protect you 24/7. Furthermore, I can work overtime at night for free. When he said this, City Lord Fallen Flowers was so happy that she trembled. Finally, she looked at Yu Yang with a smile, I dare say that you are the most thick-skinned person in the world. Then she asked with a smile, can you tell me, how many girls have you coaxed? 10? Or 100? Yu Yang stood up straight and pretended to be serious, reporting to City Lord, 100 is my life stream. Your personal guard captain's battle record is currently 0. End of report, please instruct me. Ha ha ha. City Lord Fallen Flowers put her small hands on Yu Yang's shoulders, laughing so hard that she almost collapsed into his embrace. The fragrant and delicate body was right in front of him, the fragrance of a virgin, refreshing his heart. If one were to say that City Lord Fallen Flowers was the sexiest, it would be when she laughed out loud. Her laughter was not as indecent as other women's. On the contrary, it was natural, energetic and frank, making people feel that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Her laughter was not concealed, nor was it fake. It was real and magnanimous, with a kind of delicateness that others did not have. It was extremely beautiful. Yu Yang really wanted to hug this City Lord Fallen Flowers who loved to laugh, hug her tightly, fiercely kiss her cherry lips, and suck the sweetness and happiness in her mouth. His hand moved slightly, but stopped in the end. Now was not the time yet. There would be a day when she would take the initiative to hug him and press her cherry lips on his, entangling with him endlessly. As long as he could make her fall in love with him completely. This little girl Fallen Flowers, he must not let her slip away from his palm. He must chase her, and he must make her fall in love with him. Well, I've decided to hire you as a temporary personal guard captain. The probation period is 1 month. After the probation period, if the results are not good, then I'll dismiss you. City Lord Fallen Flowers finally stopped laughing and pretended to be serious. She said to Yu Yang, my personal guard captain, I'm tired of walking. This is the wilderness, and there are no signs of human habitation for dozens of miles. Do you have any good ideas now? The good idea is. Yu Yang put City Lord Fallen Flowers on his back, held her legs with both hands, lifted her small fragrant buttocks up, and then strode away. City Lord Fallen Flowers felt that this kid used a bit too much force when he separated her legs, and when he lifted her buttocks on his back, the friction was uncomfortable. Her white jade-like face suddenly blushed, and she felt a burst of heat rising from the friction. She bit him lightly and was about to struggle down. However, she felt that being carried by him like this gave her an indescribable sense of comfort and satisfaction. She simply lay on his back carefully, and at first, her chest did not touch his back, and her body was half suspended. After a long time, she felt that it was very tiring to do this all the time. Her arms kept changing their movements, trying to find the most comfortable position. Finally, she slowly hugged his neck, and slowly lightened her body. Her whole body was stuck to his back, and her whole body was naturally relaxed, allowing him to carry her forward. City Lord Fallen Flowers found that this position was actually not as uncomfortable as she had imagined. Instead, it gave her a special sense of security. She remembered that as early as in the space pavilion on the flying peak, she had let him carry her like this. Now that she remembered it, it felt very warm. Although this kid was a bit of a playboy, he was really bad, unlike those hypocrites who had a fake face that made people feel disgusted. Thinking back to all the things she had experienced with him, and the scene just now, City Lord Fallen Flowers couldn't help but laugh secretly. When Yu Yang looked back curiously, City Lord Fallen Flowers asked a question that she had never thought of before. When you carried me to escape from the Sky Pavilion, did you ever touch me secretly? Yu Yang was shocked, and his wolf claws uncontrollably pressed on City Lord Fallen Flowers' fragrant buttocks. However, he hurriedly explained, I've never tried to touch you secretly like this. I've never even thought about it. Then what are you doing? City Lord Fallen Flowers was sweating profusely. How many times had this kid touched her? His movements seemed to be very familiar. I lost control just now. I really lost control. Yu Yang was also sweating profusely. Why were his hands so disobedient? How much longer do you want to lose control? City Lord Fallen Flowers felt that if this kid continued to rub her, she would become a soft dough man. If you don't mind, I want to lose control for a while more. Yu Yang couldn't bear to let go. That kind of wonderful feeling, he wouldn't let go even if he killed himself. Especially when he heard the beauty's soft breathing in his ear, listening to her heartbeat, that kind of flirtatious feeling simply made his wolf blood boil. If he carried her like this all the way down, he would rather walk for the rest of his life than let go. Annoying, you're too presumptuous, your performance is not up to standard. City Lord Fallen Flowers' body slightly twisted a few times to show her protest, but Yu Yang completely took it as encouragement. If I don't perform well, deduct my salary. I will perform better and better. Yu Yang felt that he was about to be burned by the fire of passion. He turned back and wanted to kiss City Lord Fallen Flowers, constantly searching for her fragrant lips that smelled like orchids. City Lord Fallen Flowers dodged at first, not letting him kiss her. But as Yu Yang's naughty hands continued to move more forcefully and stubbornly, he had to kiss her no matter what. She slowly raised her head. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes that were filled with wine ripples, her hot cherry lips slightly trembling. She gently moved closer, her lips like a blooming flower. Kiss her, even if the heavens fell and the earth split, he still had to kiss the beauty. Just as Yu Yang was about to kiss her fiercely, a breeze suddenly blew past him. He and City Lord Fallen Flowers were both shocked. They raised their heads at the same time and searched their surroundings, thinking that the mysterious beauty had come. After a long time, they didn't find anyone, but they were almost scared to death in their hearts. When Yu Yang wanted to kiss her again, City Lord Fallen Flowers bit his earlobe lightly, then laughed out loud, "Little rascal, you wish." The slight pain in his earlobe strongly stimulated Yu Yang. His wolf blood was boiling, he really wanted to push her down, but he was sure that if he turned into a wolf, not only would City Lord Fallen Flowers not be pushed down, he would also be watched by a hidden female thief. Maybe that royal swordswoman who left angrily would also come and join in the fun. Forget it, doing bad things in the day would easily expose him. Let's wait until night time, he would be able to take down Fallen Flowers sooner or later, but he shouldn't be too hasty. Rice must be eaten one bite at a time, tofu must also be eaten one bite at a time. Just as Yu Yang was planning on how to attack City Lord Fallen Flowers at night, a teleportation door suddenly opened behind him. Princess Sisai waved her giant sword and rushed out with a rumbling sound. Yu Yang was shocked. What happened? Could it be that the mysterious beauty told her about him molesting City Lord Fallen Flowers? This tigress caught him in the act, and now she wanted to kill him? Who knew that Princess Sisai's delicate shout made Yu Yang's heart skip a beat, because Princess Sisai shouted, "Run!" What's going on? When City Lord Fallen Flowers saw that it was Princess Sisai, her jade face blushed. She hurriedly came down from behind Yu Yang. When she saw Princess Sisai's anxious expression, she was shocked and hurriedly asked for the reason. Above the ruins of Hope Town, there are 2 Earth Demon-level fallen warriors preparing to ambush us. Let's go. Princess Sisai hurriedly rushed over. In less than a second, she took out a silver axis gold pattern teleportation scroll and opened a large team teleportation door. She then hurriedly pulled Yu Yang and City Lord Fallen Flowers, wanting to bring them away from this dangerous situation. At the moment when they were about to enter the teleportation door, Yu Yang's hand moved. The crescent blade in his left hand slashed towards the teleportation door with a soaring purple flame, while the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in his right hand slowly and unstoppably stabbed into Princess Sisai's back. The teleportation door shattered with a loud bang. After Yu Yang comprehended the Yang ability to control fire, the power of the purple flame increased by more than 10 times. The teleportation door that was previously difficult to destroy now disappeared in Yu Yang's hands with just one slash. At the same time, Princess Sisai's back was stabbed by the dagger. The dragon-slaying dagger pierced through her back and came out through her chest. Not only Princess Sisai, even City Lord Fallen Flowers was stunned. Why did Yu Yang want to kill Princess Sisai? Just because Princess Sisai kicked him before, he wanted to take revenge and kill her. Princess Sisai screamed and fell to the ground. She painfully clutched her chest that was spewing blood. Her eyes were full of confusion, as if asking Yu Yang, why did he do this? What are you doing? Fallen Flowers was furious. If she kicked you, at most, you would have slapped her. If not, you could have taken off her clothes and spanked her. Why did you have to kill her? Humans weren't guardian beasts. Once they died, they couldn't be revived anymore. City Mistress Fallen Flowers knew that Yu Yang definitely had his reasons for doing this, but she still felt very angry. He killed Princess Sisai without saying a word. This was too ruthless. Actually, I can explain. Just give me some time. Yu Yang revealed a bright smile. He was proud of himself, and his lips were red and his teeth were white. Speak. City Lord Fallen Flowers suppressed her anger. She felt that if this brat couldn't tell her the reason, she would bite him to death. She's a fake Princess Sisai. Yu Yang said with certainty. It's fake? Luohua City Mistress was immediately suspicious. I'm not, quick save me. Princess Sisai painfully stretched out her bloody hand, struggling to beg City Lord Fallen Flowers to save her life. Do you know how many flaws you have? Too many. Moreover, ever since the incident with the real and fake Elder Tian Sua, I've been looking for clues. The same trick won't work in front of me. Yu Yang swaggered in front of the fake Princess Sisai and shrugged his shoulders. Although your appearance has become exactly the same as Princess Sisai, in front of me, you're like a flawed clown. You're exposed everywhere. Which part of me doesn't look like it? The fake Princess Sisai suddenly stood up and coughed softly. The bloody hole in her chest quickly shrunk, closed, and improved. However, the demon heart that Yu Yang had pierced through with the dragon-slaying dagger couldn't be recovered, causing her unbearable pain. Firstly, Princess Sisai has the 6 records inherent skill. Her Rouge Tiger stare is very powerful, but I don't have that kind of feeling when I'm on your body. Secondly, Princess Sisai's body is storing a powerful and mysterious beast. I'm sorry, there's nothing in your body. Thirdly, Princess Sisai's running habit is not to hold her greatsword horizontally like you do, but to drag her greatsword backwards. Her attacks belong to the type that reaches first, slashes from behind, which is much faster and more powerful. Yu Yang smiled indifferently. Hearing this, the fake Princess Sisai was dumbfounded. So there were so many flaws. I also felt that it was a little strange, but I really didn't notice that the way she held her sword was wrong. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that Yu Yang was indeed very meticulous. Princess Sisai rarely runs with her sword in hand, because she prefers to keep her sword in its sheath for a surprise attack and a fatal strike. Yu Yang gave another example. Yes, that's right. City Mistress Fallen Flowers nodded in confirmation. Could it be that she encountered a battle before? The fake Princess Sisai didn't think that it was also a mistake for her to pull out her greatsword. Of course she can, but you don't know the changes after she pulls out her sword. Her sword sheath is on the side of her left shoulder. Once she pulls out her sword, the sword sheath will move extremely quickly to the right side, and with the help of her hands, she will swing her greatsword. Right now, your sword sheath is still on the left side, which doesn't conform to Princess Sisai's habit of pulling out her sword. You should know that if a habit is formed from a young age, it won't change under normal circumstances. Yu Yang sneered. The fake Princess Sisai really didn't know that the position of the sword sheath would change after the real Princess Sisai pulled out her sword. There's an important flaw. Princess Sisai's sword is a weapon, but your sword, because you couldn't find a similar greatsword to imitate, you used a war beast to transform it. Because it's a war beast, it has a close mental connection with you, and Princess Sisai's sword is only a weapon to increase its owner's combat power. After Yu Yang pointed, the fake Princess Sisai really turned the greatsword in her hand into a silver python. Are there any other flaws? The fake Princess Sisai seemed to be ready to make a move. Of course there are. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was dumbfounded when Yu Yang said this. It didn't even take half a minute from start to finish, and this brat actually found so many flaws. The fake Princess Sisai's patience had reached its limit. She stared at Yu Yang and sneered, "What other flaws did you see?" Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. His smile was like a gentle breeze brushing against a willow, giving people the urge to beat him up. You have a weakness that you will never be able to imitate Princess Xianxia. Hence, no matter how much you try to act like her, you will still be seen through immediately. The last and most fatal flaw is that you're not a virgin. You don't have the delicate fragrance of a virgin that Princess Xianxia has. Before you try to lie to me, can you please find out how good my nose is? City Mistress Fallen Flowers listened with great interest at first. She felt that this brat's performance was too cool. But in the end, when she heard that he could distinguish people by their body fragrance, she immediately gave him a small fist in embarrassment. The fake Princess Sisai's face was very bad. She darkened and snorted angrily, "Are you done? If you're done, then you can die." She waved her hand and something flew out. It was a small black ball that exploded beside Yu Yang and Luohua City Mistress' feet with a paw sound. Black light spread all around, forming a dark space. The fake Princess Sisai disappeared from her original position, leaving only Yu Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was about to summon her grimoire when she suddenly realized that her spiritual energy had been cut off. She was shocked and screamed, "Pollution ball! This is the pollution ball specially used by the demon abyss to destroy summoning." This pollution ball was originally dark green. How did it disguise itself like this? It's really cunning. A snake silently descended from the sky and sinisterly bit towards City Mistress Fallen Flowers' head. Yu Yang waved his blade and it quickly turned into a giant sword. Clang, the two swords clashed and made a loud noise. At the same time, in the darkness, the fake Princess Sisai stretched out a hand with the spider poison ring and grabbed the back of City Mistress Fallen Flowers' neck. A shield quickly expanded on City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body, sending the fake Princess Sisai flying. City Mistress Fallen Flowers held her grimoire and smiled proudly, "You think I can't even deal with a pollution ball? This is just a small trick. You think you can assassinate us with just a pollution ball? I alone might not be enough, but the two earth demons know that the plan has failed and will rush here immediately. They only need a minute to get here. At that time, the two of you will die without a burial place. Do you know how they will kill you? With their methods, if they don't torture you for 10 days to half a month, you won't easily swallow your last breath. At that time, you won't be able to live or die. I want to see if you can still be proud and arrogant." The fake Princess Xianxia hid in the darkness, her sneer like that of an owl, appearing and disappearing from time to time. "Is that so? But I don't need a minute to end this battle, I only need 10 seconds. Yu Yang's figure flashed and pounced to the left. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger shot out in the opposite direction. With a pu sound, the proud fake Princess Sisai screamed and fell to the ground after being hit by the dagger. If it was a normal weapon, it would not be able to hurt the fake Princess Sisai who had fused with the shape-shifting beast. However, the dragon-slaying dagger was an exception. This treasure would cause headaches even for the big shots, let alone the fake Princess Sisai. "I'm Princess Sisai, do you really want to kill me?" Suddenly, the fake Princess Sisai, who had fallen to the ground with a dagger in her chest, shed tears and pleaded weakly, "I'm your lover, how can you bear to kill me? My heart hurts. In order to please another woman, in order to please her, you cruelly killed me." "Nonsense, you're a fake, why are you still pretending to be pitiful?" Yu Yang's heart was definitely made of iron. He stepped on the fake Princess Sisai's chest. "I'm your favorite fallen flowers. Do you think I'm beautiful?" The fake Princess Sisai suddenly flashed with a black light, and her body actually turned into the city mistress of fallen flowers. Moreover, her whole body was naked, without a single piece of clothing. The beauty of her body was clearly visible, making Yu Yang almost drool. At the same time, she also made all kinds of exaggerated seductive poses, making Yu Yang's blood boil. The city mistress of fallen flowers was furious. He actually dared to pretend to be her and do such obscene actions. Looking at Yu Yang, who was dancing with joy after being seduced, she was sweating profusely again, almost losing her strength. This move was really vicious. This move might be useless against other people, but against the big pervert Yu Yang, it was definitely effective. She originally wanted to remind this brat that the real one was behind her, and that her body was not like that at all, only her face had changed. Suddenly, she saw Yu Yang stretch out his wolf claws, grabbing down excitedly, and fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it, this big pervert actually took it seriously? Didn't he think that she would lie on the ground naked and make those postures to seduce him? How could that be possible? He was really an idiot. Just when the city mistress of fallen flowers was about to send Yu Yang flying with an aurora light, and blast the impostor into pieces, she was dumbfounded to see Yu Yang's claw deeply penetrate into the impostor's chest, forcibly pulling out the other demon heart in that slut's chest. His hand was covered in blood. His appearance was not at all like his previous frivolous and lecherous appearance. Instead, it was a little disdainful and mocking. His expression was extremely arrogant, but it was also extremely cool. The city mistress of fallen flowers immediately felt a burst of joy in her heart. It turned out that this brat did not fall for her trick at all, but beat her at her own game. "You!" The fake fallen flower city lord screamed, "You're so cruel. You flatter me." Yu Yang casually threw the demon heart to the side. Grey Wolf came up to sniff it, but the always gluttonous wolf didn't eat it. "Die with me!" The impostor roared with a malevolent expression. "Come in, she's going to self-destruct." City Lord Fallen Flowers realized something was wrong and hurriedly called for Yu Yang to come back. Yu Yang waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He continued to look down at the fake woman. The woman's appearance gradually faded. A black light flashed, and the beauty of City Lord Fallen Flowers disappeared. What replaced it was an ugly woman with wrinkles all over her face. She was very old, her skin was loose, her eyes were heavy, her neck was big like a lump, and her chest was extremely shriveled. Two things that looked like sacks were twisted and drooped on her dry chest with obvious ribs. It was obviously extremely disgusting. Her stomach, which was already swollen like a drum, quickly swelled up like a ball, faintly revealing strange black spots. Her two thighs quickly withered, turning into withered dry bones. Grey Wolf was scared and ran, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't run out of the dark space field. Seeing that Yu Yang didn't enter City Lord Fallen Flowers' shield, he didn't dare to hide alone, so he pitifully hid behind Yu Yang. His two big heads were on the ground, his front paws trying to protect his eyes, but he could only protect the left side of his head, not the right side, which made him extremely distressed. When the fake woman screamed and wanted to self-destruct with Yu Yang kicked Grey Wolf into City Lord Fallen Flowers' shield, and then he flashed in. Behind him, there was a loud bang. The sky was filled with dirty blood and flesh. On the shield, there were spots, but they were immediately bounced off by the shield, all falling to the ground. The dark space field disappeared without a trace, and the world returned to normal. Other than the dirty blood and flesh, it was as if nothing had happened. Yu Yang looked around and frowned. "What's wrong?" City Lord Fallen Flowers asked with some concern, "What's wrong? There are no earth demons chasing after us at all." Yu Yang's tone seemed to be a little regretful as he sighed. "You idiot, ha 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 ha." City Lord Fallen Flowers burst into laughter when she heard this. She laughed inexplicably and punched Yu Yang's chest before saying, "Silly boy, let me tell you, no one will immediately chase after us after their plan fails. They won't come. Think about it, if they had absolute confidence in killing us, why would they need to resort to tricks? Besides, it's hard to say if this devil slave was sent by the demonic palace. The demonic palace is arrogant and crazy enough, but they're definitely not a bunch of fools. Do you think that this shape-shifting monster wasn't sent by the demonic palace?" Yu Yang had already guessed this from his observation just now, but he didn't expect City Lord Fallen Flowers to be able to see it too. This kind of monster is called devil slave by normal people. It's not very strong, the strongest is only around the level of a level 5 Grandmaster. However, it's very crazy. It can abandon everything, even its own life, for its beliefs. Devil slaves are monsters cultivated by some kind of secret technique from the demon abyss. There are both males and females, and they are extremely loyal and not afraid of death. They are willing to die for their master at any time. Another thing is that they are good at disguising themselves. Although this kind of exquisite shape-shifting technique is rare, it still exists. This kind of devil slave isn't only available in the demonic palace, many countries in the Soaring Dragon continent have them. City Lord Fallen Flowers' expression became serious. They usually don't reveal their identity, but their abilities are limited. For example, that devil slave just now had probably used her shape-shifting ability more than 10 times. Her body's essence is greatly damaged, and she's almost dead. That's why she chose to explode herself crazily, intending to kill us together. How did you guess that she wasn't sent by the demonic palace? Yu Yang nodded and asked again. Don't test me. City Lord Fallen Flowers glared at Yu Yang. She knew that this brat had actually seen through it, but he was just curious how she knew. She couldn't help but give him another punch. If you can't even tell this, how can you still be a city lord? If she was really from the demonic palace, she wouldn't have mentioned the 3 words demonic palace. Since she said it, it's very likely that she wanted to shift the blame to the demonic palace. Especially after the plan failed, if she was really from the demonic palace, she should have married someone else. Then who would want to shift the blame to the demonic palace? Yu Yang could think of that, but he couldn't guess who would do such a thing. It's hard to say, I think it's... City Lord Fallen Flowers hesitantly stretched out her finger and wrote 2 words on Yu Yang's palm, shocking Yu Yang. Yu Yang's mouth moved, but he didn't ask why in the end. He just nodded his head silently. Seeing his pondering expression, Luohua City Mistress curiously asked him back, "How did you guess it, you silly brat?" Yu Yang also grabbed her small hand, as if he wanted to write on her palm. However, City Lord Fallen Flowers was afraid of tickling, so she insisted on not letting him do it. Yu Yang's writing was fake, his real intention was to take advantage of the Latin American's hand. City Lord Fallen Flowers' small hand was soft and smooth. Once Yu Yang grabbed it, he couldn't bear to let go. When City Lord Fallen Flowers realized this brat's intentions, she couldn't break free even if she wanted to. In order to divert City Lord Fallen Flowers' attention, Yu Yang hurriedly told her about his observations. "I saw the same symbol on the black-winged Tan Wu Fang and the luminous demon Ding Zong. It seems like it's the symbol of the demonic palace." "Yes, that's the demonic inscription. Every corrupted warrior has one." City Lord Fallen Flowers' attention was successfully diverted by him. "However, I didn't see the same demonic inscription on the fake demon slave just now. At that time, I suspected that she wasn't from the demonic palace. There's another point. The people from the demonic palace, no matter if it was the black-winged Tan Wu Fang or the luminous demon Ding Zong, or the other corrupted warriors, they all don't have demon hearts. This is the demon heart that only the demon generals in the demon abyss would have. However, the weirdest thing was that Hui Tai Lang originally liked demon hearts very much, but now he ignored them. It was obvious that this demon heart was also fake. It didn't have the power and energy of a real demon heart, so Hui Tai Lang didn't eat it at all. Thirdly, those who have 2 demon hearts are demon commanders. The demon commander Ma Liang from last time also had 2 demon hearts. His strength was not bad. However, the fake who also had 2 demon hearts was trash. The demon heart in her body was just a fake, to make people think that she was strong, but in fact, she was trash. Therefore, I don't think that she's from the demonic palace. Furthermore, if the people from the demonic palace wanted to ambush us, they would have chosen this place to be more suitable than teleporting to another place. Yu Yang didn't let go of City Lord Fallen Flowers' small hand as he spoke out the speculation in his heart. The place that I wrote to you just now has been nurturing demon slaves for a long time. I don't understand why they would do that, but I can be sure that it's not a good thing. No matter if it's the demonic palace or the people from that place, we have to be more careful. Alright, the danger has passed. Please let go of my hand. City Lord Fallen Flowers tried to pull her hand away, but Yu Yang didn't let go. Instead, he used his long arm to pull her back. He carried her on his back again. At first, she was still a little angry at his unreasonable actions. She stood with her legs together, refusing to let him carry her. However, when he pulled her legs with his wolf claws, she felt that his actions were extremely dangerous and indecent. If she were to tangle with him, she would be too ashamed to show her face, so she quickly relaxed and lay on his back. She lightly pounded his head with her small fists, expressing her anger and wanting to punish him. However, her strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. She pouted coquettishly and said, "Fail, this kind of personal guard captain is too bad." Yu Yang laughed slyly, "Deduct my salary then, I don't plan on taking it anyway, ha ha ha." Luohua City Mistress felt that Yu Yang's scorching hot wolf hand was about to do something bad again. She hurriedly stretched out her hand and slapped it down. Hey, losing control once is enough. Are you trying to do something bad so brazenly? Got it, next time I'll be sneaky, and do bad things. Yu Yang's reply made City Lord Fallen Flower snicker nonstop. This brat really had a glib tongue, she really couldn't do anything to him. Seeing that his master was immersed in happiness, Hui Tai Lang also moved closer to City Lord Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox, preparing to curry favor. He was learning from his master, who knew that the three-tailed snow fox's taste in choosing friends was extremely high. It completely ignored Hui Tai Lang, proudly raising its soft tail and taking small, graceful steps, following behind its master. It didn't even glance at Hui Tai Lang. This arrogant look made Hui Tai Lang salivate, his eyes shining. To pick up girls, one must pick up such an arrogant one. Hui Tai Lang hurriedly followed, walking side by side with the snow fox. He used his most proficient foreign language to strike up a conversation with the beauty, all woof, woof woof, woof woof woof. The three-tailed snow fox turned her head, indicating that she didn't understand this foreign language, so don't waste your saliva. Meow. Hui Tai Lang used his newly learned foreign language again. The three-tailed snow fox was still indifferent when she heard it. Hui Tai Lang's foreign language attack failed. The snow fox was a fox, not a cat or dog. It would be strange if she could understand the language of cats and dogs. Don't be noisy, don't disturb me picking up girls. Yu Yang realized that his romantic two-person world had been destroyed by Hui Tai Lang's barking, and became furious. Seeing his master's anger, Hui Tai Lang was so scared that he quickly pretended to be an obedient child. In the end, after seeing his funny look, City Lord Fallen Flowers laughed out loud. Even the three-tailed snow fox seemed to be secretly laughing. 2 days later, at the foot of the Cloud Peak Lake in the Despair Abyss. Because it was inconvenient to climb the cliff, Yu Yang left Hui Tai Lang and the three-tailed snow fox at the foot of the mountain. He repeatedly told Hui Tai Lang to protect the three-tailed snow fox's safety, while he and City Lord Fallen Flowers climbed up the cliff. The Bloody Queen could fly thousands of meters up the cliff, but she couldn't bring City Lord Fallen Flowers or Yu Yang to the top of the cliff. There was a formless pressure on the cliff here. Even City Lord Fallen Flowers didn't understand the reason. In order to climb to the top of the cliff, the Bloody Queen, who could easily fly more than 10,000 meters high, had to stop at 500 meters below the 3,000-meter peak. She also needed to use her hands and feet to climb up, and couldn't fly straight up. If she left this Cloud Peak Lake, her flying ability would immediately return to normal. It was as if there was a space here, with a formless restriction. City Lord Fallen Flowers was tired from climbing, so Yu Yang simply used a sling to tie her to his back. Since her body was very light, it wasn't strenuous for Yu Yang at all. He climbed to around 2,000 meters high and found the Bloody Queen waiting for him on a small platform. She pointed at the cloudy cliff, screaming nonstop. Yu Yang hurriedly climbed up to the small platform. When he looked up, he realized that there were some huge words above his head. However, he didn't recognize any of them. This is a summoning rune. This should be an ancient summoning rune formation. In God's ruins, there are these kinds of words everywhere. City Lord Fallen Flowers took out a silk handkerchief and wiped Yu Yang's sweat. She said softly, "Rest for a while, I'll record these summoning runes and see if I can decipher its mysteries in the future." Just a few words can seal the whole space? Yu Yang felt that the power of summoning was very terrifying. Furthermore, it wasn't limited to animals and plants, even space, light, spirit and soul were included in the summoning. There were even words and formations. The ordinary warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent had only grasped the surface of summoning. It said that these were left behind by human warriors in ancient times. The ancients were really too strong, we are only looking for their footprints. City Lord Fallen Flowers nodded her head affirmatively, this is also the wisdom left behind by the ancients. It's a pity that we have no one to inherit it. Just as Yu Yang was about to speak, he suddenly felt his mind shake, as if something had broken out of his body. In City Lord Fallen Flowers' eyes, she saw an inconceivable miracle. A miracle was born right in front of her. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw a beam of colorful light flashing above Yu Yang's head, shooting straight towards the ancient rune circle. She couldn't see clearly what it was. Maybe it was just a ray of colorful light, or maybe it was the figure of a guardian beast. Just as City Mistress Fallen Flowers was about to ask Yu Yang, she found that his eyes were closed, and his body was slowly floating in the air. His breathing was gentle, as if he was sleeping. She didn't see where his summoning grimoire was, but she saw the summoning grimoire's protective shield rising up. Golden light continuously emerged, forming a light pillar that was tens of meters tall, pointing straight at the center of the giant rune circle on the cliff. At this moment, the giant rune circle suddenly made a strange and mysterious sound. From the rune circle, white light shot out like an aurora, incomparably gorgeous. When the golden pillar of light connected with the center of the runic circle seemed to have received an energy boost. The white light exploded 10 times brighter, so bright that Luohua City Mistress and the Bloody Queen couldn't even open their eyes. Following a magical and beautiful sound of nature, the giant rune circle suddenly started to spin. City Mistress Fallen Flowers used her small hands to block the light. Between her fingers, she found that there were countless golden or white runes falling from the sky like raindrops. The white runes were huge like the ones on the cliff, shrinking rapidly. On the other hand, the golden runes were extremely small at first, but after coming into contact with the golden light pillar, they became bigger. Countless strange-shaped runes formed a musical melody, dancing in the sky. With their unique rhythm, they spiraled down. Finally, they entered Yu Yang's body one after another, disappearing without a trace. Only a very small number of runes floated onto City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body. They collided back and forth, but did not enter into City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body like how they entered Yu Yang's body. Most of them bounced off and floated away again. Among these runes, there were a few that successfully entered City Mistress Fallen Flowers' forehead, heart and palm. City Lord Fallen Flowers felt her body tremble. Several types of enormous and pure energy erupted from his forehead, heart, and hands. They quickly linked up within his body and completely cleansed his entire body. The energy was so abundant that it almost burst out of his body and finally condensed in his lower abdomen. She felt that in her spiritual world, there were giant runes flashing, continuously combining together, giving her a kind of feeling that she didn't really understand, and she didn't really understand. Previously, Luohua City Mistress who couldn't break through her bottleneck felt that her mind was suddenly enlightened. Everything that she had learned in her mind suddenly became clear, as if she had been enlightened. The summoning grimoire automatically floated out and a golden light suddenly appeared. A protective shield quickly rose up and absorbed some of the runes that were bounced back. City Lord Fallen Flowers felt her soul tremble again, and she couldn't help but faint. His figure also slowly floated in the air. However, her floating height was less than a meter, not even 1/10 of Yu Yang's height. In the instant that City Lord Fallen Flowers fainted, she realized that there were two figures with familiar auras hugging her. One of them even cried out in surprise. She immediately felt relieved. With these two people here, she, who was exhausted and wanted to sleep, could finally sleep peacefully. On the other side, the Bloody Queen raised her hands up high, holding a few golden runes formed from pure energy. Her expression was incomparably shocked. Yu Yang was currently surrounded by countless runes. Suddenly, he automatically made a special hand gesture in midair. A 7-colored rune condensed in his hands and floated between the Bloody Queen's eyebrows. The Bloody Queen let out a high-pitched scream that had never been heard before. She spread her wings and flew up to the sky. When she landed again, her body was burning with raging flames. There was also a golden light that extended from her feet to her head, then from her head to her feet. Finally, it condensed on her wings. Then, the feathers on her body shattered with a bang, turning into millions of light spots. Millions of golden light spots danced upwards and floated into Yu Yang's body. They then formed a platinum-colored light pillar and flowed into the Bloody Queen's head. The Bloody Queen's entire body, from top to bottom, looked brand new. Her flame-like hair instantly turned into platinum-colored. It draped softly behind her shoulders and hung down like a waterfall, reaching her buttocks. The platinum-colored wings grew out again. It looked more powerful, more agile, and more perfect. This change made the Bloody Queen so happy that tears streamed down her cheeks. She knew that she had leveled up from gold-ranked level 5, directly leveling up. She had crossed the heavenly moat that almost all beasts couldn't cross and leveled up to platinum-ranked level 5. This evolution was equivalent to her rebirth. She had surpassed gold-ranked and reached platinum-ranked. Then, what awaited her would be another realm, a realm that all beasts dreamt of. Only by crossing this heavenly moat could she truly enter the world of intelligent life. Only by surpassing the king tier could she truly be called a saint among beasts. The Bloody Queen knelt down with tears streaming down her cheeks. All of this was given to her by her master. Although he was her master, he had never enslaved her like those ugly humans in the legends. Even though he knew that she was a guardian beast and would never die, he was still unwilling to let her be in danger. As the Bloody Queen covered her face and cried bitterly, 2 golden light pillars rose up from both sides of her body. The 2 light pillars rose higher than City Mistress Fallen Flowers, getting closer to Yu Yang's body. One of them was even directly connected to Yu Yang's body. Many runes floated down. The Bloody Queen felt that even though she had leveled up to platinum-ranked level 5, she still felt a strong sense of oppression. It was as if there were 2 stronger guardian beasts roaring soundlessly behind her, declaring their strength. Following that, a shadow jumped down from the sky, shaking the small platform. It was the barbarian cow Shadow Man. It was unknown when she came out, but there was a golden rune on her forehead that was similar to the Bloody Queen's. At the same time, her body was also slowly changing shape. Just as the Bloody Queen wanted to straighten her back, she suddenly felt an even stronger pressure, forcing her to bend her back in order to resist that invincible power. In the sky, there seemed to be a gigantic figure that was more than 10 meters tall shining for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, in the center of the runic circle, there was a heavenly cry, followed by another cry. This cry had no sound, but it could shake one's soul. The Bloody Queen hurriedly knelt down and crawled on the ground, showing her respect to that unparalleled existence. After the 2 heavenly cries disappeared, the gigantic runic circle on the cliff wall slowly stopped rotating. The white light gradually disappeared, returning to its original appearance. It was almost exactly the same, except that all the runes had moved once, and their positions were different from before. All the runes rotated faster and entered Yu Yang's body. The light pillar disappeared. Yu Yang, who was floating 10 meters in the sky, slowly floated down, as light as a feather. The Bloody Queen was about to reach out her hand to catch him, but she realized that her master's most beloved Lamia was hugging him and swimming down from the void. The most peculiar 7-colored rune on her forehead was slowly disappearing between her brows. Bloody Queen hurriedly bowed and reached out her hand to catch City Mistress Fallen Flowers. On the other side, the barbarian cow Shadow Man, who had reconstructed her body for the 3rd time, reached out her hand to catch the other 2 shadows and gently placed them on the ground. Yu Yang felt that he had had a very long dream. There were countless people and stories in the dream. He could even hear people talking and laughing beside his ears, and from time to time, there was even a silvery bell-like laughter. But when he opened his eyes, he couldn't remember anything from the dream. That feeling was clearly right in front of him, as if he could catch it if he reached out his hand, but he just couldn't remember it. It was very strange. He turned around and sat up, and realized that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was lying on him, sleeping soundly. This was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Yu Yang was prepared to reach out his wolfish hands and take advantage of the fact that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was sleeping soundly to push her down. Inadvertently, he glanced to the side and realized that the Bloody Queen was looking at his hands without blinking. Her eyes were filled with some kind of light. It looked too much like a human's eyes, and not like a beast's eyes. It was filled with intelligence and intelligence. Looking at her forehead again, in between her brows, there was a mystical golden rune, making her look exceptionally different. When he looked carefully, he realized that the Bloody Queen's entire body had undergone a huge change. Her wings had actually turned into platinum feathers. What's going on? Yu Yang was stunned, unable to understand. Rune. Summoning. Rebirth. Leveling up. The Bloody Queen stuttered as she spoke. After a long time, Yu Yang still didn't understand. How did you know how to speak? Ah, that's not right. You already knew how to speak in the past. When did you learn the Soaring Dragon Continent's language? What's going on with your hair and your wings? Yu Yang reached out his hand to touch the Bloody Queen's platinum hair and her wings. He realized that her face had actually turned red, revealing a woman's unique shyness. He was immediately even more confused. I have already leveled up. Platinum ranked. Level 5. The Bloody Queen stuttered more and more. In the end, she lowered her head and shyly avoided Yu Yang's gaze, unwilling to speak anymore. You're platinum ranked level 5 now? When Yu Yang heard this, he was both surprised and happy. What kind of tonic did this Bloody Queen eat to level up so quickly? Even if she had leveled up, gold ranked level 5 would only be platinum ranked level 4. Now that she had leveled up to platinum ranked level 5, she must have eaten a very good tonic. Could it be that City Mistress Fallen Flowers gave her to eat? What did City Mistress Fallen Flowers give her to eat? Could it be the beautiful demonic flower that he had fought in the space pavilion? Summoning his silver grimoire, he flipped it open and realized that the Bloody Queen's picture had disappeared. Didn't they say that guardian beasts wouldn't betray him? Immediately after, he realized that the Bloody Queen must have moved. She must have moved from the silver grimoire to the divine grimoire. The barbarian cow shadow that was left behind, Yu Yang was surprised to realize that her body was currently being reconstructed. Looking at the thorny flower demoness, it was the same. She had become a silver-ranked rune demon body thorny flower demoness. He couldn't summon the barbarian cow shadow and the thorny flower demoness anymore. On the quintet seeking golden mice's picture, there were different runes arranged in different ways. Yu Yang's head started to hurt. He completely couldn't understand how so many runes could enter his silver grimoire. Moreover, there was one for every beast. Even the mysterious golden beast on his wrist had one. Sweat, Yu Yang summoned Little Wenli. He strangely realized that there was no rune on the little loli's forehead. When Little Wenli came out, she yawned cutely, as if she hadn't slept enough. Forget it, let the little loli sleep for a while more. Yu Yang was about to let her go back to sleep when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the little loli. Why did she seem to have grown a little taller? Using his level 3, divine vision, he realized that the little loli had actually leveled up. Originally, no matter how many monsters he killed, the little loli serpent demon had no reaction at all. There was no sign of leveling up at all. But now, she had magically leveled up. The most confusing thing was that Yu Yang didn't know how she leveled up at all. This was really strange. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had woken up unknowingly. She looked at Yu Yang with a smile. What's going on? What happened when I was unconscious? Of course, Yu Yang wanted to know the cause and effect. Otherwise, his curiosity could kill a cat. I was unconscious the whole time. I woke up even later than you. How would I know? I don't know anything. I don't even know that your Bloody Queen had leveled up from gold rank to platinum rank. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers said this, Yu Yang almost fell into the abyss. This boast was even worse than what he had said. This girl definitely said this on purpose to take revenge on him. She definitely did it on purpose. You win. Yu Yang knew that he wouldn't be able to get any information out of City Mistress Fallen Flowers. He thought to himself, if you don't say anything, I won't find the reason myself. You flatter me. City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to be trying very hard to hold back her laughter. Her shoulders shook, but she just didn't laugh out loud. Who were you talking to just now? Yu Yang suddenly asked her. He remembered that in his dream, he seemed to have heard a few girls chattering beside his ears. From time to time, they would even let out bell-like laughter. The Bloody Queen had just learned how to speak, so she was still a stutterer. Little Winley was still young and didn't know how to speak, so they definitely couldn't join in. Since that was the case, then who was it that was chatting with City Mistress Fallen Flowers just now? You're definitely dreaming. City Mistress Fallen Flowers nodded her head with certainty. Yu Yang knew that he wasn't dreaming, because he was having another dream at that time. There was no reason for a person to have two dreams at the same time. Even if City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't say, Yu Yang could guess that it was probably the mysterious beauty who had been following him. Even Princess Sisai, the royal swordswoman, might have come together. The three of them said that they didn't know each other, but in reality, they were most likely friends. Moreover, they were close friends. What made Yu Yang feel the most strange was that he couldn't sense the mysterious beauty with his senses. She should be hiding outside of his sensing range, not too far away, but just enough that he couldn't sense her. This was really strange. How did she know his sensing range? This mysterious beauty was really mysterious. Could it be that it was her inherent skill? Yu Yang had many suspicions in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. After resting, they climbed up the Cloud Peak Lake again. After spending half a day, Yu Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers climbed up the Cloud Peak Lake that was suspended high up in the sky. In Yu Yang's eyes, this was actually the accumulated water of an extinct volcano. Because it had been around for a long time, it had become a giant mountain lake. The Cloud Peak Lake wasn't very big. Even with the mist, they could still see the other side clearly. The entire lake was shaped like an irregular oval, with a maximum distance of a few kilometers. Circling around it, it was estimated to be more than 10 kilometers. Are there water monsters here? Yu Yang had heard many rumors about water monsters in the Cloud Peak Lake. Of course, that was before he transmigrated to this world. What are you talking about? Large-scale fish-type beasts? City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't have any concept of water monsters, because there were all kinds of strange beasts everywhere in the Soaring Dragon continent. There were too many monsters. Pretend I didn't ask. Yu Yang wasn't very interested in water monsters right now. Because he had seen so many different kinds of beasts running around the streets, and at the same time, he had personally killed many of them, Yu Yang was no longer curious about monsters. The starlight serene indigo grass was not in the cloud-top lake, but on a higher mountain peak. The precipitous peak pierced the clouds, and the precipice was smooth and barren. Yu Yang spent a lot of effort to carry City Lord Fallen Flowers up. City Lord Fallen Flowers could also climb by herself, but she was weak and had poor patience. After climbing for a while, she had to rest. In addition, the mountain wind was extremely cold, whistling like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Yu Yang was very worried about this little girl, so in the end, he still tied her to his back. The highest cliff was bare. Apart from a small amount of snow, there was nothing else. Yu Yang was originally a little discouraged. It seemed like the starlight serene indigo grass had already been taken by someone else. In the end, it was all for naught. Luohua City Mistress, on the other hand, started to search carefully. In the end, she found a crack in the stone entrance. There seemed to be a hole inside, and the stone crack could barely fit a single person. The two of them used their hands and feet to climb down more than 10 meters, and found a protruding cliff at the bottom. There was a strange flower that shone faintly like the stars. Looking up, there was a line of starry sky, and below was a cave sheltered from the wind. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged at one place, and it was a divine creation. Only such a treasure land could grow such a magical flower. Starlight serene indigo grass. Yu Yang had looked through the records of the medicine encyclopedia more than once, and found that it was extremely rare. According to the classification, it was a rank 6 elixir. It was unknown where it would grow, but it would definitely grow on a high cliff. Moreover, it would be bathed in the starry sky, and its height would not be covered by any plants. Within a radius of 100 meters, not even a single blade of grass would grow. According to the records of the Medicine Encyclopedia, this starlight serene indigo grass was a product of the outer realm of Tong Tian Tower. 10,000 years ago, it was brought back by a starlight princess. This starlight princess liked to be alone, but she also loved to be noble and pure. She liked to live deep in the mountains, accompanied by hundreds of flowers. After the starlight princess was assassinated, her blood dyed the hundreds of flowers, and her soul fused with the hundreds of flowers. Among them, the serene indigo grass that the starlight princess liked the most obtained the most spiritual energy. From then on, people called this serene indigo grass that contained the starlight princess spiritual energy as the starlight serene indigo grass. This starlight serene indigo grass was no different from its owner's loneliness and purity. It would not bloom unless it was in the vast starry sky, and could not be plucked unless it was a virgin with a pure heart. As long as a man stretched out his hand to pluck it, the spiritual energy would immediately dissipate, and the grass would wither. City Lord Fallen Flowers was extremely excited when she saw the starlight serene indigo grass. She pulled Yu Yang to the side and repeatedly warned him not to approach it. Before she approached the high cliff, she even stepped into the small pool on the cliff and bathed for a long time. She washed her body clean of Yu Yang's masculine scent. Only then did she walk towards the small cluster of starlight serene indigo grass with excitement. It was just a few stalks, but it gave off a feeling that it was as resplendent as the stars. Your Highness Starlight Princess, please bestow 3 stalks of starlight serene indigo grass to Fallen Flowers. Fallen Flowers does not dare to ask for more, but I ask for 3 stalks. Before plucking it, City Lord Fallen Flowers even closed her eyes and prayed devoutly. Why does it feel like something's wrong? Yu Yang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. There were no strong beasts in this cave. Because the starlight serene indigo grass grew in a natural stronghold, no strong beasts seemed to have discovered its existence. However, Yu Yang still felt that something was wrong, and his heart felt uneasy. Just as Yu Yang was searching the cave with a heart full of doubts, a delicate shout sounded from the top of the cave. Following that, there was a loud rumbling sound, as if there were people fighting fiercely on the top of one-line paradise. At the same time that Yu Yang turned around to look, a scorching flame shot out from the small cracks on the rocks, aiming straight for City Lord Fallen Flowers. Yu Yang's heart trembled. He was very familiar with this kind of flame. This was the luminous demon Ding Zhang's hellfire. As expected, the luminous demon Ding Zhang did not give up and followed behind him. However, at the top of the cave, who discovered that the luminous demon Ding Zhang was preparing to ambush him and stopped him? Could it be Princess Sisai? Yu Yang had a special impression of Princess Sisai's delicate shout in battle. Her delicate shout was different from the others. It was especially crisp and clear, full of heroic spirit, and had a kind of heroic spirit. Although he did not hear it very clearly just now, he could still feel it. Furthermore, he also realized that there was a great danger. With Princess Sisai's strength, she might not be the luminous demon Ding Zhang's opponent in a one-on-one fight. Now that the battle was going on fiercely, the luminous demon Ding Zhang still had the strength to release hellfire to attack City Lord Fallen Flowers and burn the starlight serene indigo grass. This meant that the luminous demon Ding Zhang was not alone, he definitely had a helper. Danger! Yu Yang anxiously wanted to jump up the cliff to protect City Lord Fallen Flowers. Don't come over, please don't come over. City Lord Fallen Flowers hurriedly summoned her grimoire and raised her shield to block the scorching flames. In her heart, the starlight serene indigo grass was more important than anything else. Even if she was injured, she was not willing to see these unique flowers wither. Another earth-shattering sound came from the cave above. The earth shook and the mountains shook. No one knew how the battle was going. Yu Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. He quickly climbed up and prepared to help Princess Sisai, who was fighting a bitter battle outside. At the bottom of the mountain, Hui Tai Lang leisurely accompanied the three-tailed snow fox, trying to communicate with it using various foreign languages. Unfortunately, his foreign language skills were not good enough. Let alone the three-tailed snow fox, even dogs and cats might not understand what he was saying. Actions were the most practical. From time to time, Hui Tai Lang would catch a snow rabbit, hoping to please the little beauty. He did not know that the three-tailed snow fox was a vegetarian just like its master. If Hui Tai-lang gave it a wisdom fruit or a hoarfrost truffle, it would definitely like it more. As for the bloody snow rabbit, the three-tailed snow fox did not like it at all. It elegantly wrapped its long tail around itself and slept comfortably on the snowy ground, quietly waiting for its master to return. In comparison, Hui Tai-lang was much more active. Of course, it was also waiting for Yu Yang, but it did not forget to entertain itself. When it saw a snow rabbit, it would chase after it. When it saw a snow pheasant, it would not let it go either. While the snow foxes were sleeping, it even chased a group of noisy level 3 snow wolves 10 kilometers away before returning. It also killed a few giant spiders it met along the way and dug out the demon cores of the poison spiders. Hui Tai-lang could not bear to eat it and kept nagging along the way. It proudly trotted back and prepared to use it to please the snow fox. However, when it returned to the mountain pass, the horrifying scene in front of it made it go crazy. The whole snowy field was covered in blood. The snow fox had already transformed into a giant six-tailed fox spirit. Its body was covered in wounds and it was being attacked and bitten by a few beasts. It was screaming in pain. In front of it, there was a corrupted warrior holding a dark green ball of pollution in his hand. He was trying to stop the six-tailed fox spirit from releasing the spiritual fragrance to increase its power. He had also inserted a huge metal rune pillar into the ground. The black metal rune pillar released a black halo that continuously spread outwards, greatly suppressing the six-tailed fox spirit's power. 3 bronze-ranked level 6 hyenas used their terrifying sharp teeth to bite the six-tailed fox spirit's body. Every time they bit, a piece of flesh would be torn off from the six-tailed fox spirit's body. The wounded and bloody six-tailed fox spirit could not fight with its full strength. The power in its body was suppressed by the black halo of the metal rune pillar and the spiritual fragrance was expelled by the ball of pollution. Its speed was now 10 times slower than usual. Although it was still very fast, it could not escape from the attacks of the 3 hyenas. Furthermore, its enemies were not just the 3 hyenas. There were also 3 other beasts that were stronger than the hyenas attacking the six-tailed fox spirit at the same time. They were 2 silver-ranked level 5 thunder leopards and a silver-ranked level 6 manticore. The 6 beasts opened their bloody mouths and surrounded the six-tailed fox spirit, preventing it from escaping. At the same time, they attacked it crazily. Ha 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 ha, baby, you belong to me now. Come, come, what a beautiful and intelligent white fox. Only I, Lai Lai, am worthy to be your master. I will definitely train you into a holy beast. Come to me, your master. Ha ha ha. The corrupted warrior, whose body was covered with totem tattoos, took out a contract scroll and opened it. A white light appeared and a chain-like contract light shone on the six-tailed fox spirit's head. The six-tailed fox spirit was already in so much pain that it wanted to die. When the contract light shone on it, it felt even more pain. Its footsteps were staggering as it struggled in the light of the contract. Woof. The 3 hyenas and the 2 thunder leopards took the opportunity to bite the six-tailed fox spirit. They tore off pieces of bloody flesh from its body. Roar. The most sinister manticore hooked its scorpion-like tail and pierced it deeply into the six-tailed fox spirit's front leg, trying its best to release its poison. Although the poison did not have much effect on the six-tailed fox spirit, this attack made the six-tailed fox spirit even worse. The six-tailed fox spirit fell to the ground. The hyenas, thunder leopards, and manticore pounced on the six-tailed fox spirit at the same time and bit it crazily. Blood splattered everywhere and the white fur of the fox flew everywhere. Even one of its long tails was torn in half. Fresh blood covered the ground. It was a tragic sight. The six-tailed fox spirit used the last of its strength and screeched as it jumped crazily. In midair, it jumped down like lightning and pounced towards the corrupted warrior. It closed its mouth and quickly crushed the scroll of opportunity, refusing to contract with him. With a sweep of its 6 blood-stained tails, it sent the thunder leopard flying and the corrupted warrior tumbling on the ground. The corrupted warrior's ball of pollution also fell to the ground. The corrupted warrior touched his face and realized that his face was swollen after being hit by the fox's tail. His nose was bleeding. He immediately became furious. He picked up the metal rune pole and smashed it on the six-tailed fox spirit's head. He then swung it again, sending the six-tailed fox spirit flying more than 10 meters away. He roared, "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Bite me to death." At that moment, Hui Tai Lang, who had used all his strength to rush over from the mountain pass, saw this scene and went berserk. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang let out the loudest howl of its life. Its howl shook the earth and shook the valley. Its red eyes almost popped out of its eye sockets. It was so angry that its chest was about to explode. The black flames on its body erupted like a volcano and exploded in all directions. Just as the hyenas, thunder leopards, and chimeras were about to tear the six-tailed fox spirit into pieces, Hui Tai Lang leaped up the mountain wall like a demon king. He then jumped down again, crossing tens of meters and knocked the fastest thunder leopard away like a meteor. He then landed firmly in front of the six-tailed fox spirit that was on the verge of death. Currently, it was only silver-ranked level 4, but it could completely ignore its opponent's higher-level suppression. Its 4 wolf eyes were filled with rage that could burn the heavens and the earth. Black flame soared to the sky as demonic energy exploded. With a roar, the 6 higher-leveled beasts all retreated in fear. That corrupted warrior was shocked by Hui Tai Lang's ferocious roar. At first, he thought that it was a gold king beast and his hands trembled. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was only a silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf. Furthermore, it was not contracted. He was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, looks like I, have gotten a great bargain." The information was right, that brat really has a spiritual two-headed demon wolf. It was the right choice to stay and ambush him. Haha, good, compared to six-tailed fox spirit, I prefer two-headed demon wolf. The 3 bronze-ranked level 6 hyenas realized that Hui Tai Lang was only powerful, but its level was not as high as theirs. They immediately let out a cry and rushed forward. They opened their bloody mouths and used their sharp teeth that could crush a bison's skull to bite at Grey Wolf. The other thunder leopard was very cunning and did not fight Hui Tai Lang head-on. Instead, it went around it and jumped onto the mountain wall nimbly. With a jump, it prepared to jump onto the unconscious six-tailed fox spirit and finish it off. Seeing the enemy attack, Hui Tai Lang's body started to burn with black flames. Hui Tai Lang leaped up high and turned into a meteor, crashing into the thunder leopard's ribs. The silver-ranked level 5 thunder leopard was sent flying by it. He smashed into the mountain wall with a loud boom, causing the snow on the mountain wall to scatter and rustle down. Grey Wolf didn't wait for the thunder leopard to scream. It pounced on the thunder leopard as soon as it bounced back. One of its jaws opened wide, directly locking onto the thunder leopard's throat, while the other bit onto the thunder leopard's spine. His 4 claws dug deep into the stone wall, and at the same time, he smashed the thunder leopard against the stone wall. This not only deepened the depth of the bite, but also increased the bleeding. It could also stop the thunder leopard from struggling. This was a hunting skill that Yang had taught Hui Tai Lang. He had told it before that many beasts had the ability to feign death. Biting its opponent's throat might not necessarily kill it. The best way to kill it was to attack its throat and spine at the same time, inflicting heavy damage on its opponent. Hui Tai Lang had 2 heads anyway. In the process of attacking, regardless of whether the enemy struggled or not, he had to increase the damage, bite his teeth deeper, and use his bite force to its fullest. It turned out that Grey Wolf had not been able to control it well. Yang was very dissatisfied with this and even scolded it as a stupid dog. Now, it was in a dangerous situation. The hunting skill that it had learned in the past was immediately unleashed. The fresh blood that flowed out from its prey's wound had deeply stimulated Hui Tai Lang's killing intent and comprehension. It had even killed its opponent in a way that exceeded Yang's expectations. It had taught itself how to kill its opponent. Even if it was a thunder leopard that was a higher level than it would not be able to retaliate at all under its attack. At the same time, the hyenas that did not have strong jumping ability and the thunder leopard that was limping after being hit by Hui Tai Lang looked at Hui Tai Lang, who was more than 10 meters above the ground. They could only watch with folded arms, unable to do anything. They could only watch as Hui Tai Lang trampled on its companion, unable to save it. They could only roar at Hui Tai Lang crazily, provoking it. The silver-ranked level 6 manticore spread its wings and flew clumsily. It was prepared to use its scorpion tail to stab Hui Tai Lang. As long as it was poisoned, Hui Tai Lang's battle power would be greatly reduced, and it might even die. Without waiting for the manticore to fly closer, Hui Tai Lang swung its head and threw the thunder leopard in its mouth towards the manticore. The thunder leopard was nailed to the manticore's tail, and it let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the valley. Hui Tai Lang turned around and jumped onto the manticore's back. It started to crazily bite the ugly wings on its back and used its sharp claws to tear them apart. The manticore was originally too big and heavy, so its flying ability was clumsy. It was first affected by the weight of the thunder leopard, and then by the pressure from Hui Tai Lang. It had already reached its limit. As soon as its wings were injured by Hui Tai Lang, it immediately fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The manticore and the thunder leopard rolled heavily on the ground. So smart? The corrupted warrior was completely dumbfounded. This two-headed demon wolf was 100 times smarter than he had imagined. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang continued to press down on the manticore. It spun in midair, its 4 claws firmly planted on the manticore's head. Only when the manticore fell into the snow did it loosen its claws and use the momentum to jump up, reducing the impact of the fall. The 3 hyenas immediately pounced on Hui Tai Lang ferociously and opened their mouths, wanting to bite Hui Tai Lang. However, it was already too late. Grey Wolf had already shot towards the heavily injured thunder leopard, who had suffered a series of attacks. Its throat was bitten, its spine was injured, and its abdomen was pierced by the scorpion tail. At the same time, it was smashed into the ground. If it wasn't silver ranked level 5, this thunder leopard would have died long ago. Just as it was about to struggle and run back to its master's side, Hui Tai Lang whizzed towards it and sent it flying. Once again, it slammed the thunder leopard against the stone wall. Hui Tai Lang's left head firmly locked onto the thunder leopard's throat for the second time. At the same time, it sucked the blood that flowed out from its throat, speeding up the thunder leopard's death. On the other hand, it used its claws to tear open the thunder leopard's abdomen, crazily tearing it apart. Hui Tai Lang remembered that Yu Yang had once told it. When facing a group of enemies that were hard to defeat, it should start with the weakest one and kill it with a single strike. Hui Tai Lang did not understand what Yu Yang had said. Rather than injuring 10 fingers, it is better to break 1 finger. However, it understood Yu Yang's previous demonstrations, which was that it must kill one of its enemies, and it must kill it until it was absolutely dead. The thunder leopard was on the brink of death. On its body, a burst of electricity flashed crazily, making crackling sounds. At the brink of death, it used its last life-saving move to shock its opponent with electricity. Although it was more proficient in condensing electric balls in its mouth to bombard its opponent, it did not have the chance to do so right now. It could only release electricity from its entire body, hoping that Hui Tai Lang would let go. The electricity exploded, causing Hui Tai Lang's entire body to sizzle and emit smoke. However, Hui Tai Lang was determined. Once it bit down, it would not let go. Even if its entire body was charred black, it would not let go. The other thunder leopard condensed a ball of electricity in its mouth and shot it towards Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang nimbly jumped up and dodged it. Seeing that it could not succeed, the thunder leopard used its extreme speed to pounce towards Hui Tai Lang in order to save its comrade. It tightly bit onto Hui Tai Lang's hind leg and cooperated with its comrade to release electricity, vowing to save its comrade. The 2 thunder leopards attacked from the front and the back, causing Hui Tai Lang's entire body to emit smoke. The 3 hyenas and the manticore that were preparing to attack Hui Tai Lang hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. Hiss. Enduring the pain of being electrocuted, Hui Tai Lang's sharp claws and teeth finally tore open the thunder leopard's abdomen after hundreds of times of tearing and biting. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the brightly colored intestines were also pulled out by Hui Tai Lang. Right at this moment, a runic metal pillar descended from the sky. The corrupted warrior called Lai Lai swung the rune metal pillar and slammed it down heavily, smashing the rune metal pillar onto Hui Tai Lang's spine. This guy knew very well the weaknesses of wolves, dogs, foxes and cats. The weaknesses of small and medium-sized beasts were very obvious. Firstly, they were afraid of having their throats locked. Secondly, they were afraid of having their spines smashed. If Hui Tai Lang had not evolved into an ironback demonic wolf before, his spine would probably have been broken immediately after being smashed. Right now, he roared furiously like thunder. After being smashed, not only did he not fall, he even bent his waist and shook the runic metal pillar away. Both of his heads tore at the thunder leopard's body from both sides, his sharp claws pressed down on the middle, and he pulled with all his might. The thunder leopard's abdomen was split open, and countless of its innards flowed out onto the ground. Hui Tai Lang was still afraid that the thunder leopard would not die, so he even forcefully tore out its beating heart and ate it in one bite. In 3 minutes, Hui Tai Lang had killed its first enemy, the silver-ranked level 5 thunder leopard. Damn it! The corrupted warrior called Lai Lai had the strength of a level 6 beginner, elder. When he saw Hui Tai Lang, he flew into a rage. He raised his metal rune pillar angrily and swept it horizontally. With a heavy blow, Hui Tai Lang was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Hui Tai Lang, who was tumbling in midair, fell heavily onto the snowy ground. His 4 claws left deep marks on the ground, and fresh blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were burning with anger as he stared coldly at the corrupted warrior. The manticore scorpion tail sneakily attacked. With a whoosh sound, it hit Hui Tai Lang's right hind leg. Hui Tai Lang did not panic. He turned his body and used his claws to press down on the scorpion tail. His 2 wolf heads madly bit the manticore's tail. The manticore felt the pain and swung its tail, slamming Hui Tai Lang heavily onto the ground. An opportunity had come. Ever since he saw Yan Pejun's flaming lion, Yu Yan had taught Hui Tai Lang, "Stupid dog, do you know what a lion's weakness is? Its hind legs don't have enough strength, so it can't stand on its hind legs, and it can't jump. Its body is too tough, so it can't turn nimbly, so it's hard for its front claws to attack the enemy behind it. At this moment, what you need to do is to break its anus and injure its innards, understand? It's best not to fight the lion head-on, you need to attack from the back. Of course, you need to see if it's a male lion or a lioness. A lioness is far more agile than a male lion, so this move is very difficult to execute. I'm talking about a male lion, which is Yan Pejun's flaming lion. Stupid dog, do you understand?" At that time, Hui Tai Lang didn't understand, but now he understood. With his master's teachings and his natural instincts, he bit the manticore's hind legs with both of his heads, and pierced his claws deeply into the manticore's anus. He used all of his strength to smash the innards into pieces, and then crazily dug them out. Blood splattered everywhere, and the manticore let out a sorrowful cry towards the sky. Behind him, the corrupted warrior Lai Lai, who was about to smash the metal rune pillar, was completely stunned. What a cunning beast! The scene in front of him was simply unbelievable. A silver-ranked level 4 two-headed demon wolf was actually able to heavily injure a silver-ranked level 6 manticore. Furthermore, all of this was under his control. "Bastard, you're looking for death." The corrupted warrior Lai Lai, who had regained consciousness, raised the metal rune pillar angrily, and crazily smashed it towards Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang bit the manticore's hind legs tightly without making a sound. His claws pierced through the manticore's anus hundreds of times, and dug out all kinds of innards time and time again. The manticore was not dead yet, but it was currently in a state worse than death. It had already betrayed its master long ago, and only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. However, Hui Tai Lang did not let it go, and swore to kill it. The 3 bronze-ranked level 6 hyenas whimpered, and pounced forward to bite the manticore a few times. However, this scared the crazy Hui Tai Lang out of his wits, and they all retreated far away, not daring to attack. The corrupted warrior Lai Lai did not know how many times he had raised the metal rune pillar and smashed it. Finally, he fiercely smashed it on Hui Tai Lang's spine. Finally, Hui Tai Lang let go. Although the manticore in front of him had not breathed its last, it was not far from death. A large pile of innards was dug out by Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang's entire body was drenched in blood. There was the blood of its enemies, and also its own. It staggered towards the 6-tailed fox spirit. The corrupted warrior Lai Lai was also panting heavily. He was extremely tired. He had never seen such a tenacious demon wolf before. In 10 minutes, Hui Tai Lang killed its second enemy, the silver-ranked level 6 manticore. "Go, kill it." The corrupted warrior Lai Lai pointed at the heavily injured Hui Tai Lang, who was vomiting blood non-stop, and ordered the thunder leopard and the 3 hyenas to bite it to death. "Awoo!" Hui Tai Lang raised its head and held. Even though it was heavily injured, it was still able to scare the thunder leopard and the 3 hyenas into retreating. All of you are trash. The corrupted warrior Lai Lai raised his metal rune pole angrily. Just as he was about to smash Hui Tai Lang to death, 6 bloodied fox tails suddenly swept towards him, sending him flying far away. The 6-tailed fox spirit's body expanded by 10 times. Its spiritual power exploded, and its 6 tails moved without any wind. A strange fragrance filled the air. It spat out a ball of pure light from its mouth, which landed on the heavily injured Hui Tai Lang's body. In an instant, Hui Tai Lang's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its black flames exploded, and it held towards the sky. Its voice rumbled and resounded throughout the entire valley. Its life force had recovered, and it turned back into the unkillable Hui Tai Lang. After the 6-tailed fox spirit released its light, its body quickly shrunk, and returned to the form of a 3-tailed snow fox. Its eyes quietly closed, as if it had already passed away. Hui Tai Lang went berserk. It pounced towards the corrupted warrior Lai Lai with all its might. This time, its target to kill was this powerful human. This powerful human, no matter what, must die. Kill it, I hate this kind of gaze the most. The corrupted warrior Lai Lai realized that under Hui Tai Lang's gaze, an unfamiliar fear welled up in his heart. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang rushed forward recklessly. It only had one target, and that was this human. 5 minutes later, the thunder leopard that was blocking its way had its spine bitten off by Hui Tai Lang. This was the 3rd enemy that Hui Tai Lang had killed. Half an hour later, Hui Tai Lang's entire body had been bitten until it was a bloody mess. There was not a single part of its body that wasn't injured. Even the head of the wolf on its left had been smashed to pieces. However, all of the hyenas had fallen in front of it, torn to pieces by it. This was the 6th enemy that it had killed. Furthermore, it was the 6th enemy that it had killed under the joint attack of the corrupted warrior Lai Lai. In front of Hui Tai Lang, there was only Lai Lai, who was drenched in sweat and covered in blood. His hands that were hugging the rune metal pillar were trembling. This was the first time that he had been scared by a beast that he had never thought highly of. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. If this silver-ranked level 4 2-headed demon wolf was just a little stronger, the one who would have died today would not have been it, but him. Lai Lai was a famous beast-taming grandmaster in the demonic palace. His understanding and taming of beasts was 100 times better than a normal warrior's. In his life, Lai Lai had seen countless strong beasts. However, he had never seen a 2-headed demon wolf with such a strong will. Never, according to its injuries, this 2-headed demon wolf should have died a long time ago. However, it didn't die. It even wanted to kill him. With its injuries, it shouldn't have been able to stand. It could only quietly wait for its death. However, it was still fighting. I don't care if you are a 2-headed demon wolf or a 3-headed Cerberus. I don't believe this. I must kill you today. Lai Lai was terrified. He felt that if he didn't kill this 2-headed demon wolf today, he might not need to tame beasts anymore. Right now, as long as he closed his eyes, he would see this 2-headed demon wolf's terrifying eyes. They were blood-red and filled with killing intent. If he didn't kill it and get rid of this demon in his heart, Lai Lai suspected that he would go crazy in the future. Aoo! Hui Tai Lang couldn't stop vomiting blood. It only had the strength to attack one last time. If it was in its normal state, it would have died long ago. However, for revenge, it must kill this human in front of it. Even if it had to die together with him, it must kill him. You want to kill me? No way. You want to kill me in your current state? Lai Lai laughed coldly. He knew that Hui Tai Lang was already exhausted. As long as he attacked one last time, Hui Tai Lang would die in front of him. Lai Lai raised the metal rune pillar and gathered all his strength. It smashed down with a thunderous force. Boom! Just as Lai Lai raised the rune metal pillar and used all the strength he had in his life to smash down on Grey Wolf's remaining head, a thunderous boom rang out. A huge figure used its body to cover Hui Tai Lang. This was the 6-tailed fox spirit that had feigned death just now. After it had woken up from its feigned death state, it saw that Hui Tai Lang was about to be smashed to death by Lai Lai's heavy blow. It immediately leapt forward and used its body to block this fatal blow for Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang saw the huge body of the six-tailed fox spirit fall to the ground in front of him. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. It didn't roar, nor did it cry out in pain. It only used the last of its strength and angrily leapt towards the corrupted warrior Lai Lai. It opened its mouth and directly locked onto his throat. 10 minutes later, with one of its front legs broken and one of its heads smashed, Hui Tai Lang spat out Lai Lai's head from its mouth. It then crawled towards the six-tailed fox spirit with great difficulty. Behind it, there was a long trail of blood. In front of it, the six-tailed fox spirit had turned into a three-tailed snow fox with its head smashed to pieces. At this moment, it was still under the blood-stained metal rune pillar. In the end, it blocked the fatal blow for Hui Tai Lang and collapsed on its own. Fresh blood dyed its originally snow-white body red. Hui Tai Lang no longer had the strength to pull the heavy metal rune pillar away. He had no strength to save the three-tailed snow fox. He could only use his wolf's mouth to bite the pillar and pull it with all his might. Yu Yang's words to him to take good care of the three-tailed snow fox seemed to echo in his ears. Suddenly, tears of blood flowed from Hui Tai Lang's eyes and dripped down. It faced the sky and let out a long and sorrowful howl. Its voice was heartbreaking and made people cry. The sorrowful howl reverberated in the valley for a long time. The unkillable Hui Tai Lang collapsed on top of the metal rune pillar. As it slowly closed its eyes, the blood-red world disappeared from its consciousness. The originally black metal rune pillar suddenly emitted a weak white light. The light became stronger and stronger. Finally, a clear rune diagram appeared. It rose from the metal rune pillar and floated in the white light. A few golden runes entered Hui Tai Lang's body, while the white runes entered the three-tailed snow fox's body. After an unknown amount of time, the white light gradually weakened and disappeared. The metal rune pillar shattered with a paw sound. It shattered into pieces on the ground. The sound woke Hui Tai Lang up. Its eyes suddenly opened. On the high cliff of the mountain, in the Heavens-Lying Cave, Yu Yang was preparing to climb out of the Heavens-Lying Cave to save Princess Sisai. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor from above. The sound was as loud as the thunder god's roar, and gravel rained down. Amidst the flying gravel, a figure fell down like a meteorite. It seemed that he was no match for his opponent and was blasted down the cave. Seeing that the person was about to crash onto the rocks, Yu Yang hurriedly flew over and hugged the person's waist. As a result, the falling force was too great. Yu Yang couldn't completely dissipate the force even after using all his energy. The two of them couldn't help but crash onto the rocks, and the rocks shattered. Yu Yang felt his vision turning black. This was after he had dissipated most of the force of the fall. If he didn't, his ribs would have been broken. He looked at the person in his embrace. As expected, it was Princess Sisai, the royal swordswoman. Without hesitation, he took out his Hui Jin magic blade. Idiot, I'm real. Princess Sisai was afraid that this brat would attack her. She hurriedly glared at him with her tiger-like eyes, warning him not to act recklessly. Didn't you already return to the palace? Why are you following behind me? Yu Yang hugged the beauty and couldn't bear to let go. He moved his nose closer and sniffed the fragrance of Princess Sisai's virginity. He sighed in his heart that having a girl in one's embrace was indeed better than having a kingdom in one's hands. Could it be that so many wolves were willing to die under a peony flower? Stay away from me. Princess Sisai realized that this brat actually didn't forget to take liberties with her and sniffed around. Instantly, her face turned red. She jumped up and pushed Yu Yang's wolf hands away. A wave of hellfire came crashing down from the sky. This time, its target was not City Mistress Fallen Flowers, but Princess Sisai. Princess Sisai didn't retreat but advanced instead. Facing the sky full of flames, she waved her sword and slashed. The flame split into two halves. The sword chi he unleashed soared into the sky and struck the rocks on the ceiling of the cave, cutting deep into the rock. Princess Xianxia was worried that Yu Yang would be burnt to a crisp by the hellfire, but when she turned around, she found that this brat was squatting behind her, using her body as a shield. He was safe and sound, and there was even a sneaky smile on his face that was asking for a beating. This made Princess Xianxia very angry. What are you doing? Yu Yang was admiring Princess Sisai's beautiful curves and perky buttocks. Usually, most of them were covered by her silver armor, so it wasn't too obvious. Just now, she had forcefully waved her sword to defeat the enemy. Her movements were very big, and her curves were completely exposed. Of course, although Yu Yang appreciated it, he wouldn't say it out loud. In his heart, he had wanted to say that he wanted to hide from the flames here, but he didn't expect to be glared at by that tigress, and the words that came out of his mouth were, "I'm here to enjoy the scenery. How's the scenery?" Princess Sisai flew into a rage. "It's not bad. It's just that I can't see it clearly. It might be better if I take off my armor." Yu Yang was daydreaming in his heart, and accidentally said the truth. "Then I'll let you see it clearly." Princess Sisai lifted her buttocks, and her body suddenly slammed backwards. Her buttocks smashed into Yu Yang's face, sending him flying a few meters away. Yu Yang covered his nose in pain for a long time. In his heart, he thought that his luck with women wasn't easy to enjoy. If she had slammed into him naked, it would have been fine, but she just had to wear a solid silver armor. It was really terrible. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't have time to care about the two of them. She was currently looking at a stalk of starlight serene indigo grass that couldn't be protected outside the protective shield. Under the hellfire, it quickly turned into ashes. That flower turned into specks of starlight, and disappeared from the cave. As a flower lover, she was extremely angry in her heart. However, she had no choice but to endure it first. She plucked the remaining starlight serene indigo grass into the jade box that she had prepared beforehand. A series of loud noises came from the top of the cave. Broken rocks the size of millstones flew down. When Yu Yang and Princess Sisai dodged them, they discovered that the enemy above had already forcefully opened a huge crack in the stone crevice of the Heaven-Line cave. Then, he arrogantly jumped into the cave. The person who came was the luminous demon Ding Zong. He didn't dare to be careless against the joint attack of Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. Once he descended, he immediately summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. Unlike him, the luminous demon Ding Zhang's companion was extremely arrogant. It was a giant that was as strong as an ox. His muscles were overflowing, and his body was extremely tall and sturdy. Both of his arms were strangely shaped gloves that looked like giant hammers. The glossy black iron gloves were cast with countless wolf fang barbs. Not only did it look terrifying, it also had shocking killing power. If anyone were to take a punch from him, even if they didn't die, their whole body would probably be broken. The giant was abnormally confident. The skin on his upper body was exposed, and he didn't wear any armor at all. Even his legs were only wearing black leather pants. As soon as he landed, he crushed the huge rock beneath his feet, causing the entire cave to tremble. Yu Yang discovered that this giant's strength seemed to be stronger than the luminous demon Ding Zong. Furthermore, it was a pure strengthening type beast, a mad warrior. There was a gold-ranked beast in his body, and his battle power was extremely terrifying. Although he couldn't compare to that abnormal Marquis of Zijin, this giant definitely couldn't be underestimated. If there were only two people, then it would already be a tough battle. However, in reality, there were far more than two enemies. There was a masked skinny man who was as skinny as a bamboo pole. He landed on the rock soundlessly. Jumping down from a height of tens of meters, his feet didn't even make a sound. This kind of light body lifting technique made Yu Yang frown. He would rather fight two strength-type opponents like the giant than fight an agility-type opponent like the masked skinny man. The fourth person was an old man wearing a bamboo hat. He held an emerald green fishing rod in his hand and carried a huge gourd on his back. He looked like a fisherman from the countryside, but his strength should be the strongest among them. There was also a fifth person who floated down from the cave roof. This was a woman with fresh flowers on her head and heavy makeup. She had a sexy figure, and her breasts were protruding like balls, almost tearing her clothes apart. At the same time, they were extremely bouncy. When she landed on the ground, her pair of huge breasts trembled non-stop. Although Yu Yang's eyes were bulging and he was drooling at the sight, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. This was a gorgeous woman who dared to fight with the enemy while wearing a long dress. If she was a weakling, she would have died long ago. The most important thing was that when she landed, the skinny man and the old man immediately distanced themselves from her. Even the brute force giant hurriedly took 2 big steps forward, pretending to get closer to Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. In fact, he was distancing himself from this terrifying woman who was lightly kissing her phoenix fairy nails and smiling alluringly. Yu Yang also felt that she might not be the strongest, but she was definitely the scariest among the five. If he took a punch from the giant, he might only be heavily injured, but if he took a claw from this woman, he would definitely die. This battle was 5 against 3, and the enemy had the upper hand. Yu Yang realized that the enemy's combination was simply perfect. Among the 5 of them, there were 2 enhancement type rankers. One was strength type and the other was agility type. One was the main attacker and one was the sneak attacker. This was already enough to deal enough damage. In addition, there was the element type luminous demon Ding Zhang's hellfire. As for the old man, his skills were profound. Just by looking at the long emerald green fishing rod, one could tell that his battle skills were extraordinary. He coordinated and commanded from the center, and the 4 of them worked together as one. Lastly, there was the most deadly gorgeous woman. She looked like a slut on the surface, but she was actually as venomous as a snake or scorpion. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai, and this student titan who has intentionally concealed his real identity, today, I am very honored to introduce you to our demonic palace companions. The luminous demon Ding Zhang's sharp voice rang out. You are all the most promising youngsters. The 10 great sky demons have ordered that we must obtain you at all costs, even if it's just a corpse. Today, we have risked our entire army to invite you to join our demonic palace with great sincerity. Although the name of our demonic palace is not very pleasant to the ears, other than that, we are actually the most outstanding, freest, and even the happiest warriors in the world. As long as you join us, you will experience a whole new and exciting world. You will never be able to know more secrets in the rigid soaring dragon continent, because those old fellows keep saying that they will tell you in the future, and that you will understand once you reach that realm. They will never tell you the truth. But we are completely different. Our strongest rankers will pass on important information to their subordinates every year, allowing everyone to improve quickly. The Falling Kang Mountain is not a place of demons and depravity like you have imagined, but a paradise of happiness, a world of bliss. Well said. Yu Yang casually clapped his hands twice and yawned again. It's just that it's a little too long. Princess Sisai kept staring at the chest of that gorgeous woman. It was obvious that she was a little jealous of that pair of blood-curdling breasts. City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not even raise her head. She only quietly and gently plucked the starlight serene indigo grass, as if the starlight serene indigo grass would hurt if she used even the slightest bit of strength. She lovingly placed each stalk of starlight serene indigo grass into the jade box, even the flower buds that had not bloomed were no exception. When the war breaks out later, even if she did not pluck them, these starlight serene indigo grass would not be able to escape. It was precisely because they were destined to be extinct that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was so sorrowful. Towards Yu Yang's sarcasm, the luminous demon Ding Zhang was not angry. He pointed at the 3-meter-tall giant and introduced. Our demonic palace's Hercules is known for his brute strength, Xing Meng. He once smashed the skull of a battle Kodo beast with his bare hands, twisted the tusks of a mammoth, killed a giant iron-skin crocodile, headbutted an iron-horn wild bull, and tore apart a bronze-bodied forest boa. He is currently ranked 38th in the demonic palace, and is known as the mountain-breaking demon. Yu Yang nodded and clapped his hands. Not bad, he's made for hard labor. The 3-meter-tall giant Xing Meng's expression changed greatly when he heard this, his eyes almost spitting fire. The luminous demon Ding Zhang turned a deaf ear to Yu Yang's words and introduced himself. This is Gu Zhui. If you think that his rank in the demonic palace's 30th is not high enough, you can go and take a look at the Soaring Dragon Continent's assassin ranking. There are a total of 10 people with a bounty of 1,000 gold in the vengeance hunt. Among them, the one who is ranked first in the blood ranking is our Gu Zhui. Following the luminous demon Ding Zhang's introduction, that strangely tall masked skinny man gracefully bowed towards Princess Sisai. I am interested in hunting down the princess, please forgive me for offending your highness later. Pay. Princess Sisai's character was really unyielding. Her reply was a cold and arrogant pay. Thank you, princess. That masked skinny man called Gu Zhui smiled sinisterly. The bloodthirsty evil glint in his eyes flourished, but he had been suppressing it, as if he was waiting for the best opportunity to explode. The luminous demon Ding Zong introduced the old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a fishing pole. He smiled respectfully and said, "Ranked 26th in the demonic palace, Duke Xian, who was known by everyone 100 years ago, had a battle record of 3,681 victories in his life. This record is something that we, the younger generation, cannot look forward to. The number of warriors who died in the hands of Duke Xian is innumerable, even a few kings. If I remember correctly, two of Princess Sisai's uncles, the extraordinarily intelligent Prince Xian and Prince Yi, had also died in the hands of Duke Xian. These are all small matters of the past, it's not worth mentioning." The old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a fishing pole smiled complacently. "Old man, don't be too arrogant, because no matter if it's your name or your appearance, it's really asking for a beating." Yu Yang couldn't stand it at all. It's fine if this old man didn't hide away and retire, but he was still so arrogant. How could the younger generation live like this? "Aren't you going to introduce me to this little handsome guy?" That incomparably flirtatious big-breasted girl threw an electrifying glance at Yu Yang. Ah. When the luminous demon Ding Zong heard this, he actually nervously wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He nodded and said, "Who doesn't know our impatience? Cough, your beauty is world-renowned. After talking for so long, you still can't get to the point." That flirtatious big-breasted girl blinked her electrifying eyes at Yu Yang. "Little handsome guy, my name is Feng Xian. I don't look that good, and can't be compared to the little princess beside you. However, my service skills are still sloppy. Let's try it out when we're free, then you'll know how good I am. Little sweetheart, don't worry. You're so handsome, I can't bear to hit you. If I were to hurt your face even a little, my heart would ache to death. Why don't you listen to my advice and bring your little princess over to our side? Isn't it good for everyone to be happy together? I hate fighting and killing the most." As the flirtatious girl said this, she used her pink tongue to lick her sexy lips. Her gaze was soul-stirring, and her power was limitless. As she spoke, she twisted her demonic body that made people want to vomit blood. Her shockingly large breasts bounced up and down, causing Yu Yang's eyeballs to almost pop out. Princess Sisai was very angry when she saw this lad's useless look. She didn't reach out to pinch him like a normal girl, but in a very unique way, she reached out and slapped Yu Yang's buttocks hard, rewarding him with a heavy slap. She then snorted coldly. "Wipe your saliva. That girl is a little sky demon, one of the 8 little sky demons other than the 10 major sky demons. These 4 fellows added together can't even compare to her. It's said that she has sucked more than 1,000 men dry. If you want to die, go over and let her suffocate you with her big breasts." "It can't be? She's really a little sky demon? How is the little sky demon judged? Based on her 3 sizes?" When Yu Yang heard this, he was stunned. No one in the entire demonic palace dares to challenge the little sky demon. Only when more than half of the 10 major sky demons agree can one be promoted to a little sky demon. The number of people this witch has killed is more than the number of ants you have stepped on. Do you think she's the weakest? She's just hiding it well, stupid. Princess Sisai gave Yu Yang a crash course of knowledge in time. Not bad. Yu Yang realized that he couldn't see through the witch's true strength with his level 3, divine vision. He had actually been deceived by her fake strength. He was greatly shocked. Fortunately, he used his level 3, divine vision, to observe carefully and discovered this girl's weakness. His lips curled into a smile again. This woman was extremely hard to fight. He couldn't see through her strength, but she was probably very close to the Marquis of Zijin after he fought with Grandma Qi. However, if he could grasp that weakness, he should be able to put up a fight. At this moment, Yu Yang was glad that he had the divine vision, inherent skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died in this battle. "Little handsome brother, where are your eyes looking at me? So annoying. I'm not that strong, I'm only ranked 55th in the demonic palace. I'm so much weaker than the 4 of them. When we fight later, little handsome brother, you have to be lenient with me. Don't touch the places on my body that you shouldn't touch." The flirtatious Feng Xian twisted her slender waist, her huge breasts trembling as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Yu Yang couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw this. This reaction made her laugh uncontrollably. The pair of huge breasts on her chest shook even more violently, causing people who saw it to have a nosebleed violently. Let's stop talking about love. Princess Sisai raised her huge sword and shouted, if you've identified your opponent, then let's fight. I haven't identified my opponent yet. Yu Yang realized that all of his enemies were extremely strong. It would be hard for him to fight any one of them. Even if you haven't identified your opponent, you still have to fight. How much time do you think the enemy will give you? The reason why they didn't attack when they came in was because they were cautiously checking to see if we had set up an ambush. Now that they have discovered that we haven't, they will immediately attack us. Before Princess Sisai could finish her words, the giant Xing Meng had already pounced towards them with an unstoppable force. He raised his huge wolf fang gloves and smashed it towards Yu Yang's face like a thunderbolt. Facing giant Xing Meng's heavy punch, Yu Yang could not dodge. Behind him was Princess Sisai. If he dodged and let her take the punch, even if she was fine, she would probably hate him for the rest of her life. Yu Yang could not dodge, but he was not stupid enough to fight against a 3-meter-tall giant whose arms were thicker than his entire body. He first kicked Princess Sisai's perky little butt, sending her flying. He then borrowed the momentum to bounce up and turn his body in midair, cleverly dodging the heavy punch, and at the same time, kicked giant Xing Meng's face. Yu Yang's kick, with the support of the giant shadow, was powerful enough to break a bison's neck. However, giant Xing Meng, who was hit in the face, was completely fine. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, waving his giant wolf teeth gloves, intending to smash Yu Yang's small body. Roar! Speaking of strength, giant Xing Meng's terrifying brute force was indeed above Yu Yang's. If Yu Yang did not have the support of the giant shadow, he probably would not even be a match for one of giant Xing Meng's fingers. As for his defense, giant Xing Meng's thick skin was comparable to a giant mammoth. Yu Yang had never seen an enemy completely ignore his full-strength kick. However, according to Stephen Chow's movie, in the world of martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be broken, only speed cannot be broken. Fighting was not something that could be awesome just by having strength and thick skin. Real combat skills did not mainly rely on the toughness and strength of the fist, but reaction, technique, and speed. If one were to compare reaction, technique, and speed, Yu Yang could beat up giant Xing Meng while teasing the little girl, and in between, he could even find time to eat, take a bath, change his clothes, and so on. When giant Xing Meng threw out a thunderous punch, Yu Yang would be able to dodge it and return 10 kicks, or even more. If the enemy was only the giant Xing Meng, then he would be a tragic figure that would be beaten to death. Giant Xing Meng's might could only be displayed to its fullest under the cooperation of the skinny Gu Zhui and Duke Xian. The skinny Gu Zhui summoned a human-shaped skeleton with a pair of bone wings on its back, and wrapped himself in the skeleton's bones. Faster than lightning, he appeared behind Yu Yang in a flash. The bone wings on its back were like the tail of a poisonous scorpion, stabbing towards Yu Yang's back. His hands were ready to strike. Get lost. Princess Sisai had already rushed back to help. Her giant sword was launched later but arrived first, chopping towards the back of the skinny Gu Zhui's head, intending to split him into 2 halves. Duke Xian rushed over and waved his emerald green fishing rod. There seemed to be hundreds and thousands of spears dancing in the air, and the shadows of the spears were like a forest. The space seemed to have been pierced through, emitting a hissing sound. When Yu Yang saw this, he immediately jumped up from giant Xing Meng's face. He spun his body and dodged Gu Zhui's fatal stab. Facing Princess Xianxia's sword, he slid down like a swimming fish. Opening his arms, he hugged Princess Xianxian and pounced towards the ground, bringing Princess Xianxian along as they escaped from the battle. Although they fell into the pool in a sorry state, the 2 of them managed to escape the battlefield unscathed under the pincer attack of 3 people. Is this the Yu clan spear technique? Princess Sisai was shocked by the Yu clan spear technique that Duke Xian used with his emerald green fishing rod. Hehe, it was so hard back then. I only managed to get this information from a Yu clan's disciple who could take a beating. If I remember correctly, his name was Yu Guan. The Yu Guan that Duke Xian mentioned was actually Elder Yu Hai's uncle. Yu Guan was originally a genius warrior that the Yu clan had placed their hopes on. However, he went missing during a meeting and was never heard from again. The Yu clan suspected that he was killed by his enemies and pursued him for 10 years, but they could not find the murderer. They did not know that he was actually plotted against by the demonic palace's Duke Xian. Yu Yang realized that this Duke Xian was not only proficient in the Yu clan spear technique. His true strength was still deeply hidden. Could it be that this old fellow knew a battle technique that was even more profound than the Yu clan spear technique? To be able to use a light fishing rod to execute a spear technique battle technique, his skills were indeed terrifying. Yu Yang turned his head to look and discovered that the rock that Princess Sisai was originally standing on had a row of small holes. These were the effects of Duke Xian's spear wind. The spear wind was already so terrifying. If that gold-ranked treasure emerald green fishing rod pierced her body, she would probably die miserably. When Yu Yang thought of this, his eyebrows twitched slightly. The change in his expression was noticed by Princess Sisai. She stretched out her small hand and lightly wrote a word on his back. Understood. Yu Yang knew that both sides were just probing each other at the beginning. The following battle would be the real battle to the death. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had already finished harvesting the starlight serene indigo grass and started to condense Aurora. If they could leave, City Mistress Fallen Flowers would have already called Yu Yang and Princess Sisai into her barrier and teleported away. The problem was that there was a black pillar of light floating in the air above the cave. The entire space was disrupted and teleportation was impossible. If they wanted to leave this place, they could only fight to the death. The winner could leave, while the loser would stay in this cave forever. Not only did Yu Yang, Princess Qian and Luo Hua City Mistress have a serious look on their faces, even the giant Xing Meng, the skinny Gu Zhui, the old man Duke Xian and the luminous demon Ding Zong didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. This was because in the probing just now, they did not manage to gain any advantage at all. These three youngsters were definitely not easy to deal with. The only one who still had a smile on her face was the beautiful Phoenix Fairy Beauty who was swaying her breasts. She was currently sitting on a horizontal rock in the middle of the cave, extremely elegant. One of her small hands was holding a custom-made high heel, and her delicate, smooth and white feet were bare. She looked at the situation below while leisurely swinging her feet, a smile on her face. Tenfold muscle strengthening. Giant Xing Meng roared. A cloud of black smoke was spat out from his mouth. It transformed into a black minotaur and fused with giant Xing Meng. In an instant, the muscles on giant Xing Meng's body quickly changed shape. They bulged explosively and stacked on top of each other. On the surface of his skin, a layer of black iron-like metallic light appeared. After strengthening, his strength and skin's defense would increase by more than tenfold. With just one strike, he could break mountains and split rocks. This was also the reason why he was called Mountain Demon Breaker. Gu Zhui did not summon anymore. He only used his feet to make a strange dance. Those who were familiar with Gu Zhui would know that this was his dance of death. The faster he danced, the higher his speed would increase. Under Gu Zhui's strange dance, his afterimage split into two, then from 2 to 4. In the end, the afterimages became more and more numerous, as if there were more than 10 Gu Zhui dancing on the surface of the rock at the same time. Duke Xian summoned a shrimp-like beast, and gently led it onto the fishing hook. Yu Yang's eyes turned cold when he saw this. This seemingly harmless shrimp was the most fatal one. He remembered that among the 10 great ferocious beasts in the Beast Encyclopedia, there was a shrimp that Yu Yang did not expect. This deep-sea crossbow shrimp's size was not big, but the water arrows it shot could easily pierce through 3 mammoths lined up side by side. At the same time, it could produce a high temperature of 3,000 degrees due to friction. In the deep sea, it could easily kill a king cuttlefish. Yu Yang could not confirm whether this shrimp was a deep-sea crossbow shrimp or not, but he would definitely not be careless. The luminous demon Ding Zong no longer shot his hellfire at Yu Yang. The opponent he chose was City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Hellfire. Against City Mistress Fallen Flowers, he was slightly passive. This was because Yu Yang was unable to attack her as she was inside the protective shield. On the other hand, Luo Hua City Mistress could attack without restraint. The target of her, Aurora Light, was the Phoenix Fairy Beauty who was sitting on top of the rock. The luminous demon Ding Zong was forced to protect Impatience, and he had to use 2 waves of Hellfire to defend against the opponent's Aurora. Fortunately, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora was much slower than his. The pillar of light was incomparably blazing. It pierced through the air and shot straight towards the enchanting Impatience. Impatience acted as if she did not see anything and turned a deaf ear to it. On the other hand, the luminous demon Ding Zong continuously waved his big sleeves and sent out 2 waves of hellfire towards the aurora. Boom! After the aurora and hellfire collided, there was a huge explosion that was deafening. The whole mountain shook, and rocks fell down. The huge explosion in the cave, as well as the echoes, caused everyone's eardrums to feel a piercing pain, as if their heads had been hit by a stick. The heat wave from the explosion of hellfire and the arrow of light formed before the dissipation of the aurora rushed towards Xingmeng, Yu Yang, and the others who were on the ground. At the moment of the huge explosion, everyone moved at the same time. Princess Sisai leapt up high and slashed down towards Giant Xingmeng. When Giant Xingmeng was about to receive the attack, and Gu Zhui was about to launch a sneak attack, Yu Yang grabbed her left leg, and with a flick, he skillfully threw her behind Duke Xian. With a reverse slash, Princess Sisai slashed Duke Xian into 2. Duke Xian's afterimage disappeared, and his real body appeared behind Yu Yang. He laughed sinisterly, too slow. He let go of the curved emerald green fishing rod in his hand, and like a soft whip, it lashed at Yu Yang's waist. When Yu Yang lost control and fell towards the ground, Giant Xingmeng acted as if he had already practiced it thousands of times. He swung his fist in unison, and coincidentally hit Yu Yang's head, causing Yu Yang's entire body to fly out like a cannonball. Yu Yang was still flying in midair when Duke Xian waved the fishing rod in his hand, and a long fishing line shot out like lightning. The little shrimp that was attached to the fishing hook suddenly became bigger, and shot out a strange water column. The water column pierced through Yu Yang's body with immense power, and even shot out a transparent hole on the mountain wall with a paw sound. The mountain wall that separated the cave from the outside was at least 10 meters thick, but this water column was able to pierce through it in one shot. If this kind of terrifying shooting power were to hit Yu Yang's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Yang, who had been attacked by his enemies in unison, fell into the pool of water with a loud bang, and couldn't get up. Countless blossoms of blood could be seen spurting out. Princess Sisai wanted to rush over to help, but was forced to retreat step by the tens of bone-all phantoms that were simultaneously stepping on the dance of death. She couldn't even protect herself now. Something strange. Although Duke Xian had killed Yu Yang in one move, there wasn't any joy on his face. Standing on a rock by the side of the pool, he looked down at the surface of the water, as if he was feeling extremely puzzled. In his heart, that cunning brat was the scariest opponent, and was even more of a headache than Princess Sisai. How could he be killed in one move? However, Giant Xingmeng was disdainful. If that pretty boy can still survive, unless he has an immortal body, then he's dead for sure. Ah! My eye, my eye. His right eye suddenly burst like a bubble, and blood splattered out, drenching Xingmeng's hand red. Duke Xian was shocked, and hurriedly used his emerald green fishing rod to protect his body. At the same time, he looked around for the enemy. A voice as clear as a spring rang out from behind him, as if it was a friendly greeting from a good friend. "Old devil, are you looking for me?" Duke Xian turned around, and saw that Yu Yang's upper body was bare, and his smile was as bright as the sun. He slowly extended his hand towards him, and in his hand was a gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger. Duke Xian wanted to quickly retreat, bounce away, and avoid this stab, but he found that his body was as heavy as a rock, and he couldn't move at all. He wanted to raise his fishing rod again, and use Yu Yang's spear technique, and pierce dozens of bloody holes on his opponent's body. But his hands were like cast iron, and no matter how anxious he was, he couldn't move an inch. It was as if there was an invisible rope that was tightly binding him. Duke Wei was terrified. "No one can take advantage of me. You are no exception. This is what I'm returning to you." "That's right, there's still interest." Yu Yang stabbed the gold-ringed dagger into Duke Xian's back, and with a twist, he pulled out the dragon-slaying dagger. At the same time, he swiped his hand across Duke Xian's neck, cleanly cutting off his trachea and carotid artery. Blood soared to the sky. By the time Gu Zhui attacked, Yu Yang had already disappeared without a trace. Ah! Duke Xian fell on the rock in pain, fresh blood splattering from his chest and neck. Different from Xingmeng, who quickly stopped his bleeding and recovered his strength, Duke Xian's legs twitched, as if he had died in an instant. This time, it was Princess Sisai's turn to frown. This old fellow seems to be pretending to be dead. Your trick just now failed. How was it? How did you get beaten up? Yu Yang appeared behind her in a flash. He shook his head, indicating that he was fine. In reality, his waist was lacerated. There was a deep wound on his waist, almost to the point that his bones could be seen. There is a shadow on this brat's body that everyone can't see. It should be a guardian beast. Other than secretly attacking Xingmeng's eyes, it can also grab Duke Xian's hands and feet. It can even replace its master to block attacks. Everyone, be careful. Gu Jue immediately realized that something was wrong and reminded his companions. Aurora. City Mistress Fallen Flowers shot a destructive aurora towards Duke Xian's corpse from the high cliff. Rumble rumble rumble, the aurora destroyed all the rocks around the pool. A large area of the rocky ground caved in with a loud rumble. Water flowed in and formed a new pool. After the aurora disappeared, there was a shadow standing at the edge of the pool. Green head, golden back, black tail. There was a humanoid old turtle standing there. Duke Xian's voice came out from his hawk-like mouth. It's been a long time since I revealed my original body. Youngsters nowadays really can't be underestimated. Alright, in order to repay you, and to quell the anger in my heart, I have decided to torture the three of you to death, then eat you alive. 1,000-year green hat turtle? Yu Yang cried out involuntarily. After fighting for so long, this guy wasn't even human? I want to ask, if we die, will you still be able to recognize me in your next life? Princess Sisai reached out her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Yu Yang's mouth. She changed her tigress look and asked gently. If you are still a great beauty, I guarantee that I will be able to recognize you with one look. Yu Yang nodded with absolute certainty. What if it's an ugly woman? Princess Sisai asked. Even if I know him, I'll pretend that I don't. Yu Yang said honestly. Before he could finish, he was punched by Princess Sisai. All of you will not have a next life, because Duke Xian has the soul-absorbing pearl. All of you will be imprisoned in the soul-absorbing pearl forever, until your souls are destroyed. The luminous demon Ding Zong laughed sinisterly. These little thieves are easy to deal with. I can get rid of them with one hand. You guys go, I'll send you out. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and lifted Princess Xianxia up, and threw her towards the hole in the ceiling with all his might. At the same time, he raised his Huijin magic blade and slashed at Gu Jue who was rushing towards him. His legs rotated like a windmill and kicked Xingmeng's injured eye, forcing the two of them to retreat. Duke Xian, who had a human head and a tortoise body, appeared behind Yu Yang at an extremely fast speed and sent Yu Yang flying with a claw. Yu Yang flipped his body in midair, stepped on a rock and flew up. A black shadow flashed in the sky and Duke Xian appeared again. His long iron tail whipped Yu Yang away. Gu Jue seized the opportunity and shot out a bone spike, piercing deeply into Yu Yang's left shoulder and nailing him to the rock. When Xingmeng's heavy fist came crashing down, Yu Yang disappeared. He appeared within City Mistress Fallen Flowers' protective shield and lifted up City Mistress Fallen Flowers' fragrant body with both hands. Idiot, I'm not leaving. I'm not a strengthening type warrior like Princess Sisai, I can't escape. Let go, I want to stay and fight alongside you. City Mistress Fallen Flowers screamed. I'm a man, I have the final say. Yu Yang used all his strength to throw City Mistress Fallen Flowers into the Heavens-Line cave. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body was involuntarily thrown onto the topmost rock. She still wanted to jump down, but she didn't expect Princess Sisai to jump back and hug City Mistress Fallen Flowers' waist. She looked deeply at Yu Yang with her tiger-like eyes, gritted her teeth and jumped out of the Heavens-Line cave. In the cave, only Yu Yang was left. He had to face 5 enemies alone. Do you know why we didn't stop them from leaving? The luminous demon Ding Zong laughed out loud, because we still have people outside. From the top of the cave, rumbling sounds could be heard. Terrifying wolf howls and women's tender shouts could be heard one after another. The loud sounds of battle traveled to the cave below, echoing for a long time. The luminous demon Ding Zong stretched out a finger and nodded at Yu Yang in an extremely serious manner. You don't know how much importance the 10 great sky demons have placed on you. In order to hunt you down, they have not only sent out large amounts of bait to attract the attention of Xia and Tian Luo, they even sent out a little sky demon, 4 earth demons and 5 human demons, a total of 10 people. They let us, this powerful formation that we have never seen before, come and annihilate you. You are our first target. If you don't surrender, you must die. As for Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, under the combined attacks of the 4 human demons, I believe they won't be able to hold on for long. By the way, let me tell you something, the demonic palace has placed too much importance on you. Including your 2-headed demon wolf and City Mistress Fallen Flowers' 3-tailed snow fox, we have specially sent a human demon to hunt them down. You will definitely not have the chance to escape. From today onwards, all traces of you will disappear from the world, forever disappearing from the memories of the world. Yu Yang raised his eyebrows, his expression abnormally serious and serious. You want my life? Then take out a sufficient price to exchange for it. Duke Xian, who had a human head and a tortoise body, opened and closed his eagle-like mouth and laughed coldly. Junior, you have no chance. Just this old man alone can kill you 100 times over. Xing Meng, who had one of his eyes blinded by Yu Yang, pounced forward crazily, waving his fists and smashing randomly. Until now, he still didn't understand how Yu Yang had silently shattered his eyeball. Actually, it wasn't just him, everyone else didn't understand, including the impatience who was sitting on a rock. She also frowned. She couldn't see clearly, but the moment when Yu Yang was hit by Xing Meng, this brat must have done something. However, she couldn't see how he did it. Not only was he fine after being hit by Xing Meng, he even blinded Xing Meng's eye. This was too strange, he raised his Huijin magic blade. Under Yu Yang's control, the spiraling, spherical beheader, turned into layers of blade towers, cutting through the surrounding space. Xing Meng raised his huge wolf fang gloves to block. Sparks flew everywhere. At first, he could still use brute force to block, but Yu Yang's hands rotated like a river wheel, causing Xing Meng's arms to rotate to the left and right. The Huijin magic blade slashed wildly, and Xing Meng cried out in pain. However, his defense was extremely strong, and he could only feel pain without being injured. Instead, he hugged Yu Yang, using his iron head to fight against Yu Yang. I'll let you be awesome. Yu Yang was even crazier than Xing Meng. His fists had already rained down on Xing Meng's head and face, especially on his injured eyes. Yu Yang's elbows and knees followed up with a series of punches. Finally, he crazily smashed his head into Xing Meng's face, making a loud bang. Duke Xian, Gu Zhe, and the luminous demon Ding Zong were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone fight against Xing Meng head-on. What a lunatic, even someone as strong as Xing Meng was forced to retreat step by step by Yu Yang. When Yu Yang sat cross-legged and locked onto Xing Meng's throat, lifting his head with both hands, Duke Xian, Gu Zhe, and Ding Zong could hear Xing Meng's neck bones cracking, as if they were about to break. Roar! Xing Meng waved his huge arms, exerting strength again and again. Finally, he managed to pull Yu Yang, who had almost broken his neck bones. He breathed in painfully. Then, he used his brute force and smashed Yu Yang heavily onto the rock surface. He raised his huge legs up high, preparing to stomp Yu Yang into meat paste. A roar that was even louder than Xing Meng's exploded, roar. Yu Yang was like a demonic god. Both his hands grabbed onto Xing Meng's calves, and used his strength to raise Xing Meng into the air, before smashing him heavily onto the ground. Yu Yang's actions were as if he was holding onto a sack filled with cotton. He raised Xing Meng, who was many times larger than his body, and smashed him wildly, causing the rocks to explode and debris to fly everywhere. In the end, he still felt that it was not enough. He smashed Xing Meng onto the rock wall, causing the cave to shake and almost collapse. Duke Xian, Gu Zhe, and Ding Zong were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen Xing Meng being beaten so badly. Xing Meng's brute force was invincible. How was this possible? Could it be that this brat's strength was even greater than Xing Meng's? Bastard, I can't move, and you guys aren't coming to help. Xing Meng painfully struggled out of the broken rock wall. He shook his dizzy head and loudly complained about his companion's inaction. This brat has the ability to temporarily lock on to other people's movements. Duke Xian immediately became alert. He had suffered from this before. It was not that Xing Meng's strength was inferior. It was just that his movements were locked, and he was unable to struggle. That was why he was beaten up so badly by his opponent. Hearing that Yu Yang's final trump card had been exposed by his companions, the masked Gu Zhui's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. It was time to act. He stepped on the dance of death, and transformed into dozens of afterimages. Their movements were different as they encircled Yu Yang. In comparison, Duke Xian's attack was more direct. The gigantic shell of the golden tortoise directly smashed onto the top of Yu Yang's head. The afterimages of Yu Yang disappeared with a whoosh, and appeared on top of the broken rocks. With a heavy blow towards the air. Rumble, a shadow was smashed into the ground by him. The afterimages that were attacking Yu Yang had all disappeared, and Gu Zhui's real body fell onto the ground with a bang. He can see through invisibility. Before Gu Zhui could finish screaming, Yu Yang had already pounced on his body. His body was tightly pressed against Gu Zhui's waist, and his hands twisted Gu Zhui's head backwards, intending to break his neck bones. At the same time, he snorted coldly and mercilessly, "If you answer correctly, I'll reward you with a dead head." The skeletal wing bones on Gu Zhui's back pierced onto Yu Yang's body like raindrops, and blood splattered everywhere. However, Yu Yang did not care about it. He only pressed Gu Zhui firmly, and twisted Gu Zhui's head with both hands. That neck bones let out terrifying cracking sounds. Compared to Xing Meng, Gu Zhui's defense was much weaker. Moreover, he mainly relied on his speed to launch sneak attacks. Once he was entangled by Yu Yang, it was equivalent to exposing his biggest weakness to Yu Yang's demonic hands. If Yu Yang used Hui Jin magic blade or dragon-slaying dagger to attack him, Gu Zhui would not be afraid, because his bone armor could defend against blades and swords. However, Yu Yang chose the most direct method. Break his neck bones, twist off his head. He was not a 1,000-year-old tortoise like Duke Xian, but a human warrior. If his head was twisted off, it would definitely not grow back. Save me. Gu Zhui wanted to struggle, but he found that he could not even move a finger. Only his summoned beast, the fallen angel skeleton, defended against the twisting neck, and used its bone wings to attack, hoping to force the enemy to retreat. Duke Xian waved his claws and struck heavily. His inner strength exploded like a mountain torrent, imprinting itself onto Yu Yang's back. Yu Yang's body suffered a thunderous blow, but his body was completely unharmed. However, on the contrary, it was Gu Zhui's mouth and nose that were spurting blood. The luminous demon Ding Zong hurriedly shouted, "This brat knows how to divert force, and can even disintegrate my hellfire. Duke Xian, you have to use external force to directly destroy his body. Let me do it." Xing Meng raised his huge fist and smashed it down like a meteor, hitting Yu Yang's back. His skin and flesh split open, and blood splattered everywhere. He then grabbed Gu Zhui and lifted him up in midair, smashing and hitting him randomly. He intended to knock Yu Yang unconscious, and save Gu Zhui. After hundreds of deafening and crazy smashes, even Xing Meng was so tired that he was panting. He threw away Gu Zhui and Yu Yang in his hands, feeling that Yu Yang was definitely dead, and had definitely been smashed into pieces. Duke Xian and Ding Zong saw that the two of them had become a bloody mess, and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Only the Impatience, who was sitting horizontally on the stone cliff, continued to frown. "Is he dead?" Ding Zong asked Xing Meng. "He's definitely dead." When Xing Meng said this, he actually did not have much confidence in his heart, and was just being stubborn. Still not dead after this? What a joke! Under his brute force, even a giant mammoth would die. How could a young brat survive? Xing Meng felt that even Gu Zhui, who had the protection of the fallen angel skeleton, could be smashed to death by him. "I can prove that Gu Zhui is dead, completely dead. As for me, it seems that I am still alive." Yu Yang, who was covered in blood, suddenly sat up. He raised Gu Zhui's head, which was bleeding from all 7 of its orifices, and handed it over to Xing Meng. A devilish smile appeared on his face. "It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for me to break that brat's head. That brat's fallen angel skeleton can both attack and defend. I almost suffered a great loss." Xing Meng did not know whether it was out of fear or anger, but his entire body was trembling. "Next, it's your turn." Yu Yang was covered in wounds, and there were bloody holes made by Gu Zhui all over his body. But he ignored them, stood up, and pointed at Duke Xian. The second one to die is you. Brat, what right do you have? Duke Xian stood proudly. Although he saw that Gu Zhui was killed by this brat even when he was trying to save him, and his mind was in a mess, he still believed that he had trained for many years, and his skills were profound. Moreover, the defense of his tortoise shell was invincible, and he did not need to fear his opponent. He was not Gu Zhui, and he wanted to twist his head? As long as he retracted his head, all his moves would be useless. Just because I'm younger than you, and I can take more hits than you. The bloody Zhu Yang walked in front of Duke Xian. He did not smile, but his eyes revealed an unusually cold smile. Before you die, I'll tell you a big secret. Yu Guan is not the only one in the Yu clan who can take hits. Hearing this, Duke Xian's heavy claws struck towards Yu Yang's chest. Yu Yang turned around agilely, and threw Duke Xian into the pool with a suave shoulder throw that stunned Ding Zong and Xing Meng. Then, he jumped into the water and chased after Duke Xian. The luminous demon Ding Zong was overjoyed. This brat is looking for death. He wants to compete with Duke Xian in water. In the demonic palace, Duke Xian is the strongest in water battles, other than Lord Sky Dragon. No one can compare to him. This brat is dead for sure. Xing Meng saw that the water in the pool seemed to be boiling, and blood continuously floated up. He really wanted to go down and help Duke Xian. But he thought to himself that he was not proficient in water techniques, so going down would be asking for a beating. Raising his head again, he saw that the impatience was still calm and collected, and his heart calmed down. With this poison lady around, even if this brat could fly, he would not be able to escape from her grasp. After a few minutes, the terrifying muffled sounds in the water gradually quietened down. Xing Meng and Ding Zong both saw Duke Xian's tortoise-like figure slowly floating up, and simultaneously cried out in joy. Duke Xian lives up to his reputation as the #1 in water techniques. He is indeed powerful. The giant Xing Meng was overjoyed, and rushed to the side of the pool to welcome Duke Xian's return. Honestly speaking, he was already a little fearful of Yu Yang, this unkillable cockroach. He had never seen such a strange and crazy man like him. It was one thing to fight 3 against 5, but he was still sending 2 of his companions away, fighting 1 against 5. Thinking of how he had forcefully broken Gu Zhui's head under everyone's desperate rescue, Xing Meng was a little unhappy. He hated people who had a stronger will to fight than him the most. Duke Xian's body emerged from the water with a whoosh. Xing Meng stretched out his hand to stop him, and pulled Duke Xian's entire body onto the shore. Just as he was about to say a few words of flattery, he suddenly shouted in fear. Ding Zhang's heart trembled, and he asked anxiously, "What happened?" Duke Xian doesn't have a head. Xing Meng's face was full of fear. Why not? It's right here. Yu Yang slowly floated to the surface of the water, and raised the green human head in his hand high up. He threw Duke Xian's head up, and with some difficulty, he climbed up the shore. I spent a lot of effort to fish it up, don't tell me it's not there. That's right, I don't have much energy left. Which one of you wants to come up and die first? Hearing this, Ding Zong and Xing Meng were so frightened that they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They were so nervous that their throats were extremely bitter. It was only now that they understood why the 10 great sky demons, other than sending out 4 earth demons and 5 human demons, still felt that it was not enough, and added a little sky demon at the last minute. So, this brat was really that abnormal. Just by looking at the injuries on the surface, even if this brat had 10 lives, he would have died long ago. But he was still alive. The most terrifying thing was his eyes, which contained a kind of cold-killing intent. It was like a blade, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, and more like the devil's claws. Giant Xing Meng and Luminous Demon knew what to do. Should they join hands and kill him? Or should they wait for the little sky demon impatience to attack? Gu Zhui's head was broken by this brat in front of everyone's eyes. Duke Xian, this 1,000-year-old tortoise, who killed people like scything flax, finally died in the water. How did he die? No one knew how his head was cut off by this brat. This brat was full of mysteriousness, and no one could see through him. Among them, the one who felt this the most was Impatience. She had been observing her opponent calmly, and realized that this brat had been hiding his true strength. He seemed to have never thought of failure, and never placed his main enemies on Duke Xian, Gu Zhui, Xing Meng and Ding Zong. It could be seen that the target he truly feared and wanted to kill was herself. He was willing to suffer injuries just to hide his true ultimate move. When a tragic howl came from outside the cave, Impatience's expression changed slightly. What's going on? Ding Zong and Xing Meng's expressions changed greatly. They were clear that this was not the voice of Princess Sisai or City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Instead, it sounded like a companion. Could it be that even 4 against 2 would fail? All 4 of their beasts were used to restrain Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. How was this possible? The enchanting and beautiful Phoenix Fairy Beauty sighed slightly. She kissed her beautiful Phoenix Fairy nails lightly and blew softly. The hunting plan has failed. I agree to give up on the mission. Both of you can leave. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Ding Zong and Xing Meng until they were tongue-tied. The plan had failed? Give up on the mission? She had not attacked yet. If they gave up on the mission and returned, wouldn't the 10 great sky demons throw them into a wok and fry them? This brat had already reached the limit of his limits. Even if they did not attack, he would bleed to death. There would definitely be no problem if the 2 of them attacked together. Were they really going to give up on the mission now? Another miserable howl came from outside the cave. It was even clearer than the previous one. Furthermore, this voice was completely different from the previous one. This was another companion. Outside, Princess Sisai and Fallen Flowers fought 2 against 4. Not only did they win, they even managed to kill 4 human demons whose beasts countered each other so quickly. Ding Zong and Xing Meng both felt that today's events were incomparably bizarre. They were perplexed no matter how they thought about it. There were mysteries everywhere. Suddenly, the cave entrance of the Heavens line became completely quiet. It was a deathly stillness, as if no one had ever fought above. The luminous demon Ding Zong and Xing Meng looked at each other, both secretly guessing if Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers had perished together with their 4 companions. A gust of cold air blew in soundlessly. The luminous demon Ding Zong and the giant Xing Meng could not help but shiver. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes revealed a look of fear. To be able to make them shiver from the cold, and in such a soundless manner, what kind of rancor would be able to do that? What kind of beast would be able to possess such power? Ding Zong and Xing Meng realized that frost had formed everywhere around them. The pool of water had also started to freeze, accumulating a thick layer of ice. When they spat out a mouthful of white air, the 2 of them realized that the entire cave had turned into a cave of ice and snow in less than a minute. This place had turned into a world of ice and snow. Impatience smiled charmingly, her gigantic breasts trembling as she giggled. So you guys still had a hidden expert, no wonder you were so calm. It's set in stone. Yu Yang corrected. What? Impatience was confused by Yu Yang's strange tone. You're not dead yet? At the top of the cave, Princess Sisai's voice came in. She was incomparably angry. Look at you, you only have 1 mouth left. You still want to flirt with women? Not only can I flirt with women, I can even consummate our marriage tonight. When Yu Yang heard Princess Sisai's voice, he lost control and fell to the ground. His 4 limbs stretched out, as if he had fainted. Xing Meng was overjoyed. He leaped over and raised his fist, wanting to beat Yu Yang into meat paste. As for Princess Sisai, Xing Meng felt that Ding Zhang's hellfire could completely restrain her pure close combat strengthening type rancor. Leave it to him. Just as the giant Xing Meng was about to make his move, suddenly, at the top of the Heavens line, 2 black figures fell. They fell onto the rocks with a thud, breaking into countless pieces. One of the ball-like pieces rolled to Xing Meng's feet. Xing took a quick look, and realized that it was the frozen head of his comrade, who had died with grievances. Those dead fish-like eyes stared straight at him. Just like Gu Zhui and Duke Xian, it was extremely disgusting, and extremely terrifying. The luminous demon Ding Zong also looked at the broken piece in bewilderment. He recognized that it was the broken upper body of another comrade. Although it was already broken beyond recognition, he could still barely recognize that it was indeed his comrade. Now, Ding Zong could confirm that the 4 comrades outside had all died in battle. At least 2 of them had died under the ice. The opponents were not 3, but 4. There was also a mysterious expert who was proficient in ice. This was something that they had not anticipated before they set off. This expert's concealment ability was practically elusive. It seemed that no one, including the Impatiens, had discovered that this person had always been hiding outside. Now, he understood. Why did this brat send Princess Sisai and City Lord Fallen Flowers out in such a hurry? That was to attract the attention of the 4 people who were lying in ambush outside. He had long known that there were people lying in ambush outside, so he would attract their attention instead. Then, he would let the hidden expert outside ambush the 4 people, cooperating with Princess Xianxia and Luo Hua city mistress to kill them. The 4 comrades outside had been completely annihilated. It was not that they were not strong enough, but they had been double-schemed by this brat and the hidden mysterious expert. Princess Sisai once again carried City Lord Fallen Flowers in from one line heaven. Her silver armor was so broken that it was almost impossible to cover her body. Her body was drenched in blood, and her wounds were as many as Yu Yang's. Her thighs and shoulders were deeply pierced by broken blades. Ding Zong recognized that these were the weapons of the 100-soldier demon. The 100-soldier demon that specialized in countering City Lord Fallen Flowers was killed by Princess Sisai instead. As for the other beast, the 1,000-winged human demon that specialized in countering Princess Sisai's close combat, his mithril arrow had pierced through City Lord Fallen Flowers' chest. The 1,000-winged human demon let out a miserable howl before it died. It seemed that the heavily injured City Lord Fallen Flowers had used Aurora Light to kill it. As for the other 2 wolf soul human demon and demon spirit human demon, they had been frozen into 2 ice sculptures by the mysterious expert. They could not use their demon spirit telekinesis to interfere with City Lord Fallen Flowers' accumulation of spiritual energy to release Aurora Light, nor could they use their wolf soul to trap Princess Sisai. Their abilities could counter Princess Sisai and City Lord Fallen Flowers, but against the mysterious expert who specialized in freezing ice power, it was a tragedy. Ding Zhang's mind flashed as he thought about many things. He could almost imagine the battle between Princess Sisai and City Lord Fallen Flowers. Suddenly, Ding Zong saw Impatiens make a hand gesture. This was a hand gesture that only the strong warriors of the demonic palace who possessed summoning grimoires would know. That was the demonic escape. Without summoning grimoires, no matter how strong they were, the demonic palace would not nurture them to the last step. This was because no matter how strong they were, no matter how much potential they had, they would not be more valuable than those who possessed summoning grimoires. If they could not win, the demonic palace's 10 major sky demons would allow those who possessed summoning grimoires to retreat and conserve their strength. The luminous demon Ding Zong knew that although he was not the strongest in the entire team, he was definitely the most important person in the entire team. This was because he was the only one who possessed summoning grimoires. The demonic escape was to quickly leave this place. This was the new mission that Impatiens had secretly given to Ding Zong. In the eyes of giant Xing Meng, this hand gesture had another meaning. That meant that Impatiens had decided to personally take action. Let's go. Ding Zong knew that the mysterious expert was still waiting for him outside. It was impossible to escape alone, so he had to find a scapegoat. As expected, giant Xing Meng immediately leapt up and left the battlefield to Impatiens. He was one step ahead of Ding Zong, leaping towards the entrance of the Heavens-Line Cave. Xing Meng was not an idiot. He felt that according to the habits of his opponents, no matter if it was that cunning brat or Princess Sisai, they would be more willing to intercept Ding Zong. This was because killing Ding Zong was the most valuable. As for himself, a strengthening-type beast, his strength and defense were extremely strong. Even if that brat and Princess Sisai were stupid, they would not take the initiative to intercept him. Really, stupid? Ding Zong secretly mocked. Ding Zong had never thought that Yu Yang and Princess Sisai would chase after him. Even if the 2 of them still had battle power, they would save it for later to deal with Impatiens. Xing Meng and Ding Zong, one in front and one behind, leapt towards the Heavens-Line Cave. At the entrance of the cave, an ice storm suddenly erupted. Almost at the same time, Ding Zong summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. He was safe and sound in the ice storm, but Xing Meng had turned into a lump of ice and crashed onto the ground. A shadow dressed as a thief looked at Ding Zong with an ice-cold gaze. He gave up on attacking Ding Zong and pounced towards the frozen Xing Meng like a storm. If he didn't have a summoning grimoire, Ding Zong felt that he would definitely be dead. He had met an enemy whose attributes countered his. The opponent's ice storm, coupled with his terrifying speed, precise timing and terrifying battle sense, was like a natural enemy to him. If he didn't have a summoning grimoire, he believed that the opponent's first target would be him. Ding Zong wiped off his cold sweat. He looked down and saw that Impatience was making a gesture to leave. His heart calmed down and he secretly swallowed his saliva. He hurriedly jumped out of the cave and ran out of the high cliff. With another leap, he flew towards the cliff. He summoned the wind-wing beast and successfully fused with it. A pair of giant wings grew on his back and he glided down against the wind. Only now did he realize that he had really gotten his life back. As he floated down, Ding Zong suddenly discovered a big black dog with wounds all over its body. It was talking to a small white fox. Its 4 claws dug deep into the rocks as it climbed up the cliff with difficulty, bit by bit. He was extremely shocked in his heart. A bad premonition flashed through his heart. Could it be that the 100-beast demon Lai Lai, who was guarding the bottom of the valley, couldn't even defeat a 2-headed demon wolf and a 3-tailed snow fox? That guy who could squeeze into the top 100 in the demonic palace was actually defeated by a wolf and a fox working together. What kind of beasts were these? Terrifying, Ding Zong couldn't help but shiver. When he landed on a small platform, he immediately retracted his wings and took out a teleportation scroll. He opened it and escaped from this place. He didn't dare to stay here a moment longer. Ding Zong believed that if he stayed a moment longer, his life would be in danger. That brat was not only abnormal himself, even his beasts were incomparably abnormal. Inside the cave, Princess Sisai placed the fainted city mistress of Fallen Flowers beside Yu Yang. She smiled at Yu Yang apologetically. Fallen Flowers' arrow was originally shot at me, but she insisted on blocking it for me. Luckily it didn't hit her heart, otherwise her little life would be over. You guys rest for a while. Wait for me to kill her, then I'll come back and treat your injuries. You summon your grimoire first. Without him, we can't win. Get him up immediately. The mysterious beauty didn't seem to have any injuries on the surface, but the black cloth covering her face was soaked with blood. It was obvious that her internal injuries were extremely serious. I've already said, without a guy, you guys can't do anything big. Yu Yang stood up shakily and took out the golden bell that he had gotten from the Ares temple and handed it to Princess Sisai. If you don't treat it, the blood will dry up. Do you know how to use this thing? Idiot, it can't be used. We need a suitable person's blood to unseal it. Princess Sisai could tell at a glance that this was a treasure that was sealed by a curse. If it wasn't unsealed, it couldn't be used. What a pity, this is a treasure that can heal. Eh? The mysterious beauty flew over in a flash, and when she took it from Princess Xianxia's hands, a white light immediately spread out from the golden bell, as if it had a life of its own, and then an extremely strong white light shone, illuminating the entire cave. What's going on? Princess Sisai was puzzled. There was no reaction when she took it, but why did it shine when she took it? I don't know either. The mysterious beauty could only feel that the white light had greatly nourished her body. Her originally serious injuries were rapidly recovering. Impatience looked at the mysterious beauty. At first, she was shocked. Then, she revealed an expression as if she had seen a treasure. Her expression was one of ecstasy and regret. Her gaze was very complicated. Princess Sisai and Yu Yang's injuries were also improving. Their injuries that were bathed in the white light healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a minute, except for City Mistress Fallen Flowers who was still unconscious due to the heavy arrow in her chest, Yu Yang, Princess Sisai, and the mysterious beauty's injuries had mostly recovered. The mysterious beauty coughed a few times. There were traces of blood that came from her lungs. Princess Sisai clenched her teeth and pulled out the broken blades from her shoulders and thighs, allowing the wounds to heal faster under the white light. Yu Yang originally wanted to pull out the mithril arrow, but the mysterious beauty reached out and stopped his reckless action. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' injuries were too serious, and the white light was about to disappear. If she couldn't heal in time, the white light of the golden bell gradually disappeared, turning into a dark gray bell. Yu Yang didn't have time to look at it. He stored it in his lich ring first. The 3 of us will take turns to attack. You'll be the main attacker, I'll support you. Xianxia, look after fallen flowers first. You'll attack when we're in danger. You're a strengthening type beast anyway. Summon your grimoire first and rest for a while. The mysterious beauty gave Yu Yang the task of being the main attacker. She's a minor sky demon, and her hands are poisonous. You'll die if you touch them, and you want me to be the main attacker? Yu Yang didn't seem very satisfied with this assignment. I suspect that she's not a minor sky demon at all. She might be a sky demon pretending to be weak. The mysterious beauty was even more daring than Yu Yang. Why don't you suspect that I'm one of the 3 great sky demons of the falling Kang Mountain, Sky Law? Impatience smiled slightly. Her words were like a bolt from the blue. It exploded in the eardrums of Yu Yang, the mysterious beauty, and Princess Sisai, shocking them. Sky Law was one of the 3 most famous rankers in the demonic palace of the falling Kang Mountain. Together with Sky Execution and Sky Wrath, they were known as the 3 great sky demons. It was said that Sky Law was a female. She was ranked second among the 10 great sky demons, and her strength was second only to the strongest ranker of the demonic palace, Sky Execution. Sky Law was an existence comparable to the heavenly imperial guardians. If a level 6 elder or below were to encounter her, they would only be killed instantly. Right now, Yu Yang, Princess Sisai and the others were covered in injuries. How could they fight against such a terrifyingly strong great sky demon with their weary army? Yu Yang felt his heart sink. He had felt that something was wrong from the start. Even the old fox could not deceive him, but this little sky demon Impatience could. Logically speaking, she could not be stronger than the old fox, unless she was really Sky Law. The mysterious beauty reacted and immediately shook her head. Impossible, you can't be Sky Law. All the rankers in the world have an agreement that forbids them from killing each other's descendants with potential. If you are Sky Law, and you kill us, then the heavenly imperial guardians of the 3 countries and the rankers of the 4 major sects will all come to your falling Kang Mountain and destroy your demonic palace. If you are Sky Law, you would not join in the hunt for us. We are just juniors, you should be fighting with the rankers of the demon abyss in the 7th or 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Why would you come here to hunt us? Feng Xian might be your fake name, but I dare say that you are definitely not Sky Law. The enchanting Impatience giggled. Don't be nervous. Even if I am not Sky Law, I am the little sky demon Feng Xian. You are not my opponent. Princess Sisai's expression became slightly better after hearing this. Heavens, if she was really one of the 3 great sky demons, Sky Law, then there was no need to fight this battle. Only Yu Yang, at this moment, still maintained the suspicion in his heart. I want to ask, why didn't you summon your beasts? Are you afraid that I'll see through your trump card? Impatience smiled at Yu Yang. Her voice was as sweet as if she was acting coquettishly with her lover, but the sweeter she smiled, the more fierce the cold sweat on Yu Yang's forehead became. From the start of the battle until now, Yu Yang would rather be injured than summon a single beast. It was because there was an indescribable fear in his heart that this Impatience would see through his secrets. No matter if it was the fusion of the Bloody Queen and the Shadow, or the reconstruction of the barbarian Cow Shadow, or the existence of the serpent demon Little Wenli, they were all secrets. If he was seen through by the enemy, then even if he won this battle, he believed that he would attract endless enemies. 3 guardian beasts, life force sharing, skill sharing, these were all things that people could not hope for. As long as the Impatience made this public, or reported it to the demonic palace, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Yang did not have the confidence to kill the Impatience, who was at least at the level of a little sky demon. If he wanted to defeat her, he had to take advantage of her weakness. If she was really Sky Law, and that weakness was purposely exposed by her to lure the enemy, then he would die a horrible death. After killing Gu Jue, Yu Yang secretly observed this Impatience and found that she was completely indifferent. She looked as if he had stepped on an ant in her house. Then, she killed the strongest person in the team, Duke Xian. She hid in the water and used her innate sword chi to cut off Duke Xian's head. However, this Impatience remained calm until Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the mysterious beauty joined forces to kill the 4 people outside. Only then did she slightly change her expression. Whether she was Sky Law or not, this woman was definitely not easy to deal with. Hopefully, her disguise was only the ability of her beasts, and not her own control over her aura. Yu Yang would never summon Little Wenli out even if he was beaten to death. Little Wenli was his biggest secret weapon. No matter what, he could not let such a strong enemy know. If he could not defeat her, Yu Yang guessed that this impatience would take him and Princess Sisai as captives to the demonic palace at Falling Kang Mountain. At worst, he would wait for the heavenly imperial guardians of the three kingdoms, Grandma Wu Tang and the old fox, to come and rescue them. His real trump card could only be revealed to two kinds of people. One was people who would never betray him and would keep his secret, and the other was dead people. Even if he would never betray his family, he could not let them know easily, because it would not be beneficial to them. I heard that when you are angry, your power can increase by several times, even 10 times. Come, use your greatest strength to attack me. The enchanting and beautiful Impatience stretched out her slender lily-white hands towards Yu Yang. Her fingernails, which had been smeared with immortal juice, pointed towards Yu Yang. Her 5 fingers closed slightly, and Yu Yang actually flew towards her involuntarily. Yu Yang spun in midair and raised his Hui Jin magic blade, purple flames bursting out. The blade slashed down, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. However, he was shocked to see a terrifying scene. The spherical beheader that he had used his greatest strength to slash down was actually caught by Impatience's other slender lily-white fingers. Good person, you can use a bit more strength, I can still take it. Impatience revealed a smile, but her hands were merciless. With a twist, she threw Yu Yang's entire body onto the rocks. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire cave shook. Yu Yang only felt that his vision had turned black, his head was buzzing, and his back and sternum were in extreme pain. It was as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. A large piece of rock beneath Yu Yang cracked open like a spider web, extending all the way to the feet of the dumbstruck Princess Sisai. The frozen pond's ice surface also shattered with a loud rumble. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was lying on the ground, actually bounced up from the shock. The mysterious beauty hurriedly reached out her hands to hug her. Impatience bent down, exposing her huge breasts to Yu Yang's vision. She smiled and asked, "Is it very painful? Are you a bit angry now? Young man, don't be too rational. It's not right to scheme against others for everything. You should be angry, and be impulsive like a raging bull. That's how a young man should be." Yu Yang was so angry that he wanted to curse. Before he could curse, Impatience grabbed him with one hand and threw him towards the opposite stone wall, making him smash into the mountain wall like a meteor. Yu Yang bounced off the mountain wall and quickly counterattacked. Using all of his strength, he used Hui Jin in his hands to fill the sky with purple flames. He used Twin Fish Circle Slash and his newly mastered fire ability to slash towards Impatience. Impatience stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Yu Yang's wrist. Yu Yang's Hui Jin magic blade was less than 3 centimeters above her eyebrows, but it couldn't move an inch. At this time, Impatience raised her enchanting jade face and asked with a smile, "Why don't you try that binding ability of yours? Is that your inherent skill? But why do I feel that your eyes are shining so brightly, making people feel uneasy? I'll kill you." Yu Yang was furious. He felt that if he didn't kill this Impatience, she would definitely dig out all of his secrets. His binding inherent skill burst out, countless golden sword chi condensed into the strongest innate sword chi and shot towards Impatience's heart. This kind of sword could even pierce through Demon King Xianxia's palm. If this Impatience was only a small sky demon, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. But when Yu Yang used his strongest sword, he was shocked to find that his binding inherent skill had already lost its effect. Not even a second had passed. Demon King Xian had also lost less than a second. But Little Wenli's binding inherent skill had not leveled up at that time. Now that it had already leveled up, how could it still lose less than a second to this Impatience? She was definitely not a small sky demon. Heavens, she was really Sky Law. Yu Yang felt his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. He braced himself and used his strongest sword to stab at Impatience's chest. Impatience was surprised at first, but then she smiled triumphantly, as if she had confirmed something. In a flash, her whole body had slipped into Yu Yang's arms, easily dodging Yu Yang's strongest sword. She nibbled on Yu Yang's ear. "You're so cruel, little sweetheart. How could you bear to hurt such a beautiful baby? Go to hell. Yu Yang pressed his elbows together and attacked Impatience's temples, shooting out innate sword chi from his elbows. Good girl, I'll reward you with a kiss. Impatience first pecked Yu Yang's lips, then floated up and stuck out her huge breasts, hitting Yu Yang's face. If it was a normal girl, Yu Yang would at most feel a little stuffy. However, when this Impatience's breasts hit Yu Yang's body, that strong elasticity actually sent him flying. He fell like a meteor onto the ice of the pond, smashing into pieces and splashing water. Yu Yang was faster than lightning as he shot out from the pond. He rushed to Princess Xianxia's side and instantly summoned his silver grimoire. He turned his head and shouted towards Princess Xianxia and the mysterious beauty who was hugging Luohua city mistress, "You guys can leave now. Don't turn into ugly girls in your next life, otherwise I will really pretend that I don't recognize you guys. We lost, this damned girl is really Sky Law, I can't beat her, you guys can't beat her either. Go, use light wind teleportation, and bring them away, I only have one last attack left." Forget it, if she really is Sky Law, we won't be able to escape. Princess Sisai took out her giant sword, who knows what will happen in my next life, maybe I'll become a man. Damn, if you become a man, do you think I'll have sex with you? Yu Yang sweated profusely. Can't you become a woman? Princess Sisai's thoughts were very strong. Since that's the case, you carry fallen flowers, I can't bring her away, I can only go alone. The mysterious beauty passed City Lord fallen flowers to Yu Yang. Hey, you're really going? Princess Sisai was stunned. I'll make a move first. The mysterious beauty flew towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty. In midair, lightning flashed in her left hand and ice in her right, bringing with it an earth-shattering hailstorm as she charged towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty. In midair, her voice floated over, I can freeze her for 10 seconds at the same time, you guys go. With a loud rumble, the entire space was covered in frost. The mysterious beauty was indeed frozen together with the enemy. Princess Sisai's eyes turned red, she raised her giant sword, ready to rush out and fight, but Yu Yang held her back tightly. The ice did not last 10 seconds, only 3 seconds. Impatience floated out of the ice, holding the unconscious mysterious beauty in her hands, and smiled at Yu Yang. Should I say that you're stupid, or smart? Your companion sacrificed herself to create an opportunity, but you gave it up without even trying. Little guy, you're too calm, aren't you angry now? What if I do this? Her fingernails that were smeared with immortal juice danced lightly, and then her 5 fingers deeply pierced into the mysterious beauty's heart. When Princess Sisai saw this, she went crazy. She waved her giant sword with the force of a thunderbolt, and slashed at Impatience. Impatience stretched out a slender jade palm, and lightly shook on Princess Sisai's chest. Princess Sisai shot into the opposite stone wall like a meteor, countless pieces of silver armor, and blood, danced in the air. Be angry, little guy, let me see how strong you really are, do you hate me? Then come and kill me. Impatience flew to the front of Yu Yang's barrier, and the jade hand that was stained with the mysterious beauty's blood, penetrated through the barrier, and slowly reached in. Under Yu Yang's gaze, she pulled out the mithril arrow from City Mistress Fallen Flowers' chest, and pointed it at City Mistress Fallen Flowers' face. Aren't you angry? I'm going to kill another little lover of yours, look at her beautiful face, I'm going to cut her into an ugly monster, I'm going to stab her brains out, do you want to see her die in front of you? Be angry, stop me, or else, I'm going to kill all your relatives. Kill all my relatives? Yu Yang's mind was already blank. When he heard these words, Fourth Mother's face flashed across his mind, followed by Yu Bing and the little girl, followed by little Wenli and Anan, as well as City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai and the mysterious beauty. Yes, do you want to see me kill all your relatives? I will twist off their heads, just like how you twisted off Gu Zhui's head, I will twist them off while they are still alive. The Impatience had a smile on her face. Her voice was as gentle as a gust of wind, yet also like the voice of a demon from the heavens, endlessly tempting Yu Yang. Be angry, don't you hate me in your heart? Pounce on me and kill me. Press me to the ground and bite me to death. Don't you want to dig out my heart? Ah, Yu Yang had completely gone crazy. The berserk state on his body exploded 10 times, 100 times stronger. He felt that something in his head had shattered, as if it had broken through something. It was like a meteor crashing into a planet, and then completely smashing that planet into smithereens. His entire mental world exploded. His rationality had collapsed. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to kill. Kill, he must kill this woman in front of him. No matter what, he must kill her. Yu Yang's consciousness had completely disappeared. Both of his eyes were completely red. At first, a dark golden rune appeared on his forehead. Following that, densely packed runes appeared all over his body, forming a mysterious and profound rune circle. As if it had a life of its own, it wandered around his body. The crazy Yu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching both of his hands. The strange thing was that the blood immediately turned into flames, blazing endlessly, ancient runes and Nirvana's flame. Impatience's face revealed a look of fear for the first time. This time, it's a little too big. Luckily this brat doesn't know how to use these powers. I'll kill you. Yu Yang raised both of his hands that were burning with Nirvana's flame, preparing to smash down on Impatience's head. Not good. Sanner, I'm your fourth mother. Yes, I'm your fourth mother. I'm your little mother. What are you trying to do? Xianxia is still young. As her brother, can't you give in to her a little? If she's naughty, I'll spank her little butt. Do you want to kill Xianxia? Quickly put your hands down. Be good, you're tired. Go to sleep. When you wake up, everything will return to normal. Go to sleep obediently. Impatience gently held onto Yu Yang's hands and gently pulled them down. Using a gentle voice that only a mother would have, she tried to hypnotize Yu Yang. In her eyes, ancient runes flashed from time to time and were imprinted into Yu Yang's red eyes. The red in Yu Yang's eyes gradually dissipated and returned to normal. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into Impatience's embrace. The Nirvana's flame on his hands also gradually disappeared. The runes on his body had completely disappeared. Impatience gently placed Yu Yang on the ground. Looking at her own charred hands, fear appeared on her face again. This brat's Nirvana's flame can actually burn my body to this extent. I'm only a level 1 in 8 now. If I let you cultivate it, how powerful would you be? If she raised her hands, she could easily kill the sleeping Yu Yang. The charred hands pierced between Yu Yang's eyebrows and suddenly stopped. Impatience slowly retracted her hands and blew on the charred hands. The charred hands quickly disappeared and the smooth and white skin reappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Impatience looked at Yu Yang with a complicated expression, as if finding an excuse for herself. Forget it, he's just a kid who has only trained for a dozen years. He's only a level 1 in 8 when he goes berserk. He's at most a level 6 junior elder. There's nothing to be afraid of against such an opponent. I'll kill him when I'm bored of him. Such a handsome boy, it would be a pity to kill him. Facing the sleeping Yu Yang, Impatience suddenly bent down and kissed Yu Yang's lips with an unusually loud voice. I can't bear to kill you. This is the first time I've softened my heart. So, give me your first kiss. Ha, it's a pity that the few beauties don't know about this. If not, they would be so jealous of me. La la la, I'm a bad person, I'm a bad woman. Eh? Impatience was preparing to give Yu Yang an even more exciting kiss when her expression suddenly changed. She waved her hand and teleported out of Heaven's Lion's cave. On the cliff at the top of the cave, there was a girl with her back facing them. She was wearing a snow-white, tight-fitting dragon skin suit. Her smooth and round shoulders were bare, and a palm-sized six-winged angel was flying around her. When Impatience saw her, her expression immediately changed. There was a little fear, a little resistance, and a little indignation. In the end, she still called out in a low voice, "Sister." The mysterious girl with bare shoulders snorted lightly. If I see you in the soaring dragon continent again, I'll kill you, even if you're my sister. I'm curious, why doesn't anyone care about that brat? So you're his introducer. So annoying, you're always like this. Since young, you've always snatched the best things from me, the best beasts, the best treasures. Now, you even want to reserve the best person. Impatience suddenly screamed crazily. Wrong, I gave you the most suitable beasts and the best treasures. It's just that you think that what I've given you is not good enough and is never satisfied. That's why you feel that the whole world is unfair to you. I'll say one last thing, I reserve him because I have the ability to nurture him. He's a little boy who can surpass me, surpass all the warriors in the soaring dragon continent, and even surpass his ancestors. He has endless potential that you will never be able to see through. If your people have any ideas about him again, then the demonic palace can disappear. I'll only say this once. Next time, I'll kill you directly. The mysterious girl with bare shoulders waved her hand and directly cut through space, disappearing in a flash. Impatience stomped her feet frantically. I hate you the most. Why do the best things belong to you? This time, I definitely won't let you. You have the ability to nurture him, don't tell me that I don't. You don't even talk to me face to face, and you still say that you're my sister. Who wants this kind of sister? Hateful. A gust of wind blew past. Impatience thought that her sister had reappeared. She was so scared that she quickly drew a magical runic circle with her jade-like hands, opened up space, and hurriedly left. The mysterious girl with bare shoulders did not appear. Only after Impatience left, a faint sigh suddenly came from the void. Inside the cave, the ice and snow slowly melted. The giant Xing Meng suddenly let out a loud roar. The ice and snow on his body exploded, and he fell to the ground, frozen stiff. It took a long time for him to recover. When he stood up, he found Yu Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers lying on the ground, unconscious. He was ecstatic, and shouted, "In the end, I, Xing Meng, still completed this mission. Haha, Gu Jue and Duke Xian both died in battle. Ding Zong is just a coward, he doesn't deserve to share the victory with me." He jumped in front of Yu Yang, raised his wolf fang gloves, and prepared to attack. Suddenly, he found someone behind him, and was startled. Turning his head to look, he discovered that there was a cute little lamia lowly blinking her big eyes at him. She looked very cute, but the power of her attack scared Xing Meng out of his wits. In the hands of the cute little lowly, there were two small and exquisite frost blades. With just a light slash, Xing Meng found that his right leg had silently fallen off, and the wound quickly froze. Roar! Xing Meng was stunned. He had never seen his body so weak. His leg was actually cut off by someone? How was this possible? Even a mountain-splitting axe shouldn't be able to cut his skin. No, this was a divine weapon. Xing Meng was so scared that he ran for his life. He jumped on one leg, and used his arms to climb the rocks. He ran out of the heavens-lying cave, afraid that the little lamia would chase after him. The little lamia did not chase after him. Instead, she took out a dark golden bough that was even larger than her body. She plucked the bough with her fingers, and countless bolts of lightning condensed, forming a crackling ball of lightning. It whistled as it flew towards Xing Meng's back. There was a deafening rumble. Xing Meng was like a bolt from the blue. He was blasted into the air, and the flesh on his back was split open. His body was charred black. He dizzily fell from the sky and rolled on the cliff. He bumped into snow and rocks along the way. When he came to his senses, he was about to fall into the heaven lake. He was so scared that he hurriedly grabbed the rock wall with both hands to reduce the force of his fall. With great effort, Xing Meng finally climbed down from the cliff. He looked at himself beside the heaven lake and discovered that he had become a roasted pig, the kind that was scorched, because all of his skin had turned into charcoal. I will definitely take revenge. Xing Meng was determined. He was prepared to take revenge as soon as he recovered from his injuries. He would definitely not let the enemy off. If he couldn't win in the open, he could report to his family and friends in secret. Anyway, he would make a move when the opportunity presented itself. Anyway, with someone providing him with information, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Xing Meng gritted his teeth in hatred, especially when he saw his only eye and broken leg. Woof! Suddenly, a strange barking sound came from behind him. Damn dog, get lost. Xing Meng discovered that there was a demon wolf with wounds all over its body behind him. Perhaps it had smelled the blood on his body, but its eyes were filled with bloodlust. Xing Meng flew into a rage. A bronze-ranked level 3 demon wolf dared to have designs on him? If not for the pain in his wound, he would have killed it with a single slap. Meow. The demon wolf, which was covered in wounds, suddenly meowed like a cat and took 2 steps forward. It's good for me to eat some dog meat to nourish my body. Xing Meng sneered. He stood up and prepared to punch the heavily injured demon wolf to death. Awoo! Suddenly, a dark golden summoning rune appeared on the demon wolf's forehead. There were also mysterious runes flashing in its eyes. Its body quickly changed shape and became huge. A wave of black flames burned fiercely. Soon after, a dark golden pillar of light rose up and turned into a giant golden battle wolf, entering the demon wolf's body. Following a deafening roar, the black flames exploded like a storm. Its aura was like a mountain torrent. Even the giant Xing Meng, who was standing on one leg, couldn't help but take a step back from the shock. The black smoke curled up and dispersed. The hell's black flames, which were faintly glowing with a dark golden color, gathered together and continued to burn. What appeared in front of Xing Meng was a three-headed demon wolf with 3 heads. The dark golden hell's black flames burned on its neck and back. The middle head was the largest, while the 2 sides were slightly smaller. There were different summoning runes on its forehead. Its aura was released, as if a demon king had descended. This wolf can actually transform itself? Is this a gold-ranked level 5 Cerberus? No, that's not right. This should be an ancient world-exterminating demon wolf. Although it has 2 more heads, it is indeed an ancient demon wolf. Xing Meng felt that his hair was about to explode. It was better not to provoke an ancient demon wolf that knew how to hide its strength and transform itself. Fortunately, its level was a little low. Otherwise, he would have become dog food. Woof! Meow! Awoo! The cries of the 3 heads were different. However, the 6 wolf's eyes were filled with bloodlust. They all expressed the same wish, which was to eat. Xing Meng hurriedly jumped 2 steps back and tried his best to slow down his voice. Gently and carefully, he took out a large magic crystal and threw it on the ground. Be good, paparazzi. Eat the magic crystal. Human meat is not tasty. 1 is not enough. I'll give you another one. However, that terrifying demon wolf didn't even look at the magic crystal. It swept the magic crystal away with its claws and pounced forward like lightning. What followed was a series of tragic screams. Heaven's Lion Cave. When Yu Yang woke up, he realized that the wounds on his body had already healed. His body was filled with spiritual energy and his strength was extremely strong. When he woke up, he realized that there was a kind of uncontrollable power. The moment he touched the ground, he would be bounced into the air. It took him a long time to barely control himself to land. He remembered that he had gone berserk when he saw the impatiens kill the 3 girls. Why didn't he die? Instead, he had a breakthrough? Yu Yang realized that there was a kind of uncontrollable power in his body. It was as if he could shake a mountain with one move and make a river collapse with one stomp of his foot. Yu Yang landed on the ground. He didn't control his strength well and both his feet actually broke the stone surface. His feet sank deep into the rock. The hard rock was as soft as tofu. Yu Yang's body swayed and he almost fell. He reached out his hand to support the rock arm. He didn't use any strength, but the rock immediately shattered, leaving behind 5 deep claw marks. Yu Yang saw the mysterious beauty on the ground and wanted to rush over to save her. However, he exerted force with both his feet and shot into the rock wall like a cannonball. With a rumble, he sank deep into the rock. This flying speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Yu Yang couldn't smoothly control his newly acquired power. At the same time, he was very surprised. When did he become so strong? Was this done by the impatiens? They are fine. Come up, I have something to say to you. A clear voice came down from the top of Heaven's Lion Cave. When Yu Yang heard it, he felt that this voice was very familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he heard it. With a leap, Yu Yang didn't have time to turn around. With a bang, he smashed the rock and directly broke out of the cave. He jumped out of the rubble in a sorry state. Only then did he realize that there was a mysterious woman standing in front of him. She was wearing a snow-white, tight-fitting dragon skin suit with her delicate shoulders exposed. Although he could only see her back, Yu Yang's heart suddenly lit up. He suddenly realized something and shouted, "It's you." This mysterious woman was the mature beauty with extremely beautiful breasts that Yu Yang met at Shangwu camp before he entered Tongtian Tower. She was the one who gave Yu Yang a crystal card. At the same time, she was also the one who introduced Yu Yang into Tongtian Tower. This was an extremely mysterious woman. No matter who Yu Yang asked, he was unable to find out anything about her. Everyone who knew about her would change their expression and change the topic the moment she was mentioned. Even the old cunning fox only laughed it off and didn't say a word about it. Who exactly was she? The Night Empress was the heavenly imperial guardian of Tianluo Kingdom, but she was jealous of her. From this, it could be seen how mysterious this mature beauty with huge breasts was. I know that you are looking for me and have a lot of questions in your heart. The mysterious mature beauty didn't turn her head and only spoke softly. There are many things that would be a burden in your heart if you knew about it now. That's why I didn't tell you about it. However, if you want to hear about it, I can tell you about it. It's just that if you heard about it, you might not be as happy as you are now. Then let me ask you a few questions. Yu Yang didn't want to bear any responsibility if he knew the truth. He was just a little curious and asked, "Can you tell me, who are you?" "I am your Tong Tian Tower's introducer." The mysterious mature beauty replied softly. "What's an introducer?" Yu Yang didn't understand. An introducer is equivalent to a master and a teacher. However, you don't need to acknowledge me as your master. I will guide you in whatever you think you need. It's completely free, there's no compensation, and there's no forced learning. If you think that one day you don't need me as an introducer anymore, you can break away from this relationship. Actually, all rankers have a predecessor as an introducer. You're not the only one. The mature beauty nodded slightly. But you didn't teach me anything. Yu Yang sweated profusely. Wasn't this kind of introducer a little too irresponsible? In the past, I had a smart and quick-witted younger sister. Her potential was also very good. From the bottom of my heart, I hoped that she would be able to level up as soon as possible so that she wouldn't take the wrong path and become a peak ranker as soon as possible. Thus, I arranged a path that was most suitable for her to train on. I gave her the most suitable beasts and the best treasures. I gave her the best of everything and satisfied her with everything. However, in the end, she walked on a path that I didn't expect. After she leveled up to become a peak ranker, she immediately broke off relations with me and became enemies. She felt that my arrangements were a mistake, that she didn't have freedom in her life. It made her feel like everything was arranged by someone else. After that time, I reflected deeply. Maybe she was right, freedom is the most important thing in this world. I didn't give you anything, but I gave you freedom. You don't need to accept my arrangements, you don't need to accept my missions. You have complete freedom and will to live. You don't need to train to a certain realm at a certain time, and you don't need to bear the pressure of ranking competition like others. I hope that you are happy, live happily, train happily, and do whatever you want. No matter if it's right or wrong, I won't interfere. Your improvement is all because of your hard work. In this way, I'm not very responsible as an introducer, but you are free. The mature beauty slowly gave an example, her voice gradually becoming softer. Freedom is good, but not saying anything at all isn't too good either, right? Yu Yang felt that freedom was definitely good, but having someone to guide him wasn't bad either. What do you want to know? The mature beauty asked. For example, what's going on with my current body? Yu Yang felt that his strength had increased greatly, but he didn't know how to control it. It was a headache. Your current state is that of an innate level 1. In this state, you will be very distressed if you live in the soaring dragon continent. Because if you touch anything, it will be destroyed. If you want to hug your loved ones, they might break their bones. So after you reach the innate realm, if you don't know how to control it, you won't be able to live in the soaring dragon continent. The mature beauty suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very soft, but it was exceptionally pleasing to the ears. It was like a cool breeze caressing one's face, soft and gentle, making one feel refreshed both physically and mentally. Then what should I do? Yu Yang now felt that it was very important to have an introducer. If he had to rely on himself to comprehend it, who knows when he would be able to comprehend it. Normal people would first learn how to control it, then learn hidden breath, before slowly climbing to the innate realm. You are a little different from them. You are still a child, you don't know anything, yet you have already become an innate. Moreover, you have reached innate level 1 in one go, that's why it's like this. You now have the power of a level 9 saint, but you still use the level of a level 6 elder to control it. Of course it won't work. The mature beauty didn't turn her head, she only stretched her jade-like hand back, her white finger lightly touching the space between Yu Yang's eyebrows. A wave of thoughts flowed into Yu Yang's mind, making him feel as if he was suddenly enlightened. So it's like this, a brand new method appeared in Yu Yang's mind. At the same time, he combined it with his own situation, and in the end, it turned into an enlightenment. Yu Yang circulated his innate qi and tried using this hidden breath method. He immediately discovered that all the power in his body seemed to have been perfectly sealed in his body, quietly sleeping, waiting for him to wake it up when he needed it. His body instantly returned to its previous state, and the feeling of being able to control it all returned. He moved his limbs a little, and discovered that being a normal person was much more blissful. After becoming an innate, even rocks would shatter with just a touch. This kind of life was really too terrifying. Luckily it was outside. If it was in the Ivy Academy or at home, pulling Yu Bing or touching Yu Shuang might cause them to get hurt. It was best to be like this now, and be a normal person during normal times. When it was time to fight, he would need to unseal his power, then unseal it and fight with the power of an innate. This was really killing two birds with one stone. Actually, there are some things that I won't tell you. You might feel confused. However, if you slowly explore and improve on your own, you can also comprehend them. In addition, you will meet all kinds of people in different realms and environments. You can interact with them, learn from them, and slowly learn. That way, you can also slowly learn. Isn't that a more interesting process? Moreover, you are a little man, and have your own pride. You probably don't want others to control you too much. So, if you have something that you want to ask, I will tell you then. Train well, I will come and find you after a year. The beautiful mature beauty seemed to be preparing to leave. Wait, beautiful teacher, what's your name? Yu Yang hurriedly asked for the beautiful mature beauty's name. My name is not in the introductory list. If you want to know, you can go to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. You will see a ranking of warriors, and the number 1 is my name. The beautiful mature beauty almost ignited Yu Yang's curiosity. Then how strong are you exactly? Yu Yang felt that if she was very strong, then he could also bask in her light. In the future, if he saw any impatience, he could throw out his name to scare them. Wasn't it just Skylaw? His own teacher was the number 1 person in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The beautiful mature beauty smiled. She seemed to have seen through Yu Yang's thoughts, and laughed. In the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there is also a ranking. You are still number 1? Yu Yang was so shocked that he almost fainted. That ranking doesn't have a number 1, because the people who are ranked at the top have never officially fought against each other. Let me put it this way, I am one of the people who are ranked at the top. The beautiful mature beauty's words almost made Yu Yang fall to the ground. What was the difference between this and being number 1? One last question, beautiful teacher, do you have a boyfriend? Yu Yang was very suitable to be a part-time paparazzi, because his gossipy nature was very strong. If there is a human man who has broken through the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and entered the 11th floor, I might consider it. After all, I have been living alone for 1,000 years. The beautiful mature beauty's words had a strong hint, almost stealing Yu Yang's soul away. However, what made Yu Yang faint was that the beautiful mature beauty in front of him, who didn't seem to be more than 20 years old, was actually 1,000 years old seductress. Forget it, Bai Suzhen had also trained for 1,000 years to become a white snake. Moreover, compared to Queen Vivian Li, it wasn't considered much. Queen Vivian Li could wake up for 10,000 years, she was even more awesome, seeing the beautiful mature beauty use her lily-white hands to cut open space and disappear. Yu Yang was no longer surprised, because his heart was already numb. In comparison, the demon King Xianxia who was still restricted by space was a little tragic. Yu Yang felt that it was fine even if the demon King Xianxia was tragic. Anyway, this guy was his opponent. The beautiful mature beauty was active in the 9th and 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The demon King Xianxia was probably only working in the 7th or 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He was happy that he could see the beautiful mature beauty's skirt. However, after Yu Yang calculated, he felt that even if he had the strength of a level 1 innate, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the arrogant demon King Xian. However, according to the summoning grimoire, this guy was a level 8 demon king. Could it be, he was an innate level 8, that Xian guy wasn't that strong, right? Yu Yang hurriedly denied it. If it was like what Grandma Wu Tang and the Night Empress had said, according to the Tong Tian Tower standard, a level 9 saint would be considered as an innate level 1. Yu Yang felt that the demon King Xian's strength would at most be an innate level 4 or 5, maybe not even. Yu Yang desperately slandered this strong opponent in his heart. He wished that he could curse the demon King Xian into a pitiful little dwarf. This was mainly because the impact that the demon King Xian gave to Yu Yang was too great. Currently, only he and the Impatience could penetrate the summoning grimoire's protective shield. The others, such as the Marquis of Zijin, simply couldn't do anything to the summoning grimoire's protective shield. This was the difference between them. When I reach innate level 5 or 6, I'll go to the demon abyss and kill that demon King Xian guy. Whatever concubines or princesses, I'll capture them all and make them my female slaves. As Yu Yang was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a weak moan coming from the cave. It seemed that Princess Sisai had woken up. Yu Yang hurriedly slipped in. He could deal with the female slaves later. Right now, he had to take care of this royal swordswoman who had a pair of tiger-like eyes. This was related to his future blissful sexual life. As soon as he came down, he discovered that the mysterious beauty who had her heart pierced by the Impatience had sat up, clutching her chest as if she was in pain. Don't move, I'll help you take a look. Yu Yang volunteered himself. Was this guy pretending to be kind, or was he really a pervert? No matter what, the mysterious beauty was speechless towards him. Yu Yang moved closer. He really wanted to show the mysterious beauty the wound on her chest. The mysterious beauty was embarrassed. If it wasn't for his anxious face, she would have already sent him flying with a book. She reached out to block Yu Yang and tried to soften her voice. I'm fine, my heart isn't injured, there's no danger to my life. I was hypnotized just now, my whole body is weak and I can't move in a semi-conscious state. It's good that you're fine. Yu Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. So Impatience was just scaring him and didn't really kill the mysterious beauty. She was just trying to provoke him. He was provoked to the point of going berserk and completely losing his mind. What happened after that? Was it the mysterious beauty with big breasts who chased Impatience away? Did he break through to innate level 1 because he went berserk? From the looks of it, Impatience didn't seem to have done anything bad. She only used her unique hypnotic ability to incite his anger and stimulate him to break through to innate. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was not related to him at all, so why would she do such a thing? Yu Yang couldn't understand, but he felt that Impatience's big breasts were really scary. She could send him flying with just a pair of big breasts. He was really speechless. I'm leaving. Seeing that Yu Yang was deep in thought, the mysterious beauty suddenly opened her mouth, indicating that she wanted to leave. You have suffered a serious internal injury, you need to rest well. Don't go anywhere. Yu Yang obviously couldn't bear to let the little beauty leave. He didn't even know her name. Maybe this girl was Miss Shui. If that was really the case, then he definitely had to explain to her that the annulment of a marriage was caused by someone else and he didn't even know what was going on. Yu Yang felt that regardless of whether the pitiful guy wrote the divorce letter or not, he wouldn't admit it. In any case, he definitely couldn't let this girl go. He definitely couldn't let her slip away from his hands. Don't worry about me. The mysterious beauty was a little resistant to Yu Yang's concern. She then softened her tone and said, I'm fine now. You should go and see Xianxia and Fallen Flowers. Wait, can you tell me your name? Yu Yang guessed that this girl wouldn't say it, but he still couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to know more about this mysterious beauty who liked to read books and stalk him. Who was she? Was it Miss Shui or someone else? Was it because he was engaged to the pitiful guy, or was it because he was curious? Did someone send her, or did she follow him of her own accord? Everything was a mystery. Yu Yang hoped to see the light and understand the truth. Even if he knew something about her, it would be better than guessing in secret. Of course, he also knew that with this girl's personality, she most likely wouldn't say it out loud. However, every little bit of secret he could dig out was a little bit, and he couldn't let it go no matter what. As for Yu Yang's question, the mysterious beauty stood up, turned around, and left as if she hadn't heard anything. Yu Yang blurted out again, "Why did you save me in the first place? Why didn't you tell me your secret?" "Everyone has their own secret." The mysterious beauty turned around and smiled. That kind of smile didn't have any sound, and didn't have much of an expression either. The smile that came out from her eyes that were as clear as a spring, filled Yu Yang's heart with happiness. He had never thought that her smile would emit such a moving charm. It was as if he had suddenly seen the light of dawn in the darkness and loneliness, illuminating his heart. Yu Yang's heartbeat sped up by 100 times. It felt like his first love. He always wanted to say something to her, but his mouth was clumsy and couldn't say anything. He could only stare at her blankly. The mysterious beauty turned around and waved her jade-like fingers lightly, bidding farewell. Her body emitted a gentle breeze, and disappeared in front of Yu Yang. She was like a wind-snow fairy that came and went without a trace, and also like a mysterious fairy that could bring light to Yu Yang's life at any time. This kind of girl, he definitely couldn't miss it. He definitely had to push her down and take her into his harem. Yu Yang clenched his fists and made up his mind. If you can't bear to let her go, you can chase after her. Let me and Fallen Flowers die here. Princess Sisai's voice was very weak, but the jealousy it contained could practically drown the entire cave. It could even drown Yu Yang alive. Your Highness, are you all right? Yu Yang only just realized that Princess Sisai was still stuck in the stone wall. He hurriedly flew over to help her. Don't come over, help me find some clothes. It wasn't that Princess Sisai couldn't come out. She only let the impatience break her clothes. Although she had a forthright personality, she couldn't possibly bear her little butt in front of Yu Yang. Hence, she remained in the cave wall. Of course, her injuries weren't light. She was so tired that she almost collapsed, and didn't have the strength to move much. Yu Yang hurriedly took out a set of Yu Bing's clothes from his latrine. It might not fit her, but it was better than nothing. According to Yu Yang's real thoughts, a naked Princess Sisai would be better. However, he reckoned that this wish of his would be a little difficult to fulfill. If he saw a naked Princess Sisai, he would either kill her to keep her secret or cry and drown the soaring dragon continent with her tears. Of course, Yu Yang wanted to push her down. However, it was still a little difficult now. The best way was to pretend to be an obedient child and lower her psychological defenses. If he wanted to push this rouge tigress down, he had to lower her psychological defenses to the lowest level. At the same time, he had to make her lose her vigilance. Close your eyes. Princess Sisai warned Yu Yang not to peek. Otherwise, she would let him taste the power of her little white teeth and see if she could bite him to death. Don't worry, I'm very obedient. I promise I won't peek. Yu Yang expressed that he wouldn't peek. He wasn't peeking, he was peeking out in the open. Princess Sisai knew that this brat was a pervert. Her little hands had already covered her breasts and lower body. Other than glaring at him with her tiger-like eyes, she also showed her little white teeth as a warning. She thought that Yu Yang wouldn't be able to see clearly if she hid in the darkness of the cave. It was a pity that she didn't know that Yu Yang and Queen Vivian Li had the ability to see things in the dark. Yu Yang obviously pretended not to see. He passed the clothes to Princess Sisai, hoping that this rouge tigress would take her hands away. Put down the clothes and scram. Princess Sisai saw that this brat was about to drool like a waterfall. She knew that she was at a disadvantage. So this brat could see. I didn't see anything. I didn't see your slender waist or long legs. Yu Yang wanted to prove his innocence. Wipe your saliva. Princess Sisai couldn't stand him anymore. He was obviously a big pervert, yet he still wanted to pretend to be an obedient child. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Yu Yang was afraid that this rouge tigress would hold a big stone and smash it on his head. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He threw down the clothes and hurriedly slipped away. Returning to City Mistress Fallen Flowers' side, he carried the sleeping City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Suddenly, his expression changed. He realized that City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't have a heartbeat. God, this Fallen Flowers girl can't die. I still want to be the first one to push her down. Yu Yang was scared half to death. He hurriedly placed City Mistress Fallen Flowers' soft body on the flat rock surface. He stretched out his hand to check her breathing. It seemed that she wasn't breathing either. It seemed that City Mistress Fallen Flowers' injuries were too serious. She hadn't been treated for a long time, so she was too weak and her heart had stopped beating. If he didn't perform CPR now, this girl would die. Don't scare me, wake up quickly. Yu Yang was so scared that his heart almost burst. He was so anxious that he almost went crazy. Did he have to watch City Mistress Fallen Flowers die? Yu Yang punched himself. Calm down, think about what to do. CPR, I can do it. Yu Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Yu Yang first laid Luo Hua City Mistress' body flat on the ground. As he recalled the method of CPR, he opened Luo Hua City Mistress' lower jaw with his trembling hands and pinched Luo Hua City Mistress' nose. He took a deep breath of air and quickly blew into her small mouth. After blowing a few mouthfuls, Yu Yang saw Luo Hua City Mistress' chest rising and falling. He quickly stopped. He remembered that he couldn't blow too much. The ratio of blowing air to chest compressions was 230. The number of times he did artificial respiration just now seemed to be too many. As for the hand gestures for chest compressions, Yu Yang was so anxious that he didn't even remember how they were done. It seemed like the palms were crossed and the fingers were interlocked. He couldn't remember anything else. Yu Yang found that his hands were shaking badly. He quickly took a deep breath and controlled himself. He didn't want to use too much force and break City Mistress Fallen Flowers' sternum. Wake up, Fallen Flowers girl. You can't be so bad. No matter what, you are a city mistress. Don't die like this. Wake up, don't you like flowers? I will give you a lot of flowers in the future. You can have any flowers you want, as long as you wake up. Don't die, please, don't scare me. Yu Yang pressed twice and found that it was soft and couldn't bear the force. He quickly increased his strength. While pressing, he shouted at City Mistress Fallen Flowers, hoping to wake her up. After pressing a few dozen times, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' heart didn't respond. He did another round of CPR, but she still didn't improve. Her heart and breathing were completely gone. Yu Yang found that her heart had stopped for too long, and his hands were trembling. He remembered that the knowledge he had learned before mentioned that the brain had insufficient oxygen supply. In a state of hypoxia for more than 10 minutes, it would cause irreversible damage. Don't die, please, can't you be a little stronger? Yu Yang tried to use true qi to stimulate City Mistress Fallen Flowers' heart, but it only nourished the heart's vitality, and it didn't beat strongly. Yu Yang was about to go crazy. Why didn't the stimulation of innate true qi work? Was he really going to despair now? No, City Mistress Fallen Flowers must not die. There's nothing I can't do. I can definitely save you. I can definitely do it. Yu Yang took out the dragon-slaying dagger and tore the front of City Mistress Fallen Flowers' clothes with one hand, preparing to cut a bloody hole on her snow-white chest, reach in, and massage the heart in her chest. Two flawless jade-like breasts popped out from the torn clothes. The snow mound was round, and the red plum blossom was slightly blooming. It was pink and peerless. However, Yu Yang didn't have time to care about this at this time. His mind was only focused on saving people. As long as she could live, Yu Yang was willing to bear all the notoriety. What big pervert, as long as she could live, she could call him whatever she wanted. As long as she could live, he didn't care about anything. She must live. In order to snatch City Mistress Fallen Flowers back from the hands of the god of death, Yu Yang was so anxious that his eyes were red, and his mind was almost out of control. A hand reached out and blocked Yu Yang's wrist. It was Princess Sisai. Princess Sisai saw Yu Yang holding the dragon-slaying dagger and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yu Yang said anxiously, "I'm not killing her, I'm saving her. I'm saving her, do you understand? I'm going to cut open her chest and massage her heart. Fallen Flowers already has no heartbeat, and she's not breathing. You have to do artificial respiration. She can't die, I definitely won't let her die like this." "Oh right, do you know how to summon a beast to release electricity?" "Just a weak one, don't overdo it. I only have one summoned beast, and that's my guardian beast." Princess Sisai was shocked by Yu Yang's craziness and said, "Electrocute?" Cut open her chest? Are you sure this is the way to save her? Electrocute her heart, this can make her heart beat again. Yu Yang couldn't explain to Princess Sisai, nor did he have the time to explain. But before Princess Sisai could finish, Yu Yang picked up the dragon-slaying dagger again. Without electrocute, he could only open her chest and do a heart massage. If he delayed any longer, City Mistress Fallen Flowers wouldn't be able to be saved. She definitely couldn't die, he definitely couldn't watch her die like this. Princess Sisai grabbed Yu Yang's wrist tightly and shouted anxiously, "Idiot, idiot, she's faking her death, resting in peace to reduce the damage to her body." "It's not what you think, you idiot, don't open her chest." When Yu Yang heard this, his original anxiety, horror and madness turned into a burst of surprise. It turned out that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was just faking her death, and her life wasn't really in danger. Although Yu Yang didn't know much about faking her death, he only knew that some beasts had this special skill, but he immediately felt relieved. He looked at Princess Sisai excitedly and asked in surprise, "Really?" When Princess Sisai nodded seriously, Yu Yang immediately felt a burst of relief and ecstasy. He was so happy that the world was spinning. His whole body relaxed and fell on the stone floor. He was so touched that he closed his eyes. "So she didn't die, that's great, you idiot." Princess Sisai was angry and amused at the same time, but when she saw Yu Yang's relaxed expression after being anxious, she was moved again. Although this brat was a bit stupid and liked to lie, his heart was sincere. He really wanted to save her. It's just that his method was too embarrassing. When she thought of him using the dragon-slaying dagger to cut open City Mistress Fallen Flowers' chest to massage her heart, Princess Sisai didn't know what to say to him. In the end, she reached out her hand and caressed his chest. She used a gentle tone that she had never heard before to comfort him. "It's okay, don't be nervous, everyone will take care of themselves." At the end, Princess Sisai suddenly felt that she couldn't treat this brat too well. She fiercely punched him. "Idiot, I've never seen an idiot like you, and I've never heard of such a boring method of cutting a hole in the chest to massage the heart. Are you killing people or saving people? You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Yu Yang also realized that he was in big trouble this time. He was so scared that he turned over and ran away. He waved his hands repeatedly. "There really is such a way to save people, it's not my own invention. I really didn't mean it, I just wanted to save people, wah." When he saw that Princess Sisai was about to go crazy, he quickly ran out of the Heavens-Lying Cave. Looking at his fleeing figure, Princess Sisai suddenly smiled. She gently covered the chest of City Mistress of Fallen Flowers who was pretending to be dead, and said very softly, "He seems to be really worried about you." 10 minutes later, Princess Sisai carried City Mistress of Fallen Flowers out of the Heavens-Lying Cave. Yu Yang gathered his courage and stretched out his hand to feel the pulse of City Mistress of Fallen Flowers' carotid artery. He found that it was weak, but it had not disappeared. In his heart, he was sure that City Mistress of Fallen Flowers' body was fine. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and explained to Princess Sisai, "I really didn't mean it just now. Maybe my method of saving people was wrong, but there really is such a method. Anyway, I didn't mean to tear her clothes, it's useless to explain. I'm sure, you're a big pervert and a siscon." Princess Sisai snorted lightly. "Gosh, it's fine if you say I'm a big pervert, but I'm really not a siscon." Yu Yang felt that he was wronged. Why did she say that? Then why do you have Bing's clothes? Princess Sisai glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. "Didn't we come here to train previously? I was afraid that she wouldn't have any clothes to change into, so I bought it for her." Yu Yang felt that he was a good brother. Did he have to be criticized for this? "How do you know what kind of underwear she wears?" Princess Sisai asked. Yu Yang was speechless. He couldn't say that it was because he had been educated in some Japanese action movie. He had done a lot of research on women's bodies, and as long as he saw it, he would be able to estimate it accurately. For a girl like Yu Bing who had not developed much, it would be strange if he bought the wrong underwear. Yu Yang couldn't defend himself, so he could only softly deny, "I'm really not a siscon." "Can you say it even more guiltily?" Princess Sisai found that she really liked to see him like this, because his expression was really interesting. She had to use all her strength not to laugh. Returning to the lakeside of Tianqi Lake, Yu Yang was shocked to find out that Hui Tai Lang had regressed from silver-ranked level 4 to bronze-ranked level 3. Hui Tai Lang, who originally had 2 heads, had now become 1. Its entire body was covered with wounds, looking like it was on the verge of death. Other people's beasts would become more ferocious the more they fought, and their levels would rise higher and higher. However, it had directly dropped from silver-ranked to bronze-ranked. In front of Grey Wolf was the giant Xing Meng. From the looks of it, giant Xing Meng fled here and fought with Grey Wolf. In the end, this powerful mountain breaker demon was tragically killed by Grey Wolf. Was it this Xing Meng who beat you up like this? Yu Yang was a little surprised. It didn't seem like it. Grey Wolf's body was riddled with scars, new wounds on top of the old. It seemed to have fought more than once. Furthermore, he had clearly instructed it to protect the three-tailed snow fox at the foot of the mountain. When did it sneak up? When Yu Yang saw that the three-tailed snow fox wasn't around, he hurriedly asked Grey Wolf, "Where's City Lord Fallen Flowers' snow fox?" Hearing Yu Yang ask about the three-tailed snow fox, Grey Wolf lowered its head in shame. Yu Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the three-tailed snow fox had died? This time it was really over. When the City Lord Fallen Flowers woke up, how was he going to explain this to her? Grey Wolf limped to the front of Yu Yang. It was prepared to receive a furious beating from Yu Yang. Looking at its pitiful appearance, Yu Yang's heart softened and he put down his fist. "You're just a wolf, I shouldn't ask you to do better. It's already good enough that you're still alive." Yu Yang extended his hand and sent some vital energy into Grey Wolf's body, helping it to quickly recover from its injuries. This moved Grey Wolf greatly, and he almost held to the sky to express his gratitude to his master. As Yu Yang transferred his innate chi to Grey Wolf, he suddenly had a new discovery. He discovered that there were golden and white runic diagrams faintly appearing on his hands. Could it be that this was a phenomenon unique to innate level 1? Yu Yang was confused. The most miraculous thing was that the runic circle on his arm could rotate freely, changing its shape and changing its runes from time to time. Yu Yang was dumbfounded, unable to understand what it meant for a long time. What was even stranger was that Yu Yang knew that these runic circles had a special effect of strengthening his innate chi. After strengthening his innate chi with the runic circles, the healing effect would increase by at least 10 times. Grey Wolf's body and mind felt extremely comfortable, and he couldn't help but howl. A dark golden rune appeared on its forehead, and the rune formation on Yu Yang's arm began to change in its eyes. A burst of golden light was emitted from its body. This phenomenon gave Yu Yang a huge fright. In the end, he was astonished to discover that Grey Wolf could transform. It could even hide its true strength. Yu Yang was puzzled. Grey Wolf had actually leveled up to gold-ranked level 5, but its appearance looked like a bronze-ranked level 3. If it wasn't for the healing effect of the runic circle, he wouldn't have been able to tell. If even his level 3, divine vision, couldn't tell, Yu Yang reckoned that if it was a normal warrior, they wouldn't be able to tell that Grey Wolf was a gold-ranked level 5 demon wolf. Could it be that Grey Wolf had become crafty after following him for a long time, so it learned how to disguise itself? What's up with this dog? Princess Sisai, the royal swordswoman, was also very curious. However, she wasn't curious about Grey Wolf's transformation, but the rune on Grey Wolf's forehead. Princess Sisai knew that Grey Wolf was at the foot of the mountain, so it shouldn't be able to obtain the rune. It hadn't even signed a contract with Yu Yang, so how could it have the summoning rune? Yu Yang thought that Princess Sisai was talking about Grey Wolf's transformation from bronze-ranked level 3 to gold-ranked level 5, so he explained, "I'm not too sure either." However, Grey Wolf was originally a silver-ranked level 4, maybe it had some kind of breakthrough and became gold-ranked level 5. I guess that it had learnt some kind of skill, so it could hide itself to be bronze-ranked level 3. I don't know the exact situation. Grey Wolf can't speak, so there's no way to know the truth for now. Hearing this, Princess Sisai sweated profusely. Idiot, high-level beasts with intelligence would always hide their strength. The higher their intelligence, the better they would be at hiding their strength. What's so strange about that? However, this big dog of yours, it's not that it knows how to hide its strength, it's those runes that are secretly helping it to hide its strength. Ah, there are runes. Grey Wolf, have you been contracted by someone? Yu Yang was shocked. Woof. Grey Wolf hurriedly denied it, and put on a loyal look. You can't even differentiate between a contract and a rune? The one on its forehead is a summoning rune that was left behind from the ancient times. It's just like a beast, it can help its owner increase their strength. Don't you also have an ancient rune on your body? Princess Sisai felt that Yu Yang should have studied in the academy for 100 years, otherwise he would become a big joke. Hey, don't compare me to it. No matter what, I'm still its owner. Yu Yang felt that if he compared himself to Grey Wolf, it would be easy to misunderstand him as a big pervert. It's a stupid dog, you're a pervert, you're the same kind of trash. As expected, Princess Sisai had categorized Yu Yang as a pervert. Yu Yang pitifully squatted in a corner and drew circles, looking very dejected. With this kind of vigilance and defense, it wouldn't be easy for him to push down this royal swordswoman. According to what Mr. Chu Yuan had said, the road ahead is long, I will search from top to bottom. Yu Yang thought to himself, when will it become her breasts are big and alluring, I will search from top to bottom. This was too difficult. However, picking up girls was a skill. Other than the right time, the right place, and the right people, it also required a bit of skill. Yu Yang didn't believe that if he used the 36 tactics to pick up girls and 108 ways to pick up girls, he wouldn't be able to take down this Princess Sisai who had the eyes of a pervert. So what if she was a princess? Princesses were born into this world to be pushed down by him. Yu Yang thought in his fantasies. From afar, a shadow flashed. Yu Yang saw a ray of silver light coming towards him at an extremely fast speed. It was as fast as a comet streaking across the sky. Even with his level 3, divine vision, he almost couldn't see clearly what was approaching. In an instant, it had already shot in front of Yu Yang. The silver light went from an extremely fast speed to an extremely still state in less than a second. Yu Yang looked carefully and realized that it was City Mistress Fallen Flowers' three-tailed snow fox. So it hadn't died yet. Yu Yang happily picked up this little thing. Just as he was about to throw it into the air to cheer, he suddenly felt his hands become light. The three-tailed snow fox had already arrived on Princess Sisai's back. It rushed towards City Mistress Fallen Flowers and used its small tail to gently brush its master's face. It looked extremely gentle and intimate. Hui Tai Lang hurriedly tried to learn this kind of technique to please its master. It also ran to Yu Yang's side and used its big tail to sweep the ice and snow. You're looking for death. Yu Yang couldn't stand it anymore and kicked it 10 meters away. Woof. Hui Tai Lang finally understood that it was fated to be beaten. It didn't have the natural conditions to be intimate with its master. Furthermore, this tail that was harder than an iron broom was indeed uncomfortable when it swept its master's body. Compared to the soft little tail of the snow fox, the difference was like heaven and earth. Hui Tai Lang hurriedly lowered its head in shame and pretended to be obedient. At night, City Mistress Fallen Flowers finally woke up. The three-tailed snow fox brought its master a bouquet of flowers that had bloomed on a high cliff. City Mistress Fallen Flowers happily stroked its little head, feeling extremely happy. When Hui Tai Lang saw this, it realized that it also knew how to please its master. It searched for a long time but couldn't find any flowers. It only found a very loose dog's tail grass and excitedly brought it back to Yu Yang. Yu Yang was furious and immediately shouted, "Scram, scram further away from me." Only then did Hui Tai Lang understand that its master was not interested in flowers and grass at all. He was different from the three-tailed snow fox's master. Seeing its actions, Princess Sisai laughed so hard that she bent over. She gave Yu Yang a thumbs up, like master, like dog, that's right. Yu Yang was angry when he heard this. Tigress, what did you say? Princess Sisai laughed out loud. Nothing, I just said that your dog is very smart, maybe it's not far from evolving into a holy beast. If you bring it to the 12 zodiac palaces to clear the trial and obtain the wisdom bestowed by the ancient code, maybe it will evolve into a holy beast. The 12 zodiac palaces? Yu Yang's heart palpitated when he heard this. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai had leveled up their grimoire since they were young. Their own levels and titles were also very high. They had already surpassed level 5 a few years ago, but he hadn't. He, who wasn't used to summoning his grimoire to battle, was only a level 2, brave man. If he could clear all the 12 zodiac palaces, not only Hui Tai Lang, even the thorny flower demoness would probably become a holy beast. As for the bloody queen, Yu Yang wasn't worried about her anymore. The bloody queen could already speak. Even if she wasn't a holy beast, she wasn't far from it. Yu Yang's goal was to nurture the bloody queen into a holy beast that could contract a grimoire. I'm exhausted from this trip, I need to go back and rest well. But I've gained quite a lot. City Mistress Fallen Flowers took out a stalk of starlight serene indigo grass from the jade box and put it into another smaller jade box. She then gently stuffed it into Yu Yang's arms. She looked at Yu Yang with a gaze that made Yu Yang want to transform and howl like a wolf. Although she didn't say it out loud, that gaze was very gentle. When Yu Yang went to the Tianqi to take a bath and check if there were any Tianqi water monsters, Princess Sisai told City Mistress Fallen Flowers about Yu Yang saving her previously. It was because she heard about Yu Yang's clumsy act of saving her that City Mistress Fallen Flowers' eyes gradually brightened, revealing a trace of gentleness when she looked at him. You want to kiss me goodbye? No need to look at me. Princess Sisai turned her head and pretended to give Yu Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers a chance to kiss goodbye. Qian, you. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was extremely embarrassed, her cheeks turning red. Yu Yang actually wanted to kiss this Fallen Flowers girl in his heart. If it wasn't for Princess Sisai causing trouble at the side, he still wanted to take advantage of the good atmosphere and push down this Fallen Flowers girl. But now that she said it, everything was over. He couldn't eat the noodles, nor could he drink the soup. Towards Princess Sisai, this royal swordswoman who only knew how to destroy things, Yu Yang was extremely annoyed. He really wanted to kick her into the Tianqi. City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to want to hug Yu Yang to express her gratitude, but after hearing Princess Sisai's words, she felt embarrassed. Opening a teleportation scroll, she waved her lily-white hands towards Yu Yang. I'm leaving. Yu Yang's heart was about to break into pieces. The original goodbye kiss was ruined by Princess Sisai's words. She must have done it on purpose. No, after City Mistress Fallen Flowers left, he must kiss her 100 times to make up for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Before entering the teleportation gate, City Mistress Fallen Flowers suddenly stretched out her hand, her lily-white fingers caressing Yu Yang's lips. There was a feeling of electricity that immediately spread throughout Yu Yang's body. His heartbeat sped up by 300 beats. His wolf blood instantly boiled, almost causing Yu Yang to howl towards the sky. Friction could indeed produce electricity. Yu Yang discovered that his entire body felt like it was being electrocuted. It was both uncomfortable and comfortable. There was an indescribable wonderful feeling in his heart. In any case, it was extremely comfortable, as if he was suffocating in happiness. Isn't it just touching your lips with your fingers? Look at how useless you are. Come, this princess will bestow you even more friction, even more than my fingers. When Princess Xianxia saw Yu Yang's face full of happiness, her heart was especially sour. She took off her shoes and raised her flawless little foot, preparing to give this brat's face a flying kick. She wanted to see if he would still dare to show that kind of pig brother's happy expression in front of her. I already knew that you were up to no good. Yu Yang's eyes and hands were sharp as he grabbed onto Princess Sisai's ankle that was flying towards him. He used his strength to lift her up, preparing to press her against the mountain wall and take liberties with her. Who would have thought that Yu Bing's clothes, which originally didn't fit on Princess Sisai's body, would be torn open with a rip sound when Yu Yang used his strength to lift her up, revealing a large piece of snow-white skin. Both of them didn't expect this and were stunned. Yu Yang and Princess Sisai looked at each other for a long time, not knowing what to do. After a while, Yu Yang finally reacted. He turned his head away from Princess Sisai's face, afraid that she would feel awkward. He comforted her. Actually, I didn't see anything. Princess Sisai really wanted to bite this despicable fellow to death. After staring for a long time, his eyeballs were about to fall out, yet he still said that he didn't see anything. You really didn't see anything? Princess Sisai was a little flustered. This brat's gaze was a little unbearable. She hurriedly retracted her long legs from Yu Yang's shoulders. It was so dark that I really didn't see anything. Yu Yang hurriedly defended himself. What? Princess Sisai felt that his words were too ambiguous. What dark? He was really spouting nonsense. I didn't mean it that way. I was saying that there wasn't enough light. Actually, I couldn't see anything clearly at first glance. Furthermore, your legs were so white and dazzling. I really didn't see anything clearly just now. Yu Yang replied, trying to hide his intentions. What did you say? Princess Sisai screamed crazily. I really didn't see it clearly. I didn't even see that you were wearing a white lace underwear. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, Princess Sisai had already pounced on him like a little tigress, pinning Yu Yang to the ground. She opened her small white teeth and bit down on Yu Yang's shoulder. Yu Yang was in pain, but his wolf-like blood was boiling. With a flip of his body, he pressed Princess Xianxia under his body. Just as he was about to stretch out his wolf-like hands to skin this royal swordswoman into a little lamb, and then carry out the legendary push, ouch. Unexpectedly, Yu Yang was too impatient and used too much strength. He flipped over and pressed down on Princess Xianxia's body. At the same time that Princess Xianxia cried out in pain, the snow and ice below them couldn't bear the weight of both of them. With a crashing sound, the two of them fell into the heaven lake involuntarily. Because a certain wolf's actions weren't gentle enough and used too much strength, the layer of ice shattered. The push failed. Princess Sisai really wanted to kill Yu Yang. Not only did her but hurt from being thrown by him, her ribs were also almost broken by him. In the end, she even fell into the lake to take a cold bath. He had never seen such a perverted and savage fellow. I still have a set of Yu Bing's clothes. Put it on, don't catch a cold. After Yu Yang pulled Princess Sisai out of the water, he hurriedly fawned over her. Secretly, he had experienced failure before. It seemed that if he wanted to push her down successfully, he really couldn't be too rough. What was he so anxious about? It was such a good opportunity just now. Maybe if he didn't push her down, this tigress would have taken the initiative to push him down. Now that everything was ruined, she even had the heart to kill him. What a waste of an opportunity. I hate people like you. Princess Sisai originally wanted to leave in a huff, but thinking that she would return home drenched and butt naked, it would be even worse if other people knew about it. She could only take the clothes with hatred and scold Yu Yang angrily in embarrassment. Yu Yang hurriedly expressed his apologies and patted his chest, promising, Tigress, don't be angry, I will take responsibility for you. When Princess Xianxia heard this, she almost fell headfirst into the heaven lake. Who wanted him to take responsibility, he wanted to take responsibility. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Princess Sisai really wanted to cry in her heart. When Princess Sisai came out after changing her clothes, she discovered that this brat's upper body was bare and that he was roasting fish with a small pile of firewood. She really wanted to pick him up and roast him like a fish. However, when he passed the fragrant roasted fish to her, Princess Sisai realized that she was really a little hungry. She didn't stand on ceremony and decided to eat until she was full first, then settle the score with him. This matter must never be mentioned to anyone in the future, especially to fallen flowers. If she finds out about this, I will kill you to silence you. Princess Sisai first gave a gag order. She had no other choice. If she wanted to beat him up, she couldn't beat this brat up. If she wanted to scold him, this brat's skin was thicker than the city walls, what could she do to him? Princess Sisai was sulking in her heart, but she couldn't flare up. If she didn't pounce on him and bite him just now, arousing his beastly nature, this probably wouldn't have happened. But unfortunately, he wasn't the only one at fault, she seemed to be a little too. Princess Sisai sighed in her heart. All the men in the world were scared half to death when they saw her. Why was this brat not afraid of her? Could it be that this brat was her nemesis in life? When she thought of this, Princess Sisai couldn't help but raise her small fist and hit Yu Yang's body twice. It's fine if you hit me just now, but what's the meaning of these 2 punches? Yu Yang was puzzled. Why did Tigress suddenly hit him? This is interest. Princess Sisai immediately rolled her eyes at him. Did he even need a reason to hit him? Where is the interest from? Is it interest from looking or touching? Yu Yang was very serious, just like a banker, insisting on figuring out the origin of the interest. What interest from touching? Did you touch me just now? Princess Sisai was puzzled when she heard this. Why didn't she feel anything? No, I wanted to touch but didn't have the chance. I don't mind paying the bill or even paying the interest first before touching. Yu Yang answered very sincerely. When Sisai heard this, she was immediately shocked and hurriedly retreated. She thought that it would be best not to let this wolf get the chance. When Yu Yang pounced on her, she quickly retaliated and sent Yu Yang flying into the sky with a punch. Before she could be proud of herself, she fell down next to the bonfire with a paw sound. This fall was not a big deal, but when she tried to prop herself up with her left hand, it was stuck in the burning charcoal. It was so painful that she jumped up with an "ah" sound, holding her small hand and shaking it. Yu Yang felt that his blissful sexual life was cursed by someone. He hadn't even started to enjoy it when he was hit by ice and fire. He hurriedly suppressed his lust and grabbed Princess Sisai's hand, using some innate qi to heal her injuries. Actually, to a martial artist like Princess Xianxia, this small burn was simply a trivial matter. She would recover almost instantly. However, she enjoyed Yu Yang's gentleness. She pretended to be unhappy, but in her heart, she happily watched as he nervously healed her injuries. She even pouted at him coquettishly, "I don't need you to care about me, let go." Yu Yang thought that today might not be an auspicious day, so he shouldn't push her down. Touching and pushing her down, he should wait for a suitable opportunity in the future. He didn't believe that a big soft bed wouldn't be able to push down this royal swordswoman. As long as Yu Yang thought of the spring scenery he saw just now, and the wonderful feeling he felt when he pressed down on Princess Sisai, he couldn't help but have an urge to boil his beast blood. "Pervert, wipe your saliva." Princess Sisai saw Yu Yang grabbing her hand and revealing a perverted look. She immediately fainted. She unfurled her scroll and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she turned around and stretched out her finger like City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Could it be that she was going to caress his lips like City Mistress Fallen Flowers? Yu Yang swallowed his saliva. It would be best if he could kiss her goodbye. If he kissed her until the sky darkened, then there would still be hope for him to push her down. Princess Sisai's finger seemed to want to caress Yu Yang's lips, gently rubbing his cheeks. Electricity flowed through his body again, and a warm current rose from his lower abdomen, turning into a raging flame. He almost exploded and turned into a Super Saiyan wolf. "Look at your perverted appearance." Princess Sisai pinched Yu Yang's face with her finger and burst into laughter. "In your dreams. Do you think that I will kiss you goodbye like fallen flowers? Dream on." "Really?" Yu Yang hugged Princess Sisai with lightning speed and kissed her forcefully. Whether it was a dream or not, he had to do it first. Bang! Yu Yang's actions were too forceful again. His lips and nose collided with Princess Sisai's. Both of them bent over in pain. Yu Yang's first reaction was to sigh. Today, he was cursed. It was indeed not suitable to push her down. Princess Sisai pouted in pain. "I've seen idiots before, but I've never seen an idiot like you. Pighead, idiot, I'm ignoring you." She stormed into the teleportation door and left. Yu Yang then realized that his body would often be in a state of losing control. Following his thoughts, his body would often unintentionally unleash strength that was close to an innate. This was different from usual, so it was out of his control and estimation. If it was a normal day, pushing her down and kissing her goodbye would probably go smoothly. Now, if he had to blame something, he could only blame Yu Yang for not being able to use the strength of an innate level 1 as he wished. This strength was hidden, but as long as Yu Yang made a move, it would be unleashed involuntarily. Although it wasn't as strong as an innate level 1, it was still much stronger than what Yu Yang was used to. Picking up girls and pushing them down is a skill. That's true. Yu Yang laughed out loud. Although he failed this time, he had actually succeeded half the time. Princess Sisai was almost pushed down. However, she didn't blame him for being lecherous, but blamed him for being rude. This proved that she liked him a little. He didn't succeed this time, but after today's incident, it shouldn't be difficult to push her down again. As long as he found a suitable time and place, with a good atmosphere and provocation, this rouge tigress wouldn't be able to run away. Yu Yang's mood improved. He grabbed Xing Meng's corpse and returned to the cave. He placed Xing Meng's, Gu Zhui's, and Duke Xian's corpses together and summoned the little thorny flower demoness. The little thorny flower demoness seemed to have grown a little more. The biggest change was that the vine that was holding on to her pink and tender but had disappeared. As soon as it was summoned, it ran around with great vigor. Originally, Yu Yang wanted to give her a set of clothes, but who knew that this little demoness didn't like to wear clothes and didn't know how to wear them. She clumsily wore her pants over her head. Yu Yang was sweating profusely when he saw this. He quickly helped her wear it, becoming a nanny for once. The secondary stock swallowed Xing Meng's and Gu Zhui's corpses. As for Duke Xian's corpse, even the secondary stock didn't seem to like it. The little demoness hesitated for a long time before finally summoning a spore. She let the spore parasitize Duke Xian's corpse, turning it into a level 3 giant thorny flower. It then extended its roots to connect with the secondary stock. Duke Xian's corpse could only grow a giant thorny flower? Yu Yang sweated profusely. No matter what, it's still 1,000-year tortoise spirit. It took me a lot of effort to kill it. Even if it doesn't taste good, you can't waste it. Yu Yang almost wanted to smack this picky thorny flower demoness little butt. After staying in the cave for half a day, other than letting the little thorny flower demoness use up some of her excess energy. At the same time, Yu Yang also tried to control his innate level 1 strength. There was no problem in hiding it, and he could also release it freely. It was just that he would sometimes use it unconsciously, so he needed to strengthen his control. Yu Yang practiced for a while and summoned the Bloody Queen again. He taught her how to speak while he tried to find out the location of the mysterious treasure that she knew about. The Bloody Queen was still stuttering when she spoke. Her ability to express herself was completely lacking and she couldn't give a proper explanation. Yu Yang gathered all the information he had and deduced that there was a teleportation circle in one of the secret passages in the space pavilion that led to a secret treasure trove. However, the monsters in the treasure trove were extremely strong. The Bloody Queen couldn't describe them, so she probably hadn't been there before. Only her mother had been there before. After completing all these, Yu Yang brought Hui Tai Lang, whose body was disguised as a bronze-ranked level 3, back to the academy. Grandma Wu Ting wasn't there. The old cunning fox wasn't in the academy either. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers had already followed the eagle-eyed Xia Huwei Lai to train. Yu Yang decided to bring Yu Bing back home. He was prepared to create a scene in front of the entire Yu clan to let Yu Shuang successfully contract a grimoire, and win back the fourth branch's dignity. Previously, his strength wasn't enough, and he didn't have enough understanding of the soaring dragon continent's world of rankers, so he couldn't show off to his heart's content. Now that he was already an innate level 1, if his first uncle Yu Shan, second uncle Yu Ling, or anyone else with ulterior motives dared to jump out and cause trouble, then don't blame him for being impolite. For fourth mother, he must create the biggest miracle in the world and shock everyone. Looking at the majestic Yu clan castle, a smile appeared on Yu Yang's lips. Returning to the Yu clan castle, Yu Yang couldn't find fourth mother. Elder Yu Hai wasn't at home, the deer-riding fifth grandfather wasn't there either. The substitute clan master Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling were preparing for the 100-school elite competition in Shangjing. Even the eldest son Yu Tian and his nemesis Yu Yan had gone to Tong Tian Tower for their final training. In the entire Yu clan castle, other than a few elders and collateral elders who didn't go out, there was only a large group of servants. When Yu Bing asked around, she found out that her mother had returned to Whitestone City. Furthermore, after Yu Yang left with her, she had already gone back. Strange, didn't she want to stay behind to take care of fourth uncle? Yu Yang felt that something was wrong. Speaking of which, Yu Yang hadn't seen fourth uncle yet. He only knew that he was being taken care of by Miss Feng. As for how fourth mother usually interacted with him, Yu Yang had never thought about it for her. Could it be that fourth mother was mistreated and returned to Whitestone City? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Yu Yang and Yu Bing already had a certain level of strength. Even the substitute clan master Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling wouldn't dare to offend her easily. There was no reason for someone to provoke fourth mother. What was going on? Yu Yang was confused and couldn't understand. Fourth madam said that Miss Feng was taking care of fourth master, so she was at ease. She also said that the house in Whitestone City hadn't been closed for a long time, so she brought Uncle Nan and Aunt Sue back. Fourth master's illness seems to fluctuate. Miss Feng said that she would bring him to get some medicine so that he could recover quickly. I'm not sure about this. An external deacon quickly reported to Yu Yang, afraid that he would anger this abnormal third young master. The current Yu Yang wasn't the useless third young master of the past. Furthermore, the impression he gave to the servants was that he could kill people without batting an eye. One wrong move and his head would fall to the ground, so this external deacon was especially cautious. If that's the case, then we'll go. Yu Yang understood a little. It wasn't that fourth mother didn't want to stay behind to take care of him, but Miss Feng had brought fourth uncle away. It seemed that fourth uncle was really poisoned. Yu Yang originally wanted to find out what kind of medicine Miss Feng had gone to get, but when he saw the external affairs deacon's confused look, he knew that he didn't know. Bringing along Yu Bing, Yu Yang went to the Yu clan village and teleported to Shangjing. He then teleported to the Red Cliff City and then to the White Stone City. Although the process was complicated, it did not take too long. It was just that it was a little expensive. Yu Yang brought Yu Bing home excitedly. Compared to the Yu clan castle, Yu Yang still preferred the warm little home in White Stone City. He had also walked out of this little home, so he had no feelings towards the Yu clan castle or the people inside. Only fourth mother, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang were Yu Yang's relatives. As for the others, Yu Yang would never acknowledge them as his relatives. At most, they were not strangers. As soon as he entered the house, Yu Yang smelled blood. His expression immediately changed as he rushed in. He discovered that there were bloodstains in the house. A few servants who were hiding in the cellar had died on the spot, their blood splashing everywhere. Among the pile of corpses, Yu Yang did not find fourth mother and Yu Shuang's corpses. He also did not find the old servant Uncle Nan and the quiet Aunt Sue. Only then did he calm down a little. Maybe fourth mother and Yu Shuang were captured by the murderer and were not killed. Yu Yang felt that his anger was about to explode. He almost lost control of his body. However, he clearly realized that if he lost control and went crazy now, it would be the most stupid thing to do. He had to get fourth mother and Yu Shuang back immediately. The fresh bloodstains on the ground and the corpses that had not completely stiffened showed that they had not been killed for more than 24 hours. Yu Yang suppressed his anger and checked the livor mortis and corneas of the servants. He estimated that the servants had been killed for around 10 hours. Where did fourth mother go? Were they taken away by Uncle Nan, or were they captured by someone else? Who did this? How could they be so daring to lay their hands on the Yu clan and fourth mother? Was it a thief who broke into the house to rob, or a murderer with ulterior motives? Yu Yang felt that his mind was in a mess. He could not understand. Fourth mother had only returned home for a few days and she had already met with such a disaster. This matter was really suspicious. However, because Yu Bing was trembling nonstop in fear, Yu Yang first made up a story to comfort her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Fourth mother has already escaped. There are no corpses of fourth mother and Shuang heir inside. We will immediately follow the clues to save them. Bing heir, be good, don't cry, don't cry. You must be strong, let's go and get your mother back together. Yu Bing was so scared that she almost fainted. Her body was light and her legs were soft. She could not even walk anymore. She was so scared that her whole body was trembling nonstop. Yu Yang hurriedly carried her on his back and rushed towards the assassin guild. Vengeance hunt, he had to find out who the culprit was, only then would he know the true whereabouts of fourth mother and Shuang. Right now, he definitely couldn't delay the time to save them. Yu Yang's heart was filled with anger. He really wanted to kill everyone in White Stone City, but he also understood that the more it was at this time, the more calm he had to be. The reward was not his goal. Yu Yang's main goal was to find out who broke into the house and killed people. In the end, the name of the murderer made him extremely stunned. He had heard of this name before, but he did not pay much attention to it. This name was Chang Dao. When he killed Tai Kuang, Yu Yang had heard the big-breasted tavern lady mention the names Xiahua and Chang Dao. Wu Yi and Xiahua were both killed by Yu Yang in the Merry Forest. After that, Yu Yang went to Tong Tian Tower to look for Yu Bing, then brought his sister and fourth mother to the Yu clan castle. He had indeed missed out on killing Chang Dao. However, how could Chang Dao know that he was the murderer who killed Tai Kuang, Wu Yi, and Xiahua? Why would he break into the house and kill people, and kidnap fourth mother and the little girl? Could it be that there was someone instructing him from behind the scenes? Yu Yang recalled the big-breasted tavern lady's introduction. This person's blade is very fast. He could kill more than 10 people with a wave of his hand even when he was sitting and drinking wine without moving his body. Normally, this person would not come to White Stone City very often and would appear and disappear unpredictably. However, this Changdao has a very obvious characteristic. That is, the right hand holding the blade is much bigger than the left hand. I estimate that the right hand is at least twice as big as the left hand. Changdao. As long as he could find Changdao, Yu Yang summoned his silver grimoire and searched for traces of Changdao on the Bloodrose map. On the Bloodrose map, the Bloodrose dagger in Changdao's name quickly marked out an area. That place was not Whitestone City, but the Starved Dog Ridge that was more than 100 kilometers away from here. The Starved Dog Ridge belonged to one of the mountain ranges of the Cloud Mist Mountain. Because it looked like the spine of a skinny dog, the mountain terrain was dangerous and it was rarely visited by people. In addition, there were many wild dogs roaming around, so the mercenaries called it the Starved Dog Ridge. This was a place where even mountain bandits would find it hard to survive. Inside the ridge, other than the steep cliffs that could not be climbed, there were also many valleys of different sizes. It was said that an extremely tragic war had broken out in the Starved Dog Ridge. Tens of thousands of people died at the foot of the Starved Dog Ridge. In the valley, there were still piles of white bones. Even after the soldiers died, they could not be reincarnated and became resentful spirits. The Starved Dog Ridge was an extremely famous haunted place. Why would this Changdao come to this kind of place? Could it be that he was the one who captured Fourth Mother and the little girl and brought them to the Starved Dog Ridge? Yu Yang suppressed the suspicions in his heart and comforted the trembling Yu Bing softly. Don't be afraid, Fourth Mother was not harmed. I found the culprit. His name is Changdao, he is Xiahua's accomplice. I think he was the one who captured Fourth Mother and Xianxia. Fourth Mother should be somewhere in the Starved Dog Ridge. I will go and save her immediately. You are not in a good state right now, why don't you go back to the academy and wait for my good news? Don't worry, I will definitely bring Fourth Mother and Xianxia back safe and sound. No, brother, I want to go too, Yu Bing grabbed onto Yu Yang's shoulders tightly, not willing to let go. She was even more unwilling to get off his back. Then you must listen to me obediently and stop crying. Only by not alerting the enemy can we save Fourth Mother and Xianxia. Yu Yang felt pity for his little sister who had a hard life and Fourth Mother who had died a hard death. This disaster was caused by him. If someone wanted to find someone, they should find him. How could he let them suffer? Yu Yang suppressed the anger in his heart and comforted Yu Bing softly. Yu Bing tried her best not to cry. She did not want to be a burden to her brother. However, she was unable to control the fear and sorrow in her heart. She sobbed and wiped her tears. Looking at her trembling hands, looking at her helpless expression and pale face, Yu Yang swore in his heart that he would save Fourth Mother even if he had to kill his way into the 18th level of hell. If Fourth Mother and the little girl were to lose even a single hair, Yu Yang decided to kill everyone related to them to avenge them. He would not stop even if he became a demon who killed people like scything flax. Of course, if he could save Fourth Mother, Yu Yang would not hesitate to pay any price. Hui Tai Lang, go. Yu Yang gave Hui Tai Lang a kick and signaled him to follow the smell and lead the way. Teleporting from the White Stone City to the Black Forest City was closer to the Starved Dog Ridge. However, the Starved Dog Ridge was too big. If the Vengeful Blood Flower map was not in the city, it would not point to a specific location. Therefore, although the teleportation was closer, he could not find the exact target. That would waste too much time saving people. It was better to let Hui Tai Lang follow the smell and track them. If it really did not work, he could teleport to the Black Forest City and change the route to the Starved Dog Ridge. Furthermore, letting Hui Tai Lang lead the way had another advantage. It would mainly smell Fourth Mother and the little girl's smell. If its target was not in the direction of the Starved Dog Ridge, it meant that they had not fallen into Changdao's hands. It would not be too late to go to the Starved Dog Ridge to kill Changdao after finding Fourth Mother and the little girl. Hui Tai Lang was like an arrow, leading the way in front of him. Their destination was the Starved Dog Ridge. Yu Yang suppressed his anger that was about to go out of control. He carried Yu Bing on his back and chased after Hui Tai Lang, crazily flying out of the city. When the sky darkened, the White Stone City was preparing to close the city gate. Yu Yang had nowhere to vent his anger. Seeing that the city gate was blocking his way, he immediately roared angrily, "Those who block my way shall die." His voice was like thunder exploding in the sky. Yu Yang flew up like a dragon piercing through the sky. He punched the city gate fiercely. Instantly, the huge city gate exploded into millions of splinters of wood. The huge shock wave caused the guards on the city wall to fall to the ground. Only when Yu Yang rushed out of the city gate like a hurricane and disappeared into the darkness did the guards stand up, trembling. They looked at each other in dismay. They still did not know what had happened. The White Stone City Master was sitting at home leisurely drinking tea. Suddenly, he heard a deafening sound. His hands trembled and the tea splashed on his luxurious clothes. When his subordinates hurriedly came to report, he frowned. What is going on? In the White Stone City, who would smash the city gate for no reason? Besides, other than me, only Master Golden Blade has this kind of ability. This is really strange. Wait, there's another person. Could it be that something happened to that brat? Heavens, please don't. The White Stone City Master did not bother to order his subordinates anymore. He personally took action. He directly soared into the sky, leaped over the high walls, swept over the roofs and flew away. By the time he landed in Yu Yang's courtyard, Master Golden Blade had already arrived one step ahead of him. Master Golden Blade's face was incomparably solemn. Disaster has come knocking. The Yu clan's servants were all killed. The fourth mistress and the children are missing. This is big trouble. The White Stone City Master trembled when he heard this. Who would be so daring? This is impossible. Who would dare to touch the Yu clan's people? Besides, the fourth mistress had only returned a few days ago. Even if she was a burglar, she wouldn't be that accurate. Could it be that this was premeditated? It's over. This matter has really pierced through the heavens. If it was for the Yu clan, then it would be fine. I'm afraid that it was for the Hua sisters. That would really be a disaster. Master Golden Blade's voice was extremely bitter. How could it be? There shouldn't be anyone who knows the fourth mistress' identity. The White Stone City Master trembled when he heard this, his face dripping with sweat. Yu Yang had never rushed like this in his entire life, but he didn't feel tired at all. Even if he carried Yu Bing on his back and sprinted along the mountain path for tens of kilometers, Yu Yang didn't feel anything. He could endure it in one breath. On the other hand, the anger and anxiety in his heart made him feel more and more uncomfortable. Nothing must happen to Fourth Mother and the little girl. Otherwise, Yu Yang thought that he would really become a murderous demon. Yu Bing started to lie on Yu Yang's back. When she saw that Yu Yang was exhausted and sweating profusely, she suppressed her sadness and got down from the ground, running together with her brother. However, she wasn't fast enough and couldn't keep up. Her small hands were pulled by Yu Yang, but she still had a hard time keeping up. In the end, Yu Yang summoned the Bloody Queen and let her carry Yu Bing. Although the Bloody Queen couldn't fly very fast, Yu Bing's weight wasn't that heavy. She could still keep up with Yu Yang's speed. When the Bloody Queen slowed down, Yu Yang would carry her on his back for a while. This long-distance running made Yu Yang realize that he still lacked a beast, which was a mount. He didn't need a mount normally, but he would need it when he needed it. After a few hours of non-stop running and searching for their scent, Hui Tai-Lang brought Yu Yang and Yu Bing straight towards the Starved Dog Ridge. Just when the Starved Dog Ridge was in front of them, the sky was filled with dark clouds and it started to rain heavily. Hui Tai-Lang's scent search gradually disappeared as it was washed away by the heavy rain. It lost its sense of direction and couldn't find Fourth Mother and the little girl anymore. Brother, what should we do? What should we do? Yu Bing cried bitterly as she hugged her brother tightly in the rain and cried loudly. There must be a way, there must be a way. Yu Yang also hated this damned god, but he would never admit defeat. For Fourth Mother, he would never give in. Even if the opponent was the heavens, Yu Yang would fight to the end. This was not a battle. If he were to fight against the impatiens, defeating her might not necessarily put his life in danger. Because if a person like her wanted to kill him, she wouldn't need to waste so much effort. She could have killed him in an instant long ago. It was precisely because Yu Yang knew that the impatiens would not kill him that he temporarily gave up fighting and conserved his strength. That way, he would still have a future. However, if he gave up on saving Fourth Mother, then their lives would be in danger. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't give up. Furthermore, he had to save Fourth Mother and the little girl. They could only win this battle, they could not lose, the smell had disappeared, and the traces of Fourth Mother and the others had also disappeared. What should he do now? Yu Yang turned around a few times and summoned Little Wenli. Little Wenli, can you understand what I mean? What I mean is, treat this tracking as a part of your battle. Use your battle instincts to find Fourth Mother and Little Xianxia, do you understand? We will follow your battle instincts and find Fourth Mother. If that doesn't work, then we will have to search for that Changdao. However, I hope to find Fourth Mother first. I saw traces of a horse carriage on the road, and it was very deep. Someone must have saved her. Maybe it was Uncle Nan or Aunt Sue, but I dare say that someone must have saved Fourth Mother. Yu Yang's words were also meant to comfort Yu Bing, because it was also possible that Changdao had kidnapped Fourth Mother and left on a horse carriage. However, he still tried to let Little Wenli understand and let her use her battle instincts to find Fourth Mother. Try to sense it, use your natural instinct. Think carefully about where they are, then point us in a direction, do you understand? Yes, yes. Little Wenli seemed to understand, but the direction she pointed was towards Whitestone City. No, that's not right. I know that Fourth Mother's house is in Whitestone City, but Fourth Mother has already been captured. Captured, do you understand? We must find her, find Fourth Mother and Little Xianxia. Try to sense it, carefully sense it, where is Fourth Mother? Yu Yang felt that if he couldn't find Little Wenli, then he should quickly enter his dream and ask the Heavenly Sword Goddess. No matter what, he must find Fourth Mother. Little Wenli's finger still pointed towards the direction of Whitestone City stubbornly. Heavens, no, no, that's Whitestone City. We just came from there, we are going to the Starved Dog Ridge. Do you see the mountain in front of us? Fourth Mother should be inside, sense it carefully and see where she is. Yu Yang was really anxious. Little Wenli closed her eyes and sensed for a long time. Her finger still pointed towards Whitestone City. What should we do? Brother? What should we do? Yu Bing was in a dilemma. Hui Tai Lang led the way to the Starved Dog Ridge, but Little Wenli felt that Fourth Mother and the others were still in Whitestone City. Is she really in Whitestone City? Or is she on the way? Is it far? Yu Yang was also in a dilemma. His rationality told him that it was best to believe in Hui Tai Lang. After all, he didn't make any mistakes along the way. However, Little Wenli definitely wouldn't cause trouble for Yu Yang at this moment. She had always been very obedient, and her battle sense was extremely strong. Her judgment was extremely accurate. Yu Yang felt that he should believe in Little Wenli even more. However, if he turned back, he might make a huge mistake. Yu Yang stomped his feet and made a decision to bring Yu Bing back to the academy. He decided to ask the old fox to go to the Starved Dog Ridge to save Fourth Mother. It would be best if he could catch Changdao. He himself would use a teleportation scroll to return to Whitestone City. If Fourth Mother was still hiding in Whitestone City, it would be perfect for him to return. Yu Bing was at a loss. When she heard what Yu Yang said, she naturally agreed with Yu Yang's idea. When the old fox wasn't in the academy, Yu Yang almost went crazy. He was so angry that he even smashed the old fox's house. In the end, he thought that if he couldn't find the vice principal, the principal would also be fine. Anyway, he just needed to find an expert to help him. Yu Yang hurriedly brought Yu Bing and rushed towards the small building where the principal's office was located. Strange formations, stone pillars, as well as all kinds of flowers, grasses, and trees that were trimmed to the point that they looked like a maze were blocking Yu Yang's way. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be difficult to walk through. However, Yu Yang didn't have the time to take a detour now, he couldn't care about anything else. He exploded with his power and directly destroyed everything. He forcefully barged into the building and destroyed the entire outer area of the small building. When he was rushing up the stairs to the second floor, he realized that the gravity increased by a lot with every step he took. When he reached the second floor, the gravity had increased by almost 10 times. Yu Yang was shocked. It seemed that this principle was really not simple. However, Yu Yang didn't care too much. Since he couldn't push the door open, he took out his Hui Jin magic blade and directly cut the door into pieces. However, it was as if he had entered a mirage. He still couldn't enter the door. It was as if there was an invisible barrier protecting the room on the second floor. Is it so hard to meet the principal? Yu Yang was furious. He prepared to release his innate power and destroy this barrier. Just as he raised his Hui Jin magic blade madly and prepared to release his innate power to break open the space, a soft and sweet-sounding voice suddenly sounded from inside. Student Tai Tan, do you need something from me? Yu Yang felt the pressure disappear. His whole body couldn't help but fall forward, and finally fell onto the floor with a thud. He raised his head and saw a skinny and weak girl leaning on the table, copying something. Her long black hair hung down like a waterfall, covering half of her face. Yu Yang could only see her neat bangs. Because of the angle, he couldn't see her face. However, from her snow-white skin and her small jade-like hands, Yu Yang could feel that her temperament was different from others. She was like a serene white orchid, noble and pure. She exuded a unique scholarly aura and tranquil indifference, making her look as pure as a fairy from a painting that didn't eat the food of the mortal world. You're the principal? Yu Yang had heard that the Ivy Academy's principal was a beauty that none of the students had seen before. However, he didn't expect her to be so young. She was practically the school's beauty, or a bookworm with good grades. With her personality and hobbies, she was a bit similar to the mysterious beauty who read books anytime and anywhere. However, her voice and hairstyle were a bit different. Otherwise, Yu Yang would have suspected that they were the same person. Yu Yang didn't have the heart of a wolf right now. He only wanted to save people. He hurriedly explained his purpose to the principal who was copying on the table. My fourth mother and sister were captured. Following their scent, they were at the Starved Dog Ridge. However, we encountered a heavy rain on the way, so the trail was cut off. I tried to use my telepathy to show my fourth mother and White Stone City. I'm here to ask for your help. I hope that you can lend me a hand. No matter if you go to White Stone City or Starved Dog Ridge, I hope that you can lend me a hand and split up with me to save people. The old fox, no, the vice principal isn't here. Grandma Wu Tang and teacher Hawkeye aren't here. I can only come to you. I hope that you can help me. As long as you can help me save fourth mother, I will definitely do anything you want me to do next time. I understand. After I raise my hand, call out to your fourth mother and sister sincerely. I have the telepathy inherent skill. I need you to use your telepathy inherent skill to confirm their location. The beautiful principal who was bending over the table slowly raised her hand. Her hand was as soft as an orchid, white and flawless. Her voice was soft and transmitted into Yu Yang's ears. Start calling out now. The more sincerely you call out, the more accurate the response will be. Fourth mother. Yu Yang didn't know whether it would work or not, but he was willing to believe in the principal's inherent skill and shouted loudly. Waves of light appeared on the beautiful principal's palm. Immediately, it turned into countless images. Yu Yang saw that in front of a horse carriage, Uncle Nan and Aunt Sue were pushing fourth mother onto the carriage. Before he could see it clearly, the image had already disappeared. The beautiful principal suddenly coughed lightly. Your heart is not calm enough. You need to maintain an empty state and sincerely call out again. My inherent skill can only be used 3 times in a month. Don't waste any more chances. Okay. Fourth mother, Schwanger. Yu Yang tried his best to calm himself down. He remembered that fourth mother had taken care of him in every possible way. He tried his best to dispel the distracting thoughts in his heart and only thought of fourth mother wholeheartedly. When he shouted out, the entire space shook. It was as if there was a formless shockwave that spread out soundlessly. The light in the beautiful principal's hand shattered. Immediately after, it reformed and turned into more images. There were 2 horse carriages running together on the road. One turned in the direction of Red Rock City, while the other fled towards Black Forest City. The image flashed and the horse carriage that was escaping towards Red Rock City stopped. Fourth mother, who was wearing commoner's clothes, got off the carriage hurriedly. There were 2 women who looked familiar to Yu Yang, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. They supported fourth mother and walked to a small bridge. They boarded a bamboo raft and left while the horse carriage continued to move forward. Yu Yang suddenly realized that fourth mother did not escape towards Starved Dog Ridge. Instead, she went to Red Rock City and got off the carriage halfway. The smell that Hui Tai Lang smelled was that Uncle Nan and Aunt Sue had purposely used cloves to lure the enemy. It was probably because they were afraid that the enemy would follow their scent. I'm not sure yet. Shout out again. This is your last chance. The beautiful principal coughed painfully. It seemed that this kind of spiritual call had a huge impact on her body. Fourth mother. Yu Yang shouted out loudly. His head buzzed, as if something had ruthlessly hammered his soul. Countless images broke apart and rushed into Yu Yang's mind. Not only could he see it with his eyes, even Yu Yang's mind had the same image reflected. The beautiful principal's hand formed even more mystical images. He could clearly see that there were enemies chasing after them. Furthermore, it wasn't just one, there were more than 10 of them. Some of them were even experts. They easily caught up and ruthlessly killed everyone in the horse carriage. Some enemies continued to move forward, some enemies went against the current, some enemies went down with the current, they split up and chased after them. On the other side of the image, Uncle Nan and Aunt Sue, as well as the woman disguised as Fourth Mother, were all captured. Finally, Yu Yang saw a shadow in the sky pouncing towards the bamboo raft. Other than seeing Fourth Mother's frightened expression, he seemed to have heard the little girl Yu Shuang's terrified scream. Brother, Yu Yang's whole body trembled as he sweated profusely. Outside the window, Yu Bing was anxiously waiting and calling for him. If she didn't call for him, Yu Yang wouldn't have been able to escape from the illusion of telepathy. I can sense that Fourth Mother has been captured not too long ago. A woman who can fly has caught her, and that woman is flying towards the direction of the Starved Dog Ridge. You should quickly go to the Starved Dog Ridge to save her. I will go and save your sister. She should still be in Whitestone City. The person your Fourth Mother is hugging is not your sister at all, because she did not respond to your call. The beautiful principal waved her hand, and Yu Yang felt an oppressive feeling as if he had been shot out of the window. Are you all right? Yu Yang saw the beautiful principal lying on the table. He couldn't see her face, but she seemed to be in great pain. At the same time, drops of blood dripped onto her clothes, splashing bright red on her pure white clothes. It was like a blossoming plum, it was a ghastly sight. The beautiful principal waved her hand and said with a vague voice, "This is an old illness of mine, it's not a big deal. I will leave after resting for a while. You should quickly go and save your Fourth Mother." Yu Yang's heart was indescribably touched. This beautiful principal was not related to him at all, but she was willing to help him find Fourth Mother. She was even willing to use the telepathy inherent skill, even if her body was injured. Although he didn't know why she was willing to help him, maybe she was this kind to all her students, or maybe it was because of other reasons, but Yu Yang's actions really moved her at this moment. True feelings are revealed in times of crisis. When he needed help the most, she didn't ask any questions and just helped him find Fourth Mother. This kindness, he must repay her in the future. If her body was sick, no matter what kind of sickness it was, he must find the best medicine to cure her. If it wasn't for this sickly beauty, then Yu Yang really wouldn't have any way to find out more about Fourth Mother. He wouldn't even know if Fourth Mother was alive or dead. Now, at least he knew that there was a woman who could fly that captured Fourth Mother. She brought Fourth Mother to the Starved Dog Ridge, and Fourth Mother hid that little girl Yu Shuang long ago. However, the little girl that Fourth Mother was carrying, who was that, whose child was that, who knew that the enemy would come to capture Fourth Mother and specially went to save her? Those women seemed very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. Who were they? Yu Yang's heart was in a mess as he jumped down from the window. Yu Bing pounced on him and hugged her brother nervously. She looked at Yu Yang in fear, afraid that he would bring back bad news. Fourth Mother is fine now, let's go and save her immediately. The principal promised to help us save our sister. The little girl is still hiding in Whitestone City. The principal will go and save the little girl. We only need to save Mother now and everything will be fine. Yu Bing, don't cry. We must be strong. We cannot surrender to fate. We can win, we can definitely save Mother. We can definitely do it. Yu Yang carried Yu Bing on his back and opened a teleportation scroll. Yes, we can definitely save Mother. We can definitely, Mother. Yu Bing screamed excitedly with tears streaming down her face. Her voice resounded through the sky. End of chapter 184. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.